Chapter 201. Among the elemental dragons, in addition to the 5-color dragons, there are also light dragons, wind dragons, earth dragons, and very rare space dragons, time dragons, destiny dragons, etc. The number of elemental dragons is the largest among the dragons, followed by metal dragons, gem dragons, etc. Metal dragons are divided into gold dragons, silver dragons, bronze dragons, red copper dragons, black iron dragons, etc. Although metal dragons cannot release elemental dragon language magic, they can also spit dragon breath, and their physical defense is extremely terrifying, far exceeding other series of dragons. Gem dragons are divided into diamond dragons, emerald dragons, sapphire dragons, ruby dragons, etc. In addition to their extremely strong defense, gem dragons also have more powerful dragon language magic. Because most of their bodies are magic crystals, they look like gems, so they are called gem dragons. In short, the dragon clan is a very large race with extremely terrifying strength. In the ancient war of gods, the dragon clan, like the natural elves, titans, and humans, were the main forces against the invasion of the dimensional demons into the continent of gods and demons. However, with the evolution of the times, and the difficulty of reproduction, etc., some dragon species are hard to come by, such as the space dragon, time dragon, and destiny dragon. Dragons are almost extinct. However, the number of elemental dragons is increasing, and elemental dragons have almost occupied the dominant position of the entire dragon clan in the god and demon continent. The flaming dragon that invaded the Black Technology Castle this time is a large clan among elemental dragons. In the dragon nest in the forest, there are hundreds of flaming dragons, and the reason why only 29 came is very simple. The fire dragon leader brought all his playmates, and of course, he would think of his friends when there is a benefit. As a result, they were all caught by Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan pointed at the fire dragon king egg in the dark gold treasure box, and said to the flame dragon Abra, "This dragon egg is given to you. You and the other flame dragons are responsible for hatching it as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord." The flame dragon Abra nodded respectfully. Then he carefully took the fire dragon king egg out of the treasure box, and returned to his tribe. Soon, 6 huge flame dragons formed a circle, surrounded the fire dragon king egg in the middle, and began to spit hot dragon breath at the fire dragon king egg. The scene was almost like roasting eggs. Tang Xiaofan was not worried that they would roast the fire dragon king egg. After all, they were dragons of the same attribute. The dragon breath of the flame dragons did not harm the fire dragon king egg, but was a perfect nutrient. After handling the fire dragon egg, Tang Xiaofan checked his personal information. After the warriors killed the fire dragon leader, who entered the 21st level, he was promoted to the 11th level. Lord of the castle, Tang Xiaofan. Strength, early 11th level. Castle level, intermediate town. Castle arms, farmers, angels, flame dragons, bloodthirsty demon wolves, natural elves, goblins, light. Castle buildings, farmer factory, elf mother tree, temple, wall, residential house, noble courtyard, watchtower, blacksmith shop, primary school, middle school, library, barber shop. Items: Cyclops ring, radiance ring, sacred artifact, dynasty heart sacred item, sky city. Soul stones, 20472. Not bad. It can be said that I became rich in one battle. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. In fact, the soul stones he gained in this battle were secondary. Even his own level upgrade was not the key. The most important thing was the level of the little angels and elves. In this battle, a total of 23 flaming dragons were killed, and all the little angels and elves who participated in the battle were promoted. Although these weak little angels and elves did not directly participate in the attack like the warriors, they all blessed the big elf Monica when they were down there. Because of this, they could share the experience of this battle. Because they were not at a high level before, after gaining a huge amount of experience, it was natural for them to be promoted. So far, most of my little angels have been promoted, and the overall strength of the little angel team has skyrocketed. This is very good news. Tang Xiaofan looked at the great elf Monica standing under the elf mother tree not far away. Her aura was also much stronger. I think she should have been promoted. After all, she was the main force in the battle and gained the most energy. After the battle, the great elf Monica was promoted from the late 21st level to the peak of the 21st level, reaching her current growth potential limit. At this time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly wondered. The great elf Monica seemed to be a little afraid of him. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately lowered her head. Why is that? Tang Xiaofan was a little confused. He checked Monica's information and found that her loyalty did not decrease, but increased a lot, almost close to 90 points. With a high loyalty, she was afraid of him? Tang Xiaofan couldn't figure it out, but he didn't think much about it. He turned to the vicinity of the farmer's factory, and prepared to upgrade the farmer's factory to level 5. Tang Xiaofan used the castle building upgrade blueprint to upgrade the metal laboratory. Naturally, upgrading the farmer's factory requires the consumption of materials. Fortunately, his soul stone has met the upgrade conditions of the farmer's factory. Do you want to upgrade the only military building? Yes. Tang Xiaofan responded, and the next second, the factory was enveloped by brilliant golden light and began to upgrade. Under the elf mother tree, the girl Olivia was communicating with the big elf Monica through spiritual consciousness. Olivia looked at Monica and sighed, saying, "Don't resist, don't be afraid, that is the power of faith." "Mother," Monica said, "can the power of faith forcefully transform living beings into believers?" She saw with her own eyes that after Jean Eyre finished speaking, the 6 king-level flaming dragons were enveloped by a burst of light, and in just a moment, the 6 dragons became believers of the Lord. You must know that they are the arrogant dragon race, one of the only 3 highly intelligent races in the god and demon continent. The bloodline is noble, and they look down on everything. The result? In the blink of an eye, the dragons prostrated themselves in front of the Lord Tyran, shouting Almighty Lord, and even after returning to the castle, the dragons still prayed with other believers. The scene was so terrifying that Monica had lived for hundreds of years, but it was the first time she had seen such a horrible thing. She was instinctively terrified, so when Tang Xiaofan looked at her, she was scared and lowered her head reflexively, not daring to meet Tang Xiaofan's gaze. Olivia said, and Monica trembled all over. "Is the Lord an evil god?" Olivia saw her inner thoughts and shook her head. Monica said, "Why is mother so determined?" Olivia searched the inherited memory deep in her soul and responded, "Evil gods are generally ugly." Monica opened her mouth wide and looked at Tang Xiaofan, who was shrouded in holy light in the distance. After a moment, she nodded and said, "In this case, the Lord is definitely not an evil god." Chapter 202. Olivia touched her head and said seriously, "Monica, do you think the Lord will harm you?" Monica said without hesitation, "No, the Lord is very kind to the elves." The girl Olivia nodded. "If that's the case, why should we be afraid of faith? Becoming a believer of the Lord, you are still you, not a different person. And it is possible to be promoted to a god under the protection of the Lord. How good is that? You know, in ancient times, we were also believers of the elf goddess." "Mother, I understand." Monica pondered for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. She figured it out. Whether she was afraid or liked him, Tang Xiaofan was still Tang Xiaofan. The elves were already warriors under Tang Xiaofan, and they had no chance of regretting. There was also an expectation for the future in her eyes. She had entered the late stage of the 21st level for decades. Every time she felt that she had reached the peak of the 21st level, the breakthrough always ended in defeat. And now, after following the Lord, she only suppressed a group of level 20 flaming dragons and gained a huge amount of mysterious energy. This is the realm she has always dreamed of, and the opportunity given to her by the Lord. Why should she be dissatisfied? The Lord will become the god of faith of our elf tribe. The elves of the tribe will believe in the Lord just like the ancient elves believed in the goddess of spirits. Not bad. The girl Olivia smiled. This will be a very good start. Monica also smiled easily. She was no longer afraid of faith. She didn't know that when she let go of the fear in her heart, the seeds of faith appeared in the depths of her soul. It was only a matter of time before she became a believer of Tang Xiaofan. She would have been afraid before, but now she was looking forward to it. Near the Black Technology Castle, after several minutes of upgrading, the shroud finally dissipated completely. After the upgrade, the farmer's factory has a bit of the meaning of a modern factory, with white walls and a feeling of a high-tech factory. Of course, the overall area has not changed, and Tang Xiaofan does not intend to study the operating principle of this thing. This is that after the upgrade, it doesn't matter how much the appearance of the farmer's factory changes. Tang Xiaofan immediately checked the information of the farmer's factory. Farmer's factory, unique military building. Current level, level 5. Summonable professional farmers, senior researcher, professor, scholar, fighting master, scientist, material researcher, weapon researcher, energy researcher, education researcher, entertainment researcher. Next upgrade, 100,000 soul stones. Special reminder, level 5 farmer's factory has a 30% chance of breeding farmers with special abilities. 100,000 soul stones? Seeing the information after the farmer factory was upgraded, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but take a breath. The next upgrade actually requires 100,000 soul stones. This is simply too abnormal. In other words, the next upgrade will probably take a long time. In addition, after upgrading to level 5, the probability of the farmer factory breeding special farmers has also increased from 20% to 30%. The probability is even higher. Tang Xiaofan smiled brightly. The higher the level of the military building, the more types of military forces you can recruit, which can almost cover every aspect of life. This shows a problem. Every castle lord who can hold on will have a complete social system in the middle and late stages. The era of hegemony among all races is coming soon. It's coming soon. But before that, I have to unify the forest as soon as possible and establish my own black technology dynasty. Tang Xiaofan looked at the farmer's factory, which was becoming more and more technological. He was looking forward to what changes would happen to the appearance of the farmer's factory after it was upgraded to level 9. Is it still a small house like this, or has it become a high-tech factory where life is born? If it is the latter, Tang Xiaofan is afraid that Jarvis has already studied this factory clearly. Because of the changes during this period, Jarvis has been collecting relevant data. He believes that no matter how amazing the technology of the God and Demon continent is, once too much is exposed, it will eventually be studied by Jarvis. Please give me a surprise, Tang Xiaofan said to himself with great anticipation. Then, Tang Xiaofan came to the open space on the second side. As for the next level upgrade requirements of the farmer factory, Tang Xiaofan decisively did not think about it because it was too exaggerated. It actually takes 100,000 soul stones to upgrade the farmer factory to level 6. Compared to the upgrade from level 4 to level 5, it has increased tenfold. Even he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. I only have more than 8,000 soul stones left now. Don't even think about upgrading the farmer factory to level 6 in a short time. Unless there is a large-scale war, such as the Second Beast Tide, a war with the Goblin Kingdom, hunting dragons, etc. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get a large amount of soul stones in the account. But there is no need to rush. Among the castle forces, my farmer factory should be the highest level of all the military buildings. If it's not surprising, most of the castle military buildings are only level 3, and very few top castle lords' military buildings can reach level 4. As for level 5 military buildings, I think I'm the only one who has it. Tang Xiaofan was not overconfident, but because it takes 5,000 soul stones to upgrade the military building from level 3 to level 4. This threshold is enough to stop countless castle lords. You have to know that Tang Xiaofan's warriors killed 23 level 20 peak flame dragons in a row before enough soul stones were exploded, which also shows the preciousness of the initial soul stones. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan believed that at this stage, there were definitely not many castle lords who had level 4 military buildings. And his farmer factory had already reached level 5. Why should he be anxious? He only needed to steadily develop the power of the Black Technology Castle and attack the local forces of the forest one after another, and the soul stones would naturally fall into his pocket continuously. Upgrading the farmer factory to level 6 would be a natural outcome. Besides, 100,000 soul stones, such a perverted upgrade requirement, could not be rushed. From the Cyclops ring, Tang Xiaofan took out another azure blue drawing. After killing more than 20 flaming dragons, he got 2 blueprints in total. Even this one. Heavy Rail Transit Vehicle Factory blueprint without hesitation. When the information prompt appeared, Tang Xiaofan immediately chose to use it. The blueprint disappeared, and a dazzling golden light appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. Soon, just like when the blueprint was used before, a large factory appeared outside the city. This time it lasted longer because this factory was larger and covered a larger area. Finally, after waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the appearance of the factory appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. This is a larger workshop. Chapter 203. A tall workshop similar to a hangar has more than 10 tracks extending out, which are the original tracks for the subsequent connection to the railroad. Then the farmers in the castle who have not yet been assigned jobs enter the factory one after another, but it seems that there are many vacancies, and the factory has not yet started. Tang Xiaofan had to go to the farmer factory to recruit another batch of farmers, about 300, before officially starting the factory. After the factory started, a moment later, a steel monster with neat and ferocious smell slowly drove out of the workshop. Initial, track-laying locomotive, the only one. Quality, ordinary. A locomotive used for laying tracks, with powerful defense and track-laying capabilities. Then, a group of female farmers quickly boarded the locomotive, and the cockpit, weapon compartment, and track-laying compartment were ready in an instant. They waved their hands at Tang Xiaofan, and the track-laying locomotive started. The railway route planned by Jarvis appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. The initial plan was to build a trunk line from the Black Technology Castle to the Elf tribe. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, and then watched the track-laying locomotive start the track-laying work. It first had to build a terminal and a dispatching terminal in the Black Technology Castle, so that other trains produced in the factory could enter the track, and other cities in the future could also be connected to the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan took a rough look at the plan. He believed in Jarvis's ability, and let him watch and implement it. Then he yawned and looked at the blood moon hanging above his head. It was late at night, and he was ready to rest. After upgrading to a mid-level town, the castle has changed a lot. Even his bedroom has become more luxurious, with a luxurious aristocratic atmosphere everywhere. Before going to bed, Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel as usual to see if there are any goods worth buying. For example, the blueprint of the space teleportation magic array. He has already built a teleportation array in the castle. As long as he gets another architectural blueprint of the space teleportation magic array, he can connect to the little Loli's black iron dwarf castle. At that time, the little Lolita can come to his castle to play at any time, and Tang Xiaofan can also send a team of warriors to enter the underground world where the little Lolita is, open up new hunting areas, and even conquer the local forces of the underground world, paving the way for conquering the underground world in the future. In short, his road is very wide, which is also a manifestation of strength. Some castle lords can only struggle to develop in a very small area because of the weak castle power. And he can conquer the local forces of the forest, dominate this big forest, and establish a black technology dynasty. On the other hand, he could also go on an expedition to the underground world and open up new battlefields. In short, there were many things he could do. After walking around the trading area, Tang Xiaofan was a little disappointed that he didn't find the space teleportation magic array blueprint. There were many commodities in the trading area, tens of millions, but after searching for keywords, he didn't find many that he liked. Even if there were some that he liked, they were extremely expensive, and the prices were extremely outrageous. Tang Xiaofan closed the trading area casually, opened the world chat channel next to it, and checked the chat messages before going to bed, using this to understand the world outside the forest. Even at midnight, the world chat channel was still lively, with many castle lords and wanderers chatting on it. After more than an hour of browsing, Tang Xiaofan got some useful information and kept it in mind. Just as he was about to go to bed, a friend sent him a message. As expected, it was a little Loli from the underground world. Usually at this time, the little Loli would send a cute smiley face and say good night to him, and today was the same. However, before saying good night, the little Loli told Tang Xiaofan that her black dragon egg had hatched successfully. Tang Xiaofan, you don't know that little black dragon is ugly. It's all black and naughty. When it hides under the bed, Kur can't find it. Tang Xiaofan grinned. He could imagine that the little Lolita was pouting and complaining to him. Tang Xiaofan smiled and replied, how is the loyalty and potential of the black dragon? Well, Kur has seen it. The loyalty of the little black dragon is 100 points. That's not bad. Tang Xiaofan guessed that the initial loyalty of the little black dragon was as high as 100 points, which should be related to the fact that it was hatched. After all, it is not a surrender, but a direct hatch in the hands of the little Loli, so it is normal that it is loyal. In addition, the charm value of the little Loli itself is not low, which can affect the loyalty of the troops. As for the growth potential of the peak level 21, it is also normal. The dark dragon is one of the 5-color dragons. On the contrary, his fire dragon egg has a potential for growth of the semi-god level, and has a high probability of becoming a flaming dragon king. This is relatively rare. Cultivate the dark dragon well. When it grows up, it will be a powerful force that can help you protect your dark iron dwarf castle. Okay, Ku got it. By the way, there is a very beautiful elf sister coming to Kur's castle today. Tang Xiaofan was stunned. There are elves in the underground world, but he immediately realized that the elves that appeared in the little Loli's castle should not be natural elves on the surface, but evil creatures in the underground world, dark elves. Dark elves are corrupted evil creatures that live in the underground world and have a huge race. As for what caused the elves to fall, it is unknown. Tang Xiaofan asked curiously, what is that elf doing in your castle? The elf sister said that her tribe is fighting a group of ugly human-faced spiders and needs equipment. She wants to trade equipment with us. Tang Xiaofan became interested. This was the first time he had done business with the local forces of the god and demon continent. But there was a problem. Evil creatures were not trustworthy. The so-called credibility was worthless to them. It took a powerful force to deter them to ensure the normal progress of the transaction. If you can't control it, it's normal to be robbed by the thieves. Tang Xiaofan thought for a while and asked, what did the old dwarf in the dwarf palace say? The old dwarf is a guardian, and his level has reached level 21. He is not a dark iron dwarf, but an orthodox dwarf with pure blood. After the little girl built the dwarf palace, the old dwarf moved in directly. Well, the dwarf grandfather said that for the development of the castle, we can try to do a business with the elf sister. That's no problem. Tell the dark elf that equipment trading is allowed, and soul stones are used as payment first, followed by wood, stone, refined iron and other materials. Yes, Kur, listen to me. How did you know that the young lady is a dark elf? Kur hasn't had time to tell you yet. Tang Xiaofan laughed in silence. At this time, he thought of the more than 30 dragon corpses stored in the castle warehouse. The dragon corpses were extremely valuable, and it would be a waste to use them to make equipment. Chapter 204. The most valuable way to use a dragon's corpse is to transform it into an evil undead creature such as a bone dragon, a ghost dragon, etc. Of course, Tang Xiaofan's dragon corpses no longer have souls, so they can only be transformed into bone dragons. Tang Xiaofan then said to Kur, ask the dark elves if they are interested in dragon corpses. I have a dozen flame dragon corpses here, and I am considering selling them. Yes, Kur will remember. Kur admires you too much. You are so powerful that you can even kill dragons. Kur has never seen a dragon. Well, the little black charcoal doesn't count. It's too small and ugly. Haha, how is your castle developing recently? Don't worry, Kur is working hard. The dwarves are also working hard to improve their strength. This morning, many scary skeletons attacked Kur's castle, but they were all driven away by Uncle Davil and his men. Yeah. Tang Xiaofan was still very confident about the defense ability of little Loli's castle. After all, there is a level 21 old dwarf in charge, and it is difficult for ordinary dark and evil creatures to attack the black iron dwarf castle. After chatting with the little Lolita for a while and saying goodnight to each other, Tang Xiaofan went to sleep. He slept until the next day, and woke up when the light of dawn shone on the black technology castle. The biological clock is very punctual. As usual, he got up and washed up, and had the breakfast carefully prepared by the chef. Today's breakfast is Cantonese tea, Buddha's hand with beef soup, crystal shrimp dumplings, Malay cakes, etc. After eating and drinking, Tang Xiaofan was ready to summon a new professional farmer, but just when Tang Xiaofan walked out of the castle, he noticed that a friend was contacting him. What's wrong with the little Lolita? Tang Xiaofan was a little confused. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Usually at this time, the little girl was still sleeping soundly, and in a sleepwalking state. He opened the friend column, and sure enough, the one who sent him the message was not the little girl, but Bei Yi. Why are you looking for me so early? Tang Xiaofan frowned and checked the friend messages. Soon his expression was stunned. The message from Bei Yi was, Tang Xiaofan, what is the crystal mark of your magic circle? Why ask this? Tang Xiaofan replied strangely. Of course, he knew the crystal mark of the teleportation magic array of the Black Technology Castle. Each space teleportation magic array has a crystal mark. As long as the crystal mark is input, a space channel can be established and teleported with the help of the teleportation magic array in other places. However, he did not intend to give the crystal mark to Bear Grylls. To be honest, he did not trust this social expert recognized by countless castle owners. Bear Grylls revealed a blueprint of the space teleportation magic array. I think we can connect the teleportation arrays of the two of us together. This way we can teleport to each other and help each other. What a pity. Tang Xiaofan shook his head secretly. How great would it be if he got the blueprint of the teleportation magic circle? It would be directly connected to the little Loli's black iron dwarf castle. Tang Xiaofan replied perfunctorily. Who told you that I have a teleportation circle? Bei Yi replied proudly. Don't make trouble, big brother Tang Xiaofan. The space teleportation magic paper blueprint that appeared in the trading area last time should have been bought by you, right? You raised the price by 100 soul stones each time, and you raised it several times. You snatched the blueprint at a high price, right? I think there is no other lord of such a rich castle except you. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really smart and quick-witted. There is no need to build a space transmission channel between our two castles. Also, you don't have to worry about me sending a demon team to destroy your castle directly with the help of the transmission array. Frightened expression. Tang Xiaofan, you won't be so cruel to a friend of mine? Under the ruins of the castle, no lord of the castle is innocent. Until the end, Bear Grylls still couldn't get the crystal mark of the space teleportation magic circle from Tang Xiaofan. It wasn't just because Tang Xiaofan didn't give it to him, but also because he didn't dare to ask for it. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with Tang Xiaofan, and with the convenience of the space teleportation channel, the two castles could exchange what they have. This was also the fundamental reason why he bought the architectural drawings of the space teleportation magic circle at a high price. But the problem he didn't consider was that after the space channel was built, Tang Xiaofan had bad intentions towards his castle, and directly sent the demon team to attack his castle. By then, he would not be able to resist at all. How could his ancient giant bear possibly defeat Tang Xiaofan's demon? It was possible that Tang Xiaofan would eliminate him directly. As a top castle force, Beiyi felt that he still could not defeat Tang Xiaofan. If Tang Xiaofan attacked him, he would kneel directly. He could not even resist. Thinking of this, Beiyi felt fortunate that Tang Xiaofan did not agree to exchange the crystal token of the space teleportation magic circle with him. Otherwise, if what he imagined happened at that time, he would regret it too late. But Tang Xiaofan still doesn't trust me. Beiyi sighed softly. He couldn't be sure whether Tang Xiaofan would be greedy for his castle. Similarly, Tang Xiaofan didn't trust him. Otherwise, why would he refuse to exchange the crystal mark? This is also human nature. After all, we only talked a few times. It's normal for Tang Xiaofan not to trust me. Beiyi said to himself. I'm not familiar with Tang Xiaofan now, but there's no rush. There's still a lot of time, and we can slowly cultivate feelings. It would be best if we could elevate our relationship to that of friends, or even closer, with the involvement of interests and emotions. In this way, the interspace teleportation magic array will be a piece of cake. Bear Grylls did not regret spending a high price to buy the blueprint of the space teleportation magic array. Just because it is not useful now does not mean it will not be useful in the future. He believes in his ability. By that time, both sides will cooperate sincerely and join hands in the 10,000 races competition. Bear Grylls walked out of the castle. Outside the castle, a large number of ancient giant bears had already gathered. He turned over and rode on the back of an ancient giant bear at the peak of level 18, looking at the endless Karami grassland in front of him. In the future, I will establish a powerful dynasty of my own on this grassland. Tang Xiaofan's dynasty is located in the forest. Tang Xiaofan's two dynasties, and I can work closely together to attack the central area of the god and demon continent, overthrow the local empire there, and create a glorious era that belongs to us together. This is my dream. I believe it will become a reality one day. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan closed the friend column and rejected Bear Grylls' proposal without hesitation. This guy is too smart. From his position as a counselor of the Gods Alliance, we can see that he has extraordinary means. Ordinary people can't beat him at all. Even the dozens of top castle owners of the Gods Alliance may be played around by him in the future. Now that the Black Technology Castle is in a period of rapid development and is about to conquer the forest, Tang Xiaofan doesn't want to get too involved with him. If it was the little Lolita in the underground world, he would have agreed long ago. Chapter 205. Tang Xiaofan came to the vicinity of the farmer's factory. Early in the morning, his angel army and elves went out hunting. As for the two warrior armies, they were still resting. With the strength of the warrior armies, hunting at night has become sparse and common, and there will not be much profit. After all, the most important thing for them now is to complete the training of new weapons and tactics. Almighty Lord. At this time, like a muffled thunder, Tang Xiaofan looked up and saw 6 huge flame dragons facing him, respectfully crawling on the ground, saluting him. Tang Xiaofan nodded, and then turned his attention to the farmer factory. After this upgrade, he could summon many high-level farmers. Entertainment researcher was the most curious profession for Tang Xiaofan. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light bloomed in the factory, and the 6 flame dragons in the distance began their work of hatching eggs. They formed a circle, and the Fire Dragon King egg was placed in the center of the circle. The flame dragon spewed hot dragon breath towards the Fire Dragon King egg to speed up its hatching speed. If nothing unexpected happens, this Fire Dragon egg with the potential to grow to the semi-god level will hatch tomorrow. And it is destined to become the leader of these fiery dragons. This is the fate determined by birth. The golden light of the farmer's factory faded, and a female farmer wearing sunglasses came out. Meet the Lord. Tang Xiaofan nodded and asked, What can you do? Reporting to the Lord, I can research new ways of entertainment to help the Lord improve the happiness index of the farmers. Oh, tell me about it. The female farmer, who was an entertainment researcher, turned around a few times and said, At present, sports entertainment is still too monotonous. It is recommended to add other types of competitions, such as football, fighting competitions, and even racing competitions. Well, Tang Xiaofan nodded. It seems good. Having a dedicated person to plan entertainment activities can reduce his worries. So Tang Xiaofan authorized the work of entertainment planning to the female farmer. What's your name? Please give me a name, Lord. Okay, then let's call him Boxer. I see you are good at entertainment. Thank you, Lord. Tang Xiaofan summoned the remaining professions. He found that he couldn't summon too many of these professions, especially the fighting master, who could only recruit one. Looking at the ordinary appearance of the other party, Tang Xiaofan clearly saw that the displayed value was a row of exaggerated numbers. So, Tang Xiaofan named this fighting master Wang Chao and followed him as a guard. Other researchers and scientists were taken away by Jarvis to study his sky city. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan came to the tree of the mother elves again. On a new day, of course, he had to breed natural elves. In any case, natural elves are top-level troops, and they are the most advanced among the top-level troops, which can completely rival the dragon troops and titan troops. Tang Xiaofan will not ignore them. Lord. When the elf elder Becky saw Tang Xiaofan coming, she hurriedly saluted respectfully. Tang Xiaofan looked at him and asked, "Where are Olivia and Monica?" Becky said that Olivia was in seclusion and breaking through, while Monica was out hunting with the elves. Seclusion and breaking through? Tang Xiaofan was surprised. Is Olivia going to be promoted to a demigod? Becky replied respectfully, Mother has already touched the edge of the demigod realm. I hope she can succeed. If Olivia can be promoted to a demigod, it will definitely be a surprise for him. As the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, although the girl Olivia cannot leave the sphere of influence of the castle as long as she is there, even the peak enemy of level 21, who comes to attack his castle, will have only one way to go. Tang Xiaofan didn't even need to use the Terminator. The girl Olivia could help him solve his problems. At this moment, a very beautiful green figure appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. It was none other than the girl Olivia. He asked in confusion. Promotion successful? Tang Xiaofan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Didn't you go into seclusion to become a demigod? Beside her, the elf Becky was a little at a loss. Last night, she heard her mother say that she was going to go into seclusion to become a demigod. She didn't expect that she would come out so soon. Yes, my lord. The girl Olivia smiled sweetly. I failed. Tang Xiaofan was silent. Is it really difficult to be promoted to a demigod? Olivia smiled and said, I have been at the peak of level 21 for almost 100 years. I have tried to become a demigod more than 300 times, but I failed every time. I am used to it. She paused for a moment and sighed. How can the divine fire be so easy to ignite? Without hundreds or thousands of failures and enough experience, on the road to becoming a god and pursuing immortality, igniting the divine fire and becoming a demigod is the most thrilling stage. Every year, there are countless amazing level 21 peak strongmen who turn into a pile of ashes because of the divine fire burning their bodies. So what I have to do now is to keep trying and accumulate experience from failure. The last one succeeded. Olivia looked at Tang Xiaofan and said with a smile, The reason why I suddenly closed my eyes last night was because the Lord upgraded the level of my body, which gave me a lot of benefits. I believe it. As long as the level of my body continues to rise. It's only a matter of time before I can successfully ignite the divine fire. While speaking, she looked at Tang Xiaofan with a look of expectation. Tang Xiaofan said, It's very easy to help you upgrade the body of the elf mother tree. All you need is soul stones. Your body is now level 3, and with another 5,000 soul stones, you could upgrade it to level 4. Soul stones? Olivia turned to look at the elf Becky. Becky understood her meaning and said solemnly, Don't worry, mother. We will definitely work hard to hunt wild monsters, collect more soul stones, and give them to the Lord, so as to upgrade the level of your body. Very good. The girl Olivia nodded. The elves she bred still cared about her mother. At this time, Olivia suddenly looked at her. Lord, are you here to breed elves? Tang Xiaofan said, Yes. At the same time, the information upgrade came. The magic power of the military building is sufficient. Do you want to breed natural elves? Tang Xiaofan immediately chose yes, and the girl Olivia seemed to sense something and her smile became very bright. As the spirit of the elf mother tree, her favorite thing to do is to breed elves and expand the elf tribe she founded. Being able to breed elves is something that makes her very happy. In an instant, the elf mother tree bloomed with green light, and bright light balls appeared on the branches of the elf mother tree. A moment later, a total of 15 elf balls flew down from the branches, and soon, all the elf balls broke, and 15 new elves appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan, Olivia, And Becky. Huh? It seems that one of the little guys is a little different. Chapter 206. Listening to Olivia's whisper, Tang Xiaofan, who had no hope, quickly looked for different individuals among the newly born elves. He found them almost instantly. Because the other elves were wearing clothes and skirts woven from flowers, leaves, and green vines. Only he was wearing a fiery red dress, which was very obvious against the elves around him. Is she an elemental elf? She was wearing a fiery red dress, which was transformed by the extremely pure fire element magic. Even though Tang Xiaofan was not a magician, and was not very sensitive to elemental magic, he could still feel a fiery power from her. She was like a collection of flames, condensed by endless fire elemental magic. She was like a little sun that always emitted a fiery breath around. Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on her. She was about 90 centimeters taller than the elves around her. She was extremely beautiful, no less than Tang Xiaofan's little angel. She stood in the middle, and a dozen newborn elves involuntarily moved closer to her, viewing her as the center like the stars surrounding the moon. She raised her head slightly, showing an innate pride. But when Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on her, she immediately lowered her head, not because she was afraid of Tang Xiaofan, but because she was respectful to the Lord. It's really an elemental elf. Tang Xiaofan's expression was slightly surprised. He didn't have much hope for the reproduction of the elf mother tree. After all, the probability of the elf mother tree breeding elemental elves and ancient great elves is shown to be extremely low. In other words, it is difficult for these two super top elf troops to appear. In addition, the growth potential of elemental elves and ancient great elves is always only demigod level. For people like Tang Xiaofan who are used to seeing the potential of true gods, he doesn't care much whether the elf mother tree can breed demigod level elemental elves and ancient great elves. Even if it can breed, he will only have one more demigod level troop. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan has always maintained a calm attitude towards the breeding of the elf mother tree. Even if the elf mother tree breeds natural elves instead of elemental elves and ancient elves, he will not be too disappointed. But Tang Xiaofan did not expect that the elf mother tree actually breeds elemental elves. This surprised him a little. Just now, the farmer factory gave birth to a human entertainment researcher. Now, another elemental elf appeared here at the elf mother tree. Could it be that Ling Tianjin is my lucky day? Tang Xiaofan felt that the heavy motorcycle factory blueprint he used yesterday must have sucked away his bad luck. On a new day, his luck returned to normal, and even his luck value exploded, so a series of good news appeared. After the elemental elves appeared, the girl Olivia and the elf elder Becky also showed excited expressions. Of course they were excited. This was the first elemental elf to appear in their elf tribe in hundreds of years. Oyavia was particularly happy, and felt a sense of accomplishment. She had worked hard for hundreds of years. She had bred nearly 10,000 elves in total. Some were very talented and entered level 21, while others were ordinary and stepped up to level 20, but without exception, they never gave her a surprise, and rare elemental elves and ancient elves appeared. Now that an elemental elf had finally come, she could hardly suppress her excitement and wanted to scream. Mother! Qingling elder Becky said in a trembling voice. It's an elemental elf. Our elf tribe finally has an elemental elf. This is all thanks to the efforts of the mother and the Lord. Without the efforts of both of you, there would be no elemental elf. It was the mother and the Lord who bred her together. Praise the mother and the Lord. The elf elder Becky's eyes flickered, and she was so excited that she wanted to cry. Tang Xiaofan raised his eyebrows, and felt that there was something wrong with the words of the elf Becky. What does it mean that the elf mother tree and he worked together to breed this elemental elf? The only thing he did was to raise the level of the elf mother tree to level 3. The words of the elf Becky were too ambiguous. At this time, he looked up at Olivia, the spirit of the elf mother tree. Olivia also looked at him, showing him a very sweet smile, and nodded, as if she agreed with the words of the elf Becky, thinking that this elemental elf was the result of their joint efforts. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, and he chose to automatically filter this topic and not correct it, so as not to make it more ambiguous. Mother! The elemental elf in a fiery red dress came in midair, and saluted Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of the elves. Olivia was her mother, and she was very grateful for breeding her. Good child. The young girl Olivia was even more excited, and wanted to hug the beautiful and lovely elemental elf in front of her, and give her a kiss. She was so excited. This was the first elemental elf she had bred. Olivia's ancestral letter was the starting point for the rapid prosperity of the elf tribe. Oh, we must praise the Lord. Then, the elemental elves came to Tang Xiaofan and saluted respectfully. Praise you, my lord. I, The fire elemental elf, Evangeline, swear allegiance to the Lord, and I will protect your castle with my life. Very good. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. At this time, he asked, Evangeline, is this your name? Yes, Lord. The elemental elf Evangeline said respectfully. We elemental elves inherit the ancient memories of the ancient times. When I was bred, the name Evangeline appeared in my mind. Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized that the elemental elves, like the mother tree of elves, inherited the memories of their ancestors. Even if not all of them, there are still many fragments of memories. Because of this, the mother tree of elves knows so much about the war of gods in ancient times, and the betrayal of the belief system. Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of elves, used the ancient memories deep in her soul to witness the glory of the ancient times from the perspective of two bystanders. The situation of the elemental elves is similar to that of the mother tree of elves. Tang Xiaofan opened the information of the elemental elf Evangeline to check. Evangeline, fire elemental elf. Current growth status, childhood. Level 10, growth potential limit, demigod peak fire elemental elf. Special reminder, when the elemental elves reach the growth potential limit, the core crystals are reorganized, and there is a certain probability of condensing the godhood initial level 10. Compared to the natural elves with an initial level of 4, it is 6 levels higher. Such an initial level, it is already comparable to the four-winged angel. Tang Xiaofan continued to look down, and when he saw the growth potential limit of the elemental elf Evangeline, his face was even more surprised. The growth potential limit is actually the peak of demigod. The potential of the six-winged angel under my command is demigod. That is to say, Evangeline's future achievements are similar to those of the six-winged angel. This made Tang Xiaofan feel a little surprised. Chapter 207. He originally thought that the growth potential of the elemental elves, as a super top-level soldier, could only be on par with the two-winged angels. But he did not expect that the elemental elves could be comparable to the six-winged angels. This is an unexpected discovery. I just don't know if every elemental elf has such growth potential. This question cannot be speculated for the time being. However, we will know when we breed elemental elves in the future. Tang Xiaofan did not delve into it. In any case, the elemental elves are worthy of being the core powerhouses of the elves. Whether in terms of initial level or growth potential limit, they are stronger than natural elves. Tang Xiaofan heard from Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, that one of the most core groups of powerful people in the natural elf empire located in the central area of the god and demon continent is the elemental elves. In the capital of the natural elf empire, there are powerful elemental elves guarding it. Even gods of other races can't attack it. If the core crystal is reorganized, the elemental elves will have the opportunity to be promoted to true gods. Tang Xiaofan pondered the special reminder in the information prompt, and finally came to a conclusion that elemental elves are more likely to condense the godhood and become gods than most races. This may be the compensation of the world law to the elemental elves. Because the number of elemental elves is too small, the conditions for their birth are very difficult. Whether it is bred by the elf mother tree or appears in nature, elemental elves are very rare. In many cases, the rarity of the population also means that they have unique innate advantages. This is the fair treatment of all living things by the world law. For example, the human race, with as many people as the stars in the sky, spread across every corner of the endless continent, can almost be said to be the largest race among all the races in the world. Therefore, it is very difficult for humans to become gods. It is already very good for a true god to be born among billions of humans. After reading the information of the elemental elves, Tang Xiaofan said to the beautiful elf elder Becky, Becky, take the elemental elf Evangeline and these elves to the hunting area and meet up with Monica and the others. After a pause, Tang Xiaofan continued, War is coming soon. The strength of the elves needs to be improved as soon as possible, and they should be allowed to participate in the war to avoid death. Yes, Lord. The elf Becky said respectfully. The elf tribe will not let you down. Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Watching the elf Becky, the elemental elf Evangeline, and a group of elves leave the castle, until they disappeared into the dense forest outside the city, the spirit of the mother tree of the elves Olivia asked in confusion, Lord, I wonder what war is about to come. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, In about 3 or 4 days, hundreds of castle lords will gather, and gather tens of thousands of flying soldiers to besiege the Black Technology Castle. Hundreds of castle lords? The girl Olivia took a breath. The lord was the lord of the castle. In her opinion, the lord's castle was already strong enough. Then how terrifying would the war power of hundreds of castle lords be? Can the lord's high-tech castle withstand tens of thousands of flying soldiers? Seeing that Tang Xiaofan looked relaxed and smiling, Olivia gradually calmed down and asked, "How strong are they?" Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "I don't take them seriously." Olivia was surprised and said, "Lord, there are hundreds of castle lords after all." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "There are only a few top castle lords, and the others are high-level and intermediate castle lords. You may not understand this. To put it bluntly, the highest level of the flying troops under the command of those castle lords will not exceed level 20. There may be troops that have reached level 20, but they are also very rare. Among the entire castle forces, my black technology castle is the most powerful. Some castle lords in the forest regard me as an enemy. They are worried that they will be eliminated and expelled by me in the future, so they unite and form an alliance to destroy my castle." Tang Xiaofan looked at Olivia, "So you don't have to worry. Even if you can't leave the castle's sphere of influence and can't participate in the war, Monica, Becky, and my 2 legions, as well as those flaming dragons, are enough to wipe out the invading coalition forces." In addition to the castle troops, Tang Xiaofan also has the Sky City sitting in the clouds. When the coalition forces gathered at Twin Mountains, he planned to bombard it with the remodeled Sky City, firing all the cannons at once. Then, he would send the castle troops to attack and wipe out the remaining castle forces. Of course, it would be best not to use the Terminator, which was too fierce. We were all Blue Star people, so we should let the castle masters die knowingly. Of course, the most important reason was that the Terminator could only be produced once a day, and it was too wasteful to use it on these chickens and dogs. In short, he was very confident. He firmly believed that the victory of this war would definitely belong to his Black Technology Castle. Even in the coalition forces of the Anti-Demon Alliance, even with the help of demigods, there was no hope of winning. If an enemy appeared that even Olivia and Monica could not resist, then he would directly use the Terminator to bombard. In short, even if the demigod came, he would die. Of course, Tang Xiaofan did not think that the castle masters could get the help of the demigods. Besides, it was still unknown whether there were demigods in the forest. After all, even the ruler of Dragon Nest, Olivia said, was only at the peak of level 21. Is the Lord the strongest? Olivia looked at Tang Xiaofan in surprise. She didn't expect that the castle lord that their elf tribe chose to join was actually at the peak of the castle power. But when she thought about it carefully, it felt normal. It seems that the castle power has only been in the god and demon continent for a total of 10 days. In just 10 days, the Black Technology Castle has such a powerful force as it is now. If other castle lords also develop so fast, it will probably take less than 1 or 2 years for the castle power to dominate the whole world. That's too scary. It's normal for the Black Technology Castle to be the strongest. At the same time, Olivia was also deeply honored and glad that she made the right choice, and did not deny Monica's advice. Being able to follow such a castle master is extremely lucky for her, and the entire elf tribe. At this time, Olivia was also full of longing and hope for the future. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Did you underestimate the strength of the Black Technology Castle or overestimate the power of the opponent's castle?" Olivia shook her head and said, "Lord, you will win?" Tang Xiaofan smiled. He was just joking. Olivia asked again, "Lord, you don't seem to be worried about this war at all. Since the castle coalition is not taken seriously by the Lord, then the Lord obviously has other war goals." Chapter 208. Hearing Olivia's question, Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "After destroying the Anti-Demon Alliance, we will immediately attack the Goblin Kingdom, destroy this local kingdom that has been entrenched in the forest for a long time." Goblin Kingdom? Olivia said. I'm afraid Olivia can't help. The Goblin Kingdom is about 800 kilometers away from here, far beyond Olivia's attack range. As a military building of the Black Technology Castle, she and her original elf mother tree can only move within the sphere of influence of the Black Technology Castle. That is to say, you can only move freely within 20 kilometers, and you can't move beyond 20 kilometers. So even in Tang Xiaofan's positioning, the elf mother tree Olivia is only the guardian of the Black Technology Castle, and does not need to participate in the war with the outside forces. You don't have to participate in the war. With the strength of our castle, it is enough to destroy the Goblin Kingdom. Tang Xiaofan looked at Olivia and suddenly said, "When breeding the elemental elf Evangeline, did you feel anything special? Can I increase the probability of breeding elemental elves by myself?" Olivia shook her head, indicating that she did not find any special circumstances. In fact, she was a little surprised that she could breed the elemental elf Evangeline. Suddenly, she looked at the flame dragons that were trying to hatch eggs not far away and said, "Since the arrival of these flame dragons, The fire elemental magic power in the castle has skyrocketed several times. Evangeline's breeding may be related to this, because the elf mother tree can absorb the elemental magic power between heaven and earth. Olivia's eyes sparkled as she spoke of this. Lord, do you think that because the mother tree of the elves absorbed too much fire elemental magic, it indirectly bred Evangeline? There should be a certain connection. Tang Xiaofan agreed. After all, Evangeline is a fire elemental elf. Tang Xiaofan said, Olivia, try to actively absorb other elemental magic between heaven and earth, such as the very rich light element in the castle, or even the sacred magic. See if you can breed related elemental elves. Okay, Lord. Olivia agreed immediately. She also looked forward to this conjecture coming true, because once it was true, she would have the relative initiative to hatch elemental spirits. This is very important. After finishing the chat with Olivia, Tang Xiaofan went to check the hatching process of the flame dragons. Under the nourishment of the dragon breath of the 6 flame dragons, the color of the fire dragon eggs became darker, and the red light emitted became stronger and stronger. It seemed that they would hatch soon. This fire dragon egg will hatch tomorrow. Tang Xiaofan did not disturb the flaming dragons, who were trying to hatch the eggs, but turned and left the castle. He was going to find some wild monsters to loosen up his muscles and test his level 11 strength. Now that he has become a high-level warrior, he doesn't have to worry about his own safety. After all, he has the elf mother tree Olivia behind him, and the probability of danger is close to 0. He rejected Jarvis's suggestion, did not wear steel armor, and went out hunting with a long sword. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Tang Xiaofan also returned to the Black Technology Castle on time. There was no blood on his body, and he looked relaxed, as if he had just gone out for a walk. In fact, he killed a lot of wild monsters, and even killed more than a dozen undead. He only took away the soul stones that exploded. As for the scales of wild monsters, he was too lazy to bring them back. At this time, Olivia suddenly flew over, and said to Tang Xiaofan with a serious expression, Lord, you have the mark of the undead on your body. Mark of the undead? Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. What is that? When he went out hunting, Tang Xiaofan did kill some undead, skeleton warriors, ghouls, and corpse-like undead, all of which were very weak. The highest was only elite level, and Tang Xiaofan killed them casually without taking it seriously. Now, he returned to the castle, but Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, said that he had the mark of the undead on his body. This puzzled him, and he didn't understand what the mark of the undead was. Olivia explained, some powerful undead creatures can split their soul fire and create undead marks. They will send the undead marks into the bodies of their subordinates. Once an enemy kills the marked undead, the undead mark will automatically drill into the enemy's body, and the powerful undead creature will also use the connection with the undead mark to hunt down the enemy. But, Tang Xiaofan asked, but what? Olivia asked back, among the undead creatures killed by Lord today, did you find any special undead? Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, just some ordinary undead, nothing special. That's strange. Olivia asked in confusion, undead creatures generally don't give their marks to ordinary undead. After all, it's not an easy task to split the soul fire and create the undead mark. Therefore, the undead mark basically appears on some powerful undead creatures, or those with special abilities. You said that, I didn't pay much attention to it. Tang Xiaofan said, there was an elite ghoul, I slapped it to death. Olivia shook her head and said, that's not clear. Tang Xiaofan walked to the vicinity of the temple, and the holy light emitted by the 18-winged angel statue shone on him. Almost in an instant, a shrill wail sounded faintly from his body, full of pain and despair. Soon, a wisp of gray smoke floated from his body, and then it was directly purified by the holy light. Olivia said, Lord, what was just destroyed by the holy light was the mark of the undead attached to you. Now it has been completely purified and cleared. Without the mark of the undead, that powerful undead creature has lost its target. Even if its target is you, it can no longer lock your exact location. Yes. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, but no matter what, there should be an undead eyeing me. Is that really the case? Olivia was shocked and said, how dare the undead to attack you? Tang Xiaofan looked at the material laboratory, standing not far away. With this building, what else can the undead not dare to do? One of the special effects of this ultimate building is greatly increase the hatred value of the dark and evil camps. The undead are also a force belonging to the evil camp. Tang Xiaofan has reason to suspect that the undead, who appeared in the dense forest, and the owner of the undead mark were attracted by the material laboratory. Tang Xiaofan said, obviously, some undead creatures are planning to attack my castle. Olivia immediately said, "Don't worry, Lord. Olivia will carefully search the thermal range of the castle, and will never let the evil undead get close to your castle." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. If the undead really dares to appear, it will have no way out." Chapter 209. If the master behind the undead mark dares to come to the Black Technology Castle to seek death, then the warriors under his command are enough to purify it into slag. Even if it is a mid to late stage 21st level undead, it will die if it comes to the Black Technology Castle. Now, he has more than 2,000 warriors. If they are fully armed, they are enough to surround and kill the mid to late stage 21st level undead. And if it is a demigod level undead, then he will naturally not be polite, and will use the Terminator to prevent the undead from even having the chance to reincarnate. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan was not worried about the safety of the Black Technology Castle. The advantages of the undead creatures could not be reflected here at all. Tang Xiaofan asked, "Are there any undead nests like the burial ground around this dense forest?" Olivia shook her head to indicate that she had no impression. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. Since it was not on the surface, it should be in the underground world. It happened that at this time, the angel army returned to the Black Technology Castle with a large amount of spoils. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand to call an angel and asked, "Do you remember what happened in the goblin tribe before? When the goblins of your tribe were in the underground world, did they find a large number of undead creatures?" The little angel said respectfully, "There is a level 20 skeleton king in the Tomb of Bones." Tang Xiaofan frowned and said, "Just a level 20 skeleton king?" He thought that the undead, who was targeting him, was at least level 21. Olivia said, "Lord, I don't think it's the skeleton king, it's too weak." "Yes, it's too weak. A mere level 20 peak dared to target the Black Technology Castle. Isn't this just to die?" Tang Xiaofan looked at the little angel and said, "Have the undead from the Tomb of Bones ever invaded your tribe?" The little angel shook his head and said, "Before believing in the Lord, our tribe paid a great price to obtain the protection of a level 20 peak dark dragon. The Dragon Cave of the Dark Dragon is located between our tribe and the Tomb of Bones. The Skeleton King has always been afraid of the Dark Dragon. It and its undead troops dare not approach the Dragon Cave, nor dare to invade our tribe." Tang Xiaofan knew that the Goblin tribe was supporting a Dark Dragon, but until now, the Dark Dragon had not appeared. Could it be killed by the Skeleton King? Both of them were level 20 peak Skeleton Kings, and they were obviously no match for the Dark Dragon. But if the Skeleton King was promoted to level 21 and mastered the domain, the result would be different. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, "Go and pray." "Yes, my lord." The little angel knelt on the ground and said with reverence, "My lord, may the holy light always be there, and may you be eternal." After the little angel left, Olivia said, "Lord, if the owner behind the undead mark is the Skeleton King, then it is very likely that it has already entered the 21st level realm." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, and Olivia agreed with his idea. After all the soldiers in the castle returned, Tang Xiaofan summoned Zhang Yi, and then Tang Xiaofan summoned the great elf Monica and the elf elder Becky. "Lord! Lord!" The warriors and elves gathered and saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully. Tang Xiaofan said to them, "I suspect that the undead are planning to invade our castle. The target may be a bone tomb in the underground world, the Skeleton King who has just entered level 21. Zhang Yi and Monica, you go to the Goblin tribe. Let the goblins lead the way for you." Tang Xiaofan said, "The purpose of this trip is to clean up the bone tomb and the dragon cave on the way. If the dark dragon is still alive, you can deal with it yourself." "Yes, my lord, lord." Zhang Yi and the elves all responded respectfully. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, "Go." "Yes." Zhang Yi went back to organize the team, and soon the soldiers of the First Legion, who had just finished their meal and rested, began to put on their equipment. Monica and Becky saw this scene, and couldn't help but sigh at the strong fighting will of these farmers. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the soldiers of the First Legion were equipped, and the big pelican and the big yellow duck that followed the army were also ready. The two elves followed Zhang Yi, and headed towards the Goblin tribe more than 10 kilometers away. When they appeared again, they had arrived at the Goblin tribe. Not far away, countless flames were blooming. That was the Goblin tribe. The goblins were praying to the statue in the center of the tribe. Dawn and sunset were the prayer time periods for the goblins. They prayed twice a day without fail. You could see that Tang Xiaofan's statue was emitting white light, which was extremely holy. It was the light of faith. This was the devout faith of thousands of goblins, from the Goblin tribe to the Lord. The great elf Monica looked at the giant statue of Tang Xiaofan in surprise and asked, "Has this Goblin tribe also surrendered to the Lord?" Johnny nodded and said, "Under the guidance of the Lord, the goblins of the tribe have found the right faith. Their bodies and souls have been purified, and they are the Lord's devout believers." Monica hesitated. "If we want to believe in the Lord, what should we do? Are you natural elves?" Johnny looked at her, then at the beautiful elf elder Becky, and smiled. "Are you ready?" "Of course." Monica and Becky both nodded, and Johnny said, "Then, from now on, you will pray with us. The Almighty Lord will guide you to find faith. If it is urgent, you can also ask for help from the six-winged angel Tiga in the temple. As the angel of the heart, Tiga's main job is to spread faith for the Lord. We can do it." The great elves Monica and Becky quickly and tactfully refused. They did not want to be forced to believe. They believed that with their loyalty to the Lord and the power of pursuing faith, it would not be difficult to become the Lord's believers. Okay. Johnny did not force it, and then a group of warriors and elves flew into the goblin tribe. Not long after, the team set out again, with a few more goblins with fanatical expressions, like pilgrims, leading the way in front. In the Black Technology Castle, dozens of elves gathered under the elf mother tree, as if they were building a wooden house. 6 huge flame dragons, still working hard to hatch the Fire Dragon King eggs. A little further away were 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves that had all entered level 18. They stayed far away from the dragons, and did not dare to approach. They also crawled on the ground, making strange noises in their mouths, as if they were praying. On the other side, the farmers finished a busy day, and were having fun in the city. Because of the existence of the entertainment researcher, there are now many more entertainment projects in the city, which makes the elves and angels envious, but they dare not approach. In short, all the creatures in the castle are very busy. Tang Xiaofan is not idle. He is counting today's harvest. Chapter 210. Tang Xiaofan happily counted the harvest, a total of more than 1,300 soul stones. 2 blueprints. The soul stones were stored by Tang Xiaofan. The blueprints were also identified. They were very ordinary blueprints. They did not bring Tang Xiaofan any surprises. They could be used 100 times. One blueprint could build a circle of walls around the entire direct area. This one was thrown directly into the backpack. It was completely useless. The other blueprint was a residential blueprint. It could be used to build residential buildings. After using it, one could obtain 100 residential buildings neatly arranged together. However, there are already a lot of residential buildings in Tang Xiaofan's castle, as well as a lot of dormitory buildings, personal residences, etc. He had Jarvis plan the city layout and fill the inner city. Anyway, there is no need for residential buildings now, so it is not a problem to accommodate the soldiers in the castle. As for the wall drawings, Tang Xiaofan does not need them, because the Black Technology Castle already has walls. He put the drawings on the trading channel. Now, the Castle Lord has more and more drawings in his hands. As the size and strength of the Castle Lord's troops increase, the probability of getting blueprints is also increasing. Of course, not all Castle Lords are so lucky to get blueprints, so far, the value of blueprints is still very high and very popular. Tang Xiaofan's price is not bad, it is a little higher than the normal market price. I believe that soon a Castle Lord will buy the wall blueprint. So far, Tang Xiaofan has posted more than 200,000 units of food on the trading channel. There has been no large-scale exchange yet, and it is clear that the Castle Lords are still not short of food. However, Tang Xiaofan is not in a hurry. Anyway, the food on the trading channel will not rot or deteriorate. Moreover, if it cannot be sold now, it does not mean that it cannot be sold in the future. At this time, Tang Xiaofan seemed to think of something. Summon a little elf. The elf was summoned by Tang Xiaofan and quickly jumped over and asked happily, "Lord, what do you want?" Tang Xiaofan asked, "How do you elves solve the diet? Do you eat meat?" "Lord, elves don't eat meat." The elf tilted his head and thought for a while, and said, "Elves usually eat fresh fruits, honey, and we can solve it ourselves, Lord, don't worry." "So good." Tang Xiaofan smiled and touched the elf's head. But then, he said to the elf, "You can try to eat in the cafeteria. There are not only various fruits and sweets, but also other foods and various snacks. The chef is very powerful, and has very good skills." "Yes, I tell my mother and other sisters." The elf narrowed his eyes happily, and then bowed respectfully. "Thank you, respected lord." In the underground world, time passed quickly, and the warriors and the 2 elves quickly shuttled through the underground world. Their goal was very clear, and under the guidance of the goblin believers, they went straight to the Tomb of Bones. On the way, they passed the Dragon Cave, but found that the surroundings were in a mess, and everything was charred at a glance. There were many exploded stones nearby, scattered on the ground, and pieces of broken bones were hidden in the ruins. Within a radius of several thousand meters, there was a strong mixture of darkness and the spirit of the dead. A fierce battle took place here. The two sides of the battle were dark creatures and undead creatures. The great elf Monica said, "The dragon cave is empty. The dark dragon may have fallen, and was killed by the skeleton king in the tomb of bones. Just take a look and you will know." Take a look? The eyes of all the warriors fell on the great elf Monica. Becky also looked over curiously. It was unknown how long the battle had been over. "How can we see this?" The great elf Monica waved her hands, and drew a wonderful line in the air with her hands. She read the divine words with a solemn expression. The elves' eyes are not hindered by the illusory time and space, and can see through all the fog. So, the long river of time and space automatically appears in front of the elves. Accompanied by the divine arts released by the great elf Monica, endless light rain fell from the void. The void began to twist as the light rain passed, and soon, it seemed as if time and space were reversed. The things in front of the warrior and the elf suddenly changed into another scene. Dense undead creatures suddenly appeared around them, blocking the dragon cave not far away. In the sky, there was a dark dragon with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters roaring. In front of the dragon was a tall skeleton undead, with a golden skeleton all over his body. The black dragon and the golden skeleton fought in the sky. The battle was extremely fierce. After a while, the surrounding scene changed again. The huge dark dragon fell in a pool of blood, and the golden skeleton stood beside its body, enjoying the cheers and worship of the undead army. At this time, a human in a black robe came out. He waved the bone staff in his hand, and the dark dragon's body began to tremble. The flesh on the surface of the body quickly rotted, and finally only a blood-red dragon skeleton was left. Soon, the giant dragon skeleton stood up, and in its hollow eye sockets, there was a green soul fire. "Success? My bone dragon." The black-robed human hurriedly saluted the golden skeleton and said respectfully, "Even Tang Xiaofan from the Black Technology Castle can't resist your army, and will become a ruin under your feet. As long as you destroy the Black Technology Castle, get the artifact in the castle, you will definitely be able to become the ruler of the underground world and establish a great undead empire." The scene disappeared, and the black-robed human, the bone dragon, the golden skeleton, and the undead all over the mountains and plains all disappeared. The insidious and cunning disloyal person. John Eyre roared, his body filled with strong murderous aura. Not only did he call the master's name directly, but he also used an unknown artifact to guide the skeleton king to attack the master's castle. "Damn it!" Becky said strangely. "That human looks like the master of the castle." Generally, only the master of the castle knows the master's real name. John Eyre waved the giant sword in his hand, and said angrily, "Then he deserves to be killed." The dark underground world. The Lord said that all disloyal people can only wash their sins with blood. John Eyre immediately issued an order, "Follow the guidance of the holy light, attack the undead in the tomb of bones, purify those evil creatures, and eliminate those disloyal people who have fallen into darkness and the undead camp. Praise the Almighty Lord." The warriors did not hesitate, and immediately caught up with the goblins in front and ran forward. The great elf Monica and the elf elder Becky also hurriedly followed. The Alliance of Gods, internal chat group, brothers and sisters. "Brother, I'm rich, haha." "What the hell? What did you do to become rich? Did you pick up a magic weapon while walking? Get lost." "Brother Zheng, I remember your castle is in the underground world. Could it be that you caught the dark elf?" "Brother Zheng, are you trying to be the second Tang Xiaofan? It seems that in the surface world, apart from Tang Xiaofan and the elf garden, no castle owner has ever had an elf in his hand." Chapter 211. Dark elves love shadow assassinations, which are not as good as natural elves. I also think natural elves are better. I saw a natural elf a few days ago, as beautiful as a fairy, but unfortunately her strength is too strong, I dare not even approach her. Brothers, when you grow up, you will understand what a man's love is. Where is Lao Zheng? I didn't pick up the artifact, nor did I catch the dark elf, but haha, you know nothing. Do you know bone dragons? I teamed up with a level 21 skeleton king from the local forces, and hunted a peak level 20 dark dragon. Then I transformed the corpse of the black dragon into a bone dragon. It won't take long. After my bone dragon devours enough soul fire, it will be promoted to level 21. What is Tang Xiaofan? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm planning to deal with Tang Xiaofan now. With a level 21 skeleton king, and its tens of thousands of undead troops, it won't take long for me to push down the Black Technology Castle. For a moment, the top castle lords in the Gods Alliance were all shocked. A level 21 skeleton king, tens of thousands of undead soldiers, and a level 20 peak bone dragon together besieged the Black Technology Castle. This news was even more shocking than the hundreds of castle lords in the Anti-Demon Alliance gathering to besiege the Black Technology Castle. Add to this powerful evil force. It seems that Tang Xiufan will have a hard time. They felt that even if there was a level 21 elf sitting in Tang Xiufan's castle, it would be difficult to resist the siege of the undead army. Damn it, old Zheng, is it true or false? Of course it's true. What good is there in lying to you? Just wait, in 2 days at most, the Black Technology Castle will be reduced to ruins by the sweep of my undead army. No, Tang Xiufan will definitely die in my hands first. That's for sure. Top-level troops, growth potential at the peak of level 21, and I have discussed with the Skeleton King that with his help, the Bone Dragon can be promoted to level 21. At that time, 2 level 21 undead will join forces. Even if there is a level 21 natural elf in Tang Xiufan's castle, it must die. Seeing such a message reply, the top castle lords in the alliance were even more shocked. At the same time, many castle lords were very excited. Although they had no hatred with Tang Xiufan, they hoped that Tang Xiufan would be eliminated. Because as long as the Black Technology Castle was destroyed, the mountain pressing on their heads would be gone. They no longer had to worry about being attacked by Tang Xiufan's demon army in the future. To put it more seriously, once Tang Xiufan dies, the whole world will be safe. Fuck you, Brother Zheng. You have become so awesome in the blink of an eye. How did you cooperate with the local Skeleton King? And where did you get the skill of transforming a bone dragon from? Hee, I can't tell you how we cooperated. As for the skill of transforming a bone dragon, it comes from a skill blueprint in a special blueprint. During the Battle of the Beast Tide, I revealed that skill blueprint, called the Skeleton Undead Transformation Technique. As long as it is a skeleton-like undead, I can transform it. There are actually such drawings? There are so many types of drawings, all kinds of them. Brother Zheng, you are really going to be rich this time. The transformation of skeleton undead is a perfect match made in heaven. I want to curry favor with you. By the way, Lao Zheng, why do you want to provoke Tang Xiufan? If you fail, you will be in big trouble. Some people express their concerns. With Lao Zheng's current strength, he is enough to suppress any lord of a level castle. The 9 counselors of the Gods Alliance are probably not his opponents. After all, he has an ally, the 21st level Skeleton King, and a bone dragon that is about to be promoted to 21st level. Who is his opponent? As long as he takes advantage of this, his castle power will surely be able to expand wildly, and it may not be impossible to surpass Tang Xiufan in the future. It is unwise to provoke Tang Xiufan now. If he succeeds, it will be fine. If he fails, tut-tut. You don't understand. I want to use that Skeleton King. I want to use that idiot. If it and Tang Xiufan both lose, then I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If it fails, then I will withdraw immediately and take over its territory, the Tomb of Bones. No matter what, I will win. As for Tang Xiufan, I am not worried at all. My castle is in the underground world, and he can't threaten me. He can't find the location of my castle at all. Hee, not bad. I can really deal with him. As long as you operate properly, you can make money. Old Zheng, it's okay. Don't forget your brothers when you become rich. Do you remember the last time you participated in the auction of Tang Xiufan's Skeleton Warrior's architectural drawings? Although someone else got it in the end, I still borrowed your soul stone. Of course, I will return it double. I remember you. Ha, ha ha, don't remember such trivial things. Wait, I go and see. While chatting, old Zheng suddenly went offline. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiufan looked at the message forwarded by Bear Grylls in the friend column. The information was the chat record of the top castle masters of the Alliance of Gods. The protagonist, Lao Zheng, was highlighted by Bear Grylls. Bear Grylls' expression was solemn. You have to be careful. He felt that if it was really as Lao Zheng said, 2 level 21 undead led an army of undead to besiege Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle, it might be possible to succeed. Although Bear Grylls wanted to surpass Tang Xiufan all the time, he did not want Tang Xiufan to end his career. He also planned to unite Tang Xiufan's demon army to enter the imperial power in the central area of the government after establishing the dynasty. Why do I feel like you are a spy I planted in the Alliance of Gods? Looking at the message sent by Tang Xiufan, the expression on Bear's cold face was slightly stunned. Then he gritted his teeth. I am helping you. How dare you say that to me? How can I be a spy? I am a member of the Alliance of Gods. Thank you. Humph. Bear said helplessly. If it really doesn't work, you can move the castle and rebuild your power in other areas. This is a good idea, and it can also avoid the Anti-Demon Alliance's plan to gather and besiege your castle. Tang Xiaofan replied, Why do we need to move? My demon team has already killed their way there. Tang Xiaofan looked at the time and said, We were on the way half an hour ago, and now we should be fighting soon. Is my reminder a bit redundant? Yeah. In the ancient giant Bear Castle, Bear opened the internal information of the Gods Alliance and looked at the last chat record sent by Lao Zheng. After that, there was no news from Lao Zheng. Is this guy really going to die? 20 level Skeleton King, level 20 Peak Bone Dragon, and an army of tens of thousands of undead. Tang Xiaofan's demons can actually win. How powerful is this? Under the cover of the blood moon, Bear, standing on the balcony on the top floor of the castle, took a deep breath. Chapter 212. It seems that every other day, Tang Xiaofan's castle strength will surge. And every time, his assessment of Tang Xiaofan's strength is wrong and seriously underestimated. It seems that our Gods Alliance will lose another top castle lord. Beiyi sighed, then shook his head, and didn't take it to heart. For him, the castle forces destroyed by Tang Xiaofan are not worthy of his sympathy, even if they are members of the same alliance. Do as much as you can. Overestimating yourself, you will always have to pay the price for doing something wrong. And the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle. I hope you can wake up. The underground world, at a glance, the underground space world with a radius of dozens of kilometers is covered with bones from various creatures, which makes people feel cold all over. In the center of the underground space, there is a stone platform about 100 meters high. There are steps on all four sides of the stone platform. Walking up the steps and standing on the top of the stone platform is a palace made of bones. Skeleton Palace. In the base camp of the 21st level gold skeleton, you can see a large number of undead standing around the stone platform. The vast majority are skeleton-like undead, such as skeleton warriors, skeleton knights, skeleton mages, etc. There are also a small number of other types of undead, such as rotten zombies, ghouls, etc. There are also gargoyles and ghosts in the sky. This scene looks extremely creepy. At this time, a group of warriors covered in steel armor appeared in this underground space. Along with them came overwhelming artillery fire. This was a powerful artillery fire. Wherever the artillery fire passed, all the undead creatures were instantly purified, and even the darkness and undead breath floating in the air were bombed clean. Skeletons, zombies, and other undead creatures. No one could withstand the missile attacks from the warriors and the artillery attacks from the big yellow duck. Even the undead creatures at the 20th level soon turned into wisps of gray smoke and dissipated under the bombardment of artillery fire. Fire and explosion are fatal to the undead, no matter what kind of bones. No matter how strong the skeleton is, facing the hot shells, it can only turn into a pile of flying ash. Add to that the huge firing rate of the big yellow duck's aircraft cannon, and the masts and oars will be reduced to ashes in a moment of laughter. The soldiers advance forward with overwhelming artillery fire, like a raging fire. Accompanied by the falling of artillery fire and the shining of explosions, the undead creatures in the underground space fell in groups, and dense stone oak ghosts, and flying skeleton undead surrounded and killed the soldiers from high altitude. Their only advantage is that they are numerous, tens of thousands. Unfortunately, this can't change anything. The warriors' attack methods are not complicated. The simple missile attack makes the flames illuminate the entire underground space. Under the bombardment of artillery fire, countless undeads were turned to ashes in an instant. Even their soul fire could not be preserved, and was completely purified by the high temperature caused by the explosion. A rough estimate is that at least tens of thousands of undead creatures were killed instantly, so that the warriors present received huge experience rewards. Damn it! On the top of the stone platform, inside the Skeleton King Palace, the Golden Skeleton King was furious. In the hall, the black-robed human was trembling. He was old Zheng, who appeared in the internal information of the Alliance of Gods. He held a bone staff in his hand, and he was terrified. He couldn't believe that he and the Skeleton King had not yet attacked Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, but Tang Xiaofan's demons attacked first. When those demons appeared, he almost suspected that he had seen a ghost. It was too weird. Until now, he still couldn't figure out how Tang Xiaofan knew this place, and he came directly to kill him, not giving him any chance or time to prepare. Lao Zheng hurriedly said to the Skeleton King, "Please take action yourself and kill the Black Technology Castle immediately to get the artifact." Artifact? Behind the empty eye sockets of the golden skull was a green soul fire. It stared at Lao Zheng coldly and said, cunning human undead magician, you attracted these evil creatures? It's unfair. Your Majesty the Skeleton King, it wasn't me. Old Zheng screamed, not to mention that it wasn't him. Even if it was, he couldn't admit it. The Skeleton King in front of him was cruel and ruthless, and he was the kind of pure undead creature that was evil from head to toe, and even to the soul. Not only would he kill him, but he would also eat his soul. How could he admit it? Old Zheng screamed in horror. Your Majesty the Skeleton King, my loyalty to you is more dazzling than the light of the blood moon. If you are not sure, why don't we retreat first? There is no reason for the powerful undead warriors to retreat. The golden skeleton stood up from the throne, picked up a big knife, and walked straight out of the hall. Human undead magician, take your bone dragon and follow me to meet the enemy, and raise the glorious battle flag of my skeleton undead clan. Its body was several meters high, and it seemed to make the entire skeleton palace tremble when it walked. Lao Zheng hurriedly followed behind, but his eyes were peeking around. Damn the undead warriors, he was not an undead. The only thing he wanted to do now was to escape, so as not to be caught by those demons and blasted into slag. Banner of glory? How can there be glory when you have become an undead? He sneered. Unfortunately, he thought too much. The golden skeleton king seemed to know that he was going to run away, so he grabbed him and threw him on the back of the bone dragon. Then he used his powerful soul power to temporarily seize control of the bone dragon. Kill! The golden skeleton king roared, crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, raised the big knife in his hand, and slashed at the soldiers. The bone dragon also flapped its bone wings and came across. Only Lao Zheng, who was lying on the back of the bone dragon, was so scared that his face turned green. He wanted to jump down to escape, but found that the bone dragon released the power of the 20th level of the undead to suppress him. It was obvious. There was still a strong hatred in its soul fire. Damn it. I didn't kill you, why did you trap me? Lao Zheng felt so wronged. In the distance, the golden skeleton king was fighting with the demon team. Dozens of warriors, plus the elf elder Becky, joined hands to besiege the golden skeleton king at the early stage of the 21st level. As for the great elf Monica, she stood in the distance and did not directly participate in the battle. She wanted to give the special energy to kill the enemy to the warriors, and Becky to help them become stronger. If a warrior is in danger, she will help. Buzz. After the battle lasted for a long time, the golden skeleton king found that he could not do anything to these steel creatures that had not yet been promoted to level 20. This won't do. It immediately released the 21st level domain, accompanied by a black light sweeping across. The space within hundreds of meters was covered by the black light, and at the same time, countless gray tentacles appeared in the golden skeleton king's domain. This is the touch of the dead. It can devour the souls of creatures, evil and powerful. Unknown magnetic field discovered. Chapter 213. Instantly, electric current appeared on the warrior's steel armor to resist the touch of the evil undead. At the same time, Johnny also began to display his fighting skills. Suddenly, a stream of light, flashing red light, appeared beside the golden skeleton king, and the missiles of other warriors began to bombard the golden skeleton king. The palm cannons were also fully opened. The other warriors and the big yellow duck began to clear the field. Only the elf elder Becky was a little confused. What should she do? Boom! Instantly, a brilliant explosion bloomed in the undead realm, and all the evil undead touches were annihilated. The powerful 21st level realm of the golden skeleton king collapsed directly. The powerful concentrated fire attack, the power of the micro missiles increased dramatically, so powerful that it was terrifying. The concentrated attack power directly entered the level of posing a fatal threat to the 21st level strongman. It can even be compared to the attack of the middle or even late 21st level strongman. The golden skeleton king had just entered the 21st level realm not long ago, and the undead realm was only initially perfected. Under the concentrated attack of dozens of soldiers' micro-missiles, its undead domain collapsed instantly. A huge explosion erupted on its body, and at the same time, countless undead tentacles, like demon tentacles, were instantly annihilated by the powerful current released by the steel armor. Then, the 21st level domain of the golden skeleton king also vanished. Even its body, which was like a skeleton made of pure gold, was like being doused with strong sulfuric acid under the dual attack of missiles and electric currents. The whole body was emitting gunpowder and thick gray smoke. Ah! The golden skeleton king screamed in pain. After being an undead for thousands of years, he finally realized what pain was. This was an extremely novel feeling. But it was unbearable, because the source of the severe pain was not the body. Its body was just a skeleton, ready to be used. It would not feel the slightest if it was completely broken. The severe pain came from the soul. Its soul was under a powerful attack. There was a terrible force tearing its soul apart and forcibly erasing its soul power. The high temperature and heat caused by the missile explosion, under the double superposition of high voltage current, caused extremely terrifying high temperature, and this high temperature has the taste of annihilation. Now, the Golden Skeleton King is filled with high temperature and current all over his body. His body and soul are gradually disintegrating due to the strong invasion of high temperature current. The body is fine. The tomb of bones is full of bones. It only needs to use the power of the undead to condense a new Skeleton King body for itself. But the soul is the root of the undead. The soul collapsed, and the undead also had to die. And it was not just the Golden Skull Jade that was screaming and wailing. Almost all the undead in the entire underground space were covered by powerful artillery fire. At the same time, Jarvis also borrowed the power of high voltage current to turn other warriors into human-shaped thunderstorm machines, bursting with powerful currents. Those weak undead creatures didn't even have the chance to scream and wail. Instantly turned into ashes, and their souls were annihilated. Skeleton warriors, skeleton knights, rotten zombies, stone oak ghosts, were swept away by lightning and artillery fire, and disappeared in large numbers. In the blink of an eye, there was only one undead creature left in the entire tomb of bones, and that was the Golden Skeleton King. Lao Zhang's level 20 peak bone dragon was swept by the fire of the big yellow duck's high-speed close-defense gun and disintegrated directly in the sky, without even a chance to reassemble. Because its soul fire was completely purified, but this also helped him. Previously, the bone dragon released the power of the undead to bind him on its back and let him escape. Now the bone dragon's soul is annihilated, the body collapses, and he is free again. Old Zheng fell directly from a high altitude into the bone pit. Chow! Old Zheng turned over and climbed up, cursed inwardly, and quickly stood up to leave. To be honest, the death of the bone dragon made him very sad. After all, it was a peak level 20 bone dragon, and it was about to enter the 21st level. What a powerful combat power it was! However, the bone dragon was blown to pieces by Tang Xiufan's demon before he could even warm it up in his hands. His whole face was twitching with heartache, but his life was the most important thing after all. Besides, as long as he was alive, with the undead magic he mastered, he could have as many bone dragons as he wanted when the castle's power developed. He would never lose his mind because of the heartache. On the contrary, he had to be thankful that the bone dragon was dead, otherwise he would be trapped on the back of the bone dragon and might be killed by Tang Xiufan's demons in seconds. Damn it! Why is Tang Xiufan's demon so abnormal? Even the Skeleton King who has entered level 21 is not their opponent. Also, who the hell said that Tang Xiufan only has 1 or 200 level demons under his command? Crap! Tang Xiufan has at least more than 1,000 demons, and each of them is extremely powerful. They only use a dozen demons, powerful enough to kill the 20-level Skeleton King in seconds. Old Zheng looked back at the battlefield behind him, then turned around and ran, quickly leaving this underground space full of bones. Finally escaped alive. Old Zheng saw that there were no demons chasing him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the internal information group of the Alliance of Gods, where there were many top castle lords. He wanted to tell everyone the truth and expose Tang Xiufan's true strength, but in the end, he didn't do it, because he felt so ashamed that he couldn't bring himself to speak. A few minutes ago, he was still vowing to conquer Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle, but what happened? The Tomb of Bones was swept by Tang Xiufan's demons, and tens of thousands of undead souls were purified. Even his most proud bone dragon was swept by the artillery fire, and disintegrated directly in the sky, dying clearly. He greatly underestimated the power of Tang Xiufan's demons, and also greatly overestimated his own ability, which made him too embarrassed to speak in the internal information group of the Alliance. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Tang Xiufan. I will come back one day. Old Zheng thought bitterly, and at this moment, he shuddered for no reason. He felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by some terrible creature. He tightly grasped the bone staff, and suddenly swung it behind him, but found that he missed. Behind him, there was nothing except a dark cave leading to the Tomb of Bones. Am I overthinking? Old Zheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't dare to stay for long and quickly fled to his castle. He made up his mind to prepare the castle's troops and supplies immediately after returning to the castle, and escape to the underground world with the heart of the castle. Before he fully grew up, he would never collide with Tang Xiufan again. At this time, he had already recognized himself. When he returned, he would definitely make Tang Xiufan pay 100 times or 1,000 times the price. To eliminate the hatred in his heart, in the Tomb of Bones, the army of the undead was completely wiped out by artillery fire. Whether it was undead creatures, like skeletons or ghosts and undead spirits, they were all killed by artillery fire, and even the darkness and undead breath that originally filled the underground space were swept away. Being in it, people feel the smoke of gunpowder, but it is particularly warm. Chapter 214. Of course, it is impossible to feel warm in a burial ground. It can only be said that the smell of gunpowder is engraved into the bones of human beings. It is a kind of worship of violence. Fearless of everything, gods, demons, and monsters, everything is gray under the coverage of cannons. These warriors who came from farmers are used to powerful artillery experiments in the Black Technology Castle. Their worship of firepower has become as blind as their belief in Tankseofan. Damn it! The sound of pain was heard in the formation. It was the 21st level Golden Skull Jade. In the entire Tomb of Bones, it was the only one still alive, and still persisting. After all, it was a 21st level undead creature that had mastered the domain. It was not easy to kill it. Kill! The Golden Skull King forcibly mobilized the power of the undead in his body to protect his soul source. At the same time, he raised the big knife in his hand and slashed out a black knife light that was tens of meters long, instantly slashing at the soldiers. The power of this black knife light was so great that even the void seemed to be cut open, and all the artillery fire and lightning were divided wherever it passed, and even the soldiers' palm cannons were split open. It was impossible to resist. This was the strongest attack of the Golden Skeleton King, the Undead Slash. A 21st level single target attack skill, the lethality was even stronger than its own undead domain. The undead domain was shattered, and it was difficult to reunite in a short time. So the Golden Skeleton King used a killing move. He tried to defeat the warriors one by one in this way, but he was overthinking it. Ding! John Eyre raised his arm, ignoring the opponent's fierce knife, and blocked the knife with the protection of one arm. There was a loud bang. The black blade light exploded directly after hitting John Eyre's armor, and it could not be shaken. The essence of the steel armor is based on Jarvis's high-tech titanium alloy. The stronger the defense of this alloy, the stronger it is, and it can withstand all powerful attacks. It was unscathed when facing the attack of Thor. Equipment of this strength is simply not something that the Golden Skeleton King, who has just entered the 21st level, can break. It can't even shake it. Roar! The Golden Skeleton King was very angry, and roared at the warriors again. Its roar was like a powerful beast, full of anger and shock to the enemy's soul. Any creature below level 21 would be affected and fearful. Its trick was useless to the warriors. This kind of sound attack was not enough for Jarvis' control. He directly helped the warriors to block out the sound. The unfaithful of the undead race. Don't struggle anymore, your fate has already been determined. John Eyre opened his arms, and began to charge the light cannon on his chest. The Golden Skeleton King said angrily, "Alien rulers, I have lived for thousands of years, and have never seen you on the continent of gods and demons." The light cannon on John Eyre's chest was charging rapidly, constantly gathering powerful energy. He looked down at the Golden Skeleton King. "We are creatures created by the omnipotent Lord of Angels. Our duty is to punish the disobedient, and redeem the souls of heretics. My soul does not need to be saved." The Golden Skeleton King's voice was cold. In the hollow eye sockets, a green soul fire burned. But the next second, it turned and ran. Without hesitation, Monica, the great elf far away from the battlefield, was stunned. The Golden Skeleton King, a 20-level undead warrior, was just brave and fearless, and the huge contrast made her a little confused. "You can't escape, disloyal." John Eyre's chest cannon was fully charged, and he directly released a powerful attack. The Lord said that light covers the world, and evil and dark creatures have nowhere to escape. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling white light shot out from the arc reactor on John Eyre's chest, covering the Golden Skeleton King. The Golden Skeleton King's figure suddenly stopped and began to melt visibly. It was not only the body that melted, but also its soul. Disloyal without faith. Death is your destination. The flames will purify your filthy body and redeem your soul. In an instant, a huge flame ignited, covering the Golden Skeleton King's entire body, burning fiercely. This is a high-energy light column that can confirm all the dark and evil forces, doubling the damage to undead creatures. No! The Golden Skeleton King screamed uncontrollably again. Its body, its soul, the burning of the light column, the pain in its deep soul was unbearable even for it, and it screamed that shook the entire underground space. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from the body and soul bound by the light column. It was extremely powerful, and released its soul power without reservation. In the blink of an eye, it really broke free a little, but it was unable to escape immediately, because the power of the light column was extremely strong, and it was fixed in both space and time. Damn it! You demons from another world, and the human in the demon castle. I won't let you go. The Golden Skeleton King fought desperately. It detonated half of its soul, released a terrifying force, forcibly broke the light column that bound it, and then fled far away, with the flame still burning on its body. It was like a fireman in the air, moving away quickly. Chest cannon! Fire! John Eyre shouted, and the chest cannons of other soldiers had been charged. Following closely, more than a dozen soldiers present chanted, chest cannon. Fire! Instantly, a beam of light shot out from the chest of each warrior. The beams of light gathered in the sky, and under the control of Jarvis, they quickly condensed into a series of lightsabers, stabbing at the Golden Skeleton King who was fleeing far away. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the Golden Skeleton King was directly chopped and exploded, with no resistance at all, and its soul was also annihilated in an instant. It died very cleanly. As strong as the Golden Skeleton King, a 21st level undead creature, it was difficult to resist the joint attack of the warriors. Although there were only a dozen warriors cooperating, the so-called 21st level strongman was vulnerable to the black technology brought by Jarvis. That is because the Golden Skeleton King, as an undead creature, has extremely strong vitality. If it were an ordinary level 21 strongman, he would have been killed by the warriors long ago. When the Golden Skeleton King was killed, many warriors showed golden light. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to advance to level 21. John Eyre did not advance and remained at level 21. Even if he broke through the Tomb of Bones, killed tens of thousands of undead creatures, and killed the peak level 20 bone dragon, the Golden Skeleton King of level 21. The huge energy value reward, even if shared by all the warriors, is not enough to help John Eyre advance. Many of the warriors present have all entered the 20th level. Other warriors are at different levels in the middle and late stages. At this time, a strong breath suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of the warriors. They looked up and found that the source of the breath was not the great elf Monica, but the elf elder Becky who participated in the battle with them. At this time, the golden light on Becky's body had disappeared, but her level had entered the 21st level. Chapter 215. John 12 whispered, "If there is another level 21 undead spirit, I can also be promoted to level 21. John 18 smiled and said, "I have seen the scene of our promotion to level 21. It is not far away." "Yeah." 6 John 12 nodded. In this war, only he and John 18's levels did not change. Always at the peak of level 20. But it does not mean that they have not improved. They can all clearly feel that the door to level 21 has been opened for them. It won't be long before they can be promoted to level 21. And for them, the shackles of realm do not exist. At least before the level reaches the limit of growth potential, their path to promotion is smooth and unobstructed. This is the castle troops, one of the advantages of surpassing local creatures. If there is no such advantage, or if the troops need to rely on their own understanding to break through the realm, then it is impossible for the castle to compete with the local forces in a short time. Just the breakthrough of the realm is enough to suppress the castle forces for at least 100 years. Fortunately, before reaching the limit of growth potential, the castle lord's troops are not restricted by realm. As long as they kill enemies and obtain a large amount of energy, the castle troops can be promoted all the way until they reach the limit of potential. This is also the fundamental reason why the castle lords dare to brag and attack the central area of the god and demon continent in the near future. The castle lords are quite confident that as long as they continue to recruit troops and quickly improve the strength of the troops, they can attack the local empire in the central area in a short time. Whether it is the human empire, the natural elf empire, or the beastman king court, the dwarf empire, or the dragon empire, all are their targets of attack. No power can stop the lord of the castle whose desires are infinitely indulged. Even Tang Xiaofan. He can't ignore the ambition of attacking the central area, but he doesn't care about the upgrade of his troops. Instead, he stands at a higher level and uses technology to crush the local forces. This upgrade is more of a self-entertainment for the soldiers, just like men always want to compete with their muscles. Congratulations. After the elf elder Becky completed the breakthrough, the warriors came forward to express their congratulations to her. Thank you. Becky was a little embarrassed, and her beautiful cheeks flushed slightly. The warriors had been working hard in this battle, but she couldn't help it all, and she was just paddling until the end of the battle. She said she was embarrassed now. The great elf Monica flew over and said with a smile, After all, you have entered the 21st level, and your value will soon be reflected. Yes. Elven Elder Becky nodded, and she vowed that she would do her best to serve the Lord in the future. Monica looked at John Eyre and asked, "Are you ready to return to the Black Technology Castle?" John Eyre smiled and said, "No hurry. First clean up the battlefield, then destroy a castle force, and then return after the end." "Which castle force?" Monica was a little confused. John Eyre said, "A warrior has already gone ahead to investigate. We are waiting for his news." The great elf Monica nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Through this battle, she realized how powerful the peasants under the Lord were. In another underground space, there was a gray-black castle, guarded by a large number of undead creatures inside and outside. Finally back. Old Zheng, wearing a black robe, appeared outside the castle. After fleeing for more than 10 kilometers, he finally returned to his castle. Thinking of today's experience, he felt really scared. But at least, he came back alive. The moment he saw the castle, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cunning disloyalty. "Is this your castle?" Suddenly, Lao Zheng's scalp tightened and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He turned his head stiffly, and saw a man in red steel armor walking out of the void. What shocked him was that the figure of this warrior was so blurry, as if he didn't exist in this world. Puff! Lu ran, a flash of white light, his head suddenly flew up, he stared at the world turning with wide eyes, he died with eyes wide open. Before he died, a voice burst out from his trembling teeth, "Devil!" Old Zheng died with eyes wide open. The castle was right in front of him, but he died at the gate of the castle. He even had a plan. After returning to the castle, he would immediately summon the castle troops, coordinate the materials, and then flee with the heart of the castle, away from this area, to other underground spaces to redevelop. As a result, he was gone before he even got home. He never thought that there was a warrior who could travel through the void following him. And that warrior was wearing the same armor as other warriors. This shocked him, and made him unbelievable. If I had known this would happen, I should have exposed Tang Xiufan's true strength. It would alert the top castle lords of the Alliance. It would also warn the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance not to give away lives and experience to help Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle become more powerful. This was the thought that came to Lao Deng's mind when he was dying. But now, it was too late to say anything. The warrior who followed him suddenly attacked and killed him instantly. He had no time to open the internal information of the Alliance, let alone send a message. "I hope the Anti-Demon Alliance can be more powerful. Even if it can't defeat Tang Xiufan's demon team, it can cause enough damage to Tang Xiufan. Lao He, it's up to you." As the thought fell, Lao Zheng's headless body fell to the ground. At the same time, a blue blueprint fell from his body. The warrior who followed him picked it up and put it in his arms, and then gave it to the Lord after returning to the castle. He looked up at the gray-black castle not far away. At this time, the undead in the castle were in chaos. Because they sensed the fall of the Lord of the castle, their loyalty dropped madly. The skeleton wizard and the skeleton warrior were the first to defect. They were not the castle soldiers recruited by the army building, but the undead subordinates resurrected by Lao Zheng using the undead magic skeleton undead transformation technique. When the soul controller fell, the imprint of the spirit and soul automatically dissipated. After the skeleton mages and skeleton warriors regained their freedom, they naturally fled without hesitation. However, they did not escape far. Soon, the warriors who followed them almost killed the rebellious skeleton mages, skeleton warriors, and other undead creatures in 2 rounds. Because the warrior who followed them was the Terminator guide, who had shocked the elves and released the first big mushroom. After he released a mushroom, he was recruited into the team by John Eyre. He could not release mushrooms at ordinary times, so he began to try combat training. Unexpectedly, after training, it was discovered that as a guide, he was born with the ability to be invisible, and it was the kind of invisibility that shuttled through space. After wearing the Mark armor, he could fight alone. So, as a scout, he was sent to follow Lao Zheng. Chapter 216. Finally, the remaining undead soldiers in the castle gathered together and prepared to attack the guide. The Dullahan is a serious class-level soldier, and its growth potential can reach the early stage of level 21, or even the middle stage of level 21. Among the undead soldiers such as cavalry, it seems that only the Death Knight is stronger than the Dullahan. After all, a head has more brains than a headless one. Of course, this is a joke. The Death Knight is stronger than the Dullahan, and it has nothing to do with the fact that they have an extra head. There is a difference between the 2 undead creatures and the origin of the soul of the undead. In addition, the Nightmare Beast, the mount of the Death Knight, is also stronger. In short, the Headless Knight is 2 levels lower. But no matter what, the Headless Knight is also a real top-level soldier, and its strength is definitely not weak. At this moment, there are as many as 70 or 80 Headless Knights gathered at the gate of the castle. They assembled into an offensive charging formation. Standing in the front, behind them are nearly 10 level 18 Headless Knights. The further back, the lower the level of the Headless Knight, the higher the level, and the stronger the strength. Roar! Nearly 80 Headless Knights shook their soul power and roared silently. Then, they all emitted black light, forming chains of undead that connected them all together. At this moment, they burst out with a momentum as high as the peak of level 20, because they were no longer scattered individuals, and the power of all Headless Knights was integrated into a whole, bursting out with even more powerful power. The Headless Knights also concentrated their powerful power on one point, which was their racial talent and their most powerful ability. Disloyal. Incorrigible. The guide snorted coldly, his cold visor full of cold killing intent. Before he finished speaking, the Dullahan Knights came to kill him. My lord. Killing is salvation. Death is eternal life. Blade of destruction. The guide disappeared in an instant, turning into gray shadows, flashing in the Dullahan camp. Every time he flashed, a Dullahan was shattered by the terrible energy of his giant sword. In just a few breaths, the guide's figure flashed dozens of times. When he reappeared, the size of the dual knights was reduced by half. Dozens of dual knights were killed instantly by his giant sword. The guide's level has now reached the peak of level 20. He has been promoted to the middle of level 20 after participating in previous battles. Just now, when the warrior team wiped out tens of thousands of undead creatures in the Tomb of Bones, he was also promoted to the peak of level 20. Although he was not present when the 21st level Golden Skeleton King was killed, it did not affect his rapid increase in strength. A peak level 20 Terminator guide, when fighting, they need to combine to barely match the Headless Knights at level 20. It is clear who is stronger. The figure of the guide shuttles back and forth between the void and reality, flashing, and kills those Headless Knights below level 20 in seconds without any pressure. However, the Headless Knights' attacks on the guides have no effect at all. Their undead skills, political attacks, can only hit the empty void world. They can't touch the figure of the guide at all. Obviously, the strength of the guide alone is enough to destroy this Headless Knights. From here, we can also see how big the gap is between the castle strength of other castle lords and Tang Xiaofan. Even the top castle lords have no ability to resist Tang Xiaofan's iron warriors. The main reason is that the two sides are not in the same dimension at all. Up to now, a very small number of level 20 soldiers have begun to appear under the command of a small number of top-level castle lords, but the number is very small, and at most there are only a few at the early or middle level of 20. And what about Tang Xiaofan? The soldiers under his command, whether they are newly summoned or veterans, put on the mark armor, which means they ignore the so-called levels of these natives. There are also 5 or 6 warriors who have reached the peak of level 20. However, these people are just ordinary people in the warrior group. In simple fighting, they can't beat the fighting master at all. All the strong men are like tofu in front of the steel armor. So, in front of such a powerful force, which castle lord can fight with Tang Xiaofan's warrior team? Not to mention, there are also growing angel legions and natural elves in the Black Technology Castle. The castle lords also knew that they could not be the opponent of Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle in a one-on-one fight, so various alliances were derived, such as the Alliance of Gods, the Anti-Demon Alliance, the Ice and Snow Alliance, the Sea Kingdom, etc. The original intention of establishing these alliances was directly influenced by Tang Xiaofan. They tried to join hands and go to war with Tang Xiaofan's demon army in the future. Among these alliances, the Anti-Demon Alliance is simpler and purer. In the early stage, hundreds of castle lords with flying arms were assembled to prepare to capture the Black Technology Castle in one fell swoop. Calculating the time, it seems that the Anti-Demon Alliance is coming soon. The battle is not over yet. At this time, warriors fly over, followed by the great elf Monica and the elf elder Becky, who has just been promoted to the 20-level strongman. After landing, the warriors immediately entered the battlefield. With a speed that is enough to scare all the top castle masters, the Headless Knights on the battlefield were wiped out. In less than 20 seconds, there was no Headless Knight left on the battlefield. All were killed. Even their soul fire was purified by the powerful force. Soon after, the castle heart was destroyed, and all the buildings in the castle collapsed in an instant and turned into ruins. This top castle force was easily conquered by Tang Xiaofan's warriors without any difficulty. The elf elder Becky in the backside in a low voice. The strength of these warriors is simply too strong. Even the 21st level Skeleton King was easily killed by them. They can even teleport. Monica smiled and said, "Are you envious?" GNG said, "I'm not envious, I just admire the strength of the warriors." Monica looked at him. Their strength comes from their steel armor. That's why if we have a firm belief in the Lord, then we elves may also get such armor. We have to work hard. Yes. Becky was stunned for a moment, then she understood the trick. She envied the warriors for their various firepower and mobility, but she had never thought about what it would be like if she also got such armor. Becky smiled and said, "I think being a natural elf is pretty good. Although I can't be as powerful as an iron warrior, I have mastered the power of natural magic." I just said it casually. Monica nodded and said, "Even if you want to get the iron armor, you have to wait for the Lord to trust the elves." Becky's eyebrows jumped slightly. It seems that since joining the Lord, the personality of the elder Monica has become a little lively, and sometimes she will joke with her. Unlike before, she was dull like a magic witch. Chapter 217. At this time, Monica suddenly said, "I found a problem." "What?" Becky asked in confusion. Monica said, "Since the last dragon-killing battle ended, I was promoted to the peak of level 21, and the mysterious energy obtained by killing wild monsters has become less. According to the current acquisition speed, I am afraid that it may take decades to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod. Is there such a thing?" Becky's eyes widened, and Monica sighed slightly. "I am very surprised and don't understand why." Becky said quickly, "Ask the Lord, he must know the reason." "Yes." Monica nodded, and her mood became a little impatient at this time. It was her dream and goal to be promoted to a demigod or even a god. Relying on the Black Technology Castle and relying on the magic of the lords and the masses, she saw hope. If she could no longer absorb and kill the enemy to gain special energy, then her hopes and dreams would be shattered. She was not an arrogant elf. She did not think that she could be promoted to a demigod or even a god by herself relying on her own talents and qualifications. Destined to need the help of the Lord, Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. The good news from the underground world made him feel very good. The first good news was that his level was promoted from the early 11th level to the middle 11th level. Although the gains and improvements were not as much as those of the warriors, who directly participated in the battle, he was already very satisfied. He himself did not hope to rely on his own strength to eliminate the enemy. He did not like to participate in the battle personally. The improvement of his own level only meant that he had stronger self-protection ability, longer life, and was not easy to die. Other aspects were not very important. It would be best for him if the strength of the castle troops could be improved. The second good news is that the Tomb of Bones was captured, tens of thousands of undead were killed, and the 21st level Golden Skeleton King also died at the hands of the little warrior. This battle with the Tomb of Bones, whether it is soul stones or blueprints, the harvest is very large. The third good news is that the castle lord, who was behind the scenes, was killed, and the castle was also pushed down by the warriors. Even when the castle lord died, a blueprint was revealed, which was a surprise. Tang Xiaofan originally thought that the undead that were targeting his castle were attracted by the material laboratory. It was not until Bear Grylls reminded him, and the warriors sent back news that the lord of the castle appeared next to the Golden Skeleton King and killed the Dark Dragon to obtain a Bone Dragon. He was sure that things were not that simple. It was true that the Skeleton King was targeting his Black Technology Castle, and the lord of the castle was behind the scenes, which was also a very important factor. After all, it's over. The Skeleton King is dead, the undead army of the Tomb of Bones is destroyed, and the castle is also pushed down. Victory belongs to my Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan's smile did not diminish. He was looking forward to the blueprint that exploded from Lao Zheng. After all, this was the first blueprint that exploded from the lord of the castle, and he was very curious about what it was. At the same time, he checked the message prompt that appeared after the castle was destroyed. Lord of the castle, your troops destroyed the castle heart of the enemy force, the enemy castle disappeared, and you won a castle battle. You destroyed the primary town on the enemy castle, and gained an additional 1,000 soul stones. You gained a residential blueprint, an arrow tower blueprint, and a wall blueprint. You obtained the material reserves of the enemy castle warehouse, 3,800 soul stones, 1,200 units of food, 59,800 units of wood, 38,900 units of stone, 27,000 units of refined iron, some monster materials, and some equipment. That man's castle. It's actually a primary town. After breaking it, you can directly harvest soul stones. In addition, the supplies in that castle are also very rich. In addition to food, there are a lot of wood, stones, and refined iron. It's a big profit. Tang Xiaofan was overjoyed. The harvest from breaking such a castle can be comparable to the beast tide. Sure enough, the battle of the castle is the shortcut to getting rich. At night, the blood moon was across the sky, and the faint blood-red light enveloped the world, making the originally dim forest and the dense forest around the castle silent. There was no roar of beasts or howling of birds, and there was no sign of even a wild monster. Obviously, the wild monsters in the surrounding dense forests have basically been cleared out by the angel army and the elves. The area within a radius of 20 kilometers. The number of wild monsters has dropped sharply. In the short term, I'm afraid no wild monsters will dare to set foot in the sphere of influence of my black technology castle. If you want to hunt in the future, you have to go to a more distant area. Just as Tang Xiaofan was talking to himself, a team of soldiers and planes flew over in the distant sky. The soldiers who went out to fight have returned, more than a dozen large pelicans, carrying a large amount of wood, stone, refined iron and other supplies, descended from the sky. It took several minutes before the unloading was completed, and then the warriors, and the big elf Monica, and the elf elder Becky who followed at the back came back together. Tang Xiaofan's mind moved, and the piles of supplies on the castle grounds disappeared instantly. At the same time, he took a look at the storage of supplies in the warehouse. 450,600 units of food, 173,500 units of wood, 62,400 units of stone, some monster materials, and some equipment. It's still a long way to upgrade to a high-level town. Tang Xiaofan sighed. Why? Because upgrading to a mid-level town requires a full 1 million units of wood, 500,000 units of stone, and 200,000 units of refined iron. With Tang Xiaofan's current reserve materials, it would probably take 8 times to meet the upgrade requirements. No rush. Just take down a few more top castle forces, and you have it. Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized that he and the Alliance of Gods were really destined to be together. So far, he has defeated 2 top castle forces, and they are all members of the Alliance of Gods. The Alliance of Gods can be regarded as his money-giving boy. In addition to the castle battle, attacking the Goblin Kingdom is also a top priority. Once the Goblin Kingdom is conquered, it will surely be possible to obtain a huge amount of resources, and it is also possible to directly upgrade the castle to a high-level town. In terms of strength, the Goblin Kingdom may not be as good as the Elf tribe, but the Goblin Kingdom has a large population. There are more than 100,000 goblins in just one core capital. It is conceivable how rich the resources of the Goblin Kingdom will be. As long as the Goblin Kingdom is conquered, Tang Xiaofan feels that he will become rich instantly. Lord John Eyre came over, walked respectfully towards Tang Xiaofan, and handed the spoils to Tang Xiaofan, including soul stones and blueprints. In addition to these 2 kinds of materials, there is also a black sword. Chapter 218. John Eyre said respectfully, My lord, this black knife is a weapon of the 21st level Skeleton King, and it contains a powerful evil undead power. It has been refined by the Skeleton King with the essence of the soul, and has entered the holy weapon level. Tang Xiaofan took the black knife, and waved it casually, and black air emanated. However, before the black air dispersed, it was purified by the holy light of the 18-winged angel statue from the temple, and a shrill wail could be heard faintly. Not bad. You can sell it for a good price. Tang Xiaofan has no habit of using it himself, and he doesn't want to collect it and waste its value. It should appear in the trading channel, so that countless castle masters of the undead camp will go crazy for it and hand over soul stones to help his black technology castle develop rapidly. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan thought of the Dark Elf, who appeared in the underground little lowly castle. If the Dark Elf wants this holy weapon, or can help him find a generous customer, it is best to sell it to the local forces to make more money. Tang Xiaofan quickly checked the information of the black sword. If its properties are good, the price will definitely be higher. Skeleton King Ryan's Holy Sword. Level, Holy Weapon. Effect, greatly improve the loyalty of the undead army. Can release the second level 21 single combat skill, Holy Undead Slash. Increase the attack of the undead army by 15%. Effect, there is a higher probability of attracting active surrender from the undead creatures. Special reminder, this is the natal holy weapon of Skeleton King Ryan. Using it will increase the hatred value of the creatures in the good camp. This property is good. Tang Xiaofan took a breath, feeling surprised and surprised. The Skeleton King, a 21st level undead creature, actually created such a powerful undead holy weapon. Tang Xiaofan felt that its most powerful attribute was its effect. It increased the attack of the undead army by 15%. This was a very abnormal attribute. Once the castle lord of the undead camp got it, the strength of his undead army would increase dramatically. Especially in the middle and late stages, when the size of the army expanded. The strategic value of this holy artifact of the dead will be even more amazing. In addition, the Holy Sword of Skeleton King Ryan also comes with a 21st level single target attack magic, Holy Undead Slash, and has a high probability of attracting active surrender from undead creatures. The value doubled. I am a little envious of this attribute. Tang Xiaofan felt a little sour. He also has a holy artifact, the Glory Ring, which is not bad, and comes with a 21st level attack power and defense power, just for lying on this point. The value of the Holy Glory Ring is not as good as the Holy Sword of Skeleton King Ryan. At least that's the case for the Lord of the Castle. After all, the Lord of the Castle is basically a soldier. A weapon that can increase the attack power of a soldier by 15% is a godly weapon. This Dead Soul Holy Weapon. It belongs to the Skeleton King Ryan's life, holy weapon. It may have been nourished by its soul source for hundreds of years before it was promoted to the holy weapon level. Of course, its properties are excellent. Tang Xiaofan was a little reluctant to put it on the trading channel. Isn't it worried that it will be bought by the Lord of the Castle, and then create a powerful enemy for himself in the future? To be honest, Tang Xiaofan really didn't take this problem seriously. He was worried that the castle owners couldn't afford the high price. It's a pity for this top-grade undead holy artifact. It seems that we still have to find that dark elf. If she has a buyer, it would be great. Relatively speaking, the local forces are far richer than the current castle owner. While thinking, Tang Xiaofan put away the undead holy artifact. Then he checked the other spoils, 9,753 soul stones, 8 blueprints. It was a real bumper harvest. Tang Xiaofan grinned, feeling very happy, but he also knew that the harvest was so great because the two conquered forces were not weak. That top-level castle had nearly 80 headless knights, and was very powerful, ranking in the upper middle among all the top castle forces. The Tomb of Bones was even more powerful, with tens of thousands of undead armies, and a 21-level skeleton king. At this stage, I am afraid that except for Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, no castle force could conquer the Tomb of Bones. Anyone who dares to be greedy will surely die, as the enemy is very powerful. Correspondingly, the supplies will not be too few. Tang Xiaofan stored the soul stone in the Cyclops ring, and then looked at the stack of blue drawings, a total of 8, and he identified them. Finally, he obtained the drawings of residential buildings and arrow towers, and the most surprising was the skill drawings of skeleton undead transformation. Tang Xiaofan decisively used the drawings of residential buildings, and in the blink of an eye, 30 more residential buildings appeared in the castle, bringing the total number to 190. Then came the arrow tower blueprint and the wall blueprint, which he put on the trading channel at the value of 80 soul stones and 300 soul stones respectively. Next was the skill blueprint of the skeleton undead transformation, skill blueprint, skeleton undead transformation. Master the magic skeleton undead transformation of Chening. The casting method consumes soul stones to transform the dead body of a creature into an undead creature of the skeleton clan. The higher the level of the corpse before death, the more soul stones it consumes. Magic can only transform skeleton undead, and cannot transform other types of undead creatures. Not bad. This skill blueprint is also very valuable. Although it is not as good as the original skeleton warrior building blueprint, it can definitely be sold for a good price. It is enough to attract the attention of countless castle lords in the undead camp. For those castle lords in the undead camp, the skeleton undead transformation technique is very useful. Tang Xiaofan was deeply moved, and at the same time a little helpless. The two blueprints of the warrior building and the skeleton undead transformation technique he revealed are all from the undead camp, and are natural enemies of his Black Technology Castle. Even if he was jealous, he had no choice but to auction it off. After all, it's good to be able to exchange it for a lot of soul stones. While thinking, Tang Xiaofan put this skeleton undead transformation skill blueprint on the trading channel. The starting price is 1,000 soul stones, the auction time limit is 12 hours, and the auctioneer is Tang Xiaofan. The blueprint was put on the shelf, and the world chat channel next to it suddenly became lively. I got the skill blueprint. Tang Xiaofan is awesome. This is the first time I have seen a blueprint related to magic skills, and it is a magical skill of the undead camp. You can directly transform corpses into skeletons. This is simply a magical skill. The castle lord of the undead army must be going crazy. Why? Is there anything special about this skill? It looks very ordinary to me. Ordinary? Do you know that there are many powerful creatures in this world? If you get their corpses, you can use this magic skill to directly transform them into skeletons. Chapter 219. Big Brother Tang Xiaofan is so powerful that he can even reveal this kind of blueprint. Andy! I haven't learned any kind of magic yet, but Big Brother Tang Xiaofan is already auctioning off magic skill blueprints. Comparing people is irritating. Are you stupid? Don't compare yourself to Big Brother Tang Xiaofan. Yeah, you're asking for trouble. Speaking of which, this kind of magic that can only transform skeletons and undead doesn't seem to be of much use, right? Not really. Among my troops, there is a necromancer who can not only transform skeletons into undead, but also summon powerful undead creatures such as ghouls and rotten zombies. The wise man above. Can't you see the conditions for casting the skeleton undead transformation spell? The necromancer can indeed transform undead, not just skeletons, but also other undead creatures, but the necromancer needs magic power to cast spells, and corpses above a certain level cannot be transformed. This is common sense. The transformation of skeletons and undeads that boss Tang Xiaofan is auctioning consume soul stones. As long as the lord of the castle can afford the soul stones, I believe that even the corpse of a god can be transformed into a skeleton. The transformation of skeletons and undeads is absolutely a magical skill. It's useless to say more. Skeletons and undeads are the weakest creatures in the world of the undead and are worthless. Good boy, do you think you don't take me seriously? So what? I just stand there and say nothing. Ha ha. The World Chat channel was buzzing with excitement, indirectly bringing a lot of popularity to the skeleton undead transformation blueprint that Tang Xiaofan put up for auction. Not long after it was put up for auction, people were already bidding. Apparently many castle lords from the undead camp took a fancy to this skill blueprint, especially its casting conditions, which increased its value many times, making people flock to it. For the castle lord, soul stones are very precious, but if they can summon powerful skeleton undead at the cost of consuming soul stones, it is definitely worth it. After all, with powerful undead soldiers in hand, the probability of obtaining soul stones will also increase accordingly. This is like an investment. The higher the initial investment, the more returns will come later. If it collapses, it will be your bad luck. And as it is said in the World Chat channel, if you master this magic, as long as you have enough soul stones, maybe even the corpses of gods can be transformed into skeletons in the future. It is conceivable how high the value of the skeleton undead transformation technique is. So many castle lords from the dark, evil and undead camps are participating in the auction. They were madly fighting for the ownership of the skeleton undead transformation blueprints, just like they were fighting for the skeleton building blueprints. If you win, you win. This is definitely not bragging. Compared with the bustle of the World Chat channel and the trading area, the interior of the Gods Alliance was silent. Almost all the top castle lords in the alliance felt cold all over, and a chill rushed from the tailbone to the top of the head, making them sweat coldly. Those castle lords and wanderers in the World Chat channel may not know the origin of the skeleton undead transformation, but they know it. The former owner was still chatting with them an hour ago. I added Lao Zheng as a friend, but now he's gone. It's certain that Lao Zheng was killed by Tang Xiaofan, and even the skeleton undead transformation technique he mastered was revealed as a blueprint and fell into Tang Xiaofan's hands. It doesn't make sense at all. Why would Tang Xiaofan kill Lao Zheng? Or, how did he know where Lao Zheng was? Just now, he was showing off in front of us, and then he was killed by Tang Xiaofan. Unbelievable. Is there a traitor in our alliance? It was the traitor who leaked Lao Zheng's information to Tang Xiaofan. It's possible, but the problem is, even if there is a traitor, it's almost impossible. Lao Zheng has protected the location of his castle very well. I've known him for so long, and I only know that he is in an underground space under the forest. It can only mean one thing. What? Maybe it was Lao Zheng, or maybe it was the Skeleton King, who showed signs earlier. He was caught by Tang Xiaofan, who then sent his demons to follow the trail into the underground space and take care of Lao Zheng. That Skeleton King is level 21, and he has an army of tens of thousands of undead. Is Tang Xiaofan that strong? Tang Xiaofan conquered an elf tribe with a level 21 warrior, so it's no surprise that he conquered a tribe of skeleton kings. I think it was the skeleton army that started the war. On the contrary, the skeleton king targeted Lao Zheng and his castle. Why do you say that? Lao Zheng talked to us an hour ago. In just 1 hour, Tang Xiaofan's demons were able to capture the Tomb of Bones and kill the level 21 skeleton king. I don't believe it. So I think Tang Xiaofan was just picking up the missing items. The Skeleton King eliminated Lao Zheng, and the dropped items were picked up by Tang Xiaofan. As for the Tomb of Bones, he probably didn't attack it because he didn't have enough strength. Didn't Tang Xiaofan conquer the elf tribe with a level 21 warrior in charge? How could he be weak? I don't believe he can defeat a level 21 warrior right now. I only believe that the level 21 elf was not in the elf tribe, which led to Tang Xiaofan's entry. It seems that this is also possible. By the way, our Alliance of Gods has lost another top castle lord. Where is Brother Hua? Did he add Tang Xiaofan's friends? The top castle lords of the Alliance of Gods all twitched their mouths. What the hell? Everyone knows that adding Tang Xiaofan as a friend is more difficult than obtaining a sexual artifact. The key is that adding him is useless. How could Tang Xiaofan care about us? Besides, it was Lao Zheng who provoked Tang Xiaofan this time. It's good enough that Tang Xiaofan didn't ask our alliance for an explanation. That can't be said. Lao Zheng just thought about it, and might not do it. Didn't do it? How could Tang Xiaofan fight Lao Zheng if he didn't do it? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Where do so many coincidences come from? Alright. Brother Hey, you finally showed up. By the way, I think you should quickly withdraw from the Anti-Demon Alliance and not participate in the coalition forces, lest you end up like old Zheng and old Zhou. Yes, you exposed it in the chat channel, so the whole world knows it. More than 2,000 kilometers away from the forest, the young man in the Black Dragon Castle on the Balalai Highlands was confused. Shouldn't he be hiding behind the scenes and directing the country? How did he suddenly appear in the spotlight and be known by the whole world? Damn, what a stupid teammate. The young man was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. If the person who exposed him stood in front of him, he would strangle the other person to death without hesitation. Originally, he had made preparations for both situations. If the Anti-Demon Alliance had a high winning rate, he would stand up and share some experience. Chapter 220. If the Anti-Demon Alliance cannot defeat the Black Technology Castle, he will turn around and go back to his Balalai Highlands to continue developing. After all, he will not suffer any loss, as he is behind the scenes. But now, the Anti-Demon Alliance's pig teammates have sold him out, even if he publicly stood up and claimed that he had nothing to do with him and said that he would not participate in the Anti-Demon Alliance's coalition forces. I am afraid that Tang Xiaofan would not believe him, and would find a way to kill him. In other words, he was tied to the Anti-Demon Alliance's chariot. If he doesn't eliminate Tang Xiaofan and tear down the Black Technology Castle, sooner or later Tang Xiaofan will come to settle accounts with him. He has no choice. It's possible that they are not bad teammates. The top castle masters of the Anti-Demon League are so damn insidious. If they exposed me, it was their intention, then they deliberately tied me to them to stop me from running away. I must besiege the Black Technology Castle with them. Their idea is that we die together, and live together. Damn it! That's cruel, I remember you. The young man spat in hatred and cursed with a sullen face. After a long time, he looked up at the dark sky outside and said to himself, I'm going to force you to do something, I have to do it anyway, I set off for the forest tomorrow. He has more than a few dozen dark dragons in total, he can leave 10 commander-level dark dragons to guard the house, and take all the rest with him. He's desperate, the Black Technology Castle must be torn down. Only when the Black Technology Castle became a ruin, he would not have to worry about Tang Xiaofan's revenge. Otherwise, he would not dare to stay in the Boliri Highlands for long, because it was too close to the forest. It was only more than 1,000 kilometers. With the speed of his dark dragon, he could run back and forth in one day. If it was Tang Xiaofan's demon, he would probably be able to kill his castle door within a day. Get rid of Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. Even if it was to eliminate the biggest threat. In the future, I can not only rule the Balalai Highlands, but also fight my way into the forest. The young man took a deep breath. For a better future, he must fight hard. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan did not pay attention to the lively world chat channel, but looked at the remaining 4 drawings in his hand. These 4 drawings are all human soldier evolution drawings. The difference is that 3 of them are low-level soldier evolution drawings, and 1 is a high-level soldier evolution drawing. Rare evolution drawing, high-level effect, can help castle soldiers achieve bloodline evolution and improve growth potential. Special effect, there is a very low probability of achieving bloodline super evolution. Special reminder, the higher the bloodline level of the soldier, the lower the evolution success rate. The lord of the castle must carefully consider before using the soldier evolution blueprint. Bloodline super evolution? Higher level evolution? Tang Xiaofan was a little surprised. The soldier evolution blueprint he used before should be the Advanced Evolution Blueprint. Unfortunately, the probability of super evolution is extremely low. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. If there are multiple Advanced Soldier Evolution Blueprints, there is a possibility of super evolution. It can be said that only a lucky explosion can happen. This Advanced Soldier Evolution Blueprint. What is the one that was dropped by the 21st level Skeleton King? Tang Xiaofan was very sure. Because generally speaking, the stronger the enemy is, the better the things that are dropped. The same is true in reverse. The most powerful undead creature in the Tomb of Bones is the 21st level Skeleton King, and there is also a hint that a blueprint will be dropped after the Skeleton King dies. Obviously, it should be this one. An Advanced Evolution Blueprint. Who should I give it to? Tang Xiaofan looked at the six-winged angel Tiga, the great elf Monica, John E, and John Air in turn. To be honest, he had too many choices. He wanted to give the evolution blueprint to every backbone. Let them all evolve, but because there were too many choices, he couldn't decide who to give the evolution blueprint to, because there were too few evolution blueprints, only 4 in total, and 3 of them were low-level evolution blueprints. Finally, after thinking for a long time, he decided on the candidates, John E and John Air, 2 warriors who had followed him for a long time. They had been fighting on the front line tirelessly from the beginning, and their position in the warrior team was very critical. John E was already at level 21, while John Air was at level 20, so Tang Xiaofan gave the Advanced Evolution Blueprint to John Air and 2 low-level evolution blueprints to John E. Tang Xiaofan said to John E, "Take the 2 evolution blueprints. Use the Advanced Evolution Blueprint first. It would be best if you can succeed at once. Praise your almighty husband. I will never let you down." John Air saluted Tang Xiaofan solemnly, and then walked to the side of the farmer's factory under the gaze of everyone, and began his own evolutionary journey at the place where he was summoned. Next to the farmer factory, the walls of the farmer factory emanated a soft holy light, covering John Air. His heart became extremely peaceful and tranquil, not disturbed by external things, nor affected by the fluctuations in his heart. A moment later, the Advanced Soldier Evolution Blueprint dissipated from his hand, and then turned into a dazzling ball of light. John Air's perfect figure was vaguely visible at the beginning, and finally became completely invisible, and completely covered by the ball of light. I hope John Air can succeed at once. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. There are only 4 army evolution blueprints in total. 1 high-level evolution blueprint, and 3 low-level evolution blueprints. If John Air succeeds directly after using the high-level evolution blueprint, then the remaining 3 low-level evolution blueprints can be given to John E to use. Maybe in the end, both of them can achieve bloodline evolution. Of course, this is the most ideal situation, and it is also what Tang Xiaofan is most looking forward to. At the very least, one person must succeed. If John Air fails to use 4 evolution blueprints in a row, Tang Xiaofan will probably vomit blood. Advanced Evolution Blueprint. Special effect. There is a chance of super evolution. Tang Xiaofan really wants to know what super evolution is. Is it to evolve more powerful martial arts, and have a higher growth potential limit? If nothing goes wrong, this should be super evolution. Unfortunately, the probability of achieving blood super evolution is extremely low. I'm afraid there's no need to expect it this time. When more advanced evolution blueprints are released in the future, you can try your luck. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. There was only 1 advanced evolution blueprint, and the probability was extremely low. If John Air could achieve super evolution by luck, he would probably laugh wildly. Just as Tang Xiaofan was waiting for John Air's evolution to end, he noticed that a friend had sent him a message. He opened it, and saw that it was a little lowly from the underground world. The message from the little lowly was, "Big brother, the elf sister came to my castle again. Hearing that we are willing to trade equipment with her, the elf sister was very happy." That dark elf? Tang Xiaofan looked up at the sky. The blood moon was in the sky, and the whole earth was shrouded in darkness. Could it be that the dark elves like to appear at night? But he shook his head again. Why think about these things? Are there nights and days in the underground world? Chapter 221. Tang Xiaofan replied without thinking too much. Okay, did the dark elf agree to our terms? Yeah. Sister elf said, we can trade with soul stones. Although they don't have many soul stones in stock, they will find a way. If the quantity is really insufficient, they can only exchange our equipment with wood, stone, and refined iron at the same price. Big sir, Sister Elf also said that she would ensure the fairness of the transaction. We won't suffer any loss. Fair and just? Tang Xiaofan couldn't help laughing. Dark elves are one of the most famous evil races in the underground world. Their evil reputation is even higher than that of the dark and evil races such as the spider with human face, the cyclops, and the evil eye. In the surface world, dark elves are notorious. Their beautiful appearance and enchanting figure do not affect the local forces in the surface world to put them on the blacklist. Tang Xiaofan shook his head helplessly and said, "For the specific transaction matters, you should let the old dwarf in the dwarf palace negotiate with the elf." The little girl replied obediently, "Okay, Kur will listen to you." Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Did you tell me about the dragon's corpse? Are the dark elves interested?" The little girl nodded. Kur did. The elf sister said that they are not interested in the dragon's corpse, but they can help you contact a necromancer living in the underground world. "What level is that necromancer?" The little girl shook her head. "Well, the elf sister didn't tell me, but told Kur that the necromancer is from the human empire on the surface world and is very powerful." Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment. Necromancers, this kind of creature is not easy to deal with. In terms of evil, I'm afraid that even dark elves can't compare to necromancers. They have always been good at dealing with corpses, undead creatures, and dark evil creatures. Once this necromancer involved sets his eyes on the dark iron dwarf castle of Little Loli, Tang Xiaofan will be equivalent to harming Little Loli. Tang Xiaofan thought for a while, and asked again, "What does the old dwarf say about the necromancer?" After a while, the little girl sent a message, "Big brother, the old dwarf said don't worry about the very polite elf sister." Tang Xiaofan was a little confused. This old dwarf, the little cow flew into the sky, directly raised the height of the enemy that he could face to the level of a demigod lich. Is the old dwarf a demigod? Probably not, the little girl said before. The dwarf Xavier called the old dwarf a saint. A saint is a strong person in the 21st level field, which means that the old dwarf's level is 21st level. From what we can see now, the specific level of the old dwarf should be the peak of level 21. If the old dwarf is not bragging, then he must be one of the most powerful people at the peak of level 21, and he is known to be invincible at the same level. So we can ignore other level 21 strong men and only focus on the existence of demigods. In this case, you don't have to worry too much. Tang Xiaofan sent a message to the little Loli, saying that he also had a holy weapon long sword. The little Loli replied happily, "Okay, Kur, tell her that the great man is so powerful that he even has a holy weapon. I admire Xiao Xingxing. It dropped after killing a level 21 skeleton king." Tang Xiaofan thought about it, and sent another message, "Well, I forward the dragon corpse, and the undead's holy artifact to you. If they are interested, you can trade with them directly." "Okay, big brother." In the underground world, the dark iron dwarf castle, in the spacious castle yard, in addition to the dark iron dwarfs, who were working, there was also an old dwarf in a grey robe, and an elf with a tall figure, exaggerated curves, and a very beautiful face. In addition, the little Lolita was also among them. The skin of the elf was grayish-white, and there were dark red lines on the right side of her delicate face. The first impression given was that she did not belong to the good camp. But at this time, she had a smile on her face, especially when she looked at the little Lolita. Her smile was very charming. The little Lolita said to the old dwarf, "The big boss sent the dragon corpse to Kurgong, and there is also a holy artifact of the undead. Ask the elf sister if she wants it." The old dwarf Moor was surprised. The holy artifact of the undead? The dark elf beside him also raised his eyebrows. Is the castle lord of Princess Kur very powerful? He not only has the corpse of the dragon, but also the holy artifact of the dead. Of course. The little girl raised her head. Tang Xiaofan is the most powerful castle lord, and all castle lords are not his opponents. The dark elf laughed. She doubted the truth of this sentence, because the attitude of the little girl was completely like a crazy worshipper. In the eyes of the admirer, any exaggerated adjective can be used to describe the admired. The dark elf changed the subject and said, "Princess Kur, can you let me see the holy artifact and the dragon's body? I hope to understand the quality of the traded items before I can talk to the necromancer." "Okay." The little Loli nodded. For the little Loli, there are generally no bad people in the world. Only Tang Xiaofan's enemies are bad people. How could the dark elf's sister be a bad person when she was so beautiful and spoke so sweetly? However, the little Loli listened to Tang Xiaofan very much. She handed over all the transaction matters to the old dwarfmer, because Tang Xiaofan said that the elf's sister might cheat her. Although she thought that the elf's sister would not do such a thing, she still listened to Tang Xiaofan more. She did what Tang Xiaofan said. What the master said was always right. The little Loli thought about it, and suddenly more than 20 corpses of the flaming dragons appeared in the courtyard of the castle, and piled up into a mountain. The dark elf and the old dwarf Moor took a deep breath. Although to them, the strength of these flaming dragons in their lifetime was not very good, and could even be said to be weak. But they were dragons after all. The only 3 highly intelligent races in the god and demon continent. The sudden appearance of so many dragon corpses was also very shocking to them. Dragon! All of them are flaming dragons. Who killed them? Such a powerful dragon power. In the courtyard of the castle, many dark iron dwarves were shocked by the dragon power, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They were all native dark iron dwarves, who had come to join them, and they were afraid of the dragon's might from the bottom of their hearts. However, the dark iron dwarf troops recruited by the little lowly did not take the dragon's might seriously. For the troops, the dragon's might could not scare them at all. Grandpa Moore. That should be the holy weapon of the undead that you are talking about. After Kur took out the holy knife of the skeleton King Ryan, an extremely strong evil and undead aura emanated from the dragon's corpse. Chapter 222. It seems that the dragon corpses nearby were rotting due to the influence of the holy sword. A very powerful holy weapon of the undead race. The old dwarf Moor rushed in front of the little girl and took the holy sword of the skeleton King Ryan. The undead aura of this holy weapon is too strong and will hurt you. At the least, you will be haunted by nightmares, and at the worst, you will become an undead creature. Ah! The little girl was shocked and stepped back quickly. The old dwarf Moor looked at the black sword in his hand and said, "This holy weapon comes from a level 21 skeleton king named Ryan. It is extremely powerful, and the strong men of the undead race deserve it." The dark elf looked away from the pile of dragon corpses and looked at the black sword, frowning and said, "Does this sword still have an owner? Then the value will drop a bit." The little lowly said quickly, "Don't worry, sister elf, the master told Kur that the owner of this holy weapon has been killed by him, and now it is ownerless." The dark elf was silent for a moment, and then said, "In this case, the value can float up. In addition, these dragon corpses are also rarely intact. It's like these flaming dragons didn't resist when they were alive, just waiting to be killed." After watching for a while, the dark elf's eyes suddenly lit up. There is actually a corpse of a 21st level flaming dragon, which is beyond my expectation. The strength of the castle lord is really good. The dragon corpses are indeed very complete. The old dwarf Moor nodded, and looked at the dragon corpse, that was nearly 100 meters long. It's a pity that it was killed when it just entered the 21st level. However, from the scars on the corpse, it can be seen that this 21st level flaming dragon should have been trapped by a strong man, who was much stronger than it, and then killed by multiple enemies when it could not resist. On the corpse, there is still natural magic and a strange power. Natural magic? Those hypocritical natural elves? The dark elf's expression suddenly became cold and murderous. The old dwarf Moor said, "It may be a natural elf, or it may not be. It's not only the natural elves who control the magic of nature." The dark elf snorted, and the murderous aura on her body gradually subsided. She looked at the dragon corpse with satisfaction, nodded and said, "These dragon corpses are very good. The necromancer should like them very much. As for the holy weapon of the undead, I don't know if he would like it. After all, he is a magician." The old dwarf Moor said with a smile, "If he doesn't need it, he can give it to his subordinates." The dark elf thought about it and agreed. Undead magicians usually don't hold melee weapons and fight alone, but they must have undead creatures who are good at melee combat. Even if the undead magician doesn't need this holy weapon of the undead creatures under his command can use it. A holy weapon, and a holy weapon nurtured by a 21st level skeleton king with his own soul essence, is very powerful. For undead creatures, this kind of holy weapon is a killer. The strength of the necromancer who can obtain the holy knife of skeleton King Ryan will be greatly improved. The dark elf said, "Since the deal has been made, I will take my leave first. I will come to pick up the equipment after your castle is built in 3 days." The old dwarf Moor said, "3 days is enough?" The dark elf nodded. She knew that the old dwarf Moor was referring to the matter of contacting the necromancer. The dark elf said, "That's fine," said the old dwarf Moor after a pause. "We dwarves will not contact people from the undead camp, but since it is Princess Kur's order, we cannot refuse. Tell him not to take the dark iron dwarf castle, which is protected by our orthodox dwarves." Hearing this, the dark elf's expression became a little cold. "Are you also warning us dark elves?" "You can think so?" The old dwarf Moor nodded calmly. The dwarves are one of the most powerful races in the god and demon continent. Their power spreads all over the world, and they have also spawned the dark iron dwarves, grey land dwarves, etc. All branches are headed by the orthodox dwarves. The powerful dwarves killed countless dimensional demons in ancient times. Legends and myths about the powerful dwarves are still circulating in the continent. Whether they are fighting against dragons, titans, natural elves, or humans, the dwarves are not weak, let alone the dark elves who were expelled to the underground world. Seeing the old dwarf Moor's slightly contemptuous expression, the dark elf was quite unhappy. But she didn't get angry. Their city-state was currently at war with a tribe of human-faced spiders, and didn't want to provoke another powerful enemy. The dark elf smiled, reached out, and touched the little lowly's delicate and cute face, and said, "Such a cute and well-behaved Princess Kur, how could we dark elves be enemies with her?" Yeah. The little lowly nodded and said seriously, "The elf's sister is also very beautiful. She is the most beautiful young lady that Kur has ever seen." Young lady? Ha ha. The dark elf laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. In terms of age, she could almost be the great-great-great-grandmother of the little girl. However, she liked this new title, Princess Kur. See you in 3 days. Okay, sister, walk slowly and be careful. Ha ha. The charming laughter gradually faded away, and finally disappeared into the darkness in the distance. Seeing that the little girl was still waiting there, Moor's face twitched and solemnly reminded, "Your Highness, the dark elves are born evil creatures. You should be more careful when dealing with them in the future." Yeah. The little girl nodded. "Grandpa Moor, don't worry, I have reminded Kur. Kur has remembered it." "Did you really remember it?" The old dwarf Moor was a little skeptical, but he didn't say anything more, looking at the holy sword of Ryan, and then at the piles of dragon corpses in the yard. These treasures, the old dwarf Moor wondered. "Princess Kur, does the castle lord named Tang Xiaofan trust you so much? He actually handed these valuable things to you." "Of course, I am just curious, and I am not questioning the character of Her Royal Highness the Princess." The naive little Lolita would not think so much, she said happily. "Grandpa Moor, of course you believe in Kur." The old dwarf Moor said, Yes, he has a good eye." The little Lolita squinted her eyes, and her delicate face was full of a happy smile, because Tang Xiaofan is Kur's patron saint. The old dwarf Moor's face twitched slightly, and then whispered, "You are the favored one of Her Majesty the Goddess of Fortune." The little Lolita said with a smile, "Kur can be the favored one of Her Majesty the Goddess of Fortune while being the little Lolita of Her Majesty Tang Xiaofan, and Her Majesty will not be angry." The old dwarf Moor was silent. Is this something that the lord of the castle will be angry about? It is obviously whether Her Majesty the Goddess of Fortune will be angry. Chapter 223. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan and the little angels were all looking at the light ball suspended in the air. John E. and the light ball was in the state of evolution. Of course, it was not certain whether he could evolve successfully. Pray for John E. to succeed. My lord, please protect John E. and promote him to level 22. Praise my lord. I believe John E. will succeed, because he is the most powerful among our peasants and has the highest talent. The warriors were whispering and praying for John E. After an unknown amount of time, the golden ball of light finally began to tremble, and a crack gradually appeared. At the same time, an astonishingly strong aura emanated, and Monica and Becky, who were both at level 21, were surprised. It seems this aura is extremely powerful. An extremely powerful aura emanated from the cracks in the ball of light. This aura had nothing to do with level or energy, but was the aura of the warrior himself. The warriors are also most familiar with this kind of aura. What a powerful warrior aura. This is the smell of iron and blood baptism, the power that can only be mastered after countless battles. Could it be that Master John E has been promoted to a 22nd level warrior? In the back, the warriors whispered, expressing their shock. Not far away, John Eyre and others also showed surprise. Many warriors looked at each other, and saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. John E., an ordinary mortal, can actually step into the realm of gods. After achieving the evolution of bloodline, he actually stepped directly into the level of gods? How is this possible? John Ye's bloodline is the most ordinary and ordinary bloodline. Compared with the bloodlines of magical creatures such as elves and angels, it is simply a drop in the ocean. However, John E is obviously going to cross the level and be promoted from a mortal warrior to a demigod. This makes everyone unbelievable. As for the other warriors, they are also shocked. I can't be completely sure if it is the aura of a warrior, but it is indeed much stronger than the aura of John E at level 21 before. John E has a high chance of being promoted to a demigod warrior. Yeah. The warriors all showed envy. A demigod warrior. If he takes one more step forward, he can almost be considered a warrior god. Envy. So much envy. You know, they are just ordinary warriors now. It's unknown when they will be promoted, let alone to the demigod level. Among all the young warriors, the one who envied John E the most was John Eyre, who was also a warrior. Originally, he and John E were both the first batch of warriors summoned, and were appointed by the Lord to lead a warrior team. Once John E was promoted to a god-level warrior, he would directly become the commander of the warrior corps in the future and lead all warrior teams. In the blink of an eye, John Eyre became a subordinate warrior of John E. How could he not be envious? Fortunately, John Eyre was only envious and did not feel jealous. Jealousy can make people fall. Even warriors can fall because of jealousy. With a crisp bang, the huge golden ball of light suddenly exploded, turning into countless golden lights, shooting into the void and dissipating. "It's out!" Tang Xiaofan immediately looked up and saw an extremely strong warrior. His body was naked, showing strong muscles, but without a sense of explosion, giving people a sense of peace and quiet. However, Tang Xiaofan felt that this body was already perfect. One more point would be fat, and one less point would be nothing. When he got together, he was like a man who already had a perfect body, with a cold face, strong confidence, and most importantly, there was some light emitting from his body. Gradually, a pair of gray light wings appeared behind him. Those were the wings made of the souls of the dead under Zhang Yi's sword. After Zhang Yi evolved into a demigod, these souls became his trophies and stepping stones on his road to godhood. This is the symbol of the Iron Blood Warrior. The light wings are condensed from the power of the soul. The light wings are larger than the white wings of the angel, and gray light flashes when they flap slowly, like the light of a sword waving. It's really super evolution. Tang Xiaofan's face showed an excited expression. At the same time, Zhang Yi's information appeared in his field of vision. Demigod, Zhang Yi. Previous growth status, growth period. Strength level, early stage of demigod. Loyalty, 100, diehard demigod. Early stage of demigod. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. Originally, he didn't have much hope for Zhang Yi to achieve bloodline super evolution. At most, he was just looking forward to it. After all, it was just a high-level soldier evolution blueprint. The probability of bloodline super evolution was shown to be extremely low, which was about 5% when converted into a specific probability. With a 5% chance of super evolution, Tang Xiaofan didn't have to hold out any hope, but Zhang Yi really gave him a big surprise. Not only did his own level advance to the early stage of demigod through the advanced soldier evolution blueprint, but he also directly crossed the bloodline limit. This made Tang Xiaofan very excited. Sure enough, today's goddess of luck is on my side. Tang Xiaofan grinned. This morning, good things started to happen in his castle. The fire elemental elf Evangeline was bred in the elf mother tree. In the evening, Zhang Yi was promoted to a demigod warrior with the help of the evolution blueprint. Tang Xiaofan felt that his luck today was absolutely high. "My lord." Zhang Yi flashed over and saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully. On his face, he could not suppress his joy. Even a warrior would be excited about his own evolution. Compared with the improvement of life form, the growth of one's own strength seemed not so important. After all, with the existence of steel armor, these levels and other divisions were not very meaningful. Zhang Yi was only happy that he had been promoted to the level of demigod. As for the level breakthrough in entering the realm of gods and demons, he himself did not feel too much. After all, for him, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to a demigod. In the near future, he will be promoted to a demigod, or even a true god. The level increase is a natural thing. However, it is very difficult to increase the warrior's wings. This is a breakthrough in the bloodline gene, which is countless times more difficult than the level increase. Many warriors cannot break through the limitations of bloodline genes throughout their lives. He can be promoted to a demigod and cross the bloodline limitations. This is definitely something worth his excitement. Praise the Almighty Lord. It is the Lord's glory that covers him and protects him, so he can be lucky enough to reach this step. Not bad. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, expressing his appreciation. Praise your Almighty Lord. The warriors Zhang Yi and Zhang Eyre saluted again enthusiastically. Tang Xiaofan said to them, "Keep working hard to upgrade to a higher level." After a while, when the number of warriors exceeds 5,000, Zhang Yi, you may become the commander of the warrior corps. "Yes, Lord." Zhang Yi said respectfully. Zhang Yi will definitely not let you down. Chapter 224. Yeah. Tang Xiaofan nodded and looked at Zhang Eyre, whose expression was full of envy. "Zhang Eyre, you must continue to work hard, and don't lose the motivation to move forward just because Zhang Yi has become a demigod warrior. Our warrior corps will become larger and larger. The Black Technology Castle will not have only one warrior corps in the future. As long as you can be promoted to the demigod level, John Eyre, you can also lead a corps. Praise you, omnipotent Lord. John Eyre said quickly, I will definitely work harder. I believe that under your protection, I will be able to be promoted to a demigod and lead the 2nd Warrior Corps. Tang Xiaofan said with a smile, John Eyre, you will succeed. While speaking, his eyes swept over the warriors present. I look forward to the day, in the future, when all of you will be promoted to demigod warriors. As long as you are determined to pursue your dreams, work hard, and I believe that even without the help of the Bloodline Evolution Blueprint, you will achieve your goals. Praise you, my omnipotent Lord. The warriors responded in unison. Their expressions were full of enthusiasm and determination, and they were full of longing for the future. Since there are not many warriors now, there are only 2 warrior teams in total, with a total of more than 2,000 people. So Tang Xiaofan did not set up a warrior corps, and still let John E and John Eyre lead a warrior team each. When the number of warriors increases in the future, he will set up one warrior team after another to form a warrior corps. If nothing unexpected happens, John E will naturally become the leader of the warrior corps at that time. Tang Xiaofan believes that the goal of forming a warrior corps will not be too far away, because he can see that the analysis progress of Sky City is accelerating every day. In another 17 days, his Sky City will complete the analysis. 17 days is less than 3 weeks. At that time, he will recruit another 2,000 warriors to operate Sky City. By then, he will have a warrior corps of 5,000 people, which is already very fast. Under the soldiers' attention, 3 army evolution blueprints appeared in Tang Xiaofan's hand. These were returned to him by John E. Following Tang Xiaofan's instructions, John E used the high-level army evolution blueprint first, and succeeded at once, otherwise he could not achieve super evolution. After all, low-level evolution blueprints cannot help soldiers achieve super evolution of bloodline. Tang Xiaofan asked John E, what is the perceived success rate when using the high-level evolution blueprint? The demigod warrior John E said respectfully, I perceive a success rate of 50%, and the probability of super evolution is 4.5%. Tang Xiaofan nodded. That is to say, there is a 50% chance that high-level evolutionary blueprints can help soldiers achieve evolution. As for super evolution, it really depends on luck. Unfortunately, the remaining 3 evolutionary blueprints are only low-level blueprints. Compared to demigods, the success rate of low-level soldier evolutionary blueprints is only 10%. If it is a 2nd-level warrior, the probability of successfully advancing to level 21 can be increased to 30%. For other ordinary warriors, the probability can only be increased by 5%. However, Tang Xiaofan still did not choose to use the evolutionary blueprint on other warriors. Because the explosion rate of evolutionary blueprints is too low, good steel should be used on the blade. Even if John Eyre fails to evolve, it can increase their foundation, and it will be relatively easier to evolve in the future. John Eyre. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand to summon John Eyre. He had already decided that if John E evolved successfully, and there were still blueprints left, then the opportunity for bloodline evolution would be given to John Eyre. Now, there are still 3 blueprints left, which is obviously good news for John Eyre, because it means that he has a higher chance of successfully evolving. Tang Xiaofan said, these 3 evolutionary drawings are given to you. I hope you can succeed. Yes, my lord. John Eyre solemnly and excitedly took the evolutionary drawings, then took a deep breath and walked towards the farmer's factory. A moment later, the evolutionary drawings turned into golden light and wrapped around his body, forming a light ball suspended in the air. The soldiers also wished John Eyre success. Especially John Eyre's teammates. They belonged to the 2nd group of soldiers, like John Eyre, and they were very close. If John Eyre can successfully evolve, he will become a level 21 warrior, and they will be very happy. Just as John Eyre was in the process of evolution, the great elf Monica and the elf elder Becky came over and said respectfully, Dear Lord, I have a question that I am very confused about, and I pray that I can get an answer from you. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, Okay. Elf Monica said, to reply to Lord Xia, since I was promoted to the level of level 21B, the mysterious energy I get from killing enemies has become less and less. It's almost invisible now. At this rate, it will be difficult for me to be promoted to demigod in the future. It will take at least hundreds of years to touch the edge of the demigod realm. I don't understand. Is there something wrong with my body? Monica really wants to know the answer. She can't resist the temptation of absorbing special energy values and quickly improving her rank and strength. Now, every time she kills an enemy, she can only get a little bit of special energy. Sometimes there was even no energy. This huge contrast made it difficult for her to bear. So she wanted to know why. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "So it's this. Lord." Monica and Becky looked at Tang Xiaofan eagerly. Tang Xiaofan said, "Monica, it's not that there is something wrong with your body. Killing the enemy will advance you to a higher level." Monica was stunned and said, "The limit of growth potential?" Tang Xiaofan nodded. "You can understand it as the limitation of qualifications." "Is that so?" The expression on Monica's beautiful face dimmed. There was really no way to solve the problem of qualifications. She smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Lord, for clearing up my doubts. Monica understands. Can you see the limit of our growth potential?" Tang Xiaofan said, "Yes, it is the peak of level 21, yours is the late level 21, and the growth potential limit of the elemental elf Evangeline is the peak of demigod. When your own rank is equal to the growth potential limit, you can't get special energy." Alas. Monica sighed. Becky was a little confused. Her growth potential was only at the late stage of level 21. Doesn't that mean that if she can improve 2 more small levels, she will reach the peak of her life? Seeing that Becky asked hurriedly, "Is there no way to improve the limit of growth potential?" Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Of course there is, as long as you can find the treasure." The great elf Monica smiled bitterly. "Lord, such treasures are not common, right? The treasure that can improve the qualifications of a peak powerhouse at level 21 is equivalent to a divine weapon for a peak powerhouse at level 21. How can it be so common?" Chapter 225. Tang Xiaofan shook his head slightly, then pointed to the light ball floating above the farmer's factory. John Eyre is now undergoing bloodline evolution. Before that, John E had successfully raised his growth potential limit from the lower true god to the middle true god level. Is John E so strong? Monica and Becky both showed shocked expressions. The potential qualifications of the middle true god made them unbelievable. Doesn't that mean that John E can become a middle true god in the future? Looking at the cold-faced warrior, Monica and Becky inexplicably felt a sense of looking up, as if they were looking up at a god. Tang Xiaofan coughed lightly, letting the 2 beautiful nature elves come back to their senses. Tang Xiaofan said, "Bloodline evolution is not impossible. What is needed is the bloodline evolution drawings, which are the 3 drawings I gave to Jean Eyre just now. They are the evolution drawings. With the evolution drawings, you have the possibility of bloodline evolution." Evolution drawings? Monica and Becky's eyes sparkled. Monica asked hurriedly, "Lord, after the successful evolution, can I continue to harvest special energy, or even be promoted to demigod?" "There is no doubt about this." Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "If the evolution is successful, your growth potential limit will be improved, and you can even transform into ancient elves such as elemental elves." Hearing this, Monica and Becky were very excited and asked quickly, "Lord, how can we get the evolution blueprint?" "Kill the enemy." Tang Xiaofan said, "The stronger the enemy, the more likely it is to explode the evolution blueprint. Today, the Tomb of Bones was captured, and a total of 4 evolution blueprints were exploded. 1 high-level blueprint for Battle 1 is in use, and 3 low-level blueprints for Battle 2 are in use." Monica breathed a sigh of relief. "I understand." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said to him, "So, if your elf tribe explodes the evolution blueprint in the future, I will give priority to using it on you." "Praise you, respected Lord." Monica and Becky expressed their gratitude and felt relaxed. With a goal, they also had the motivation to move forward. They were no longer confused and afraid of not being able to break through in the future as before. Time passed quickly, and the blood moon was in the sky. There was golden light radiating in the courtyard of the Angel Castle. It was the light that leaked out after the light ball broke, and it was very dazzling in the dark night. At the same time, a strong breath appeared, and finally the light ball was completely broken and dissipated. The new Jean Eyre appeared in front of everyone. He had completed the promotion and successfully advanced to level 21. Jean Eyre's figure flashed and appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. He saluted respectfully and fanatically, "Praise you, the Almighty Lord. Under your protection, Jean Eyre successfully achieved bloodline evolution, but I used up all 3 evolution drawings. We are lucky to be able to evolve successfully," Tang Xiaofan said with a smile. Compared with level 21, what can a few low-level evolutionary drawings do? He doesn't care at all. Battle 2, level 21. Current growth status, growth period. Strength level, early level 21. Loyalty, 100, die hard, not bad. So far, our team will become stronger and stronger. Tang Xiaofan smiled brightly. Battle 2 was also successfully promoted, which meant that the strength of the Black Technology Castle was even stronger. On the second day, the warriors, angels, elves, and bloodthirsty demon wolves in the castle had all gone out hunting. As the number of wild monsters in the dense forests around the castle had been greatly reduced, even the local forces within a radius of 20 kilometers had been wiped out by them. They had to go to more distant areas for hunting. However, this was not a big problem. With their strength, even if an enemy of level 21 attacked, it would be a dead end. After all, there are 3 level 21 strongmen among them, and 1 demigod. They are the Great Elf Monica at the peak of level 21, the Elf Elder Becky at the early level 21, and John Eyre, who is also at the early level 21. Tang Xiaofan feels that with the current strength of the Black Technology Castle, even if it is to capture the Goblin Kingdom, it is not too difficult. The reason why Tang Xiaofan did not immediately lead his army to attack the Goblin Kingdom is because the coalition forces of the Anti-Demon Alliance are about to attack. He has to deal with this castle coalition before he can attack the Goblin Kingdom with peace of mind. Inside the castle, the farmers were dissecting and collecting the wild monster corpses that the angel team had harvested last night. There were still 6 flame dragons left, working tirelessly to hatch eggs. Tang Xiaofan took a look and found that the life energy of the Fire Dragon King egg had reached its peak, and the egg body would occasionally tremble slightly. Such signs showed that the Fire Dragon King egg would hatch soon. It's almost time. If nothing unexpected happens, the Fire Dragon egg will hatch today. Tang Xiaofan said to himself. As soon as the little fire dragon hatches, let the 6 flame dragons take it out to level up. Only when it surpasses those giant flaming dragons can it be called a flaming fire dragon king. Tang Xiaofan did not expect the little fire dragon to be so powerful. After all, the growth potential of the little fire dragon was only at the demigod level. Such potential could only be comparable to the 2-winged angels under his command. How strong could it be? Tang Xiaofan only hoped that it could be promoted to a demigod and become a true flaming fire dragon king, and then use its identity as a native dragon clan to help the Black Technology Castle extend its influence to the dragon clan's territory. If the little fire dragon can rule the flaming dragon lineage in the local dragon clan in the future, then it will be of great help to the Black Technology Castle. Take the dragon nest in the forest as an example. Tang Xiaofan also hopes to use the little fire dragon to subdue some dragons in the dragon nest and serve his castle. He always feels that there are only a few flaming dragons in the Black Technology Castle, which is still a bit shabby. Either don't have it, or form a dragon army. For example, the natural elves. Tang Xiaofan is ready to recruit 1,000 of the most powerful natural elves in the elf tribe to form an elf army. Soon after, he will attack the Goblin Kingdom and the Earth Elf Kingdom together with the warrior team and the Angel Legion. This is the first step for Tang Xiaofan to attack the large local forces in the forest, followed by the Dwarf Kingdom, the Forest Giant Kingdom, the Warcraft family, the Dragon Nest, etc. In this process, he will conquer, expel, and eliminate the castle forces of the forest insects. Finally, he will rule the entire forest and establish his own Black Technology dynasty. When the Black Technology dynasty is established, Tang Xiaofan will continue to attack the surrounding areas until the flames of war burn to the local empire in the center of the world. This is his general strategic plan. Without thinking too much, Tang Xiaofan went straight to the farmer factory, ready to recruit more soldiers and farmers. After all, now soldiers and farmers need preliminary training before taking up their posts. Chapter 226. Looking at the farmers coming out one after another, both men and women, each farmer who came out saluted Tang Xiaofan and then joined the lively crowd. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. No special farmer was born. It seemed that the probability of a farmer factory was still low. He felt that he still had to continue to upgrade the farmer factory, or build a second farmer factory. Tang Xiaofan suddenly remembered something and asked, if you kill the enemy, is it possible to reveal the army building drawings of the farmer factory? Please explore the related questions by yourself, the lord of the castle. Seeing this reply, Tang Xiaofan immediately changed the way of asking, if other lords of the castle reveal the blueprints of the farmer's factory, can they also be built? The farmer's factory, as a unique building, has been bound to the current lord of the castle. Even if a second farmer's factory blueprint appears, no one else can use it except the current lord of the castle. I understand. Tang Xiaofan got 3 discoveries from the reply of information tip. First, information tip indicated that the farmer factory was unique. Second, the farmer factory army building blueprint did exist. Third, even if other castle lords revealed such blueprints, they could not use them. They could either sell them to him or hide them secretly and not be discovered by him. Otherwise, he would definitely send troops to attack. Hope is a good thing. There will always be a day when I can build a second or even more farmer factory. Tang Xiaofan was full of expectations. If there were a large number of farmer factories in his castle, the number of farmers he would breed every day would be astronomical. Let alone the god and demon continent. It would not be a problem to launch a farmer craze and march to the outer world and attack those dimensional planes. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and stopped thinking about it. For the current castle lord, time is money. All castle lords are scrambling for time, territory, and resources. How could he waste 2 whole months to follow the routine? He had to conquer the forest as quickly as possible and establish his own dynasty. Only then would he have a real foundation in the god and demon continent. Without establishing a dynasty, he would only be a weak force. There was no money to waste time to develop step by step. Tang Xiaofan was not very disappointed. His situation was very good now. Although he had not been lucky enough to summon a special farmer, the efficiency of this summoning was second to none. Praise you, my lord. The soldiers and farmers saluted Tang Xiaofan with great respect and enthusiasm. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, saying, "You go find Nong Yi, he has the final say on how to assign work. Also, you should first get familiar with how to live in this castle." "Yes, lord." Everyone saluted respectfully, and then walked towards the city. These farmers have improved a lot compared to Nong Yi before. The most important feature is that they are very active and lively. They are full of curiosity and yearning for everything in Tang Xiaofan's castle. Looking at their backs, Tang Xiaofan can't help but look forward to the future of the Black Technology Castle. At present, the number of farmers under my command has exceeded 7,000, and the number of warriors will soon exceed 5,000. It is not far from forming a warrior corps. Once the warrior corps is formed, which force in this forest can be his opponent? Not to mention the castle forces. Even if it is a local force like Dragon Nest, his warrior corps can directly sweep it. Jarvis, I have recruited new engineers and scientists for you. Hurry up and analyze it. Yes, sir. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan came to the elf mother tree again. There was still only the elf elder Becky here. As the protector of the elves, the great elf Monica had taken the elemental elf Evangeline, and the group of elves out hunting to improve their strength. Olivia, the spirit of the elf mother tree, was not there either. Tang Xiaofan asked with a smile, "Is Olivia in seclusion again?" Becky quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord, Mother is in seclusion. I hope this time Mother can successfully ignite." "What are you lighting?" Accompanied by a pleasant laugh, Olivia appeared in beautiful clothes. Becky fell silent immediately, and called out after a while, "Mother." Tang Xiaofan looked at Olivia. "Failed again?" "Yeah." Olivia was very relaxed. "Failure is normal. If I succeed suddenly one day, I will be surprised." This time, even Tang Xiaofan felt speechless. Olivia said, "Don't worry about me too much. I still envy Zhang Yi for being able to advance to the demigod level." Tang Xiaofan nodded, and was about to open the message prompt to check Olivia's status, when he suddenly patted his forehead and said, "There were too many things to do last night, and I forgot one thing." Olivia asked in confusion, "I wonder what the Lord is talking about." Tang Xiaofan said, "Upgrade your body." Olivia's eyes sparkled. "Has the Lord gathered enough soul stones?" "Yes." Tang Xiaofan said, "Yesterday we captured the Tomb of Bones and a top castle force, and the harvest was pretty good. It's no problem to upgrade your body to level 4. The requirements for upgrading the Elf Mother Tree to level 4 are the same as those for the Farmer Factory. It also requires 5,000 soul stones. Not counting the soul stones he had previously stored, the harvest from yesterday's war alone is enough to upgrade the Elf Mother Tree." Olivia smiled and said, "So the number of elves recruited today has increased?" Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "It will increase tomorrow." "Is that so?" Olivia stared at Tang Xiaofan in a daze. In her eyes, there seemed to be grievance and resentment, as if her child had been stolen. "Doesn't that mean there are fewer elves?" The elf elder Becky also looked distressed. There weren't many natural elves in the elf tribe to begin with, and now there are fewer, which makes her very worried. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. Why did he bring this up? If he didn't say it, Olivia and Becky might not know. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "It's okay, it's the same now that we upgrade." Olivia muttered, "But Olivia has lost a lot of children." Tang Xiaofan ignored her and decisively opened the message prompt. "Do you want to upgrade the top-level military building, Elf Mother Tree?" "Yes." Soon, the Elf Mother Tree was shrouded in a dazzling golden light, and began to grow taller and larger rapidly. A few minutes later, the Elf Mother Tree stopped growing and the golden light disappeared. Looking at the tree, The elf mother tree had grown to more than 100 meters high, with lush branches and leaves, and the treetop was like a canopy, almost covering Tang Xiufan's castle. Chapter 227. A purer and richer natural magic quickly appeared in the air. Elf mother tree. Top-level military building. Alignment, good, lawful. Previous level, level 4. Can breed 30 natural elves every day. Next upgrade required. 10,000 soul stones. Special reminder. Level 4 military building elf mother tree has a 5% chance of breeding elemental elves, ancient elves, and other top-level military buildings. After the elf mother tree was upgraded, the girl Olivia also hummed 3 times in satisfaction. Lord Tyron, a very powerful force appeared in my body. I feel like I can go into seclusion and break through again. Tang Xiaofan chuckled and said okay. Then he opened the unit summoning interface. The life and natural magic of the elf mother tree are insufficient. Do you want to breed natural elves? Tang Xiaofan chose yes. The energy is insufficient, but because the elf mother tree has just been upgraded and its volume has become larger, it can accommodate more energy, so it can still breed elves. Soon the elf mother tree became star-studded, and countless green lights poured down. After a while, 15 light balls appeared on its branches, and the light balls quickly grew larger and could be vaguely seen. There is an elf in each elf ball. After that, the elf balls fell down one after another, and after breaking, they turned into a group of beautiful and cute elves. Mother! Lord! Wow, praise Lord, we have life! Yes! Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded to these cute elves, and then said to the beautiful elf elder Becky, take these elves to meet up with Monica and help them improve their strength as soon as possible. He had just seen that the 15 elves were all natural elves. They were not lucky enough to breed elemental elves or ancient elves. Yes, Lord. The elf elder Beiji saluted respectfully, and then set off with the elves. Tang Xiaofan took a look at his soul stone inventory. Soul stone. 14620. It seems a lot, but it is actually very little. It can also upgrade the elf mother tree to level 5. In fact, if the farmer factory had not been upgraded to level 6, it would require a full 100,000 soul stones, and he would not have consumed the soul stones on the elf mother tree. Olivia asked cautiously, Lord, when are you going to upgrade the elf mother tree next time? Tang Xiaofan said, before upgrading the elf mother tree, I may have to upgrade the farmer factory to level 6 first. Olivia said disappointedly, that means we have to wait a long time. Tang Xiaofan looked at her and said with a smile, then you can ask the elves of the elf tribe to speed up the hunting of wild monsters. If they send enough soul stones, I will consider upgrading your body to level 5. Praise you, great lord, great decision. Olivia was very happy and immediately used her soul connection with the tribal elves to tell them not to waste time and to go out and hunt wild monsters. As for Tang Xiaofan, he returned to the castle, checking the situation in the castle while browsing the world chat channel. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. The auction of the skeleton undead transformation technique had ended. A total of 5,745 soul stones were sold. The price is almost comparable to the original skeleton warrior's architectural drawings. Of course, this has a lot to do with the castle lord's increasing strength. The stronger the castle lord is, the more soul stones he can hunt, and the more he spends. After this batch of soul stones was obtained, Tang Xiaofan's reserve of soul stones and exotic crystals reached 20,365 respectively. At noon, a very powerful fire element suddenly appeared in the castle yard, making the surrounding air become hot. The fire dragon egg has hatched. Tang Xiaofan immediately stood up and came to the yard, where he saw a huge red dragon egg floating in the sky, surrounded by 6 huge flaming dragons spewing hot dragon breath at it. Soon after, the fire dragon egg began to vibrate violently, accompanied by a sound like stone cracking. Soon, Tang Xiaofan was waiting for the birth of the little fire dragon, but at this moment, the Terminator guy came out of the void, came to Tang Xiaofan, saluted respectfully and said, reply to Lord Xia, a large number of bird monsters, and the lord of the human castle have appeared near the Twin Mountains. Their target. It should be our Black Tech Castle. At this moment, nearly 30 kilometers away from the Black Tech Castle, near the Twin Mountains, a large group of flying soldiers gathered here, including horned eagles, dragon eagles, black-striped finches, thunder eagles, wyverns, harpies, gold-eating bees, etc. All of them are flying soldiers without exception. There are intermediate soldiers and advanced soldiers. Their number is not low, adding up to thousands, and there are waves of flying soldiers gathering in the distant sky. And at the front of each flying unit, there is a human figure. They ride on the flying units, fly across the sky, and gather towards the famous Twin Mountains. Brothers, I'm here. Haha, I've been flying day and night for thousands of kilometers, and finally arrived at the Twin Mountains. Is this the Twin Mountains? It doesn't seem to be anything special. There are more and more people. Don't worry, there are more to come. We are just the first wave of Castle Lords to arrive at the Twin Mountains, and there are more Alliance members coming later. There are only a few dozen of us, and thousands of flying troops are not many at all. Yes, there are hundreds of Castle Lords in our alliance who responded to the call, enough to gather nearly 100,000 flying troops. When they all arrive, the scene will be truly spectacular. Our army is everywhere in the mountains and plains. I'm afraid Tang Xiaofan will be scared when he sees it. And at most one day, all the members of our alliance will gather together. We are still here too early. There is no way who made us the closest, and we dare not stay anywhere on the road, for fear of being attacked by ground monsters, so we can only hurry to Twin Mountain. Compared to the dangers on the way, Twin Mountain is actually safer. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That's right. I'm afraid Tang Xiaofan didn't expect us to come so soon. By the way, do you think Tang Xiaofan knew that our anti-demon alliance would gather in Twin Mountain and then attack his Black Technology Castle? Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't, but what does it matter? We will attack Tang Xiaofan's castle first, and then continue to attack his elf tribe. What if Tang Xiaofan doesn't escape? Then start the war. That's right, I don't believe that his castle is really that powerful. Hundreds of intermediate, advanced, and top castle lords combined can't beat him? Don't worry, we will definitely win this expedition battle. Victory belongs to the Anti-Demon Alliance. Chapter 228. Dozens of castle lords gathered together cheering. As time went by, more and more members of the Anti-Demon Alliance came from all directions with their troops. The castle lords gathered near the Twin Mountains, and their flying troops also increased rapidly. Seeing the coalition army continue to expand, their confidence was even greater. Brothers, restrain your flying troops and don't mess around, so as not to encounter Tang Xiaofan's demons. The main force has not arrived yet. We can only be regarded as a small vanguard force with low combat power. We can't directly fight with the Black Technology Castle, so as not to be severely damaged and affect the next encirclement plan. By the way, have you locked the location of the Black Tech Castle? It's almost certain. The Black Tech Castle is most likely about 30 kilometers southeast of us. 30 kilometers? So close? With the speed of my flying core, I can cross it in less than half an hour. I feel an ominous aura. Damn, can you talk? What a bullshit ominous aura. If Tang Xiaofan dares to kill me, I, Zhou Eryong, will be the first to rush up and fight him to the death. I swear to kill all his demons. So awesome, Eryong? Why don't you call me Jade Emperor? None of your business. Fuck, you want to fight? I'm afraid of you, you don't keep your word. Stop fighting. We are all from the same alliance. We can gather here and meet offline. That's fate. Don't quarrel so as not to hurt the harmony. We are not only allies, but also comrades in arms now. United, we can defeat Tang Xiaofan and give our anti-demon alliance a bright future. That's right. It's just a small matter. Why are you arguing about it? What if we attract Tang Xiaofan's demons? With so few people and so few soldiers, should we fight or retreat? It's my fault, Brother Eryong. I apologize to you. No need to apologize. I was wrong too, Brother Niao. Fuck. Hey, buddy, lend me your harpy. What for? Nothing, just playing. Get out of here. In general, Twin Mountains is quite lively. As more and more castle lords and their flying soldiers gather here, members of the Anti-Demon Alliance feel more secure and their self-confidence soars. Many members of the Anti-Demon League became quite excited and even eager to try. They seem to have seen the scene of the Black Technology Castle being knocked down by them and the beautiful elves being captured by them. They looked very excited. Tang Xiaofan was a little surprised at the Black Technology Castle. He originally thought that the members of the Anti-Demon League would not appear near the Twin Mountains until tomorrow at the earliest. He did not expect that dozens of castle lords had already arrived today. How many have come? Reporting to the Lord. So far there are about 40 castle lords and thousands of flying bird monsters. The Terminator guide said respectfully. The strength of those castle lords and their troops is too low, and it seems that the highest is only level 18. I alone can kill them all. The guide's current level is as high as the peak of level 20, and he is still wearing Mark II armor. With his strength, it is not a problem to assassinate a strong man at the early stage of level 21. Dealing with those castle lords is definitely a piece of cake. The guide roughly estimated that it should only take him 3 minutes to kill the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance gathered near the Twin Mountains, and their flying troops to collapse. Don't worry. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, those people are just a group of small fish. The real big fish are still behind. After all the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance gather, we will start to eliminate them. Then he paused, and Tang Xiaofan continued, if any of their people or troops enter our sphere of influence, they will be assassinated. As for the others, as long as they do not appear in the monitoring range of the watchtower, they will be ignored. Yes, my lord. The Terminator guide saluted respectfully. Go! Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and the Terminator guide immediately retreated respectfully, and his figure disappeared into the void. It's really a mob. Tang Xiaofan shook his head slightly. If he was the leader of the Anti-Demon Alliance, he would definitely set a good time for the assembly, so that the members of the Alliance participating in the assembly could arrive at the Twin Mountains at the same time. Concentrate the most powerful forces to besiege the Angel Castle, instead of the first wave of dozens of castle lords, who can't wait to run over with only thousands of flying soldiers, like now. If Tang Xiaofan really wanted to do it, those people would be dead now. Then, he could send soldiers directly to wait at Twin Mountain. Sit back and wait, come on, kill a lot, and the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, who are still on the road, will naturally flee and dare not continue to gather. In such a situation, after all, they have never participated in a large-scale war, so it is normal for such a situation to occur. But then again, Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and said to himself, the top leaders of the Anti-Demon Alliance should not be so stupid. I think they have set a time to assemble, but some members did not follow it and arrived at Twin Mountain first. No hurry. Let them jump around for a while. If nothing unexpected happens, the main force of the Anti-Demon Alliance should arrive at Twin Mountain tomorrow. When that time comes, we can start. Not to mention that we can completely annihilate the Anti-Demon Alliance's coalition forces, but at least we have to destroy more than 90% of them to make them afraid. Tang Xiaofan took another look at the current progress of the analysis of the Sky City. The current progress is 83%, which is enough. The analysis should be completed soon, and it should be ready for use. Tang Xiaofan didn't care at all about whether the Sky City would be exposed. It would be exposed. So what? What was he afraid of? At this moment, the dazzling red light in the castle yard woke up Tang Xiaofan, who was meditating in Xiagua. He looked up and saw that the Fire Dragon King egg, which was more than 1 meter in size, had completely cracked, followed by the neck, the fat belly, the body, and the slender tail. Hatched. Tang Xiaofan looked at the little fire dragon. Including its tail, its body was about 2 meters long. It was covered with fiery red scales, making it look like a burning dragon-shaped flame. It made 2 strange noises, and the 6 flaming dragons around it immediately lowered their heads and took a few steps back. Obviously, the flaming dragons also keenly sensed the Dragon King's aura on the little fire dragon. The growth potential limit of the flaming dragon lineage is mostly at the late stage of level 21, and the peak of level 21. And Charmander, the potential for growth is the limit of demigod. As a well-deserved Dragon King, the flame dragons instinctively have all in front of Charmander, who may become the Dragon King in the future. Even though the newly hatched Charmander is as weak as a chick, they are still respectful and dare not be rude to it. Chapter 229. This is the class concept of the dragon race, with a strict distinction between superiors and inferiors. Of course, if it were another type of dragon, it would not take Charmander seriously. If it were an elemental dragon, it might eat Charmander on the spot. Only dragons of the same kind would respect their Dragon King, and dragons of different types would often fight and kill each other. In the dragon race, different types of dragons would often fight each other. Because the dragon race is a combative race, they like to sleep, like treasures, and even more like to snatch the treasures of other dragons, and turn them into their own treasures. Crackling. As soon as it was born, the little Charmander relied on its own inheritance and instinctively ate the eggshell of the dragon egg. Even the egg liquid that flowed on the ground, and was not completely absorbed by it, was licked clean by it. During this process, the surface of the little Charmander continuously released red light, and a cluster of small flames would occasionally spurt out of its nose. Its body was growing rapidly. This was a very magical growth process, and it could almost be called the most important evolution of a giant dragon when it was born. It was visible to the naked eye that the dragon's body was growing larger. When the dragon had eaten the eggshell, its body had grown to more than 4 meters long, more than double its size. Woo! Gaga! Aoao! The dragon raised its head and roared a few times without success. After trying several times, it finally succeeded and roared a clear dragon roar. Roar! The dragon roar sounded not loud, but it made the 6 kings of the flaming dragons tremble and become more awed. Roar! The little fire dragon roared again. It was very excited. It spread its several meter-long dragon wings, from slowly to vigorously, and finally frantically flapping its wings, and flew into the sky with a gust of wind. Roar! The little fire dragon circled in the sky with great excitement. It swooped down as if by instinct and flew into the distant mountains and forests, spewing dragon flames while flying. Under the burning of the dragon's breath flames, the big trees were quickly burned to ashes. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see that there is something going away in the direction where the little fire dragon flew away. Go and bring it back. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the flaming dragon Abra. Yes, my lord. The dragon Abra immediately flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. A few minutes later, it dragged the little dragon king back by the tail of the little fire dragon. Roar! The little fire dragon was very angry. A ball of blazing dragon breath fireball sprayed directly on the thick legs of the flaming dragon Abra. With a puff, the dragon breath fireball exploded into a small spark. The flaming dragon Abra was unharmed. The power of the little fire dragon was too low, and the dragon breath had no harm to Abra, so it could be ignored. Roar! The little fire dragon was even more dissatisfied, struggling desperately in the claws of the flaming dragon Abra. Then it roared again, as if ordering the other flaming dragons to attack Abra. What a pity! The flaming dragons all crawled on the ground, turning a deaf ear to its orders. With a muffled bang, the little fire dragon broke free from the melon seeds of the flaming dragon Abra and fell in front of Tang Xiaofan. Seeing a human standing in front of it, it was ready to spit out dragon breath to attack Tang Xiaofan reflexively. Tang Xiaofan glanced at it sideways, and a syllable came out of his nose. Ming! The little fire dragon seemed to react, and shrank its neck in fear, and immediately closed its mouth. Then it swallowed the dragon breath back forcefully, and a gurgling sound came out of its throat. Woo woo! The little fire dragon folded its dragon wings, and kept wagging its tail at Tang Xiaofan, like a newborn puppy trying to please its owner. Moreover, it was very cunning. While trying to please Tang Xiaofan, it pointed at its butt with its fat little claws, and then pointed at the flame dragon Abra, as if complaining to Tang Xiaofan that Abra had scratched its butt and hurt it. Tang Xiaofan ignored it, and opened its information list. Flame dragon, unnamed. Current growth status, newborn. Level 6. Loyalty, 100 points, die hard. Growth potential limit, demigod flame dragon. Special reminder, this is a little fire dragon with the potential to grow into a dragon king of the flame dragon lineage. It is worth the castle lord's focus on training and bringing out its value. Demigod potential. Larva. It is indeed comparable to the great elf Monica. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Being born with such growth potential is already very good in the dragon race. Even the dragon race, one of the powerful races in the god and demon continent, does not have so many divine dragons in the race. As for the giant dragons that have the potential of true gods at birth, it can be said that they almost do not exist. The giant dragons of the true god level are promoted through acquired practice. For local creatures, becoming a god is a very difficult thing, because they are bound by realms, and every breakthrough is extremely difficult. Even if a giant dragon reaches the demigod level, it does not mean that it will definitely grow into a demigod in the future. Many giant dragons with such potential cannot pass the level of igniting the divine fire. The little fire dragon is different. Now it has become Tang Xiaofan's castle soldier. In the future, as long as it obtains energy values exceeding the peak of level 21, as for wanting to be promoted to the peak of demigod, or even condense the godhood to become a god, it can only rely on its own efforts. Or even say that Tang Xiaofan helped it use the soldier evolution blueprint to increase its growth potential limit. Tang Xiaofan used his foot to push away the little fire dragon that was rubbing against his trouser leg and said, "From now on, your name is Little Flame. When you become a god-level dragon one day, you will have your own real name." Ah! Little Flame nodded, then ran over to rub against Tang Xiaofan's trouser leg like a frolic. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. Although this little thing's loyalty was as high as 100 points, it was too cheerful and very close to him. It was annoying that it would run over and rub against his trouser leg even after being kicked away. Tang Xiaofan said, "Are you male or female?" The little flame tilted its head and looked at Tang Xiaofan, blinking its golden vertical pupils. It couldn't speak, so Tang Xiaofan was straightforward. He picked it up and took a look. The little flame immediately cried out, feeling quite wronged. "Oh, female." Tang Xiaofan was much more pleased with her. He summoned the flaming dragon Abra and said, You guys, take your future Red Dragon Queen out hunting and raise her level. Avoid the Twin Mountains in the southeast. Yes, my lord. Abra and the other 5 flaming dragons nodded respectfully, and prepared to take Little Flame away. However, Little Flame was unwilling to do so. It had thick skin and was not hurt by Tang Xiaofan's kicks. Instead, it became closer to Tang Xiaofan. It held Tang Xiaofan's trouser leg in its mouth, and Tang Xiaofan grabbed its tail and threw it into the sky. Don't come back until you are promoted to the commander level. Woo woo woo. Little Flame suddenly wailed loudly and was finally dragged away by the flaming dragon Abra, escorted by 5 flaming dragons, and flew towards the distant dense forest. Chapter 230. Time passed, and it soon came to evening. More and more members of the Anti-Demon Alliance gathered near the Twin Mountains. The number had exceeded 50, and the total number of flying arms under their command was nearly 20,000. On average, each member of the Anti-Demon Alliance brought nearly 500 flying arms. At a glance, the vicinity of the Twin Mountains was full of flying arms, and various flying arms gathered in the sky, on the ground, and in the forest. The scale is so huge that even wild monsters in the dense forest dare not approach. In fact, for the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, the average number of flying soldiers each of them brings is really not much, because most of them are mid-level castle lords, and a few are high-level castle lords. Due to the weak strength of the soldiers, they can recruit more soldiers every day. At this stage, castle lords with thousands of soldiers have also appeared. Relatively speaking, the number of soldiers under the top castle lords is the least, which is the disadvantage of the top castle lords. Of course, the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, who participated in the expeditionary battle gathering, could not recruit troops because they had not stayed in the castle these days. In other words, they wasted a few days of recruiting troops in vain. If I had not participated in this war, I would have definitely recruited 3,000 troops. I can recruit more than 50 horned eagles every day, but because of the gathering, I can't recruit them, and I suffer heavy losses. Why are you saying this? Aren't we the same? Didn't the leaders of our alliance fail to recruit soldiers? That's right. Brothers, don't worry about the gains and losses. As long as we eliminate Tang Xiaofan and break through the Black Technology Castle, the whole forest will belong to us. Compared to the rewards, what does it matter if we waste a few days of recruitment time? Once we win this war, our Anti-Demon Alliance will be the uncrowned king of the forest. Destroy all the disobedient castles. At that time, we can obtain a lot of resources. Not only can we upgrade the castle, but also upgrade the military buildings to a higher level and recruit more soldiers. The current loss is only for a greater return in the future. It is said that the elf tribe conquered by Tang Xiaofan has thousands of natural elves. Each member of our alliance will get a few natural elves. Such top-level troops are native elves. Not to mention that we keep them for ourselves. Even if we sell them, we can make up for our losses. Can troops be sold? What can't be sold in the trading channel? As long as you can afford the price, our alliance boss, Brother Hay, will still sell his dark dragon. Fuck, I just now know that soldiers can be sold. Hey, don't you know why the castle lords trade soldiers in the trading area? How to solve the problem of soldier loyalty. Once the soldiers are put on the market for trading, their loyalty will immediately return to zero. The castle lords who buy the soldiers can only find ways to improve their loyalty themselves. Although the loyalty of the soldiers being sold starts from zero, it is still very easy to increase the loyalty to more than 60 points with carrots and sticks. People, they really have unlimited potential. They can think of any tricks. Indeed, it's amazing. On the top of the main mountain of Twin Mountains, a group of high-level castle lords gathered here. A middle-aged man wearing simple equipment whispered, I heard that one of the bosses of our alliance, Brother Wang, is the one who has the top-level soldiers, the stone giant. He not only contacted the black boss, he also got support from a group of top-level soldiers. Huh? The eyes of the castle lords around them suddenly lit up. How did you know? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Of course, there is a source of information. I also know that most of the top-level troops coming to support are from the Alliance of Gods. Hiss. Someone took a breath, feeling surprised, and then excitedly said, No wonder Lao Wang is so confident. Even though he knew that Tang Xiaofan had conquered the elf tribe, he insisted on initiating an alliance assembly. This means he has found external aid. That's a top-level troop with the potential to be promoted to the 21st level. Are they willing to give it up? What's there to be reluctant about? The middle-aged man said, Not all of them are coming out to support. If one person supports several types of soldiers, the number is also very large. What is the original intention of the Gods Alliance? Isn't it to suppress Tang Xiaofan? Now our alliance has gathered together to besiege the Black Technology Castle. What reason do they have not to support it? I was originally worried that I couldn't do it, but now it seems that Tang Xiaofan will definitely die. Victory belongs to us. The middle-aged man said, our alliance is not a lone hero. There are many top castle lords who support us secretly. They all hope that Tang Xiaofan will be eliminated by us. Yeah. The castle lords who heard this all agreed. After all, apart from the castle lords who were in the forest, who was most afraid of Tang Xiaofan, of course, the top castle lords, they would not be able to sleep unless Tang Xiaofan died. Even if they couldn't kill Tang Xiaofan, they would find a way to push down the Black Technology Castle, blast Tang Xiaofan's castle heart, and make him lose his status as the castle lord. After becoming a wanderer, Tang Xiaofan was no threat to them either. So, it seems that the Anti-Demon Alliance is fighting alone, but in fact, there are many top castle lords in other areas who are working hard and secretly supporting. Their castles are too far away from the forest to participate in this war, but they also use various methods, such as supporting top troops, to help the Anti-Demon Alliance win this war. This is also the reason why the Anti-Demon Alliance's expedition has never stopped. With the assistance of many top castle lords, the bosses of the Anti-Demon Alliance can be said to be confident. The middle-aged man solemnly warned, don't let this matter leak out, lest Tang Xiaofan finds out and escapes before the main force of our alliance arrives. Don't worry. Are we the kind of people who can't keep secrets? The castle lords present all said they would not leak it. They were telling the truth. They were not here to play, but to participate in this expedition battle sincerely. They didn't want the protagonist to disappear before the war even started. Wouldn't it be a waste of their trip? Eliminating Tang Xiaofan, destroying the Black Technology Castle, and capturing the elves of the elf tribe are all the goals they want to achieve. The middle-aged man glanced at his friend's message, and then said happily, Boss Wang sent a message that the main force of the alliance is marching quickly, traveling all night, and will arrive at Twin Mountains at noon tomorrow at the latest. That is to say, as long as we get through tonight, we can launch an attack on the Black Technology Castle tomorrow. Great. The high-level castle lords were all excited and looked forward to tomorrow's arrival. Chapter 231. The middle-aged man stood up and looked at the distant sky, where a beam of light was constantly rotating in all directions. That is the observation tower of the Black Technology Castle, with a monitoring range of 10 kilometers. Give orders, don't get close, and don't cause trouble before the main force of the alliance arrives. If it affects the war and makes it impossible to eliminate Tang Xiaofan, it won't be a simple kick out of the alliance. Understood? The castle lords present all had a condensed expression. If such a thing really happened, they would probably be killed directly. That's right. A castle lord suddenly said, when I came here in the afternoon, I heard the roar of a dragon about 60 kilometers away from the Twin Mountains. I found out when I got closer. It turned out to be 6 adult flame dragons, hunting with a little fire dragon. Someone was surprised. Are all 6 adult dragons? The castle lord nodded. Each one is a level 20 dragon. 3 of them are as high as level 20 peak bees, but the level of the little fire dragon is not high, only about level 10 elite. Someone whispered, could these dragons be related to the Black Technology Castle? How is that possible? A young man next to him sneered. 6 adult level 20 dragons. Can the Black Technology Castle be so strong? Besides, Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons, not dragons. That's true. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be local dragons. The middle-aged man said, they are not that powerful yet. Everyone agreed, and the lord of the castle smiled and said, if they haven't left yet, or if the dragon cave is nearby, kill them together. Yes. Level 20 adult dragons are all big bosses. Killing them will definitely yield good stuff. If the dragon's military buildings are revealed, we will be rich. Not rich, but changing our destiny. The high-level castle lords present took a deep breath, their faces excited. Ever since Tang Xiaofan auctioned off a military building blueprint, many castle lords wanted to get the relevant military building blueprints by killing powerful creatures, including these high-level castle lords. They also want to go to the next level and become the top castle lords, standing higher and seeing farther. After destroying Tang Xiaofan's castle forces, we will go find those dragons. Hunting dragons, exploding blueprints. Agreed. Hey! The castle lords present all seemed extremely excited. For them, good days are coming soon. The Black Technology Castle, the 2 battle teams, the Angel Legion, the Elf team, and the 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves that have entered level 18 have all returned. Only the fiery dragons were still hunting with little flame. They were obviously following Tang Xiufan's orders strictly. They would not return with Little Flame until Little Flame was promoted to a leader-level dragon. Tang Xiufan did not have to worry about their safety at all. After all, the 6 fiery dragons were all adult dragons, and 3 of them were at the peak of level 20, which could sweep away wild monsters in the forest. Even if they encountered a level 21 monster, they would have a high probability of escaping unscathed. After all, the dragon is the tyrant of the forest. No local force dares to easily provoke the dragon, even the 20-level monster family. With the help of the connection between the arms, Tang Xiufan has already noticed that the Little Flame has greatly increased in strength. After an afternoon of hunting, with the help of 6 adult dragons, she has now been promoted to the 10th level elite. If nothing unexpected happens, after a whole night of hunting, the Little Flame may be promoted to the 12th level. This is a benefit unique to the castle troops. By hunting a large number of wild monsters and obtaining huge energy values, you can quickly upgrade your level. If Little Flame had not become Tang Xiufan's castle troop, relying on her own practice, it would take at least several months for her to be promoted to the 12th level commander level. The further you go, the longer it will take, and the harder it will be to break through. There are many native dragons in the God and Demon continent that have been standing still at the peak of level 20 for hundreds of years, but have not been able to upgrade to level 21. Castle troops naturally have their own advantages. Otherwise, how can they fight against the local forces that have dominated the world for tens of thousands of years? After counting today's gains, Tang Xiufan called Zhang Yi and said, "The warrior team doesn't need to go out hunting tonight, so as not to disturb the castle masters of Twin Mountains. If they escape, it will be bad." "Yes, my lord." Zhang Yi saluted respectfully, then hesitated and said, "My lord, the Almighty, in fact, with our strength, we can easily wipe them out. Under the suppression of the 22nd level domain, none of them can escape." After evolving into a demigod, Zhang Yi has already mastered his own domain. Although his demigod domain is still incomplete, it is easy to suppress enemies, who have not even reached the 22nd level with the crushing attack power of the Iron Warriors. What's more, there are 2 21st level strongmen of the Elf clan, the Great Elf Monica and the Elf Elder Becky. Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "Of course I believe in your strength, but don't do it for the time being, because after killing this group, most of the castle lords who have not arrived will retreat. My goal is to kill them all. Solve the hidden dangers of the castle forces in this forest at one time." Tang Xiufan believes that after slaughtering the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance, the other castle lords in the forest will understand what they should do. If they are not killed and given a bloody warning, there will always be people who are unwilling to give up and think that as long as they unite, they can go to war with his Black Technology Castle. He wanted to use the Anti-Demon Alliance to deter the castle forces in the entire forest. This would be beneficial to his future rule over the forest. "So that's how it is," Zhang Yi said respectfully. "Zhang Yi understands. Please rest assured, Lord." Tang Xiufan nodded slightly. "Go and relax." "Yes, Lord Almighty." After Zhang Yi left, Tang Xiufan turned his attention to the Angel Corps. After these days of group hunting, the strength of the Angel Corps has also increased greatly. The weakest angels have been promoted to the 12th level elite. The most powerful angels have been promoted to the 18th level of lords. Because they can be resurrected and reincarnated, they have not lost any members, but their numbers have increased. The reason why the scale has expanded is related to the Goblin tribe in the underground world. When the troops of the Goblin tribe hunt dark creatures in the underground world, goblins will sometimes die in battle. And the souls of those dead goblins will be attracted by the power of faith. When Tang Xiufan is free, he will go to see the Holy Grail. If there is a soul in it, he will help it to revive and reincarnate at the cost of consuming soul stones. Therefore, the size of the angel army can increase instead of decrease. At present, the number of angels is almost close to 400. The second largest is not an angel but a natural elf. Tang Xiufan's assembly order has been transmitted to the elf tribe more than 100 kilometers away. Chapter 232. By tomorrow at the latest, a natural elf army of 1,000 will arrive at the Black Technology Castle. They are the most powerful force in the elf tribe, with the strongest being several level 20 elf elders and several level 20 natural elves. The weakest natural elf warrior has also reached the level 14 commander. The largest number of them is the warrior profession, followed by the hunter profession, then the magician, and finally the natural druid, etc. In addition to the natural elves, there are tree people in the army. Although there are not many of them, there are only a dozen of them. They are the spirits of the Elven Mother Tree, which Olivia has carefully cultivated over the years. The mission is to protect the elf tribe. In this war, Tang Xiaofan also dispatched all the tree people of the elf tribe. For no other reason, just to let them gain experience and upgrade. After dealing with the anti-demon alliance, Tang Xiaofan believes that after these two large-scale wars, whether it is the natural elves or the tree people, or other soldiers in the castle, they can gain a lot of experience and upgrade to a higher level. At this time, a friend sent a message. Tang Xiaofan opened it, and saw that it was a message from Bear Grylls. Looking at the content of the message sent by Bear, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh that this male god recognized by countless castle masters and wanderers has completely become his spy in the God's Alliance. Of course, Tang Xiaofan also knew that the purpose of Bear's doing this was to get closer to him. To pave the way for the two to cooperate in the future, Bear sent a message. Be careful, I received news that many members in our alliance are secretly supporting the Anti-Demon Alliance. Sold some top-level troops to the Anti-Demon Alliance at a low price. I estimate that the Anti-Demon Alliance has received nearly 400 top-level foreign troops. This does not include support from other alliances. Tang Xiaofan, I feel like something big is going to happen. Tang Xiaofan smiled. Something big? What big thing could it be? Once his Sky City is out, even if tens of thousands of top-level troops are assembled, they will be annihilated. Tang Xiaofan replied helplessly. Indirect cross-distance support? You can think of such a method. What a talent. Bai Yi, aren't you worried at all? Tang Xiaofan, what are you worried about? The first batch of members of the Anti-Demon Alliance have gathered in Twin Mountains. If I want to end this war, I would have started now. Bear set a surprised expression. You pretend not to know. Do you want to wipe out the Anti-Demon Alliance? Tang Xiaofan, yes. Bear, you admit it now? Aren't you afraid that I will tell them your intentions? When sending this message, Bear was in a very good mood. He thought he had gained Tang Xiaofan's trust. Otherwise, why would Tang Xiaofan tell him the secret? However, the next second, his expression fell again, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Tang Xiaofan, since I dare to tell you, I know you dare not disclose it. Free return ticket. Why don't you try it? Bear Grylls was so angry that he replied angrily. Tang Xiaofan, you are a steel straight man, you know. Friendship is over. Sleep. Bear Grylls logged off on the spot, but still sent a message. Don't die. I still hope that in the future, the dynasty we two have established can cooperate to build an empire. Tang Xiaofan read the message, and didn't know what to reply, so he just closed it. This night passed quite quickly. At least for Tang Xiaofan, he had a good sleep. When he looked up, the sky outside the window had already brightened up. The golden morning light poured down on the black technology castle, covering this white, holy castle with a layer of golden haze. Today is a good day. When Tang Xiaofan finished washing up, had breakfast, and walked out of the castle, he immediately found that a large number of people gathered in the castle yard. More than 400 angels of all sizes gathered around the statue of the 18 Wings Angel and prayed. At the gate of the temple not far away, there were 2 golden griffins, who were also praying solemnly. On the other side, under the tree of the Elf Mother Tree, there were all elves. There were more than 1,000 of them. Each of them was very beautiful, and their figures were like those of beauties in the movies. In addition, there were more than a dozen tree people who were nearly 20 meters tall. To be honest, it was the first time Tang Xiaofan saw a tree person. In fact, it was similar to what he saw in the movie. Tree men are transformed from ancient trees. Their bodies are made of thick trunks, their feet are made of roots, their hands are made of branches, and their heads are covered with sparse green leaves. Their faces are hidden inside the main trunk. When they open their eyes and speak, they give people a magical feeling. The elf army has arrived. Tang Xiaofan looked at the fully armed adult natural elves. In fact, they were not far away. With the speed of the Mark II armor warrior, it would take at most 10 minutes to fly from the castle to the elf tribe. Although most of these natural elves did not master magic such as flying, they were the darlings of nature, and could walk freely in the forest. One night was enough for them to cross mountains and reach the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan also found that the natural elf army brought a large number of wild monsters, and the corpses should have been hunted on the road. At this time, farmers were responsible for collecting and decomposing. My lord. Johnny walked over and saluted respectfully. The Goblin tribe has assembled 1,500 elite Goblin warriors, and stationed them in an underground space about 3 kilometers away from the Twin Mountains, waiting for your war orders at any time. Tang Xiaofan was stunned. He did not summon the goblins of the Goblin tribe for this war. It was not because he did not trust them, but because they would not be able to play a big role in the war. There were not many archers in the Goblin tribe. Most of them were warriors, and it was difficult for them to threaten the flying troops flying high in the sky. Tang Xiaofan had reason to believe that once the goblin tribe participated, their casualties would be great. Tang Xiaofan thought for a while, and said, "Tell the Goblin Legion to evacuate the current station. They are not needed in this war. They can go to the Goblin Kingdom immediately, and wait for the next war to come." "Yes, sir." Zhang Yi's figure flashed, and he disappeared in the fast-moving sky. This was the teleportation magic he mastered after becoming a demigod, which could teleport directly to the place where the Lord's believers were. When Zhang Yi was still at level 21, he still needed to run quickly to complete the transmission of information, but now, he can teleport instantly. However, this can only teleport him alone. If it is a Legion-type teleportation, Zhang Yi still has to move with others. Not long after, Zhang Yi returned to the Black Technology Castle, and replied to Tang Xiaofan. The Goblin Army has received the Lord's order, and set off for the Goblin Kingdom, which is more than 800 kilometers away. In the underground world, there are underground safety passages and magic rail cars built by the Goblin Kingdom. With the help of these two things, the Goblin Army can quickly reach the vicinity of the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin Army will also be there, waiting for the arrival of the main force of the Black Technology Castle. Chapter 233. "Guide," Tang Xiaofan called softly, and soon a figure walked out of the void. It was the Terminator Guide. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's call, he immediately returned to the castle, and appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. As the only warrior under Tang Xiaofan who had the ability to travel through the void, the guide was responsible for monitoring the movements of the Anti-Demon Alliance. "My lord." The Terminator Guide saluted respectfully, and Tang Xiaofan asked, "What is the situation over at Twin Mountain now?" The Terminator Guide said respectfully, "Reply to the Lord. After a whole night, the number of castle lords gathered in Twin Mountains has reached nearly 100 people, and more than 30,000 flying soldiers. However, most of those castle lords and their soldiers are very weak. Some are even only level 4. The strongest is only at the peak of level 18. The Terminator Guide said, "It is obvious that the main force of the Anti-Demon Alliance has not arrived yet." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, "Continue to monitor. Once the main force of the Anti-Demon Alliance arrives at Twin Mountains, pass through me immediately. I will give the Anti-Demon Alliance a head-on blow as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord." The Terminator Guide disappeared again. It was obvious that he was rushing to Twin Mountains again. With his speed, and the ability to travel through the void, he could reach the vicinity of Twin Mountains in less than a minute. With the Terminator Guide, Tang Xiaofan could learn about the situation at Twin Mountains anytime and anywhere. As for the Sky City, it is still empty, and has not been renovated. At present, the analysis progress has reached 97%, and will be completed soon. It can't be moved now, so Tang Xiaofan can only send the Terminator Guide over. After all, the Terminator Guide is professional in this area. "Lord." The great elf Monica came over, and handed a pile of spoils to Tang Xiaofan. "These soul stones and blueprints are the harvest of the tribal warriors these days." "Yeah." Tang Xiaofan counted and found a total of 7,859 soul stones, and 7 blueprints. Not bad. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles, because the elf tribe handed over so many spoils. It gave him a surprise, as expected of a tribe with 2,000 natural elf warriors. The Legion's combat is indeed extraordinary. Of course, Tang Xiaofan also understood that the reason for such a big harvest was not only the Legion's combat, but also the excessive abundance of wild monster resources in the area where the elf tribe was located. Before, the natural elves did not like killing, and did not pay much attention to the wild monsters gathered around the tribe. This made the number of wild monsters in that area very large. Now, the elf tribe has launched a Legion-scale hunting operation in that area, and the harvest is naturally very large, so much so that Tang Xiaofan is a little surprised. Nearly 8,000 soul stones. It seems that conquering the bone cemetery guarded by the 20-level Skeleton King is not such a big harvest. No wonder the elves' levels are rising so fast. When I first took over the elf tribe, the general level of the elf warriors was still at the elite level, with a few commanders, and very few 18th level lords. As for the level 20 elves, there is not even one except for a few elf elders. But now, the weakest of the natural elves deployed are level 10 commanders. The general level of commanders is level 16, and there are a large number of level 18 lords. This is just a short period of 2 or 3 days. Tang Xiaofan sighed. From the sudden increase in the level of those elves, it can be seen that they have killed too many wild monsters in the past 2 or 3 days, so that now, their beautiful faces still reveal a coldness that is difficult to eliminate for a while. Tang Xiaofan stored all the soul stones. Soul stones. 28,224. Based on the current reserve of soul stones, it is possible to upgrade the Elf Mother Tree to level 5. It takes 10,000 soul stones to upgrade the level 4 troop building to level 5. He has now met the resource requirements for upgrading the Elf Mother Tree. However, Tang Xiaofan was a little hesitant. He originally planned to store the soul stones and use them to upgrade the farmer factory in the future. If the Elf Mother Tree is upgraded, then the upgrade of the farmer factory will be a little further away. Forget it, let's give it to the Elf Mother Tree. After all, upgrading the farmer factory to level 6 requires a full 100,000 soul stones. Such a large amount of soul stones will definitely not be gathered in a short period of time. It's better to upgrade the Elf Mother Tree first. You can breed more natural elves every day. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan made a decision in his heart. After he upgraded the Elf Mother Tree to level 5, he would store all the soul stones he harvested in the future, just to prepare for the upgrade of the farmer factory. 100,000 soul stones, TSK. He didn't dare to think about not pushing down the Goblin Kingdom. Then, Tang Xiaofan looked at the blue drawings again, all of which showed unknown and needed to be identified. Tang Xiaofan was also very skilled and identified it naturally. Finally, he obtained the architectural drawings of the wall, the watchtower, and 2 new drawings, among which was the architectural drawings of the elf garden. As usual, the wall drawings were sold in the trading area, and the watchtower knife drawings were kept for use. 2 of them were low-level, and 1 of them was also good. The last 2 were the elf garden, and the information displayed was as follows: architectural drawings of elf garden. Level, intermediate. Number of times it can be used, 1 time. Effect 1. Improve the loyalty of the elf soldiers in the castle. Effect 2. Increase the friendship value of the local elves in the god and demon continent, and increase the probability of local elves actively surrendering the elf garden. Is a residential architectural drawing similar to the residential aristocracy and special courtyard. However, it is applicable to elves. Tang Xiaofan thought about it, and then came to the open space near the castle, and chose a blank area near the Elf Mother Tree to build a small garden for the elves. Soon, 20 extremely delicate small gardens of elves appeared, adding a bit of beauty belonging to nature to Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. Wow, this is our elf garden. It's so great that the Lord built a small garden for us. I like the Lord. Yeah, me too. Praise the Lord. The little elves of the Elf Mother Tree looked at the rows of elf gardens that suddenly appeared. Their big eyes were shining. Compared to the small gardens, the small wooden houses they hastily built were simply too ugly. The little elves were very excited and wanted to move in immediately, but the big elves from the elf tribe were not too excited. In their tribe, there are many such gardens, and they also have their own small homes. However, Tang Xiaofan received a message prompt that after the elf garden was built, the loyalty of the big elves from the elf tribe was improved, and it is now close to 90 points. Chapter 234. It is obvious that the elves are becoming more and more convinced and loyal to the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan said to Monica with a smile. Yes, Lord. Monica asked in confusion, Lord, did you use the blueprint just now? Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, that was the architectural blueprint, the little garden of the elves. It can be built directly at the cost of consuming wood, stone, and other materials. This is amazing. Monica said with emotion, before the Lord of the castle came, we didn't know what the blueprint was, and we had never seen a blueprint before. Tang Xiaofan was stunned and asked in confusion, you haven't seen the blueprint? Monica shook her head, no, when killing wild monsters, you can only harvest soul stones, but the blueprint has never been dropped. Is that so? Tang Xiaofan was a little confused. He knew that Monica would not lie to him. After all, the other party didn't even know the blueprint for the evolution of the troop type, a key blueprint that can improve growth potential, and was very excited because she knew the existence of the blueprint for the evolution of the troop type. Obviously, what Monica said was true. Before the arrival of the Lord of the Castle, creatures from the land of gods and demons could not drop blueprints. Or it can be said that without joining the Lord of the Castle and becoming a castle soldier, creatures from the land of gods and demons could never drop blueprints. If that is the case, where did the level 21 old dwarf, who lived in the dwarf palace in Little Loli's gray dwarf castle, get the blueprints of the advanced equipment refining shop? Little Loli once told him that the old dwarf grandfather gave her a blueprint of an advanced equipment refining shop that could support 100 dwarf blacksmiths to forge equipment together at the same time. This is a bit strange. Tang Xiaofan thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. However, since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think too much about it. When he went to the Little Lolita Castle in the future, he would ask the 21st level old dwarf in person. Anyway, he didn't think it was an important matter, so he didn't care too much. Then, Tang Xiaofan took out the 2 army evolution drawings. One low level and one medium level. After thinking for a moment, he handed the low level drawing to Monica. Lord, this is. Monica seemed to have thought of something, and her delicate body trembled involuntarily. The expression on her beautiful face also became excited. Tang Xiaofan nodded and looked at the excited Monica and said, "No, this is the soldier evolution blueprint you want. Although it is only low level, it is enough to help you complete the bloodline evolution and gain the growth potential of the demigod level. Low level evolution blueprint. For demigod level soldiers, there is a 5% evolution success rate, and Monica's growth potential limit is the peak of level 21, which can only be comparable to top level soldiers. So her success rate will be higher. If it weren't for the great elf Monica's hard work since her surrender, and as a powerful natural elf, she has played a great role, Tang Xiaofan would really be reluctant to give her the army evolution blueprint. But in general, if the great elf Monica can be promoted to a demigod, or even a true god, it will be of great help to Tang Xiaofan. Because Monica is a native natural elf, her identity means that she has great strategic significance to the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan said to Monica, "You can try to sense the success rate of using the evolutionary blueprint first. I believe it should not be too low." "Okay, Lord." Monica quickly probed her mental power into the soldier evolutionary blueprint, and soon she excitedly said to Tang Xiaofan, "Lord, I sensed a success rate of up to 80%, and the success rate of this evolution is relatively high." Tang Xiaofan nodded. Sure enough, different qualifications have different success rates. John Eyre used the low-level soldier evolution blueprint, and the success rate was only 10%. However, when he used the native natural elves, he actually had an 80% success rate, which was indeed very high. When John Eyre used the evolution blueprint to evolve, the success rate was only 10%. Fortunately, John Eyre used 2 blueprints in a row and successfully evolved and advanced to level 21. If Monica failed with such a high success rate, Tang Xiaofan didn't know what to say. He glanced at the elemental elf Evangeline standing next to Monica. Monica was very precious to this fire elemental elf. She took it with her wherever she went, and also cultivated the elemental elf Evangeline in a way that was beyond other elves. Now Evangeline has been promoted to level 16. She is only one step away from being promoted to level 17, Lord level. She is 1.8 meters tall, and is wearing a fiery red dress, which is very beautiful. Lord. Seeing Tang Xiaofan's eyes, the elemental elf Evangeline hurriedly saluted with respect. Like the elves she bred, her loyalty to Tang Xiaofan is 100 points, and she is always loyal. Tang Xiaofan looked at the last remaining intermediate soldier evolution blueprint in his hand, and said to the fire elemental elf with a smile, "Try to improve your level. After you become a demigod, I will consider helping you improve your growth potential." "I understand." The elemental elf Evangeline said with joy and respect, "Praise you, respected lord." "Yes." Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. Then he came to the vicinity of the farmer factory, ready to summon a new batch of farmer warriors, mainly to prepare for the Sky City. As the manager of the town, Nongyi was already waiting here. He was responsible for receiving new farmers, giving them relevant guidance and training, letting them know where to eat, where to have fun, and even dormitories, career arrangements, and other tasks. "My dear lord, can there be more boys in this batch? Girls nowadays are too noisy." Tang Xiaofan laughed. "Haha, these girls are not easy to mess with. Because of the influence of the life atmosphere of Blue Star, Tang Xiaofan thinks that girls should be independent and self-reliant, so he is a little spoiled to the summon female farmers, not to mention that these girls are all drivers of various vehicles and female workers in heavy machinery factories. Naturally, they need strong willpower to do their jobs, which leads to them not having the demeanor of the little girls on Blue Star, and living freely and happily. By the way, is there a girl who is pregnant? This is good news. A family formed by a soldier and a female farmer is pregnant. For Tang Xiaofan and others, it means that the Black Technology Castle is no longer a floating duckweed, and they have something worth protecting in the God and Demon continent. Yes, great lord. Our generation finally has the confidence to fight to the end. After the two chatted, Tang Xiaofan began to summon a new batch of 2,000 farmers. It takes more than 1,000 people to operate and maintain the Sky City, plus maintenance and rotation personnel, so a lot of manpower is needed. Chapter 235. After this batch of people came, the population of the town increased a lot. You should make good plans, and guide the town center, so that everyone can live happily. Yes, my lord, please rest assured. Nong Yi is an old subordinate of Tang Xiaofan. He is now in charge of daily life, while his old friend Nong Er is responsible for production. The two of them work together to make the internal affairs of the Black Technology Castle very successful. Although all of this was planned by the super artificial intelligence Jarvis, all plans needed people to implement them. The farmers relied on good execution and strong loyalty to maintain Tang Xiaofan's rule. Among them, Nong Yi and Nong Er worked hard and made great contributions, so Tang Xiaofan relied on these old people and felt relieved to leave important things to them. After the two of them had a brief chat, Tang Xiaofan completed the summoning. The next moment, the farmer factory was shining and farmers came out one by one. A team of 2,000 people appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan also checked the situation of the farmers as usual. Both men and women looked at Tang Xiaofan with respect. Soon, his eyes sparkled and he locked onto the target at a glance, because the female farmer was holding a golden spear and a golden shield, and her whole body was emitting golden light. What a special female farmer. And she even comes with her own equipment. This was definitely a surprise to Tang Xiaofan. Before this special farmer appeared, he had summoned nearly 6,000 farmers, and had never summoned a special type of soldier in the farmer factory. This shows how difficult it is to summon a special type of soldier. For Tang Xiaofan, the appearance of this special farmer was the biggest surprise of the new day. He immediately opened the information panel of this special farmer, ecliptic farmer, favored by God. Current growth status, primary soldier. Level 18. Loyalty, 100, die hard. The peak of the lower true god, the zodiac Aries god favored by Kongji. Ecliptic, Aries god Tang Xiaofan was shocked. He thought that the special farmer he bred would be a powerful warrior, or a scientific and technological talent, or even a cooking god. He didn't expect that it would be a Shinto special farmer, a god-favored one. Moreover, the title of this special farmer was given the words God's blessing, which showed his special identity and strong strength. At the beginning, he was level 18. Absolutely strong. But what does the zodiac Aries mean? Does it mean that there are zodiac gods in the system of special farmers? Tang Xiaofan was a little confused. He knew a little about the race of farmers, especially when he was on Blue Star. He practiced games like Age of Empires and Civilization, and he knew farmers very well. They were just a group of ordinary people. Maybe the soldiers and technical personnel would be a little special, but there had never been gods. But he didn't know much about special farmers. He had always thought that special farmers were probably just like War II, War I, or other warriors, ordinary people who were relatively strong. This was Tang Xiaofan's understanding of special farmers, but he had never thought that among the special farmers, there were even zodiac gods. What were their main duties? Almighty Lord. Zodiac Aries, the favored one of the god of punishment and guardian, greets you. She bowed respectfully to Tang Xiaofan's. She was very beautiful, with a flawless face. The difference is, she was wearing armor, golden holy armor, holding a golden holy spear in her right hand, and a golden holy shield in her left hand. Her expression was reverent, but with a hint of mechanical indifference. She was like a machine. Except for the Almighty Lord, nothing, no living being could shake her heart of a god-favored person that was as hard as steel. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. Sanction and protection should be the main duties of the Aries god-favored person in front of him. Or it is also possible that the main duties of all zodiac god-favored people are sanction and protection. At this time, Tang Xiaofan turned his head to look at the great elf Monica and others, and found that in their expressions, they all showed a kind of awe for the zodiac Aries gods favored, just like ordinary people encountering law enforcers. Of course, Monica and others are not ordinary people. They are all powerful natural elves, which can only mean that the zodiac Aries gods favored is special, and has a very special status in the hierarchy of gods. Or it can be said that they have the power to enforce the law. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xiaofan named this 18th level Zodiac Aries God-favored person Estella. Zodiac Aries God-favored person, praise you, the Almighty Lord. Aries God-favored person Estella knelt on one knee towards Tang Xiaofan. She held a golden spear in one hand, and said with great reverence, Zodiac Aries God-favored person Estella will protect the Lord's domain as if she were protecting her own life. Very good. Tang Xiaofan nodded, and looked at Estella's armor. Unlike the Mark II armor, Estella's armor was more delicate, and made of unknown materials, which looked more radiant. Jarvis, what is her armor made of? Sir, it's a reinforced version of organic matter, which may be stronger than ordinary steel plates, but its strength is very limited. Okay Jarvis, you are a straight man. When Tang Xiaofan heard that the strength was average, He lost interest in this golden armor. Tang Xiaofan asked again, Estella, what is your main job? Estella, the Aries god, said respectfully, My lord, my main job is to protect the world you created and the stars you created. I will protect all the stars under your rule. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, then asked, In other words, there are other zodiac angels? Estella looked up at Tang Xiaofan. Her pupils were golden, full of enthusiasm and admiration. We are the zodiac gods, who are dedicated to protecting the mortal world you created. Tang Xiaofan asked a few more questions, and finally figured out what kind of existence the zodiac gods are. The Almighty Lord created life, created the world, and created endless stars. Finally, the God realm was created. The God realm is the core of the Lord. Similar to the first and second class farmers, they manage the core God realm of the Lord, and their main job is to protect the God realm war. The purpose of the Orthodox faction farmers being created is to maintain the God realm, and to launch foreign wars, to use wars to maintain the glory of the Lord, and to maintain the Lord's ruling authority over the plain world. And the special farmers have their own unique main jobs, either spreading faith or protecting lives. When war comes, they will go to war with the Orthodox faction's farmers. However, the plain war of the Orthodox peasant army has nothing to do with them. They have their own things to do. The second is the gods of the zodiac. They are also special peasants, but the gods of the zodiac are different from the war too. The gods of the zodiac will not be involved, nor will they affect the Orthodox peasant army's conquest of the plain world. Chapter 236. The mission of the zodiac gods is to protect the stars and planes under the zodiac. Sometimes, under the leadership of the god of the zodiac, they will expand to the surrounding star worlds and planes to expand the faith of the Lord. To put it simply, they are the farmers of the Orthodox faction, and they often live in the core world of the Lord. When there is no war, the farmers of the Orthodox faction will not leave the God realm. The zodiac gods protect the secondary plane worlds and the endless stars in the universe except the God realm, which is the mortal world. The two types of farmers have different management areas. The Orthodox farmers are in charge of the divine world. The gods of the zodiac are in charge of the mortal world created by the Lord. Under normal circumstances, these two roles will not intersect. If a large-scale war of faith occurs and involves the intersection of the plain world controlled by the golden zodiac and the farmers, then the Orthodox faction of the farmers and the gods of the golden zodiac may cooperate. Otherwise, they basically will not have too much contact. After all, one is in the sky and the other is in the underground. Of course, this information all comes from the records of the Almighty Lord in the 10 days creation record. As for the reality, there is no Lord's God realm, nor is there a plain world managed by the zodiac gods' favored ones. Everything must be freely played by Tang Xiaofan, and then even if he lets the zodiac gods' favored ones manage the God realm, and let the Orthodox faction of farmers manage the plain world of the mortal universe, it is not impossible. After all, he is the only one in this world who can become a god, and he is the supreme and only main god. In the future, the rise and fall of countless universes, birth and destruction, all depend on his decision. I just realized it now. The types of farmers are really complicated. After all, it is a perfect race. Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it. He signaled that Estella, the Aries god's favorite person, could stand up. Looking at Estella's outfit, Tang Xiaofan liked it from the bottom of his heart. Snow-white skin, bright short skirt, oh, and a golden shield. TSK, which other farmer can be as stylish as the zodiac god's favorite person? Even John E., who has already stepped into the demigod stage, is not as good as him. He only has a sword now. I have to admit that among all the farmers, Estella, the Aries god's favored one, is the most eye-catching one. Her golden dress and cold expression are enough to make the enemy timid before the battle. She stood alone. She raised her head slightly, revealing Binbai's neck, and her whole body exuded a strong and noble aura. This caused other elves to not dare to approach her. Only the big elf Monica and others nodded to her, which was considered a greeting to her. Estella hesitated for a moment, nodded in response, and then raised her head slightly, her eyes always looking at Tang Xiaofan fanatically. Tang Xiaofan looked at the other summoned farmers, but did not find any farmer who could make him shine. But they were all a group of strong farmers, both men and women, so Tang Xiaofan was not disappointed. What else could he not be satisfied with after being able to summon Estella, the favored one of Ares' palace? Greed is the original sin. As the lord of the farmer's faith, he should be more open-minded. No hurry. When the level of the farmer factory gets higher and higher, naturally, there will be more and more special farmers under my command. In the future, he can not only look forward to the favored ones of the 12 zodiac signs, but may even summon the farmers of the 36 constellations. In short, as long as the level of the farmer factory is raised, the special farmers will come and his dream will come true. After that, Tang Xiaofan came to the elf mother tree again. Lord, the great elf Monica, the elf elder Becky, and other great elves and small elves all saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully. Especially those little elves, they were very brave, surrounding Tang Xiaofan and showing their most innocent and lovely side to him. Tang Xiaofan was also smiling. His soldiers, whether angels or elves, were all very beautiful, which made him like them very much. Only little Flame, the future Red Dragon Queen, liked to rub his trouser legs with her head, like a happy little puppy, which was very annoying. Tang Xiaofan looked at Monica. Why didn't you use the evolutionary blueprint? The big elf Monica hurriedly said, reporting to the Lord, I want to wait for my mother to wake up, and with her power, I hope to increase the success rate a little. The Lord gave her only one evolution blueprint, and even if she sensed that the success rate was as high as 80%, she didn't dare to use it rashly. If she failed, she would cry for 3 days. Okay. Tang Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Monica didn't rush to use the army evolution blueprint, and wanted to increase the success rate with the help of Olivia. This was a good thing, and he had no reason to stop it. Tang Xiaofan asked, Is Olivia still in seclusion? Monica said respectfully, Yes. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. In his opinion, Olivia's retreat to break through was useless. This spirit of the mother tree of the elves, who looked like a young girl, had been in retreat every day since she came to his castle. After the failure, Olivia was not depressed at all. Instead, she was happy, as if nothing had happened. Nothing could affect her. Don't care about her. Tang Xiaofan shook his head, and then chose to breed the elves of the new day. Soon, the trunk, branches, trees, and leaves of the mother tree of the elves all bloomed with green light, and the air around the beautiful elves was filled with rich natural magic. Not long after, a bunch of bright elf balls flew down from the tree, and then broke into pieces, revealing beautiful and lovely elves. They all wore clothes and skirts woven from flowers, vines and leaves, and looked particularly youthful and lovely. Seeing this scene, the great elf Monica suddenly sighed, and the elf elder Becky also showed a disappointed expression. They were looking forward to the appearance of elemental elves and ancient great elves, but the 30 elves that were bred were all natural elves like them. They certainly didn't dislike the natural elves, but because they were eager for their tribe to become stronger quickly. To achieve this goal, the core is the elemental elves and the ancient elves. When a large number of elemental elves and ancient elves appear in the tribe, their tribe will naturally become very powerful. At the same time, the status of the elf tribe in the eyes of the Lord will also be improved. They can see that in the eyes of the Lord, those farmers are the most important and the foundation of the castle. They can't compare with the farmers, but at least they can't be compared with other camps in the castle. Whether it is the angel army or the newly appeared flaming dragons, they can't affect the position of their elf tribe in the Black Technology Castle. This is one of the reasons why they want to become stronger. Chapter 237. Tang Xiaofan looked at Monica and Becky, who were disappointed, and said with a smile, Don't be disappointed, the elf tribe will become stronger. He was telling the truth. The elf mother tree was a military building in his castle, and it could breed elves every day. What does this mean? It means that natural elves are destined to become the second most important force in his castle. In the future, countless natural elves will be born in his castle. This will not change, so Monica and Becky don't have to worry about their status at all. After saying this, Tang Xiaofan ignored the two excited beautiful elves and opened the upgrade information of the elf mother tree. Do you want to upgrade the top military building, elf mother tree? Yes. As Tang Xiaofan whispered, the huge elf mother tree trembled again. A brilliant golden light appeared from the void, enveloping the entire elf mother tree. Soon, the elf mother village began to grow taller and larger, and the ground was shaking. After all, the upgraded human elf mother tree was a level 5 military building like the farmer factory. Lord, the great elf Monica said in surprise, Are you upgrading the mother's body? Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, The soul stones brought by your elf tribe are quite abundant, plus the ones I have stored before. It is enough to upgrade the elf mother tree to level 5. Monica asked quickly, after upgrading to level 5, how many elves can be bred every day? Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, It will definitely be more than 50. As for the specific number, we will know after the upgrade is completed later. After the upgrade, the elves bred every day will definitely be more than 50. More than 50. Monica and Becky's cheeks showed excitement. The matter of elemental elves had been temporarily forgotten by them. They were immersed in the joy of this number. You know, Their elf tribe has been passed down and multiplied for hundreds of years, and there are only more than 5,000 natural elves. Now it only takes about 3 months for the elves bred by the mother type people to be comparable to the total number of their tribe members. This is enough to make them excited and ecstatic. After hearing Tang Xiaofan's words, other adult elves nearby were also shocked and excited. There were also beautiful elves cheering, venting their excitement and joy. Soon after, the upgrade of the elf mother tree was completed, the golden light dissipated, and the earth calmed down. The upgraded elf mother tree has grown to nearly 200 meters high. Although it is not the tallest ancient tree in the dense forest, its height is amazing enough. Its lush branches and leaves spread out in several circles. It even covered Tang Xiaofan's castle. Elf mother tree, top-level military building. Alignment, kind, lawful. Previous level, level 5. Can breed 80 natural elves every day. Upgrade required, 100,000 soul stones. Special reminder, the level 5 military building elf mother tree has a 10% chance of breeding elemental elves, ancient elves, and other super-level military types. 80 natural elves. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed that the lower the strength of the troops, the more troops they recruited. He roughly estimated that once the low-level troops buildings were upgraded to level 5, they could probably recruit 300 or 400 troops every day. This was also a strong advantage of low-level troops buildings. As for his own farmer factory, it was the lowest level troop, and he could recruit unlimited troops. And once the low-level castle lords developed, the number of troops under their command was so large and the scale was so huge that even the top castle lords would feel their scalps tingling. Suddenly I realized, the way to become a god through faith is to take care of the low-level castle lords. After all, the strength of the god of faith is also related to the number of believers. Tang Xiaofan sighed and turned to the great elf Mecha and said, "Gather the elf army. If nothing unexpected happens, the war with the castle coalition will start later. Your army is waiting for orders, and be ready to rush into the battlefield at any time." "Yes, Lord." Monica replied respectfully, and the elf elder Becky and other elves also said in unison, "The elf tribe swears to be loyal to the Lord until death?" Tang Xiaofan nodded. This is the benefit of high loyalty. When loyalty is low, the fighting desire and morale of the troops will plummet accordingly, which will indirectly affect the combat effectiveness of the troops themselves. At this time, several huge figures flew over from the distant sky. They were 6 adult flaming dragons, and the future red dragon queen Little Flame. Their return seemed to herald the coming of war. The roar of the dragon sounded, and 6 flaming dragons with a body length of 60 to 70 meters swooped down from the sky. The Little Flame was protected by them. Soon, the dragons returned to the castle and gathered near the temple. They did not dare to approach the upper farmer's factory, nor did they stand with the elves under the elf mother tree, but crawled beside the angel army. Just like the angel army, the dragons bathed in the light of the temple and prayed silently. Under the influence of the power of faith, their loyalty rose quickly. When they surrendered, the loyalty of the dragons was between 90 and 95 points, and now they have broken through 95 points and are approaching 100 points. For example, the 20th level peak flame dragon Abra was the first to reach 100 points of loyalty to Tang Xiaofan, and remained loyal. It would not take long for the loyalty of the other adult flame dragons to reach 100 points, and they would be loyal to Tang Xiaofan and believe in him. Roar! After returning to the castle, the Little Flame was very excited, and ran towards Tang Xiaofan with earth-shaking footsteps. It was probably related to the fact that she was hatched from a fire dragon egg, and in the Black Technology Castle, her initial loyalty was as high as 100 points, and she was extremely dependent on Tang Xiaofan, and always wanted to get close to him. Tang Xiaofan rolled his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and pressed against Little Flame's huge head, stopping Little Flame from trying to rub his trouser legs. About 20 hours later, with the help of 6 adult dragons, Little Flame's level had been raised from the initial level 6 to the level 20 commander level, successfully completing the task given to her by Tang Xiaofan and returning to the Black Technology Castle. As the level increased, Little Flame's size also increased dramatically. When she was just born, she was only 2 meters long, and after eating the eggshell, the egg liquid was only a little more than 4 meters in 2. Now, Little Flame has reached level 20, and its size has reached nearly 20 meters. For a human life form like Tang Xiaofan, a Little Flame that is nearly 20 meters long can be said to be a behemoth. With this size, it still wants to rub his trouser legs. Its head is as big as his whole body when it lowers. Awooh! Little Flame was rejected by Tang Xiaofan, and immediately made a wrong sound, like a newborn puppy. And it shook its tail hard at Tang Xiaofan. Chapter 238. But she was smart, and realized immediately that she had grown too big. She couldn't touch her master's trouser legs, so she was pushed away by her master. She felt wronged and very sad. She folded her wings and lay in front of Tang Xiaofan, occasionally touching Tang Xiaofan's palm with her head. It was not until Tang Xiaofan patted her head in comfort and touched the golden dragon scale under her neck that she hummed with satisfaction and squinted her golden vertical pupils to enjoy it. Tang Xiaofan also took a look at the golden scale of Little Flame, which grew under Little Flame's neck near the chest. He thought it was the dragon's reverse scale, but then he found that the same part of the blazing dragon Abra did not have golden scales, and the other flaming dragons did not have such golden scales. Golden scales are unique to Little Flame. Obviously, this is not the dragon's reverse scale. Moreover, Little Flame and the blazing dragon are both Western dragons in novels and movies. They are compared by the great elf Monica as Western dragons, not Eastern dragons, so it is normal that they do not have reverse scales. What kind of scale is this? Tang Xiaofan rubbed the golden scale with some curiosity. The Little Flame roared twice, and seemed to feel very comfortable. Tang Xiaofan called the flaming dragon Abra to ask. However, Abra told Tang Xiaofan that it didn't know why such golden scales appeared on the body of Her Majesty the Red Dragon Queen. And it also claimed that the dragons in the dragon's nest did not have only such golden scales. In the dragon's nest, there are also golden dragons belonging to the Metal Dragon series. They are golden all over as if they are made of gold. But the scales of the golden dragon are not in this shape, and the aura they exude is also different. Back off. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of her, Tang Xiaofan asked the flaming dragon able to pull her down. He was alone there studying the golden scales of Little Flame. Little Flame was very smart. Whenever Tang Xiaofan patted her, she would change her posture, sometimes raising her head, and sometimes lying directly on the ground so that Tang Xiaofan could study her golden scales more conveniently. Do you know what this is? Woo woo. Little Flame shook her head. Her neck was thick and short, and her eyes were on both sides of her head like all the dragons, so she couldn't see the golden scales below her neck. She could only sense the existence of the golden scales. Tang Xiaofan asked, when did it appear? Tang Xiaofan could be sure that when Little Flame was born, she did not have golden scales on her body. Wu Little Flame tilted her head and thought for a while, then climbed up. Then, she used her two hind legs as support points, standing like a human, and finally bit her buttocks and sat on the ground. Tang Xiaofan didn't understand why she wanted Yushir too, but the next second, he was stunned, and saw Little Flame stretched out two thick and fat fried melons towards him. The dragon's front paws have 3 claws, and the 2 front paws add up to 6 claws. 6? Tang Xiaofan wondered what this meant. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, the golden scales appeared when you were promoted to level 6? Ming Ming. Little Flame shook her head again, and looked down at her 2 fat front paws, and growled to express her dissatisfaction. Then, she began to try, and after a long time, she was sweating profusely, and succeeded. One of the 6 claws was bent to the limit by her. Then, she quickly handed her 2 front paws back to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan barked and understood. Golden scales appeared when you were promoted to level 10 elite. Woo! Little Flame nodded vigorously. Then, as if exhausted, it crawled softly beside Tang Xiaofan, and occasionally used its claws to poke Tang Xiaofan's trouser legs. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that such communication was simply too strenuous. He summoned the flaming dragon Abra again and asked, when will you dragons be able to speak? The flaming dragon Eris said respectfully, my lord, when a dragon is promoted to level 20, it can speak human language. After being promoted to level 21, it can initially master the ability to transform. If it is promoted to demigod, it can fully master the art of transformation. What is the art of transformation? Tang Xiaofan asked doubtfully, what else do you want to become? The flaming dragon Abra said, the ultimate goal of the art of transformation is to become a human. I heard that in the central area of the world, there are demigod-level strongmen in our dragon clan who have become humans and live in the human empire world. Transform into a human? Tang Xiaofan was surprised. He didn't expect that the giant dragon in the other world would also want to cultivate into a human. He glanced at the little flame crawling on the ground. Will this little female dragon become a human in the future? She would be so fat. Tang Xiaofan looked at the flaming giant dragon Abra and said, why do you dragons want to become human? Isn't it good to be a giant dragon? My lord. The body of a giant dragon is not bad. On the contrary, the combat power in the giant dragon state is even stronger. After all, that is our true form. The flaming dragon Abra said respectfully. In fact, it is not just our dragon race. Other races in the form of alien beasts are also seeking to become human forms. Because after becoming human, there is a greater hope of touching the truth. Truth is the hope of creatures in the god and demon continent to become gods. In order to be promoted to true gods and gain eternal life, the dragons do not mind staying in human form for a long time. In the past, the flaming dragon Abra also had such a pursuit and dream, becoming a human to pursue the truth, but now, it no longer pursues the truth. The Supreme Lord protects it. It has already stepped on the threshold of eternal life. Even if it dies now, the Almighty Lord will resurrect it. What is the truth? Something empty. No one knows except the true gods. For the current flaming dragon Abra, faith is the supreme thing. It has been bathed in the glory of the Lord. The power of faith fills its body, and it always feels invincible. It's okay. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand to let the flaming dragon Abra retreat. In the end, he did not understand what the golden scales on the little flame were, and what they were used for. But he believed. As the little flame's strength improved, the role of the golden scales would gradually become more prominent. Time passed. The various camps of the Black Technology Castle were ready for war. On the other side of the Twin Mountains, the Anti-Demon Alliance still had only 60 or 70 members, with no obvious increase in number. However, the castle masters were smiling brightly and in high spirits, because they had received news that the main force of their alliance was about to arrive at Twin Mountains, and the main force would appear in half an hour at most. Brothers, prepare for battle. In another half an hour, the main force of the alliance led by the bosses will be able to arrive. When the time comes, we will gather together to besiege the Black Technology Castle. Don't give Tang Xiaofan any chance. Any chance. Great. Chapter 239. I don't want anything else. I just want to capture the elf tribe and take 2 elves back. It doesn't matter, but don't worry. Once we destroy Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, the elves in the tribe will naturally belong to our anti-demon alliance. There are thousands of elves, and each member of our alliance can get 3 or 4. Or even more. Haha. My sword is already starving. By the way, there is still no movement from the Black Technology Castle. There was no sign of the demons either. Could it be that Tang Xiaofan is so stupid that he didn't notice us until now? Tang Xiaofan must have known we were coming. Why didn't he run away? He was quite confident that even if our entire alliance was assembled, it would not be a match for his demon team. So even if he knew we were coming, he didn't run away. I suspect that there are already many level 20 demons under Tang Xiaofan's command. Level 20 demons? This is his confidence. Haha, Tang Xiaofan underestimated us. He only has a few dozen demons. Even if he has 10 level 20 demons, what can he do? Does he really think he can defeat our tens of thousands of flying soldiers? If Tang Xiaofan really has 10 level 20 demons, then even if we win, we will probably suffer heavy losses. It's okay. We have military buildings. Even if the military is completely wiped out, it will take only a few days to recover. In this expedition, no matter how much it costs, we must kill Tang Xiaofan and destroy his castle heart. That's right. You're afraid of losing troops when you have them built together? After we eliminate Tang Xiaofan, the entire forest will be ours. Now we just need to wait for the bosses to bring the main force. There are many castle lords gathered on the top of Twin Mountain. Their flying troops are everywhere in the sky and on the ground. There are no blind spots in the defense, so they are not afraid of being attacked. At this moment, they are very excited and eager to try. The main force of their alliance has more than 80 castle lords and more than 50,000 flying troops of various types. Add to that the more than 30,000 flying troops of the nearly 80 castle lords here, and the total number of flying troops gathered together exceeds 80,000. What does more than 80,000 flying troops mean? It can be called an army of 100,000, let alone fighting. Even if they risk their lives, they can pile up Tang Xiaofan's demons to death. They never think that they will be the loser, not to mention that in the Alliance of Gods, there are many top castle lords, who secretly support them and provide them with thousands of top-level troops. If they lost such a rich war, they dared not imagine how powerful Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle was. Fuck. Suddenly, a castle lord shouted, "Which idiot? The news that our army was assembled in Twin Mountains was reported to the World Chat channel. Isn't this causing trouble for us?" Really? Fuck. It's true, the World Chat channel exploded directly. By the way, who is so stupid? Flying Eagle Castle? Who is this? All castle lords whose troops are eagles, please come forward. I want to see which idiot is causing trouble. There are many castle lords with eagle troops here. There are at least 50 of them. There is no way. The Eagle troops belong to the big clan of the Flying Troops. Not to mention that the Eagle Castle is just a name. It is basically impossible to find out who the owner is by the name. After all, what if their troops are actually sparrows? Let's expose it. At this time, a very prestigious middle-aged man stood up and said with a smile, I believe that person has no malicious intentions. Besides, exposing our assembly point will not have any impact. The main force of our alliance is not far from the Twin Mountains. In another 20 minutes, it will definitely arrive. Tang Xiaofan has no chance to escape in such a short time, so don't be nervous. It will also increase the popularity of our anti-demon alliance. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Look, countless castle lords and wanderers are talking about our alliance. Once we take down the Black Technology Castle, we will be famous all over the world. What Lao Chen said makes sense. Haha, it's true. Now our anti-demon alliance is more famous than the alliance of gods. In the future, more castle lords will join us. Our anti-demon alliance will not only be the strongest alliance in the forest, but also the strongest alliance in the continent of gods and demons. As long as we have enough people, the alliance of gods will be suppressed by us. After hearing the middle-aged man's analysis, the members of the anti-demon alliance also became excited. They even left messages in the world chat channel. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan received the message from the little Lolita at the first time. The little Lolita sent a worried greeting. Big brother, the information displayed in the world chat channel, are you in danger? Well, not dangerous, although the anti-demon alliance has already gathered yesterday. Wow, what should I do? Big brother, are you okay? Kur is worried about you. It's okay. I've killed even the 21st level skeleton king. So what are those castle lords? Don't worry. Really, big brother, please don't lie to Kur. Tang Xiaofan, no, just wait for my good news. The little girl replied worriedly. Big brother, please be careful. Tang Xiaofan was just about to close the friend list when his other two friends, Bei Yi and Yi Shui, sent messages again. Feng Qing sent a message saying, Be careful, the two armies of the Anti-Demon Alliance are ready, and will soon join forces to attack your Black Technology Castle. Yishua sent a message saying, God, if you can't resist, just retreat strategically. Tang Xiaofan replied to each of them, and sent it to Feng Qing. Twin Mountains will become the grave of the Anti-Divas Alliance. Also, tell the members of your alliance that anyone who secretly supports the Anti-Demon Alliance must compensate me with 500 soul stones, otherwise we will fight to the death. Sent Yishua, it's okay, don't worry. After sending the message, Tang Xiaofan closed the friend column. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan's army camps, the Warrior Squad, the Angel Legion, the Natural Elf Legion, the Flame Dragon Squad, and the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad are all ready for war. Tang Xiaofan stood in front of these arms and said calmly, The Anti-Demon Alliance will be able to assemble in about 20 minutes. Wait for the signal from afar. When the time comes, whether it is the Lord of the Castle or the arms under their command, clear them all. No one will be left. Yes, my lord. The gods of the Zodiac Aries are never merciful to their enemies. Chapter 240. About 100 kilometers away from the Twin Mountains, tens of thousands of flying soldiers gathered. This was an army of flying soldiers of astonishing size, with all kinds of flying soldiers, from the weak black-striped sparrows to the powerful two-legged flying dragons. In front of each army, there was a figure. They all rode on the backs of their own flying soldiers, led by a blood-red battle flag, and headed towards the Twin Mountains 100 kilometers away. This army is the main force of the Anti-Demon Alliance. In the center of the main force, there are some non-flying arms, such as the stone giant that is more than 20 meters tall, the titan python that is tens of meters long, and the eternal tree guards covered with bark. These arms belong to the castle forces of the 5 bosses of the Anti-Demon Alliance. Their top arms are all land arms, and do not have the ability to fly. Compared to flying arms, the movement speed of land arms is very slow, and they have to cross mountains and ridges. Of course, this is not a problem. With the help of the flying arms of other alliance members, the top arms of several alliance bosses can take a free long-distance flight. There are a lot of solid wooden vines that tie up their top soldiers, and then many larger second-class flying soldiers grab the wooden vines and take the top soldiers such as stone giants, titan pythons, and eternal tree guards to high altitudes, crossing more than 2,000 kilometers. Now, they are about to complete this journey and resist the end. Old Wang, what do you think Tang Xiaofan has in his trump card? In addition to his army demons, there is the elf tribe he conquered before. What trump card can he have? What I'm worried about is the elf tribe. Inside the army, several people were discussing. They were the leaders of the Anti-Demon Alliance, a total of 5 people. The Anti-Demon Alliance was also established by them. The young man called Lao Wang smiled and said, "What does the elf tribe need to worry about? It's just a group of local natural elves. Our alliance army is enough to wipe out their tribe." Another short young man frowned and said, "The last time the castle lord was exposed, there was a level 21 strongman in the elf tribe. If she also joins Tang Xiaofan, we will be in big trouble." Old Wang said, "Do you think that a local level 21 strongman is likely to join us, the invaders from another world?" "Not very likely." The short young man shook his head and said, "But I really can't think of any trump card that Tang Xiaofan can have other than that level 21 elf that makes him so confident to go to war with us." The alliance members stationed in Twin Mountains sent news that they found no signs of Tang Xiaofan's escape. In other words, Tang Xiaofan was ready to fight the Anti-Demon Alliance to the end. Against such a large team as the Anti-Demon Alliance, even if that person was Tang Xiaofan, the strongest castle lord recognized by the game official, the possibility of winning was very small. The short young man could not figure out what gave Tang Xiaofan the confidence to go to war with him. Lao Wang thought about it and said, "Perhaps it is really possible that the level 21 elf was forced to join Tang Xiaofan." Hearing this, not only the short young man, but also the other 3 top castle lords were shocked. "Old Wang, don't scare me, a level 21 elf. Is that something we can challenge now? The strength of a level 21 strongman is enough to cause heavy casualties to our alliance army. What if our camp is defeated by a level 21 elf after the war begins? It will be difficult to win this war. Why do I suddenly feel that we are here to die?" The expressions of several people were a little ugly. Old Wang was confident and said with a smile, "You really scared yourself to death. What's there to be afraid of a level 21 elf? Doesn't Old Su have a magic scroll?" Old Su is a pockmarked young man, and his military type is the Eternal Treeman Guard. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly. The magic scroll was a reward he got when he participated in the Beast Tide event. Originally, he wanted to draw a useful building blueprint, but he only got a magic scroll of imprisonment. "Brother Wang, you have seen that magic scroll before. It can only imprison level 20 creatures. In the plan, we only plan to use it to deal with Tang Xiaofan's level 20 demon. How can it imprison a level 21 elf? To be precise, it can't be imprisoned for too long." Old Wang said with a smile, "But it's no problem to imprison him for 5 minutes. During this time, we will join forces to kill Tang Xiaofan. As long as he dies, the elf tribe he conquered will definitely defect. That level 21 elf might even thank us." Old Wang is smart. Old Su and the other 3 top castle masters all had bright eyes. Indeed, Tang Xiaofan is the key. As long as Tang Xiaofan is solved, the power of the Black Technology Castle will inevitably collapse. Once Tang Xiaofan dies, victory will be in their hands. At this moment, dozens of black shadows appeared in the sky in front of the left. The black shadows were extremely fast and arrived in front of the Anti-Demon Alliance army in an instant. Lao Wang and others looked up, and their eyes suddenly sparkled. Because those black shadows were huge dark dragons. Lao Su whispered, "Lao Wang, your move was beautiful. Find someone to expose Lao Hei's relationship with us and directly cut off his retreat. This guy clearly only wants to take advantage and doesn't want to take risks." "Hey," Lao Wang grinned and said, "Don't say this to Lao Hei." Lao Su also nodded happily. Soon, the 6 top castle lords gathered together. "Which one is Lao Wang?" the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle said with a dark face. Lao Wang looked at the dark dragon ridden by the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle with envy. Apart from anything else, a mount like the dark dragon is absolutely cool. Lao Wang laughed and said, "Brother Hei, it's better to meet in person than to hear about it. You are really handsome and cool offline. I can't help but want to hug you. Are you the one with the surname Wang?" The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle looked at him with disdain. "Your methods are good, I admire you." Originally, he could hide in the dark. When the Anti-Demon Alliance lost, he patted his butt and left. When Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle lost, he came out to add insult to injury. There is no risk, and he can still take advantage of the situation. But now, he can only ride in the same boat with Tang Xiaofan, and come all the way to fight to the death with Tang Xiaofan. Because Tang Xiaofan is not dead, and the Black Technology Castle is not destroyed, his future days will be very difficult. Old Wang was puzzled. "Brother Hei, what do you mean by this? I don't quite understand." The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle sneered, "Don't pretend in front of me. You and I know in our hearts that after the war, I want half of the supplies of the Black Technology Castle." Chapter 241. The other castle lords wanted to refuse immediately, But Lao Wang said without hesitation, "Okay." The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle saw that he agreed readily, and then he led dozens of dark dragons under his command to join the Anti-Demon Alliance's army. Old Su whispered, "Lao Wang, why did you agree to him?" The short golden boy also said dissatisfiedly, "He took half by himself. What about us? Share the remaining half?" Lao Wang rubbed his forehead. He didn't want to take these stupid teammates anymore. "Brothers, Tang Xiaofan only has one castle. Even if he has millions of units of supplies, how much can he get? Our goal is to dominate the forest. Without Tang Xiaofan, which castle owner in the forest can resist our anti-demon alliance? This forest that stretches for thousands of kilometers is our treasure. Once we conquer this place, won't we have as many supplies as we want?" "That's right. I agree with what Lao Wang said. As expected of Lao Wang next door, he does things perfectly." Several top castles praised with smiles on their faces. Lao Wang rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry up, pass the order, speed up, and reach Twin Mountains within 10 minutes, meet the Vanguard Corps and concentrate the strongest force to besiege the Black Technology Castle." Good. Soon, the main force of the Anti-Demon Alliance increased its speed several times. Tens of thousands of flying arms of all sizes soared in the sky, covering the sky and covering the entire sky. That scene was extremely shocking. On the other side, inside the Black Tech Castle, the atmosphere was quite tense. Even the air seemed to freeze. After all, their opponent was an army with more than 80,000 flying soldiers. Although most of them were relatively weak, they were huge in number, and their momentum alone was enough to scare people. Especially the elves of the elf tribe. They were all very uneasy. Because most of them were melee elves, the elf hunters and elf magicians with long-range attack methods only accounted for a quarter of the entire legion. With the lineup of the elves, it is very disadvantageous to deal with enemies that are all flying in the sky. Don't worry. The great elf Monica is comforting the elves of the tribe. Believe in the Lord, the victory of this war belongs to us. Besides, we have 3 level 21 warriors. Just the 3 of us are enough to defeat the enemy army. Monica said with a smile, "The reason why the Lord didn't start the war earlier is that he wanted to wipe out the enemy army in one fell swoop. Your mission is to clear the remnants on the battlefield and harvest special energy. After the war here is over, we will set off and kill directly to the Goblin Kingdom." "We understand, Great Elder." The elves of the tribe nodded one after another. They were just a little nervous, because they had never experienced such a large-scale war. They were loyal enough to the Lord. In the entire Black Technology Castle, only Tang Xiaofan and his warriors were the calmest. Tang Xiaofan was confident. He had seen the outcome of the war, how the Anti-Demon Alliance's army collapsed, and this war was no suspense for him. As for the farmers, in their hearts, there was no such words as nervousness, fear, and fear. Even if the opponent was a dimensional demon, they would raise the giant sword in their hands to redeem the demon's soul. Just waiting for the signal from the guide. Tang Xiaofan raised his head and looked up at the sky. The thick clouds covered his war fortress, the Sky City, tightly. No one thought that the Sky City could not be seen at an altitude of more than 100,000 meters. Sky City, the war fortress that belongs exclusively to Tang Xiaofan, will finally be noticed by the world today. Even Tang Xiaofan felt inexplicably excited. He opened the World Chat channel, where countless castle lords and wanderers were chatting enthusiastically. All they were talking about were the war between the Anti-Demon Alliance and the Black Technology Castle. The war seems to be coming soon. I wonder if the Anti-Demon Alliance and Boss Tang Xiaofan will win. Of course, Boss Tang Xiaofan. There is no reason to support Tang Xiaofan. I support Tang Xiaofan, but let's be more realistic. Yes, it is said that the Anti-Demon Alliance has gathered more than 1,000 castle lords and nearly 100,000 flying soldiers to besiege the Black Technology Castle. Even Tang Xiaofan can't resist such a terrifying war force. Indeed, even if Tang Xiaofan has a level 21 elf, he may not be able to win. With nearly 100,000 flying soldiers, even a level 21 warrior will be exhausted. I'm afraid there's no hope for the Black Tech Castle this time. Heh, isn't Tang Xiaofan known as the strongest castle lord? How can he turn the tables now? Forget about turning the tables. I'm worried that Tang Xiaofan might not even be able to save his life. He will be killed directly by the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Castle to eliminate future troubles. The Anti-Demon Alliance wasted several days of development time just to eliminate the threat that Tang Xiaofan brought to them. How could they let Tang Xiaofan go? It has to be said that war is cruel and ruthless. Some people upstairs should not gloat over others' misfortune. Since Tang Xiaofan did not evacuate and had the confidence to stay and fight against the Anti-Demon Alliance, it means that he is certain to win. What trump card can destroy an army of 100, 000? Do you think Tang Xiaofan has a nuclear bomb? I don't know whether he has a nuclear bomb, but Tang Xiaofan definitely has a trump card. You know, Tang Xiaofan got the reward for being the first on the Beast Tide event points list, and no one knows what his reward is. I suspect that the reward for being the first on the battle power ranking list is Tang Xiaofan's trump card. Do you remember that someone said that they accidentally saw a huge white city above the forest? At that time, it was thought to be a mirage. The huge white city? I remember someone mentioned it, but Tang Xiaofan's trump card is definitely not that thing. It is clearly a mirage. I always stick to my idea that Tang Xiaofan holds a powerful artifact. It's not an artifact, it's a godhead. It's getting more and more outrageous. No need to guess, there's no point in guessing. The war will start soon, and then we know who will win between the Anti-Demon Alliance and Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. If Tang Xiaofan wins, then we know what his trump card is. Just wait and see, Tang Xiaofan will definitely be the loser, and this is the result of not wanting to accept our wanderers. If there are thousands of wanderers helping him guard the Black Technology Castle, will the Anti-Demon Alliance dare to come? Don't take yourself too seriously. Even if there are only 10,000 flying troops, the wanderers will die. A bunch of losers. Do you really think you are so awesome? Okay, shut up. We are about to attack the Black Technology Castle. Fuck, is the war about to start? Why am I so nervous when I am far away in the Shushuek Kingdom? It has to be said that our castle lord has been in the god and demon continent for so long, and this is the first large-scale expeditionary battle. I feel nervous even though I am not involved. I am worried for boss Tang Xiaofan. Wait for the battle report. Chapter 242. Not only is the world chat channel very lively, but the internal groups of the major alliances in the castle forces are also very lively. The Alliance of Gods, the Ice and Snow Alliance, the Kingdom of the Sea, the Wanderer Alliance, the Grassland Paradise, the Goddess House and other alliances are all talking about the war between the Anti-Demon Alliance and the Black Technology Castle. Everyone is guessing which force will be the final winner. If the Anti-Demon Alliance wins, they will think it is normal. After all, they have assembled more than 80,000 flying soldiers, known as 100,000 TIE troops, and they are only besieging a castle force. If this can fail, I can't imagine how powerful Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is. There is news that the main force of the Anti-Demon Alliance has arrived at Twin Mountains. The two forces have successfully joined forces. Soon, 100,000 troops will besiege Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan is finished. The title of the strongest castle lord is about to become history. What happened? Oh my god! My friend sent me a message that their alliance army encountered a bombardment from a huge white city and suffered heavy losses in an instant. Now everyone is running for their lives, including the lord of the Black Dragon Castle of the Alliance of Gods. Didn't the two armies just join forces? Bombardment? You must be kidding. What a joke. The Twin Mountains were blown up. Bombardment. Real bombardment. Bombardment from high altitude. Fuck, my friend also said that the entire battlefield was surrounded by the army of the Black Technology Castle, with thousands of demons, thousands of powerful natural elves, and adult flame dragons slaughtering the battlefield. Is the manager here? Kick this psychopath out? The chat channel was in chaos, and no one knew what was going on. Time went back to 5 minutes ago. In the Black Technology Castle, a wave of ripples was rippling in the void. The Terminator guide sent back the monitoring results from the front line, and he respectfully reported to Tang Xiaofan through Jarvis Network. My lord, the main force of the Anti-Demon Alliance has appeared 10 kilometers away and is expected to arrive at Twin Mountains within 3 minutes. Not bad. Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction. This was very detailed information. He thought to himself, and before leaving, he said to the soldiers around him, all soldiers, follow me into the Sky City. Get ready for battle. Yes, my lord. Under the respectful gaze of the peasant soldiers, Tang Xiaofan walked into the beam and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the Sky City, which was hundreds of thousands of meters high. Immediately afterwards, soldiers continued to emerge behind him, and they stood in their predetermined positions. Sir, the Sky City has been analyzed and all the cannons have been modified. We have strengthened some parts, replaced the barrels of the magic cannons with titanium alloy, and modified the production parts of the energy shells, replacing the soul stones with the energy of the arc reactor. All cannons will use both energy shells and conventional shells. The energy source will no longer use soul stones, but will use arc reactors instead. One arc reactor can support the bombardment of the Sky City for 10 years. During this period, Jarvis analyzed the Sky City and transformed it according to the information obtained, turning it into a completely farmer-controlled war weapon. This kind of transformation would be a major move that would cause great damage to any force on Blue Star, or even the God and Demon continent, and even lead to the destruction of the country and the family. However, for Jarvis, it could be easily completed with the cooperation of some skilled workers. Of course, the automatic manipulator and the high mobility of the Mark II armor made Jarvis's actions extremely efficient. At present, all personnel are in place and the combat system has been activated. Tang Xiaofan stood on the throne in the command hall, looking at the images sent back by the drone in the distance, and issued an order. Lock the bombardment area. A range within 10 kilometers around the Twin Mountains. Activate 3 sacred magic cannons, 500 large magic cannons, and 1,000 medium magic cannons. Use conventional shells to concentrate bombardment on the locked area. Tang Xiaofan was in the command center of the Sky City. In the high-definition images sent back by the drone, he saw that the Sky City was breaking through the thick clouds. The huge body of the Sky City and the high-speed falling force shook the clouds apart. Soon, the Sky City descended tens of thousands of meters above the ground, allowing the attack to achieve maximum damage. In the big picture, Tang Xiaofan could clearly see the Twin Mountains in the distance, as well as the Anti-Demon Alliance army in that area. More than 850 flying troops gathered together. It was really overwhelming and looked extremely shocking. It was just a pity that as Tang Xiaofan's order was passed down, the muzzles of nearly 2,000 large and small magic cannons on the southern wall of the Angel City shone with dazzling light. The next moment, a series of fire lines of varying sizes, all extremely bright, directly crossed dozens of kilometers and hit the Twin Mountains and the surrounding areas. More than a dozen huge mushroom clouds appeared. Even the famous Twin Mountains collapsed instantly. A few minutes ago, the Twin Mountains were composed of 2 mountains of similar size, each of which was about a kilometer high. Such a high mountain is not very conspicuous in the forest, because there are many of them. However, the Twin Mountains are famous in the Castle Cushion Force, because Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is near the Twin Mountains. His presence made Twin Mountain well known to countless castle lords and wanderers. At the same time, Twin Mountain also became the gathering place of the Anti-Demon Alliance. The scorching sun shone in the sky, and the golden sunlight poured down, covering Twin Mountain with a layer of golden gauze. Finally, after resting for almost a whole day, hundreds of Anti-Demon Alliance members gathered near Twin Mountain and waited for the main force of their alliance. This is a scene that is enough to shock anyone. At the same time, the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance near the Twin Mountains also became extremely excited. Soon, the 2 armies successfully joined forces. A rough estimate shows that there are about 100 castle lords and more than 80,000 flying soldiers of different levels. Among them, the number of medium-level soldiers exceeds 1,000. This is an army with terrifying war power, and it has the powerful strength to capture the Goblin Kingdom. At the same time, it also shows the terrible development speed of the Castle Lord. When the 2 armies joined forces, all members of the Anti-Demon Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. The same was true for the several top-level Castle Lords of the Alliance. They were all worried that something might go wrong before the meeting, which would weaken the overall combat effectiveness of the Alliance army and affect the subsequent war against the Black Technology Castle. Fortunately, no accident happened, and it could even be said to be surprisingly smooth. From beginning to end, they did not encounter any attacks from Tang Xiaofan's demons. Until they successfully met at Twin Mountains, the war power of the Alliance army was still intact. They retained the most complete and powerful war power. Chapter 243. Boss Wang. Boss Su. After the main force arrived at Twin Mountains, many members of the Anti-Demon Alliance came up to greet the bosses. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, who was mixed in the army, was also admired and envied by many members of the Alliance. There was no way. The top troops, like the Dark Dragon, were so dazzling. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle brought more than 50 Dark Dragons, each of which was huge. The smallest was more than 20 meters long, and the largest was 50 to 60 meters long. The army composed of dozens of Dark Dragons is also very eye-catching among tens of thousands of flying soldiers. Brother Wang, now the 2 armies had joined forces, and the army size exceeds 80,000. The combat effectiveness and morale of the Alliance members have reached their peak. Should we attack Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle immediately? Boss Wang, give the order quickly, I can't wait any longer. After destroying the Black Technology Castle, our Anti-Demon Alliance will be the future overlord of the forest. Should we change the name of our alliance after Tang Xiaofan's death? What do you want to change? This name is so good. From now on, whenever someone mentions our Anti-Demon Alliance, they will think of our glorious deeds. We killed the strongest castle lord recognized by the game officials. Yes, there is no need to change it at all. Now, countless castle lords and wanderers know the existence of our anti-demon alliance. Once we destroy the Black Technology Castle, more people will definitely join our alliance. Our alliance will become stronger and stronger. Dominating the forest is just a piece of cake. Apart from anything else, I must capture a few local elves this time, if possible. Many alliance members spoke up. Their expressions were very excited. If before, they were still nervous and unsure whether they could really knock down the Black Technology Castle. Now, they are confident. The army composed of more than 80,000 flying soldiers gave them the confidence to win. No matter how strong Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is, it is impossible to resist their 100,000 troops. Of course. Old Wang smiled and raised his hand, and the surrounding discussions disappeared immediately. Old Wang was very satisfied with this. This was the first offline meeting of their alliance members. All of them were real people, but his prestige did not seem to be affected. The alliance members still took him as the leader and regarded him as the boss among the bosses, just like online. This is very good. In the future, when the anti-demon alliance grows up and suppresses the alliance of gods, he will be the king of all gods. Thinking of this, the smile on Lao Wang's face became brighter. Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle is just around the corner, and it can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. We will use this war to let the castle lords of the forest and the castle lords of the world know that this vast forest belongs to our anti-demon alliance. At this point, Lao Wang waved his arm and shouted, "For the alliance." The next moment, many members of the anti-demon alliance followed and shouted, "For the alliance." Someone else shouted excitedly, "For the elves? For the elves. Kill Tang Xiaofan and crush the Black Technology Castle. Fight." Listening to the cheers around him, and looking at the dense army of flying soldiers in the sky and on the ground, Lao Wang suddenly felt like he was commanding a country. Let's go! Soon all the members of the anti-demon alliance were eager to ride on their own flying soldiers, and ordered other flying soldiers to prepare to set off. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, "What the hell, look at that." "What is what?" "Southeast of the sky." "Fuck, how can there be a city in the sky, and it's flying in the sky?" "What a huge white castle, even the clouds were smashed by it." Everyone looked up at the sky, and in an instant, everyone showed a shocked and horrified expression. The city was so huge that they could see it clearly even if they were dozens of kilometers away. It was so huge that it was like the alien mothership that invaded the Earth in the movie. The Sky City was 10 kilometers long and wide. For the members of the Anti-Demon League, it was as if it was right in front of them, like a dream. When the Beast Tide activity just ended, the lord of a nearby castle claimed to have seen a huge white city in this area. However, everyone who heard the news thought it was a mirage. I didn't expect the white giant city to actually exist. At this time, someone spoke with a trembling voice. "Isn't that Tang Xiaofan's secret weapon?" "Impossible." At this moment, the members of the Anti-Demon League present saw that the white giant city stopped, and on the wall facing them, and the twin mountains, groups of dazzling white lights suddenly appeared. "What are those light balls? Is that a cannon?" "Fuck, that's the energy cannon from a sci-fi movie. Ah. Damn." The lord of the castle broke the news in the World Chat channel, claiming to have seen with his own eyes that a mountain near this area was destroyed by a white beam of light. At that time, no one knew where the source of the white beam came from. Now it can be confirmed that the beam must have come from this huge city. Just one beam of light destroyed a mountain. What about thousands of beams of light added together? Fuck. Run for your life. At this moment, the expressions of all the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance changed, and they were extremely terrified, not to mention the ordinary members of the Alliance, even the old Wang, who always maintained the demeanor of a boss, and believed that he could decide the fate of the world, was scared to death. The faces of several other top castle masters were also pale. Without saying a word, they frantically flapped their mouths to make them run away desperately, wishing they had more pairs of wings. At this moment, everyone was running away, and the more than 80,000 flying soldiers also sensed the deadly danger, and fled in all directions, like a flock of birds that had exploded. That scene, tsk, it was even more shocking than when the two armies met. Tang Xiaofan kept nodding his head. This was the third time he had seen such a scene. Even movies couldn't make it. "Can you escape?" Accompanied by Tang Xiaofan's chuckle, thousands of beams of light flew out from one wall of the Sky City. It instantly spanned dozens of kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the ground trembled. The terrifying energy explosion set off huge destructive storms. The two twin mountains, which were thousands of meters high, collapsed directly, turning into countless large and small rubbles flying around. When the terrible energy storm swept through, all the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance and various flying arms within the range were turned into dust and annihilated directly. Even those who escaped to a height of thousands of meters were swept by the energy and the aftermath of the storm and torn into pieces in an instant. The scene was like a nuclear bomb explosion. Too brutal. I don't know how many are left. Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt distressed. In order to completely wipe out the Anti-Demon Alliance's army, he activated 3 sacred magic cannons, 500 large magic cannons, and 1,000 medium magic cannons. Chapter 244. According to Jarvis, the energy consumed by this bombardment is the energy of a yawn in the arc reactor, which is just a little bit of the shell. After all, in order to match the trajectory of the energy shell, the barrel is larger, and the shell of the ordinary shell is a bit larger. As a result, Tang Xiaofan still underestimated the power of the magic cannon of the Sky City. Even ordinary shells are as powerful as heavy artillery. After all, this is the war fortress of the farmer clan attacking the hostile playing world. Judging from the situation just now, the tens of thousands of troops of the Anti-Demon Alliance were all wiped out, and he felt very distressed. Putting aside the consumed shells, these are all experience. It was wasted in vain. The most speechless thing is that he did not get any energy reward for the castle lord and flying soldiers killed by the bombardment of the Sky City. Because the Sky City is a building like a war weapon, not a soldier under his command. In other words, even as the lord of the castle, he did not get any energy. The only thing to be thankful for is, when the enemy dies, the things that should explode will still explode. It can barely be a consolation. After the energy storm in the distant area subsided, Tang Xiaofan immediately contacted the warriors in the castle to enter the battlefield. Soon, Tang Xiaofan's castle army and warrior team descended from the sky and rushed straight to the battlefield. The natural elf army, angel army, bloodthirsty demon wolf, and flaming dragon set out from the black technology castle and arrived at the battlefield soon. In the sky, there were some scattered flying soldiers desperately trying to escape. On the backs of some flying soldiers, there were members of the Anti-Demon Alliance who survived the disaster. But the number was small, even pitiful. There were more than 80,000 flying soldiers in total, and less than 5,000 of them managed to escape from the bombardment. There were more than 100 castle lords, and no more than 20 of them escaped. This was a truly devastating disaster, at least for the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance. Old Wang, Old Chun, Old Zhang. Where are you? A pockmarked young man in the sky screamed in fear. Soon, his expression twisted. He was the only one left of the 5 bosses of the Anti-Demon Alliance. The high-spirited Old Wang died, the short Old Chin died, and the oldest Old Zhang also died. He was the only one left of the 5 top castles. As for the members of the Alliance, only a dozen of them died. This was what he found when he opened the internal information group of the Alliance. The original group of more than 100 people now only had a dozen people. All the others disappeared. This is a doomsday disaster. Looking back at the huge white city still floating in the sky, the pockmarked young man Lao Su could vaguely see the scene where everyone was hit and turned into ashes in the artillery fire. No doubt, that must be Tang Xiaofan's castle. He is the final winner. Until now, Lao Su realized what it means to truly command the country. The top castle masters of the Anti-Demon Alliance, and those alliance members, who claimed to have grasped the victory in the World Chat channel were all jumping clowns in Tang Xiaofan's eyes. Tang Xiaofan had already discovered that members of the Alliance had gathered at Twin Mountains. The reason why he didn't take action was because he wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop. The fear in Old Su's heart was so strong that it could not be described in words, especially the scene that seemed to destroy the world just now. Whenever he recalled it, his body could not help but tremble. It was too terrifying. Hundreds of castle lords and more than 80,000 flying soldiers were killed in an instant. It was simply a massacre. He checked the information prompt that just appeared. You were attacked by the war fortress Sky City from the enemy castle forces. Sky City. The war fortress of the demon clan. Damn, Tang Xiaofan even has this kind of thing. This Sky City must be the reward Tang Xiaofan got for being the first in the scoreboard in the Beast Tide event. A war fortress. Old Su looked at the white giant city floating in the sky, his eyes red with envy. But he didn't dare to look at it anymore. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly drove the 2-legged flying dragon under him to escape. At the same time, he sent a message to the World Chat channel to expose Tang Xiaofan's Sky City. This forest is a Shura field for the castle lords. If they run slower, they will definitely die at the hands of Tang Xiaofan. At this time, Lao Su saw a huge black guy appearing in front of the right. On the body of the giant, there was another figure. Old Black. Lao Su shouted in surprise. That figure was none other than the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle and his mount, the Dark Dragon. Although the two were not familiar with each other, they almost burst into tears when they met. You are Lao Su? You are still alive? You survived too. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle said with a bleak expression. The loss is too great. Dozens of dark dragons were killed. If it weren't for my disposable life-saving equipment, I would have died too. That life-saving equipment was a reward from the previous Beast Tide event. After all, he got the 4th place in the combat power scoreboard. That disposable equipment saved him, and also saved the dark dragon he rode, and took him away from the range of the energy storm. Old Su smiled bitterly and said, So am I. All the Eternal Tree guards I rode are dead. The wyvern I'm riding now is a member of the Alliance. Let's go! The Lord of the Dark Dragon Castle looked at the white giant city in the sky, his eyes full of jealousy and hatred. Sooner or later, I will settle this grudge with Tang Xiaofan. Settle? Are you sure? The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, Zhang Wei, opened his mouth, and he just threw out a harsh word. The giant cannon mounted on the white giant city could kill even a true god. How dare he come to seek revenge on Tang Xiaofan? At most, he would just keep the hatred in his heart. If he really met Tang Xiaofan again, he would definitely run as far away as possible. Stop talking nonsense. Escape is the most important thing. I also want to go back to my Balalai Highlands. I will never come to this damn place called the forest again. See you later. The two top castle lords, who survived the disaster, wished each other well, and then ran for their lives. However, they soon found that they could no longer escape. From behind, several huge flame dragons chased after them. After only chasing for a few dozen kilometers, the two were surrounded by the flame dragons of the Black Technology Castle. What? Isn't Tang Xiaofan's initial army angel? In addition to natural elves, he even has dragons, and they are all adult local dragons. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle was shocked. As the Lord of the Castle with Dragon Army, he knew the dragon family quite well. The red dragons in front of him, which were 60 to 70 meters long, were all in adulthood and exuded the breath of native creatures of the god and demon continent. Old Su, who was riding on the back of the two-legged flying dragon, was also shocked and couldn't say a word. Chapter 245. Roar! The flaming dragon Abra roared, then opened his huge golden pupils, and said angrily, Either believe in the Lord, or die. Believe in Tang Xiaofan and become Tang Xiaofan's believer? The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle screamed, Impossible. Old Su said nothing, took out a magic scroll from his arms, and tore it into pieces. In just a moment, the flaming dragon Abra was imprisoned by a golden light. Originally, this magic scroll was used to deal with Tang Xiaofan's demon, or the 21st level elf, but in the end it was used on a flaming dragon. But Old Su didn't have time to think about it. The most important thing was to escape. He drove the flying dragon, and threw away the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, and turned to run. Unfortunately, he didn't run far before another flaming dragon caught up with him, and spit him into ashes. I surrender. Seeing this, the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle screamed in shock. Several flaming dragons surrounded him again. One of the dragons said, Human from another world, are you willing to believe in my lord? The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle blurted out. I do. The dragon looked him in the eyes, and said coldly, You are a treacherous and cunning human from another world. Your eyes are full of hatred for Wu Yu. Where is your faith? The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle cried and begged, No, I really want to. No, you don't believe it. If you don't believe it, my lord, then die. Several flaming dragons rushed forward, and tore the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, and the dark dragon he rode into pieces. There are nearly 20 large and small deep pits in the ruins of Twin Mountains. There are 3 deep pits with a diameter of hundreds of meters, and a depth of thousands of meters. They were blasted out by 3 sacred magic cannons, which are powerful enough to kill true gods. Tang Xiaofan used the sacred magic cannons to bombard the current castle lords and their troops. It was completely a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. After a round of bombardment, even the corpses could not be found. Even Tang Xiaofan himself underestimated the power of those cannons. He did not regret it after the incident. After all, he achieved his goal. Not only did he eliminate the enemy, but he also measured the power of the cannon. The arrogant anti-demon alliance army collapsed after just a dozen or so rounds of bombardment. The flying troops of the so-called 100,000-man army were reduced to a few thousand. Now, These remaining flying troops are still being hunted down and cleared by the Black Technology Castle camp troops. The natural elf army without flying ability dispersed to clear out the flying troops that fell from the sky due to injuries and could not fly. And they searched for the very few castle masters who escaped and hid. Once they are found, they will be killed without mercy. The warriors, angels, flaming dragons, and bloodthirsty demon wolves of the Black Technology Castle are chasing the fleeing flying soldiers, and the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance riding on their backs. In short, they strictly follow the Lord's orders. Enemies, no one will be spared. Don't kill me. I surrender. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to the Anti-Demon Alliance and come to join the assembly. Don't kill me. I really know I was wrong. I am willing to surrender to Boss Tang Xiufan and serve the Black Technology Castle. I give all the supplies in the castle to Boss Tang Xiufan. When they were dying, the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, who were captured by the soldiers, were begging for mercy. As long as they could survive, they would give everything. They were really scared. Originally they thought that by assembling 100,000 troops, they could easily push down Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle, but they didn't expect that their 100,000 troops were killed by a round of bombardment without even seeing the real owner. Now they completely understood why Tang Xiufan didn't escape, and why they didn't take the initiative to attack and defeat them one by one after knowing that they had assembled at Twin Mountains. It was because Tang Xiufan wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Looking at the ruined battlefield, the Twin Mountains had disappeared, and there were broken stones and trees torn into pieces everywhere. There were almost no bodies of their alliance members and flying soldiers on the battlefield, because all the bodies were blown up by the terrifying Sky City. From the beginning, Tang Xiufan seemed to be watching a clown performance. Let them dance happily, just wait for their two armies to gather, and kill them all at once. Now, the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, who had escaped by chance, no longer dared to think about destroying the Black Technology Castle, let alone thinking about Tang Xiufan's elves. The only thing they can do now is to beg for mercy. In order to survive, they are willing to do anything. However, what awaits them is the brutal cleansing from the warrior team. The warriors, who are loyal to their lord, will never show mercy to the Anti-Demon Alliance members just because they cry and beg for mercy. Just like what Estella, the Zodiac Aries god, said, "Treat enemies with no mercy. Almighty Lord. Create all things, create endless plains. Lord's place of faith is guarded by the Zodiac God's favored ones. Any enemy that invades the Lord's domain will be punished by the God's favored ones. Death is your destination. The judgment of the God's favored ones will end your fate." The brilliant golden light swept across, and several members of the Anti-Demon Alliance riding on the backs of flying soldiers were killed instantly. The figure of Estella, the Aries God's favored one, appeared in the golden light. Her beautiful face was covered by a golden helmet, and she was wearing golden armor, holding a golden spear and a golden shield. Such an outfit was enough to crush Athena's golden saint. After solving the enemy with one move, Estella did not stop. She wore a golden battle suit and flew directly in another direction to continue chasing the fleeing members of the Anti-Demon Alliance and those terrified flying soldiers. This cleanup operation did not last too long. It was over in less than an hour. Following Tang Xiufan's order, the troops of each camp of the Black Technology Castle searched the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers. All the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance and the flying troops who survived the bombardment were cleaned up. No one escaped, they were killed thoroughly. After the cleanup operation was over, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Under the bombardment of the Sky City, 80% of the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance and their flying troops were directly annihilated, and more than 10% were torn into pieces by the aftermath of the energy storm. However, what should explode will still explode. In the next few hours, the warrior army was cleaning the battlefield and collecting the soul stones, blueprints, and other spoils that exploded. Tang Xiufan has returned to the castle, and the Sky City has risen to an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters again. There, it will absorb more refined energy on its own. We still need to continue the transformation to make the Sky City more suitable for combat. Once the transformation is completed, with the war power of the Sky City, what cushion in the forest can't be broken? Even the dragon's nest can be easily raised. This time, Tang Xiufan completely faced the destructive power of the Sky City. Chapter 246. Next time, he would not waste it so much. The bombardment of more than 2,000 cannons was a waste. Many of them were ineffective. The key point was that the power was too strong, almost destroying the Anti-Demon Alliance army. His original idea was to kill half of them, and leave the remaining half for his castle troops to gain experience. The result was good. After a round of bombardment, only a few lucky fish were left. His plan to gain experience was directly thwarted, and he suffered heavy losses. When we first acquired the Sky City, its energy reserve was low. After these days of transformation, the Sky City can now participate in battles. But now it seems that the power of the Sky City is too great. If it is not necessary, we don't have to use it every time to fight the enemy. However, if there is a need for an expedition in the future, the Sky City is the best means of transportation. Not only is it large, but it is also safe, reliable and fast. Before, due to the low energy reserve, Tang Xiaofan was reluctant to use the sacred magic cannon and large, medium and small magic cannons. However, as Jarvis solved the energy constraints of the Sky City, he replaced the original Soul Stone energy system with the arc reactor. As a result, once the Sky City solves the energy reserve problem, whether it is to activate the magic cannon or cross-region expedition, he does not need to consume extra soul stones. He has been waiting for that time, and Tang Xiaofan believes that this time will not be too long. It won't be long before the Sky City will be able to freely roam the sky above the forest. Tang Xiaofan looked at his remaining soul stones, 18,224 soul stones. Fortunately, the transformation is completed, otherwise his soul stones will run out. The Sky City has 4 walls. Each wall is equipped with 10 sacred magic cannons, 200 large magic cannons, 500 medium magic cannons, and 1,000 small magic cannons. The total number of magic cannons on the 4 walls is 6,840. Jarvis, I have to say, you are a cannonist. Just now, when bombarding the Twin Mountains, the number of magic cannons used was only 1 wall. If the Sky City is fully operational, Tang Xiaofan shuddered. 6,840 cannons. So many shells will turn even gods into dust. Tang Xiaofan could only describe it with this word. Inhumane. But then again, the power of those magic cannons was so great that 2 mountains thousands of meters high were destroyed in an instant, and even the underground world was blasted into a deep pit thousands of meters deep. So, the power was really great. Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it. At this time, he was alone in the castle. All the soldiers in the castle were cleaning the battlefield and collecting spoils in the ruins. There was no one else except him. Oh, there is also a spirit of the Elf Mother Tree. However, since the breakthrough last night, Olivia has not appeared again. Even when Tang Xiaofan upgraded the Elf Mother Tree to level 5, she did not show up. Tang Xiaofan originally thought that Olivia's breakthrough must end in failure again. After all, she claimed that she had failed to break through hundreds of times in the past 100 years, and even she was used to it. But now, Olivia has not appeared for a long time, which makes Tang Xiaofan look forward to it. Once Olivia succeeds in breaking through, she will be a demigod-level strongman who ignites the divine fire. It can be said that she is the most powerful existence in the Black Technology Castle, just like Zhang Yi. I hope Olivia can be promoted to demigod in one fell swoop. Although her body is a military building of my castle, and she herself cannot leave the castle's sphere of influence, but if she can be promoted to demigod level, it will also be very meaningful to my castle. At least, with Olivia here, no force in the forest dares to directly attack my castle. Demigod? Even a level 21 peak warrior will die. Of course, this is when Tang Xiaofan does not consider using the Sky City and the Terminator. If the Sky City or the Terminator is used, the true god will also be killed. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the luxuriant and green light-emitting Elf Mother Tree not far away, and did not think about it anymore. He opened the World Chat channel, and he felt that the World Chat channel must be very lively now. The war is over. Some castle lords, who are looking forward to seeing my Black Technology Castle razed to the ground, are going to be disappointed. Well, there is also the Alliance of Gods. Many of the top-level castle lords of the Alliance of Gods secretly support the Anti-Demon Alliance, and sell the many top-level troops at low prices, even though those top-level troops are completely useless in the end. They still owe me a debt. As Tang Xiaofan expected. At this time, the World Chat channel was boiling, and countless castle lords and wanderers were discussing the war between the Anti-Demon Alliance and the Black Technology Castle in the channel. However, when the results of the war came, everyone was in disbelief. Everyone was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. I simply can't believe that in just half an hour, hundreds of castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance, a flying army of 100,000 soldiers, were slaughtered. Is the war over so quickly? But I just logged in. Is it necessary to do it so quickly? I still can't believe it. Me too. Even if Tang Xiaofan can win, it will be a miserable victory. But what was the result? The members of the Anti-Demon Alliance didn't even see what the Black Technology Castle looked like before they were wiped out. 100,000 soldiers died completely. My friend in the Anti-Demon Alliance also died. He was lucky to escape the disaster, but he couldn't escape the pursuit of Tang Xiufan's demons. Before he died, he broke the news to me that Tang Xiufan had a sky city called War Fortress. With just one round of bombardment, almost all of their alliance's troops were wiped out. I also received similar news. The source of your news, the person who broke the news, is one of the bosses of the Anti-Demon Alliance. Tang Xiufan has a sky city. Tang Xiufan has a sky city. It is a white giant city that can float tens of thousands of meters in the sky, and its war power is extremely terrifying. The white giant city that the Castle Lord saw at the beginning was not a mirage at all, it was real, and it should be the reward for Tang Xiufan's first place in the battle power score list. Oh my god, War Fortress. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Tang Xiufan's Sky City is like an alien mothership of a higher civilization to us. We can't defeat it at all. It's not a war of the same dimension, so there is no chance of winning. Even such war weapons are there. This is simply destroying the balance of the game. Game? Do you really think this is a game? If you can get the first place in the Beast Tide event, the reward will also be very abnormal. The balance of the game is for ordinary castle lords like us. Who is Tang Xiufan, the strongest castle lord, praised by the officials as the top of all living beings? Compared with Tang Xiufan, those level castle lords will feel unfair. Chapter 247. The strongest has his own trump card. Sky City is Tang Xiufan's trump card. Sky City is Tang Xiufan's trump card. Tang Xiufan has no opinion on the Anti-Demon Alliance's expedition plan. In his eyes, those alliance members are trash, and he just wants to kill them all at the first opportunity. I am trembling in the forest. I advise all the castle owners in the forest, and even the wanderers, to run as soon as possible. The forest is destined to become the slaughterhouse of Sky City. Staying in the forest is definitely a dead end. I won't stay in the forest anymore. I go to the neighboring Balalai Highlands, develop for a while, and then continue to run farther. Anyway, I won't come back until Tang Xiufan establishes the Demon Dynasty. Only if Tang Xiufan establishes the Demon Dynasty will he allow us to live in his dynasty territory. I'm already on the run. I come back after the Demon Dynasty is established. Nowadays, there are at least hundreds of castle lords in the forest, but even the top castle lords are the same now. If they still had hope before, they now understand that they will die sooner or later if they don't leave the forest. Tang Xiufan slaughtered the entire Anti-Demon Alliance, not even sparing a single flying soldier. So how could he leave them to develop silently in the forest and seize resources? Thinking of this, many castle lords in the forest began to organize castle supplies and prepare to run away. Just like what was said in the World Chat channel, before Tang Xiufan established his dynasty, they would never come back, let alone approach Tang Xiufan's castle sphere of influence. Only after Tang Xiufan established the Demon Dynasty, they, the castle lords, would be able to survive under the wings of the Upper Demon Dynasty. But it goes without saying that they would have to pay a heavy price at that time. Of course, these are all speculations by the castle lords. No one can be sure whether Tang Xiufan's future Demon Dynasty will accept the surrender of the castle lord and the wanderer. The only thing that can be confirmed is that all those who were enemies of Tang Xiufan are dead. For example, the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, who once won the 4th place in the Beast Tide event battle power points list, and was originally in the Boliri Highlands. He led the Dark Dragon Corps across nearly 2,000 kilometers and died in the forest. It can be said that the gift is small, but the friendship is heavy. The Alliance of Gods. It is bleak. Why? Because the Anti-Demon Alliance was defeated. The Alliance of Gods originally had 9 members, but now there are only 8 left, 9 missing one. I never thought this would happen. Lao He died before me. You can't say Lao He is too weak. Among you, which castle lord is confident that he can beat Brother He? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle for being too strong. Yes, it's extremely abnormal. No one thought that Tang Xiufan actually had a war fortress, the Sky City. After such a long time, Tang Xiufan has been blocking the news of the Sky City. Not a single word was revealed to the outside world. I suspect he just wants to lure the Anti-Demon Alliance to give them their heads. He wants to deal with our Alliance of Gods. Hiss. Don't say that, my scalp is tingling. Tang Xiufan is too sinister. It would be fine if Sky City didn't show up, but he just killed all the people in the Anti-Demon Alliance, not even sparing their troops. This is killing them to death. By the way, is there no way to check and balance Sky City? I also want to ask, such a horrible war weapon. Even the Twin Mountains were blown up directly. If it was our castle, wouldn't it be destroyed with one shot? We must find a way to check and balance the Sky City. Otherwise, who can be Tang Xiufan's opponent? All of us here can't do it together. How? What a bullshit way. That's a huge city that can fly in the sky. How can we shoot it down with a cannon? Don't say it, it really can. Since the Sky City is equipped with cannons, it is obvious that there is hope to bombard Tang Xiufan's Sky City. Smart. If Tang Xiufan can bombard us, then we can also bombard him. It depends on whether we can bombard him. Brothers, we should use all kinds of relationships and methods. I believe that after hard work, we can check and balance Tang Xiufan's Sky City to a certain extent. As long as we have tens of thousands of cannons, we don't have to worry about the Sky City at all. Hearing what you said, in this world, no power is invincible. We don't need to be too afraid of Tang Xiufan. Calamity Grassland, the castle of the ancient giant bear. Beiyi looked at the chat records in the Alliance in a daze, and seemed to be unconsciously browsing the world chat channel. Tang Xiufan bombarded the Anti-Demon Alliance, and the 100,000-strong army was wiped out. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle also died. These two pieces of news shocked him greatly, and until now, he was still shaken, and could not calm down. Beiyi was silent for a long time, and finally moved his fingers, which immediately caused a big wave again. There are people in our alliance, who are secretly colluding with the Anti-Demon Alliance. Beiyi's words instantly shook the internal group of the Alliance of Gods. There are many people in the Alliance of Gods, who are secretly colluding with the Anti-Demon Alliance, because many of them hope that the Anti-Demon Alliance will win. The reason is very simple. As the masters of the top castles, each of them has a brilliant future. Who is willing to be suppressed by Tang Xiufan? Tang Xiufan died. The Black Technology Castle was destroyed. The mountain that almost suffocated them disappeared. So in the Alliance of Gods, many members sold their top troops to the Anti-Demon Alliance at a very low price to support the Anti-Demon Alliance's expeditionary campaign. Although the number of individual sales is not large, it is considerable when added up, at least hundreds. However, no one expected that the top troops they supported were blown away by a cannon before they could shine or even appear on screen. In addition to being terrified, they were also very distressed. Now that Bear Grylls has brought this matter to light, it has opened up some people's scars. Not only are they distressed, but they are also angry. Bear Grylls, what do you mean by this? That's right, Senator Bear Grylls, from your tone, you seem to be here to ask for accusations? Have the members of our alliance also turned to Tang Xiufan? Bear Grylls, you should protect us instead of helping Tang Xiufan investigate who has helped the Anti-Demon Alliance. To be honest, there are many members in our Gods Alliance who have helped the Anti-Demon Alliance in private. Everyone hopes that Tang Xiufan will be eliminated, which is also human nature. Senator Bear Grylls, it seems that Lao He is also your friend, right? Chapter 248. The body of Lao He is still hot, but you are helping Tang Xiufan. Back then, our Alliance of Gods was formed by you, Lao He, Brother Hua and others. The original core purpose of the Alliance was to fight against Tang Xiufan's demons. Now, you betray us and side with Tang Xiufan? Bear, I need an explanation. As a member of the Alliance, you shouldn't help others. I agree with Brother Hua. The Lord of the Castle of the Fire Dragon's Nest also stood up and asked Bear to give an explanation. Although Bear Grylls only sent one message, these people can see the hidden meaning in it. Bear Grylls obviously came here to ask for punishment on behalf of Tang Xiufan, which made many Alliance members dissatisfied, and there was a trend of boycotting Bear Grylls. A friend told me before that Bear Grylls added Tang Xiufan as a friend. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. There is such a thing? Our Alliance's parliamentarian is actually a friend of our Alliance's enemy. TSK. Looking at the information in the internal group, Bear Grylls took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't handle this incident well, he would be isolated and would have to leave the Gods Alliance that he had created. However, he didn't regret it. When he learned that Tang Xiufan used the Sky City to massacre the 100,000 troops of the Anti-Demon Alliance, he had already decided to do so. At worst, he could rebuild a farmers' alliance centered around Tang Xiufan. Anyway, he would never go against Tang Xiufan for the Castle Lords in the Gods Alliance. After leaving the Gods Alliance, he is still the same person. It is nothing more than losing some connections. Going against Tang Xiufan will lead to a dead end. Beiyi immediately replied, "Stop talking nonsense, you losers, but this is not important. What is important is that the core purpose of our alliance is no longer to be the enemy of Tang Xiufan, but to build our alliance into the most powerful force among the castle forces. So far we have succeeded halfway. I don't want the alliance of gods, which I have taken the lead in forming, to be destroyed because of what some people do in secret. Members of the alliance should work together and develop together, instead of creating trouble for other members who are working hard to maintain and move towards this goal. Support. I agree with what Bear Grylls said. There is no need for our alliance of gods to provoke Tang Xiaofan. Being able to coexist peacefully with Tang Xiaofan is also a good thing for our alliance of gods. After Bear's message was sent out, it received support from some alliance members. Some of them sincerely sought peace, while others were genuinely frightened by Tang Xiaofan. Soon, opposing voices emerged. In the end, Congressman Bear wants to help Tang Xiaofan and suppress his own alliance members, right? Are such congressmen our own people, or Tang Xiaofan's people? I admit that I secretly sold a few top-level soldiers to the anti-demon alliance. But so what, Senator Bear? Are you going to kick me out of the alliance for Tang Xiaofan? I also sold 2. And me. I should have sold a full 10 Phoenix Guards at most. For no other reason, I just don't want to be stepped on by Tang Xiaofan again. We are the lords of the Xiong-level castle. We should stand at the top, not be suppressed by others. Support the brother above. Senator Bear, I think you are no longer suitable to stay in our alliance. Then delete Tang Xiaofan's friends and join us in fighting against Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. So what about the Sky City? Sooner or later, we will have cannons and bombard the Sky City. It's not that serious, right? Bear Grylls is right. Why do you want to squeeze Bear Grylls? The Alliance of Gods was established by Bear Grylls, and you are the ones who want to leave. You don't even know your own weight, and you want to force Senator Bear Grylls to leave. Do you really think the Alliance of Gods is yours? For a moment, a war of words broke out, and dozens of top castle lords of the Alliance of Gods decisively divided into 3 factions. One faction boycotted Bai Yi and wanted to force him away. Most of these top castle lords had deals with the anti-demon alliance. The second faction supported Bai Yi, and these top castles did not want to be enemies with Tang Xiaofan. The 3 factions were neutral and did not support anyone, just sitting and watching the show. That's enough. Stop arguing. Bai Yi, please explain clearly, what did you mean by that sentence you just sent? Do you really want to help Tang Xiaofan suppress the members of our alliance? Brother Hua, the castle king of the Fire Dragon's Nest and one of the alliance counselors, asked. Suppression? I don't mean to do that, and I can't suppress anyone. Bear replied angrily. I just want to tell Tang Xiaofan that if some castle masters, who secretly colluded with the anti-demon alliance, take the initiative to compensate the Black Technology Castle with 500 soul stones, this matter will be settled. Otherwise there will be a fight to the death. After sending this message, Bear let out a long breath, because he knew that he could no longer stay in the Alliance of Gods. Even if he stayed, those top castle lords would no longer regard him as one of their own. Instead, they would be wary of him, and would no longer stand together with him. However, he had no regrets now. Leaving such an alliance was a good thing for him. At least in the future, Tang Xiaofan would not regard him as an enemy because of the actions of some top castle lords. I am in the area of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. If you have the ability, let Tang Xiaofan send his Sky City to deal with me. Isn't it just luck that he is a demon? I'm really not afraid of him, Tang Xiaofan. He wants us to compensate him for the Soul Stone. He's dreaming. Bear, it seems that you have made up your mind to stand on Tang Xiaofan's side. You should withdraw from the alliance yourself. Don't let everyone vote together, and ask other members to kick you out, then everyone will be embarrassed. Leave. The Alliance of Gods does not welcome you. Although you have contributed to the establishment of the Alliance of Gods, now the alliance belongs to everyone. Since you want to stand on Tang Xiaofan's side, then take the initiative to leave. Many castle lords are forcing Bai Yi to withdraw from the alliance, and a few alliance members are supporting Bai Yi, but the results are minimal. Because some neutral alliance members have also turned against him, just because Bai Yi, as a member of the Gods Alliance, is speaking for outsiders. Heh, what about Tang Xiaofan? One day I will destroy his Black Technology Castle. As long as we have enough cannons, we can destroy his Sky City. Tang Xiaofan is just lucky. He is not so perverted as to turn on the invincible buff. It is impossible to compensate, not in this life. I am not afraid of him. Chapter 249. Brother Hua, the lord of the castle in the Fire Dragon's Nest, saw this and said, Bear, now that we have come to this, I think you should know in your heart that it is meaningless to stay in the Alliance of Gods. Let's part ways in peace. Support Brother Hua. Without Brother He, we still have Brother Hua. Brotherhood got the second place in the battle power score list of the Beast Tide event, which is not much worse than Tang Xiaofan. We will be able to eliminate Tang Xiaofan sooner or later. I agree. Try hard. Seeing these messages in the group, Bear Grylls laughed twice. That's right, I want to be Tang Xiaofan's man and stand in the same camp with him, but he doesn't want to. In addition, let me solemnly say that I am doing this for your good. From your perspective, it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. If you don't listen, I can't do anything. Some castle lords think that they are doing a private deal with the Anti-Demon Alliance, so they think they can do it without anyone noticing? I'm not afraid to tell you that I have the list of everyone. Since you forced me to leave the alliance I founded, don't blame me for being ruthless and handing the list to Tang Xiaofan. By the way, before establishing a dynasty, the name of the castle cannot be changed, so some people who think they can change their names and continue to hide and oppose Tang Xiaofan, don't waste your time. I plan to establish my own alliance and establish a dynasty, not for anything else. Just to be able to cooperate with Tang Xiaofan's demon dynasty in the future in the dynasty era. Those who are interested can join us. Everyone, see you later. Alliance Counselor Bear exits group chat. Bear left in a very crisp manner, without any intention of lingering, because he knew that he was too cruel and vicious, and if he walked slowly, he would definitely be cursed by the retreat. It would be better to leave on his own, which would be more elegant. At the same time, after leaving, Bear immediately established the Holy Light Alliance as he said. Soon after, a friend sent a message to apply to join. All his friends are the masters of top castles, so he welcomes everyone. Gradually, the number of members of the Holy Light Alliance began to increase, forming its own faction. Fuck, this bastard actually did this to us, so hateful. I trusted him so much before, but I didn't expect that he would actually do something to me behind my back. Don't worry, everyone, maybe he is just trying to scare us. There are at least 80 people in our alliance who are secretly contacting the Anti-Demon Alliance. If not 100, he knows everything about where he goes. That's right. Some people have never been exposed from the beginning to the end. How could Bear Grylls know? He is clearly trying to deceive us. This guy has obviously been in cahoots with Tang Xiaofan. Brothers, don't be scared by that guy. If he wants to withdraw, he can withdraw. There are hundreds of top castle lords in our alliance of gods, and many of them have made it into the top 100 of the combat power scoreboard. Does he think that if he withdraws from the alliance, he can cause us huge losses? Are you kidding me? Just to add a comment, have you ever seen Bear Grylls lie to people? What do you mean? I mean, the size of Bear Grylls' network of contacts is beyond the imagination of any of us. I can be sure that he definitely has a list of all the members who secretly contacted the Anti-Demon League. How is this possible? My friend also contacted the Anti-Demon League, but he didn't tell anyone except me. How could Bear Grylls know? Your friend is you. Get lost. Listen to me, many of you are afraid of offending Tang Xiaofan, so you dare not show your head and do not expose yourself. But don't forget the Anti-Demon League. You have made a deal with them. As the real boss, how could they not know? I am sure that the list in Bear Grylls' hand comes from one of the bosses of the Anti-Demon League. That's how you get the list. Fuck, your analysis makes sense. That's absolutely true. Damn it, we helped those bastards in the Anti-Demon Alliance. But they turned around and sold us to Bear Grylls. They deserved it. Even if you become the master of the top castle, you still can't change your nature of a bootlicker. What should we do now? Will Bear Grylls really give the list to Tang Xiaofan? So cruel. Just chill. Alliance member Zhou Zhenlong quits the group chat. Alliance member Li Dan quits the group chat. Alliance member Zhang Yukai quits the group chat? Are you all crazy? So many people quit the alliance at once? We are the alliance of gods. The most powerful alliance in the castle. You actually want to quit. Don't worry about them. They are in cahoots with Bear Grylls. Let those who want to quit. No one can stop them. I believe that one day, they will regret it. How can we, the alliance of gods, leave as we please? Don't take yourself too seriously. After all, the alliance of gods is just a loose alliance that has not yet been fully formed. How difficult is it to establish a second alliance of gods with Bear Grylls connections? Since you want to go against Tang Xiaofan, then go your separate ways. What are you doing, Lao Chui? Are you still brothers? Alliance member Chui Yuqian quits the group chat. Alliance member Xiang Ben Shan quits the group chat in the blink of an eye. Dozens of top castle lords quit the alliance of gods, and all went to the Holy Light Alliance newly established by Bear Grylls. As they said, the current alliance of gods has no binding force at all, no core alliance base, and the alliance members are scattered all over the world. The future alliance of gods may be very powerful, But now the binding force is almost equal to 0. Even the Anti-Demon Alliance has higher binding force and cohesion than the Alliance of Gods. Why? Because the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance are all in the forest, located in the same area. Their alliance power can be gathered in a short time. For example, this expedition to the Black Technology Castle, 100,000 troops were assembled in a few days. If it were the Alliance of Gods, they could only secretly envy that the hundreds of lords of the Xiong-level castle seemed to be making a lot of noise. But in fact, they could not gather the strength of the Alliance. If everyone had established a dynasty in the later period, the strength of the Alliance of Gods would definitely be amazing, and such an alliance would be easy to fall apart. It was precisely because of this that Bear Grylls retreated so casually, and those alliance members left so simply. Damn! Retreat if you want. The old will not come unless the new goes. That's right. There are some top castle lords who want to join our Alliance of Gods. We don't need them. You're kidding. After these people left, who else wants to join the alliance? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to quit, just quit. Haha, see you later. Alliance Counselor Xia Qimeng quits group chat again. Fuck. Don't leave, my goddess. Everyone has already left. Immediately after Xia Qimeng, several top castle lords withdrew from the Alliance of Gods. Since Xia Qimeng has left the alliance, they naturally have to follow her. Sister Lian Qi has left. Sister Lian Qi has left. Chapter 250. Inside the Alliance of Gods. Suddenly, there was silence. The members of the alliance, who had previously shouted, no longer dared to say anything like, "You can leave if you want," fearing that a large number of members would withdraw from the alliance. By then, the Alliance of Gods would really be disbanded. In comparison, the Holy Light Alliance next door was thriving. Brother Chui, you are here too. Of course, wherever Goddess Xia goes, I have to follow. Ha ha. Will she come to our Holy Light Alliance? Qimeng didn't come to our Holy Light Alliance. She went to the goddess house temporarily. But don't be sad. I talked to her later, and tried to bring her over. Okay, Bear, you must keep your word. Also, Bear, you can bring more people from the goddess house. I heard that all the members there are female castle masters. Even if a man is a top castle master, he can't join. You can get in if you save one person. Okay, wait for my good news. In the Karami Prairie, Bear Grylls felt inexplicably relaxed and happy. He opened the friend list, and sent a friend message to Tang Xiufan. Quit the alliance. Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiufan looked at the message sent by Bear Grylls, and was slightly stunned. Then he realized that it should be Bear Grylls, who helped him to convey the message. The message he expressed in his words had a certain probability of causing Bear Grylls to be boycotted by the members of the Gods Alliance. Now that Bear Grylls has withdrawn from the alliance, it means that he has conveyed his words. Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "Congratulations. You are so loyal." Bai Yi began to complain to Tang Xiaofan, "For you, I was forced out of the alliance by them. Shouldn't you feel guilty, be moved by me, and then comfort me, enlighten me, and say that you will compensate me?" Tang Xiaofan smiled helplessly. "You think too much. With your intelligence, it is very easy to make the words I asked you to lead more tactful. You can handle it well, and it is highly likely that you will not encounter the disgust of the members of the Gods Alliance. You withdraw now, which only means that you also want to take the opportunity to leave the Alliance of Gods. Am I right? Boss Tang Xiaofan, you overestimate me. I'm just a good buddy." Bai Yi continued to rely on Tang Xiaofan. "Anyway, no matter what, I was forced to leave the Alliance of Gods because of you. That was the alliance that I had worked so hard to build, and I put in countless efforts." Tang Xiaofan stopped his long speech and asked, "What do you want to say?" Bear Grylls then told his purpose. "I just established a Holy Light Alliance. You come to be the leader, and I will be your deputy. If you are bothered by the Holy Light Alliance and don't want to take care of it, I can help you manage it." Tang Xiaofan smiled helplessly. "You are quite fast." At the same time, he was also a little surprised that Bear Grylls named the new alliance the Holy Light Alliance, obviously wanting to get closer to him, so that he could cooperate with him to attack the local empire in the future, or directly get on his aircraft carrier and follow him. In order to get with him, this guy really paid a lot. Bai Yi was a little helpless, but still did not give up. "How about, consider it?" Tang Xiaofan shook his head. "No, I'm not interested in the alliance." "Don't rush to refuse. Now our Holy Light Alliance also has 70 or 80 top castle lords. And it is slowly growing. Sooner or later it will catch up with the Gods Alliance. Of course, in addition to my network of relationships, it also has half of your relationship. Your fame is one of the main reasons that attracted them. I have told all the members of the Alliance that the core purpose of the Holy Light Alliance is to build a power camp centered on you. Even if you don't come in, you are still the boss behind the Alliance. Looking at the message sent by Bear Grylls, Tang Xiaofan was very calm and did not fluctuate. But he still decided to make it clear, if you want to establish the Holy Light Alliance, I can't stop you. However, this alliance has nothing to do with me. If I meet a castle lord in the future, I will not give up attacking his castle just because he is a member of the Holy Light Alliance. My Black Technology Castle has its own development path, and it will not change because of the Holy Light Alliance. Bai Yi shook his head helplessly. This result was beyond his imagination. You really don't want to consider it. The Holy Light Alliance's admission standard is also that only top castle lords can come in. Imagine that the alliance will grow stronger in the future, with thousands of top castle lords. How powerful will this be? Not to mention all, as long as 20% of the alliance members establish a dynasty. That would be very terrifying. In the later stage, hundreds of dynasties support you, are willing to serve your demon camp, and assist you in attacking the local empire in the central area. How spectacular would that be? With the support of the Holy Light Alliance, your demon camp will stand at the top of the god and demon continent. When you establish the demon empire in the future, you will definitely need subordinates, and you don't have that many demons. Tang Xiaofan. No matter how strong a person is, it is difficult to play with the entire vast world. Even if your army is a demon, and you have the war fortress Sky City, you still need help at some point. I will be your most solid helper. After saying this, Bear Grylls felt that his eloquence had evolved again. Indeed, what you said is very insightful. Tang Xiaofan ruthlessly shattered his dream. But how can you guarantee that the members of the Holy Light Alliance agree with your ideas? I absolutely believe that a large number of them are just worried about being attacked by me. They just want to use the name of the Holy Light Alliance to protect themselves, instead of wanting to surrender to me. The top castle lords, who is not ambitious, don't want to create their own glory. Which top castle lord can resist the temptation of becoming the supreme god and give up fighting for the only throne of the God King? I believe, including you. So don't talk to me about the future, it's useless. If it's true as you said, when I establish the demon dynasty or empire, the members of the Holy Light Alliance want to join me and become my affiliated forces, then I will consider it carefully at that time. As for now, your Holy Light Alliance is not worthy of my trust. Others may come from the Ice and Snow Alliance. In addition to the Alliance forces, there are a small number of people who are top castle masters, like individual players. All of them together, there are about 340. So many top castle lords secretly support the Anti-Demon Alliance, which shows how much pressure Tang Xiaofan puts on the top castle forces. Many top castle lords hope that Tang Xiaofan will die in the hands of the Anti-Demon Alliance. Unfortunately, in the end, he failed. Chapter 251. In the ancient giant bear castle, Bear Grylls looked at the message sent by Tang Xiaofan and fell into a long silence. Is he not worthy of trust? It seems that he really took it for granted. Which of the top-level castle lords who joined the Holy Light Alliance would be willing to become a subordinate force of others? They joined the Holy Light Alliance most likely because they were afraid of being attacked by Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. They wanted to use the name of the Holy Light Alliance to maintain a peaceful relationship with Tang Xiaofan for a certain period of time. This will give them the opportunity to develop their power. If you really want some of them to sincerely surrender, I'm afraid you still have to use war to speak, including his several ancient giant bear castles. It's not easy to conquer him. So Bear nodded and stopped insisting. I didn't think it through. I will kick out some castle owners with ulterior motives from the alliance in the next few days. Those who stay are the seeds that can become the affiliated forces of your demon camp in the future. Get yourself sorted out first, then talk to me about this. Bear Grylls was a little excited after hearing this, and replied, then open the transmission channel between our two castles first. I trust you, and you have to trust me too. Don't use this kind of words to provoke me, I won't fall for it. Tang Xiaofan replied with a smile. After establishing the demon dynasty, my power will continue to expand outward. Then you can tell me this again. Seeing Tang Xiaofan's reply, Bear Grylls was a little flustered. He had never seriously considered joining Tang Xiaofan. All he did was to bring him closer to Tang Xiaofan and promote their cooperation in the future dynasty domain era, such as attacking the local empire in the central area together. Tang Xiaofan's demon dynasty ate meat in the front, and his ancient giant bear castle followed behind to drink soup. After all, it was definitely beneficial to keep up with Tang Xiaofan. But to surrender to Tang Xiaofan and become a subsidiary force of the Black Technology Castle was something he had never thought of. So what to do? Bai Yi had a headache, and felt like he had fallen into a mud pit and couldn't get up. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, Tang Xiaofan doesn't trust him now. After ruling the forest and establishing the demon dynasty, Tang Xiaofan will set his sights on the ancient giant bear castle and the Karami prairie. However, with Tang Xiaofan's strength, I'm afraid it won't take long. Bai Yi also felt pressured, and he had to speed up the development of the ancient giant bear castle. Even if he was destined to be conquered by Tang Xiaofan, he had to show higher value in order to occupy the position he wanted in Tang Xiaofan's heart. He, Bear Grylls, even if he is conquered, must hold his head high. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan turned off the friend information. He did not ask about compensation. Bai Yi was forced to withdraw from the Alliance of Gods. How could those castle lords, who secretly colluded with the Anti-Demon Alliance, compensate him with 500 soul stones each? However, Tang Xiaofan did get the list from Bear Grylls. There were more than 300 people on the list, all of whom were top castle lords. These top castle lords were not all from the Alliance of Gods. About 1/3 of them were members of the Alliance of Gods. Tang Xiaofan still disappointed them. Their support not only did not bring them the due return, but they were also worried about it privately. They were afraid that Tang Xiaofan would know what they did and settle accounts with them later. Although they are now far away from Tang Xiaofan, it can be said that they are not in the same area, and the distance is millions or even hundreds of millions of kilometers. But in the middle and late stages, what does this distance matter? Gods can travel freely between heaven and earth, and even go to the world outside the domain. As long as they are alive and continue to develop the castle power, one day, they will come into contact with Tang Xiaofan. At that time, if Tang Xiaofan remembers this matter, won't he just destroy their castle? So many top castle lords, who participated in supporting the Anti-Demon Alliance, are now very regretful. Moreover, they also denounced the Anti-Demon Alliance for being useless. A large alliance, 100,000 flying troops, were destroyed by a round of artillery, and died without even a sense of existence. Their good intentions were wasted. Tang Xiaofan did not think about the thoughts of those top castle lords, who secretly supported the Anti-Demon Alliance. He just listed the above list one by one as hostile forces. This was a new function of the game that Tang Xiaofan had discovered not long ago, which could set other forces as hostile forces. After the relationship between the forces and camps was set, there would be an immediate information prompt whenever they met. So, he was not afraid of not finding his enemies. Although the support from the top castle lords did not have any impact on him, even the top troops they supported were destroyed by a round of artillery without even making a wave. However, Tang Xiaofan was a man who would never give up, and sooner or later, he would settle accounts with these top castle lords, who were doing things behind his back. On the other hand, the top castle lords, who were set as hostile forces by Tang Xiaofan, also received the information prompt at the same time. Now, they were even more panicked, especially some members of the Alliance of Gods, whose faces turned pale. I received a notification that the Black Tech Castle has been marked as a hostile force. It's over, it's over. I also received a message notification, and it told me that this was a unilateral hostile mark from the Black Tech Castle, prompting me to respond as soon as possible. Oh, so what if it was listed as a hostile force? I will never respond to him. Bear Grylls didn't lie to us. He really has a list in his hand. Damn it, what should I do now? I really have to sign to compensate Tang Xiaofan for the soul stones? 500 soul stones are not many, but I feel bad. What compensation? Even if compensation is paid, the hatred has been established. Tang Xiaofan is a ruthless man who killed many castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance. We are just pieces of fat meat. That's right, when the time comes, they will eat us. So what? Compensation is meaningless. In addition to us, there must be other castle lords, who have been listed as hostile forces by Tang Xiaofan. We will find them, and take them all into our Alliance of Gods. Gather the most powerful forces. Fight a decisive battle with Tang Xiaofan in the future. Good idea. Agree. Tang Xiaofan, who was in the Black Technology Castle, was in a good mood and had no worries about being enemies all over the world. After all, since he dared to list all the more than 300 castle lords as hostile forces, he naturally had his own confidence. The soldiers of various camps in the castle also returned one after another. They did not get much killing energy value in this war, so it can be said that they were nervous in vain. But the spoils they harvested were very much, enough to satisfy Tang Xiaofan. Lord. Johnny handed over the spoils he had sorted out to Tang Xiaofan. Seeing the spoils piled up like a mountain in front of him, Tang Xiaofan's face was filled with an irrepressible smile. making a big profit. Chapter 252. At this time, he was chatting with the little Lolita in the underground world. After learning that Tang Xiaofan had powerfully wiped out the army of the Anti-Demon Alliance, the little Lolita was very excited, and one of every 3 sentences she said was, "You are so awesome." She was even more excited and happy than Tang Xiaofan himself. The little Lolita said excitedly, What is the Sky City like? Is it a very big and beautiful city?" Tang Xiaofan happily replied, "Yes, it is a city that can fly in the sky." "Okay. You are awesome." The little girl said happily, "Big brother, when do you think Kur can see you? You will need a blueprint of a teleportation magic circle. After you build a teleportation circle, you can come to my high-tech castle to see me." The little girl nodded and said, "Oh, a teleportation magic circle? Will this kind of blueprint be hard to find?" "It is indeed hard to find. I only got one by chance." "Don't worry, Kur will ask Uncle Xavier and the others to go out and fight monsters, and try to get such a blueprint as soon as possible." Tang Xiaofan replied with a smile, "Okay." The little Loli also replied, "Yeah." Tang Xiaofan chatted with the little Loli while browsing the world chat channel. The world was still very lively. In short, this war gave the castle forces too much shock. Before the decisive battle, the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance boasted too much, and the more they danced, the faster they died. Not to mention the members of the Anti-Demon League, even these spectators are the same. However, no matter how incredible they feel, the result of the war is like this. Tang Xiaofan's war fortress Sky City is so strong that it cannot be described in words. No castle lord in the forest dares to be an enemy of Tang Xiaofan. Dare to be an enemy? There is no time to escape. I added 5 or 6 castle lords in the forest as friends, and without exception, they are all packing up and preparing to evacuate the forest. They were afraid that Tang Xiaofan's Sky City would attack them and destroy their castles with one shot. Many castle lords fled the forest. There are probably even more castle lords who evacuated. According to my estimate, there are about 300 castle lords who descended on the forest. Some died one after another, some became wanderers, and those who evacuated previously, there are probably about 50 left if you count this evacuation. TSK. There may be only 20 castle lords in the forest. In a forest that stretches 5 or 6,000 kilometers, there are only 2 or 3 dozen castle lords left, and it can be said that there is no one living within 100 miles. No one living within 100 miles is nothing. When the castle power of boss Tang Xiaofan begins to expand outward, more and more castle lords will evacuate. In the end, the entire forest will belong to boss Tang Xiaofan. One person dominates an area. In fact, it is the same in other areas. In the later stage, there will only be a very small number of castle lords left, and the rest of them are not qualified to establish a dynasty. The one who can hold out to the end is the winner. The one who can hold out to the end is the winner. I just want to ask a question. Will the Sky City of Tang Xiaofan be open in the future? If possible, I will pay a certain settlement fee and become the first batch of residents of the Sky City. My dream is to be promoted to a god in the Sky City and become the god of the sky. Me too. At that time, I will join the dynasty of Tang Xiaofan as a god and obtain the right to live in the Sky City by serving my life. Isn't that too much? Hee. What do you think the above is? The Sky City is a war fortress. It is the garrison of the demon army, a military restricted area. You think it is an ordinary residential city-state. In the later stage, what are gods? There will definitely be hundreds of gods in our castle forces plus their own troops. Will Big Brother Tang Xiaofan care about a small god? I agree. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan turned off the world chat channel. Some people are really whimsical and actually want to settle in his Sky City. It must be said that the sky is not dark yet. Time passed, and soon it was evening. In front of Tang Xiaofan, there were a lot of soul stones and even blueprints. Although the flying soldiers recruited by the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance were not wild monsters native to the god and demon continent, there was still a chance of soul stones after killing them. If you are lucky, blueprints can also be exploded. Similar to destroying the castle heart of the enemy castle, you can get additional soul stones. Killing the enemy's troops can also earn soul stones. This is considered an alternative reward from the game official to the castle lord, which indirectly encourages different castle forces to go to war with each other. Through war, violently cultivate super powerful castle forces, and eventually attack the local forces of the god and demon continent, or even the local empire. This is the basic process of the hegemony of all races. Tang Xiaofan is now taking this path. Looking at the spoils piled up like a small mountain, Tang Xiaofan smiled. Because it was really too rich. It was no less than conquering multiple top castle forces. Finally, Tang Xiufan counted and calculated that he had obtained 36,730 soul stones and 29 blueprints. This was the total harvest of this war, which could be said to be an explosion. Without hesitation, Tang Xiufan stored all these soul stones in the Cyclops ring. From now on, all the soul stones he had stored would be used to prepare for upgrading the farmer factory. The farmer factory level 6 consumes 100,000 soul stones. This is a huge amount of materials. He must use all the soul stones he has collected here, otherwise he will not be able to upgrade the farmer factory in a short time, and it will take longer and longer. Fortunately, his first military building, the Elf Mother Tree, has also been upgraded to level 5. Before the farmer factory is upgraded, the level of the Elf Mother Tree has been fixed, and there is no need to consume soul stones on it. In addition, except for the Sky City and the castle, there seems to be no other place that can consume soul stones. Tang Xiufan can save his own small treasury with peace of mind, thanks to the generous help of the Anti-Demon Alliance this time. My stored soul stones are almost half of the requirements for upgrading the farmer's factory. From the Advent to now, Tang Xiufan has experienced many great harvests, but none of them can surpass this battle. Tang Xiufan is grateful to the castle lords from the Anti-Demon Alliance for bringing him this amazing wealth. The only pity is, they died, but their castle supplies cannot be obtained. Tang Xiufan sighed. If all the castle supplies of more than 100 castle lords were added together, the total amount would be enough to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a high-level town. It might even be possible to upgrade it directly to the city level. After all, it is the sum of more than 100 castle supplies. Just thinking about it, you can guess how much wealth it would be. It's a pity that these castle supplies will not fall into his pocket. Chapter 253. The castle will not collapse when the lord of the castle dies, because only when the heart of the castle is destroyed will the castle become a ruin. Now that these castle lords are dead, their castles are still in their original locations. The supplies in the castle are also stored in the castle warehouse. Although it was Tang Xiufan who killed those castle lords, their castle supplies would not fly into his hands through the air. Tang Xiufan obviously could not get those supplies. The distance is too far. Secondly, he didn't know the location of those ownerless castles, so he had to regret that such a large amount of wealth was not destined for him. In an ownerless castle, the soldiers will defect, but the castle supplies don't have long legs and can't escape. It's just a pity. The distance is not a big problem, but I don't know where their castles are located. Those ownerless castles may have 3 results. One is that they are discovered by lucky wanderers, and then dominate the place. Second, they are discovered by wild monsters or local forces, and then they are broken into and turned into ruins. Third, they remain there and are found one by one when I conquer the forest. I hope it will be the last one. When Tang Xiufan thought of such a large amount of supplies, so much that it might be possible to directly upgrade his Black Technology Castle to the city level, he felt heartbroken. But he had no choice. After all, he couldn't find the location of those ownerless castles. Tang Xiufan took a deep breath and didn't think about it anymore. If some things belonged to him, they were destined to fall into his hands. Even if it's been a long time, it will stay there waiting for Tang Xiufan to take it. Tang Xiufan turned his head and looked at the stack of blueprints in his hand. The blueprints were also a great harvest, with a total of 29. This was also the largest number of blueprints Tang Xiufan had ever obtained after so many wars. Tang Xiufan did not hesitate and immediately identified them one by one, and obtained 2 wall blueprints, 5 residential blueprints, 5 noble courtyard blueprints, 2 arrow tower blueprints, and 3 watchtower blueprints. These 17 blueprints were what Tang Xiufan had obtained before. All of them were architectural blueprints, and the highest grade was only intermediate. Tang Xiufan was not disappointed. This type of architectural blueprint had the highest drop rate. He sold the arrow tower blueprint directly, and kept the 3 lookout tower blueprints. Together with the one that the natural elf army brought back from the tribe, he had 4 upper lookout tower blueprints in his hand. These 4 lookout tower blueprints, with the Black Technology Castle as the center, continuously expanded the monitoring range of the lookout tower. In the future, when his castle is full of watchtowers, no hostile forces will be able to sneak in. And with the watchtowers, the castle army will be more convenient to hunt. Whether it is clearing wild monsters or attacking local forces, with the watchtowers, it is twice the result with half the effort. After that, he built the 5 residential drawings and the drawings of the noble courtyard without saying a word, enriching the construction facilities of the castle's direct territory. Then, he looked at other drawings. Among them, there are 7 low-level troop evolution blueprints, 3 mid-level troop evolution blueprints, and 1 low-level initial troop quantity blueprint. And the last one, which is also the most precious of all the blueprints, is the troop building blueprint of the Monastery of Light. When Tang Xiaofan saw this blueprint, his expression was obviously stunned. This is not the first time he has come across the name of the Monastery of Light. As early as when the troop of the Angel Legion was reincarnated and resurrected, he came into contact with the Monastery of Light. He remembered that when the angels were transformed, there were light camp soldiers to choose from, such as light nuns, light priests, light knights, and light priests, light hunters, etc., all of which were soldiers from the upper light monastery. However, there was no such soldier building in his castle. All angels were led by the souls of believers after death through the temple, and then he came out through the farmer's factory. He did not have the ability to directly recruit light soldiers. But what surprised him was that the castle lord, who killed the Anti-Demon Alliance, and their flying troops actually revealed the army building blueprints of the Monastery of Light. This is incredible. It just happened to reveal the army building of the Monastery of Light. Is it because there are arms of the Light system in my castle faction? Or is it because there are arms of the Monastery of Light in the 100,000 flying troops, and after killing them, the blueprints of the Monastery of Light were revealed by luck? Perhaps both factors are present. Combined, the Monastery of Light was revealed. But the question is there a flying unit in the Monastery of Light's unit building? Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. He checked the information of the Monastery of Light's unit building blueprint. Monastery of Light's unit building blueprint. Faction, Light, good, lawful. Description, exclusive unit building of the Light camp. Can be summoned. Sisters of Light, Priests of Light, Knights of Light, and other units of the Light camp. There is a low probability of summoning top units such as Paladins, Bishops, and Holy Light Pegasus. Construction requirements, 20,000 units of wood, 80,000 units of stone, and 30,000 units of refined iron. Special reminder, after building the Monastery of Light's unit building, your castle forces will be assigned to the Light, good, and lawful camps, greatly increasing the hatred of the dark, evil, and chaotic camps towards your castle forces. Paladin, King's Cult, Holy Light Pegasus. Sure enough, there are flying troops. This can barely explain why the Monastery of Light was revealed. Tang Xiaofan guessed that among the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, there must be a castle lord who was randomly assigned to the Monastery of Light, a troop building, and was lucky enough to summon the Holy Light Pegasus. That castle lord brought the Holy Light Pegasus with him during this expedition. But he was killed by a round of artillery before he appeared on screen. Then the blueprint of the Monastery of Light, a troop building, was revealed. It's a bit difficult. Tang Xiaofan looked at the army building blueprint in his hand, the Monastery of Light. He felt a headache. The ordinary army recruited by this army building had a growth potential limit of level 20. It was the top advanced army, and it could barely be called the second level top army. Its strength was still very good. Moreover, those soldiers all belonged to the Camp of Light. Once recruited, they would become his believers. The key problem was that building the Monastery of Light would consume castle materials, and upgrading the Monastery of Light would consume his soul stones. The castle supplies are fine, but he had just made up his mind to upgrade the farmer's factory with soul stones. In a blink of an eye, is the small treasury going to shrink again? Let's do the math. If the Monastery of Light is built to level 5, a total of 25,600 soul stones will be consumed. With the castle supplies and soul stones I have now, it is completely enough to build the Monastery of Light and upgrade it to level 5. It's just that. Tang Xiaofan rubbed his forehead. It was also a worrying thing that he felt too lucky for the second time. Chapter 254. If it were any other castle lord, he would be so excited about the reveal of the Light Monastery's military construction blueprints that he would not be able to sleep for 3 days and 2 nights. But he was worried about the large number of military buildings in the castle's padding. Let's wait a while. Put aside the construction of the Light Monastery for now. After we conquer the Goblin Kingdom this time. If it's still a long way to upgrade the farmer's factory, then build the Light Monastery, upgrade it to level 5, and recruit light troops. If the difference is not too far, continue to prepare to upgrade the 6th level farmer factory. In short, upgrading the farmer factory is the most important thing. Upgrading it 1 day earlier will allow us to summon more scientific and technological talents. Compared to the Elf Mother Tree, the troops summoned by the Monastery of Light are the only ones that are indispensable, and this is also the only advantage of my Black Technology Castle in the God and Demon Continent. Every time I recruit, the number of people will be large, which is very important for me to become a god with faith, and collect the power of faith in the future. As for now, facing the upgrade plan of the farmer factory, the Monastery of Light can only stand aside. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan made a decision in his heart. He directly put the Monastery of Light military construction drawings into the Cyclops ring and stored them. Then he looked at other drawings. One drawing of the initial number of military units, low level, and 10 drawings of military unit evolution, 7 of which were low level and 3 were intermediate. Tang Xiaofan's mind moved, and another intermediate military unit evolution drawing appeared in his hand. This was also the harvest of the natural elf army from the tribe, and was brought to Tang Xiaofan. Along with it was a low-level evolution blueprint, which Tang Xiaofan gave to the great elf Monica. Now I have a total of 11 evolution blueprints. For intermediate ones, if nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be a warrior who successfully evolves because of them. Soon the warriors received Tang Xiaofan's call and gathered in front of him. Tang Xiaofan glanced over and saw that there were nearly 20 level 20 warriors under his command, and more than 300 other level 18 warriors. The total number of high-level warriors is 336. The other newly recruited warriors total about 5,000. It must be said that the size of his warrior team is getting bigger and bigger, and the overall strength is strong enough to suppress any castle lord. Which castle lord can compete with him with his warrior core alone? He is not arrogant but confident. Not talking about the number of warriors, but only talking about their strength, he can also make those top castle lords afraid. After all, in his warrior core, even a warrior who has just completed basic training and joined the team can beat the so-called level 20 strongmen after wearing the Mark II armor. As for those level 21 strongmen with domains, a small team can surround and kill them. Demigods and gods have not been knocked down yet, but Tang Xiaofan believes in his warriors and Mark II armor, and they are not to be feared. Such a powerful strength can completely sweep away any castle force. Tang Xiaofan's eyes. Scanning all the upper-level warriors, he found that all of them were strong, energetic, flawless, and full of strength and agility, but he still tried to suppress the waves in his heart. He selected 3 upper-level warriors, namely, the 27th and 96th level warriors, and the Terminator Guide. Tang Xiaofan was going to give them the evolutionary blueprints, and those warriors, who were not high enough, were not included in Tang Xiaofan's consideration. Because the level of these evolutionary blueprints was not high, the highest was only intermediate, and if warriors under level 20 were used, the success rate would be very low. It would be better to give it to the peak level 20 warriors to help them advance. The first to evolve was John Ershiki. Tang Xiaofan handed all 11 evolution drawings to him. John Ershiki held the evolution drawings tightly and saluted enthusiastically. "Praise you, Almighty Lord." Tang Xiaofan nodded. "Go." "Yes, Lord." John Ershiki immediately walked towards the farmer's factory. His heart was extremely excited. As an ordinary warrior created by the Lord, he had the opportunity to be promoted and become a successful person in the eyes of other female farmers and female elves, which was completely worth being excited about. He believed in the Lord and was grateful to the Lord. Without the Lord, there would be no him. Tang Xiaofan looked around and said to the soldiers present, "Continue to rest tonight, and assemble all the troops in the castle tomorrow to attack the Goblin Kingdom. I have no other requirements, only one thing, that is, the Goblin Kingdom must be captured. Any enemy that stands in my way must be eliminated. Swear to sweep away all heretics for the Lord." The high-level soldiers shouted in unison. There was no fear in their eyes, only loyalty and fanatical faith. "Warrior, the Lord's sword. The mission born from birth is to clear heretics for the Lord. For them, heretics can also be saved. Believe in the Lord, and you can get their salvation. If you don't believe, then die. If you can't save the heretic's body, you can only save the heretic's soul. You have to save it after all, on the other side. The angel army, the natural elf army, the flaming dragons, and the golden griffins are also fearless of the upcoming war. They gather together to rest their equipment and replenish their energy. Tomorrow, they will also follow the warrior team to attack the Goblin Kingdom together." As time passed, the evolutionary light ball wrapped around John Ershiki became brighter and brighter. While waiting for John Ershiki's evolution to end, Tang Xiaofan took out the upper troop number blueprint. Initial troop number blueprint. Grade, low level. Description, use it, and you will get a random number of initial troop types. Compared with the troop type evolution blueprint, the troop type blueprint has a lower explosion rate. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate, and chose to use it immediately. In an instant, the troop type number blueprint collapsed in his hand, and turned into a rich golden light that appeared in the air. Soon after, bright balls of light flew out from the golden light. The bright golden light had dissipated, leaving only 10 balls of light floating in front of Tang Xiaofan. The 10 balls of light meant that Tang Xiaofan had used the army number blueprint this time, and got 10 elves for free. My luck is a bit average. But it's not bad to have 10. After all, it's just a low-level blueprint. Tang Xiaofan was not too disappointed. Nowadays, the elf mother tree has been upgraded to level 5, and it can breed 50 elves every day. He didn't care whether there were 10 more or 10 less elves using the number blueprint for free. This is because he didn't care about the number after his strength increased. Soon after, the 10 balls of light broke and collapsed. 10 fair and tender elves also appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. Chapter 255. As usual, Tang Xiaofan checked their appearance, and after a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Although there are no elemental elves, it's not bad, they are all healthy elves. Not bad. Although there are only 10 free elves, it is already very good to be able to obtain them normally. Tang Xiaofan looked at these elves, who all consciously gathered in the elf army. The scene looked really wonderful. Not long after, the evolutionary light ball suspended above the farmer's factory broke, and a more powerful breath emanated. After a while, the evolutionary light ball completely disintegrated, and the newly born John Ershiki flew out. As expected, he successfully achieved the evolution of his bloodline, and became a level 21 warrior. Lord! John Ershiki fell from the sky, excitedly and enthusiastically said, "Praise you, omnipotent Lord, it is your favor that made me a level 21 warrior." At the same time, he handed the remaining arms evolution drawings to Tang Xiaofan. Yes. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. As the earliest warrior to follow him, he still cares about Battle 27. Otherwise, he would not help him evolve. Although Tang Xiaofan himself does not attach much importance to this level, in the eyes of many farmers, evolution or not does not represent ability, but represents the degree of admiration for Tang Xiaofan. But Tang Xiaofan does not want the warriors he is familiar with to be gradually replaced by newcomers, and become more and more distant from him. So he chooses to leave these promotion opportunities to people he is familiar with. He glanced at John Jushiliu behind John Ershiki, who had a loyal expression and a slightly rapid breathing, which made him look a little impatient. He smiled, and then Tang Xiaofan handed the remaining military evolution drawings to John Jushiliu, who had been waiting for a long time. John Ershiki used up 2 intermediate evolution drawings for his evolution, and now there are 9 evolution drawings left, 2 of which are intermediate level 10 and low level. If the situation is optimistic, not only John Jushiliu can successfully evolve, but the next Terminator guide, who is waiting, also has the hope of evolving to level 21. Praise your almighty Lord. John Jushiliu respectfully took the evolutionary blueprint from Tang Xiaofan, then took a deep breath and walked towards the farmer's factory. The environment in the factory could quickly calm his heart and soothe his soul. Soon, John Jushiliu was also wrapped in the evolutionary light ball. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan said with emotion, "Now, with the addition of the great elf Monica, the elf elder Jianji, the spirit of the elf mother tree Olivia, John E and John Air, my castle has 6 strong men above level 21. 2 of them are even demigods." Tang Xiaofan sighed. If the news of such a powerful castle's strength spread out, it would certainly shake the entire circle of castle lords. Those castle lords, who were marked as hostile forces by him, would probably have a harder time sleeping. About 10 minutes later, the evolutionary light ball suspended above the farmer's factory began to crack until it completely disintegrated. John Jushiliu flew out of it. Like John Ershiki, he also successfully achieved bloodline evolution. However, 1 more evolutionary blueprint was consumed, a total of 2 intermediate evolutionary blueprints, and 1 low-level evolutionary blueprint. In other words, now there are only low-level evolution blueprints left. For warriors, the success rate of low-level evolution blueprints is only 10%. Even if 6 blueprints are added together, the success rate of evolution is only 60%. It all depends on the luck of the guide. If you are lucky, it will be like the original War 2, and you can successfully evolve by using only 2 low-level blueprints. If you are unlucky, you may not succeed even if all 6 blueprints are used up. But it can also improve the foundation of the guide. It will be relatively easy to achieve bloodline evolution in the future. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan did not put pressure on the guide. Success is the best, and failure is not a big deal. Anyway, with the current strength of the Black Technology Castle, it is not a difficult thing to get the army evolution blueprints. As long as the scale of the war is large enough, it is still easy to obtain the army evolution blueprints. If it doesn't work this time, try again next time. Don't be nervous. Tang Xiaofan handed the 6 blueprints to the guide together. "Praise you, my omnipotent lord." The guide took the blueprint respectfully, then walked into the farmer's factory, and was soon enveloped by the evolutionary light ball. Tang Xiaofan looked at the evolved Zhan Ershiki and Zhan Jushiliu. Zhan Jushiliu's height did not change much, but Zhan Ershiki. During the evolution process, he entered the 21st level, and his height grew to about 2.7 meters, the same as Zhan Yi. With such a height and figure, Zhan Ershiki can almost be said to be a farmer. No wonder these guys are scrambling to advance. It turns out they have built-in cosmetic surgery. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan's eyes were attracted by the elf mother tree not far away. The elf mother tree, which is nearly 200 meters tall, emits a bright green light, which is the light of life. Although the elf mother tree also emitted green light all the time before, the green light is now obviously richer and brighter, indicating that the life and natural power of the elf mother tree are stronger. What's going on? Tang Xiaofan was shocked. The change of the elf mother tree surprised him, but then his eyes sparkled and he was ecstatic. Before, Olivia told him personally that when he was in the elf tribe, he had tried to break through hundreds of times, but he never succeeded. Every time he failed in the process of igniting the divine fire. After failing so many times, Olivia's state of mind became very calm. Every time she practiced in seclusion, she was very casual and had a playful mentality. This also made Tang Xiaofan not care much about Olivia's breakthrough in seclusion. He didn't think she would succeed so soon. If Olivia really succeeds in breaking through this time, then it is very likely that the upgrade of the main body helped her. In just a few days, Tang Xiaofan consumed a large number of soul stones and upgraded Olivia's main body, the elf mother tree, from level 1 to level 5. Olivia could gain a lot from each upgrade. Then, when added together, it helped Olivia ignite the divine fire. While Tang Xiaofan was thinking, wisps of golden flames appeared on the trunk, branches, and leaves of the elf mother tree. As the golden flame appeared, a terrifying pressure descended, covering the entire black technology castle. The natural elves under the tree knelt on the ground, and the angel army, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and the flame dragons such as Abra were shocked by the pressure and trembled. Only Tang Xiaofan's farmers were not affected. Because they were all covered by the protection of the black technology castle, they could ignore the powerful divine power released by the golden flame. "My lord." Zhan Yi appeared behind Tang Xiaofan and said respectfully, "That is the divine fire. Olivia, the spirit of the elf mother tree, is lighting the divine fire. If successful, she will be promoted to a demigod." Chapter 256. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Olivia had already ignited the divine fire. Now it depends on whether her body can withstand the burning of the divine fire. If she can, she will be a demigod. If she can't, her body will be burned to ashes by the divine fire, and Olivia will be annihilated along with it. Wait a minute. Tang Xiaofan suddenly thought of something, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Isn't the elf mother tree my troop building? The status has always been shown as invincible. Only when the heart of the castle is destroyed will the troop building collapse. Can the divine fire burn down the military buildings? Tang Xiaofan quickly checked the information of the elf mother tree, and the status was still invincible. He said to himself, "Does this mean that Olivia's promotion will be 100% successful?" He asked this question to the information prompt, and soon the information prompt responded to him, in view of the current military buildings in the castle being promoted to the god level. Once the promotion fails, the spirit of the elf mother tree will disappear. The elf mother tree will return to the form of a normal military building. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. Well, it's really impossible to be smooth sailing. Now it all depends on Olivia herself. Her success or failure will determine her own fate. As for her original body, the elf mother tree, it is protected by the game official. As time passed, the elf mother tree was completely covered by the golden divine fire, but strangely, the divine fire, which was powerful enough to melt the holy weapon, did not burn even a leaf of the elf mother tree. After an unknown amount of time, the blazing golden divine fire suddenly disappeared. But it did not extinguish, but drilled into the body of the elf mother tree and burned Olivia. This is the damage transfer in the information prompt. Tang Xiaofan seemed to hear a terrified cry. Under normal circumstances, the divine fire of the promotion to demigod only burns the body, which is why it is said that the divine fire forges the body. As for the soul, it will only undergo a transformation when it is promoted to a god. However, now because of the involvement of the military building, the divine fire has transferred damage, so Olivia's body is not in any trouble, but her soul is targeted by the divine fire. At this time, Tang Xiaofan heard another wanton laughter. Well, the voice came from Olivia again. She was completely different from the sweet and gentle character she usually showed. Ha ha ha. It's my turn to be promoted to a demigod. My family of the mother tree of elves breeds billions of elves, and the most powerful thing is the soul. If you burn my body, I will still worry, but now you are burning my soul. The great, future mother tree of elves, Olivia, is destined to become a demigod. Hiss, it hurts. Hearing this voice, Tang Xiufan's mouth twitched slightly. It felt like he had glimpsed another side of Olivia. Not gentle, nor sweet, on the contrary, she had a fiery personality and was very arrogant. I don't know how long it had passed, even the evolution of the guide had ended. After consuming a full 5 evolution drawings in a row, the guide also successfully achieved blood evolution, and became a 20-level strongman. His own strength increased greatly. Olivia, on the other hand, made a sound from time to time, and Tang Xiufan could still hear her arrogant laughter and screams. In short, he was in pain and joy now. Finally, after a long time, Olivia's voice completely fell silent. At the same time, the elf mother tree suddenly bloomed with an extremely dazzling light, almost lighting up the entire night sky. For the creatures in the forest, its light was more dazzling than the blood moon. Success? Tang Xiufan was overjoyed, looking at the elf mother tree. Its size did not change much, and it was still nearly 200 meters high. But the life and natural magic it exuded was extremely rich. Tang Xiufan even saw golden light coming from several natural elves. They were all at the peak of their current levels, and later directly achieved a level breakthrough. The importance of the elf mother tree to the natural elves is like the farmer factory to the farmers. Both the natural elves and the farmers can increase their magic power by absorbing the energy emitted by them. When the magic energy value reaches a certain limit, it can break through. At this moment, the elf mother tree with its light blooming has become the most eye-catching existence in the forest. Even if it is hundreds of kilometers away, the light it releases can still be seen. Soon after, a figure floated out from the trunk of the elf mother tree. She had a beautiful face and a perfect figure with golden proportions. She wore a green dress transformed by natural magic and stepped barefoot on the void. Every step she took would create ripples under her white feet. She was Olivia, the spirit of the elf mother tree. Lord Monica, the great elf, Becky, the elf elder, and other natural elves all gathered around and looked at Olivia with great excitement. The young girl Olivia smiled and said, "You are all here." Monica said respectfully, "To answer your mother's words, the elves' tribal army arrived at the castle early this morning. Now, the expeditionary campaign from the Anti-Demon Alliance has ended. Under the command of the Lord, we won a great victory. 100,000 enemy troops were annihilated." "Yes." Olivia nodded. This is not surprising. She can see that the Lord has already won the victory. She sensed the situation in her body. Her magic power was more than 10 times greater than before, and the quality was also much improved. There was also a divine fire burning in her body, which was strengthening her body and soul at all times. Her current body was no longer a simple spiritual energy body. It could be called a demigod body. Even if she abandoned her original body, she was still a demigod. I succeeded after all. After practicing for thousands of years, and failing hundreds of times, she finally fulfilled her dream and became a demigod. Olivia was a little bit unable to suppress her excitement. She almost laughed out loud again, but she seemed to sense Tang Xiufan's gaze on her, so she immediately held back her laughter and looked at the nature elf in a very gentle and loving manner. Monica asked nervously, "Have you become a demigod?" Olivia smiled and said, "Yes, my dear Monica, I am a demigod now. Well, judging from the strength of your magic power, it seems that you are about to ignite the divine fire." "My dear mother," Monica said, "due to my limited qualifications, it is difficult for me to successfully ignite the divine fire. However, the Lord gave me a bloodline evolution blueprint that can increase my growth potential to the demigod realm. After that, igniting the divine fire should be much easier." Hearing this, Olivia looked at Monica with some envy. It was not that it was much easier, but that it would be 100% successful. After becoming a military building in the Black Technology Castle, she also learned some secrets about the Lord of the Otherworld Castle. She knew that the limit of growth potential was a property that could be broken through. Once Monica's growth potential entered the demigod realm, as long as the energy value obtained reached the limit, igniting the divine fire would be a success. Chapter 257. Unlike her, she has failed hundreds of times in the past 100 years. The reason why she was able to succeed this time was also related to the fact that the Lord had continuously upgraded the level of her body. As the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, she gained great benefits from it, and with this, she was promoted to the demigod. Olivia said, "Use the evolutionary blueprint later, I will help you." "Praise you, mother," the great elf Monica said excitedly. Olivia nodded, and then her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan and saluted, "Dear Lord, thank you for your help. Under your protection, Olivia is successfully promoted to the demigod realm." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Congratulations." Olivia also smiled sweetly, and there was no sign of her arrogance when she was fighting against the burning of the divine fire. Tang Xiaofan suspected that Olivia had been hiding her true nature in front of him, pretending to be gentle but actually a violent girl. But it didn't seem strange to think about it carefully, because Olivia could transform into an Eternal Treeman Guard. The Eternal Treeman Guard was a well-known violent member of the Natural Elf clan. When he was violent, he dared to fight with giants like dragons, titans, and pure-blooded golden behemoths in close combat. Olivia is usually gentle and lovely, but once she transforms into a tree man, she is probably as violent as a dragon. At this time, a message prompt appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. "Congratulations, Lord of the Castle, multiple demigod-level life forms have appeared in your castle forces. As the first Lord of the Castle to cultivate demigod life forms, you have opened a new chapter in the castle age. Congratulations to the Lord of the Castle, random rewards are being given. Congratulations to the Lord of the Castle, you have obtained 30 unicorns, the top soldiers of the elf camp, would you like to withdraw them? Congratulations to the Lord of the Castle, because of the appearance of demigod-level strongmen in your castle forces, the influence and reputation of your black technology castle in the god and demon continent have been greatly improved. Congratulations to the Lord of the Castle, your black technology castle is famous in the forest." Special Reminder 1. The local forces in the forest have listed your black technology castle as the primary target of attention. Special Reminder 2. The Goblin Kingdom's friendship value for the black technology castle has been greatly improved. Special Reminder 3. The friendly value of the Forest Giant Kingdom towards the Black Technology Castle has been greatly increased. Special Reminder 4. The hatred value of the Dragon Nest towards the Black Technology Castle has been greatly increased. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. He didn't expect that Olivia's promotion would bring so many chain reactions. In addition to the Dragon Nest, the major local forces in the forest have greatly increased their friendship with his Black Technology Castle, especially the Goblin Kingdom, which no longer dares to think of blacklisting the Black Technology Castle. This effect did not occur when Zhang Yi was promoted to a demigod, which was related to Zhang Yi's body ability not being as strong as Olivia's. After all, one is a farmer with a limited lifespan, and the other is an elf mother tree with a long lifespan. In the eyes of these natives of the god and demon continent, Olivia is their biggest threat. Tang Xiaofan felt that there was only one explanation for the increase in Dragon Nest's hatred for the Black Technology Castle, that is, the Black Technology Castle, which had a demigod-level combat power, threatened the Dragon Nest's dominance over the forest, and the dragons were very unhappy. However, Tang Xiaofan didn't care. The Black Technology Castle had Olivia in charge, and the Sky City, a war fortress, was guarding it. He didn't worry at all whether Dragon Nest would launch an expedition against his Black Technology Castle. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. As long as the dragons of the Dragon's Nest dare to come, he will definitely use the Sky City again to teach those arrogant dragons a lesson. At the same time, the Terminator is also ready. After destroying the main force of the Dragon's Nest, it can put appropriate pressure on the Dragon's Nest to let them know who is the real boss. Nowadays, the influence and reputation of my Black Technology Castle in the forest have also reached a well-known level. In this area, as long as it is a local intelligent creature, there is no one who doesn't know my Black Technology Castle. The benefit is that it should be helpful for my next local conquest of the forest. The levels of influence and reputation, from low to high, are emerging, slightly famous, well-known, famous, and world-famous. The Black Technology Castle's regional influence and reputation will reach its peak in just one step. However, Tang Xiaofan felt that in order to achieve the influence and reputation of world-famous in the forest, he would probably have to rule this area and establish a dynasty. Of course, this is not important. What is important is the official reward. It seems that this is the first time he has received a reward from the official game besides the reward from the Beast Tide event. It is really not easy. Extract, Tang Xiaofan said silently. In an instant, a dazzling white light appeared in the air in front of him. In the white light, small beasts with silver-white bodies and holy light flew out. They are described as small beasts because they are really too small, with a body length of only 40 to 50 centimeters, and look like a puppy. They have no wings, but they can step in the air and run around happily in the air. Finally, they came to Tang Xiaofan and crawled obediently in front of him. Olivia was shocked and said in great surprise, "Lord, you actually summoned the unicorn of our natural elf clan? Is there a problem?" Tang Xiaofan responded with a smile. The little unicorn was very well behaved and licked Tang Xiaofan's palm from time to time with its tongue, which made him feel itchy. Olivia looked very excited. She said, "Unicorns are not common. The unicorn tribes in many areas have disappeared. Only in the Elf Empire can you see unicorns." Tang Xiaofan smiled and handed the little unicorn in his arms to her. "From now on, these 30 unicorns belong to your elf tribe." Unicorn. Previous growth state, nascent body. Strength level, level 1. Loyalty, 100, die hard. Growth potential limit, peak level 21. Unicorns with peak growth potential of level 21, once cultivated, their strength is still very considerable, and when unicorns cooperate with natural elves, which are also top-level troops, the combined combat power of the two is enough to completely defeat dragons of the same level, of course, ordinary dragons. Some rare dragon species, such as space dragons, time dragons, destiny dragons, etc., are not something that the combination of natural elves and unicorns can contend with. This kind of dragon is very rare, and its strength is also very terrifying. If it appears, it will be suppressed by Tang Xiaofan's warriors. Praise you, Lord. Olivia was very excited. The appearance of the unicorn group seemed to make her happier than her own promotion to demigod. She quickly took the little unicorns back to the elf mother tree. Seeing the little unicorns, the elves gathered around, making waves of pleasant screams and cheers. "Monica," Olivia said to the big elf Monica, who looked excited, "take good care of them. Let them grow up quickly, and then try to make them help." Chapter 258. "I will, Mother." Monica almost cried with joy, holding a young unicorn carefully in her arms. No one could understand how important unicorns were to elves. The holy unicorns were the natural companions of elves, but since the ancient war of gods, the number of unicorns has been decreasing. In today's era, unicorns are almost invisible in areas outside the natural elf empire. She has lived for hundreds of years, and has never seen a unicorn. It was the guidance of blood and soul that attracted her to the little unicorn in her arms. She almost recognized the other party as her future partner at first sight. Unicorns and elves live and die together. The steadfastness of their partnership is unmatched by any other race. Olivia looked at Tang Xiaofan, who was shrouded in holy light in the distance, and said with burning eyes, "Monica, you must remember that the Lord is the hope of our elf tribe." Hearing this, the great elf Monica also nodded solemnly. If there were no Lord, their elf tribe would still be just an ordinary tribe in the forest. The overall strength of the tribe might not even be comparable to that of the dwarf kingdom, because the number of natural elves was too small. What about now? The levels of the elves in the tribe have been upgraded, and she has also been promoted from the late 21st level to the peak 21st level, and is about to have the qualifications of a demigod. The elf elder Becky has entered the 21st level. Their mother has become a demigod, dominating the entire forest. Not only that, the number of elves in their tribe is growing rapidly every day, all of which is brought to them by the Lord. The light of hope enveloped their tribe the moment the Lord appeared. Oh, praise the great Lord! However, Tang Xiaofan was a little confused at this moment. Because the accident was not over, when he received 3 messages from friends in a row, he knew that Olivia's promotion to demigod was not only known by the local forces in the forest, but also by the whole world. After replying to Little Loli, Bei Yi, and Yi Shui one by one, Tang Xiaofan opened the K-World chat channel. At the top of the channel, the danger warning notice about the coming of the blood moon had disappeared and was replaced by a new notice. World announcement. The Black Tech Castle was the first to cultivate demigod-level soldiers, sounding the clarion call for the demigod era of the castle forces. The glorious demigod era has arrived. I hope that the castle lords can take the Black Tech Castle as their goal, cultivate their own demigod-level soldiers as soon as possible, pursue the fate of the supreme god in the era of hegemony among all races, and compete for the only throne of the God King. Below the world announcement, the world chat channel exploded directly, and countless castle lords and wanderers fell into madness. Another world announcement. Since the advent, there have only been 3 world announcements that belong to our castle forces. As a result, the protagonists of the 3 world announcements are all Tang Xiaofan. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Demigod-level troops. It's crazy. I can't believe it. It's only been a short time, and even demigod troops have appeared. Boss Tang Xiaofan, how can we castle masters survive? My most powerful troop has just reached level 18. My troops are only level 16 commanders. I do have level 20 troops, but so what? Compared to Tang Xiufan's demigod troops, they are nothing. I'm afraid my strongest troops can be killed with a slap. No doubt, level 20 troops really can't withstand a slap from a demigod. Tang Xiufan is too amazing. Not only is it amazing, but it's also very buggy. At this stage, there are very few castle lords with level 20 troops, and level 21 troops are unique. Unbelievable. It should be level 21, right? Is he really a demigod? Is he mistaken? I find it incredible too. Even a demon can't be promoted to a demigod so quickly, right? How many enemies must he have killed? Even if Tang Xiufan gave all the experience of the 100,000 troops of the Anti-Demon Alliance to the same demon, he couldn't be promoted to a demigod. He was indeed promoted to a demigod, and it seems that there was more than one. Who could it be? I suspect it's an elf. The elf tribe that Tang Xiufan conquered had a level 21 elf, level 21 peak. After becoming a castle soldier, she can quickly improve her strength by killing enemies. Level 21 peak is only one step away from demigod. No way. It must be that level 21 elf that got promoted. Isn't the growth potential limit of a natural elf at level 21 peak? The idiot above. Don't you know there are unit evolution blueprints? As long as there are enough blueprints, it is not a problem to turn a garbage skeleton into a god-level skeleton. Horrible. Too terrifying. My scalp was numb the moment the world announcement came out. Tang Xiufan is already invincible. Once the demigod appears, who among the hundreds of castle lords in the world can compete with him? What's there to compete for? The demigod is here, so I will withdraw from the forest immediately. I will withdraw too. At this moment, all the castle lords and wanderers were frightened. Demigod. There is only one word difference between this and the immortal true god. It is not difficult to imagine how powerful this level of troops will be. For the troops under the current castle lord, they are definitely not qualified to face the strong men of the demigod level. It is just a matter of a slap. Horror! In addition to the castle lords like Sanren, all the major alliances were also shocked, especially the members of the Alliance of Gods, who were shocked. And those top castle lords, who were labeled as hostile forces by Tang Xiufan, were all sweating. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? If it weren't for the world announcement, I would never believe that there would be demigod level troops at this stage. Not even level 21 troops, even if that person is Tang Xiufan. As the lord of a top castle, my strongest troops are only at the early 20th level. Damn it. The analysis of the people in the world makes sense. It is the peak of level 21, only one step away from demigod. Tang Xiufan's luck is so damn invincible. Are we still going against Tang Xiufan? What's a demigod? Even though most of our troops have only level 21 potential, as long as we get enough troops evolution blueprints, we can push our troops to demigods, or even true gods. Let Tang Xiufan be arrogant for a while. Wait until our demigod and god level troops are out, and then we will fight him head on. Anyway, our alliance of gods and Tang Xiufan will fight to the death. If we don't eliminate Tang Xiufan, we will be killed by him sooner or later. Agree. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiufan looked at the announcement above the World Chat channel. He was also a little confused. Chapter 259. It's just that Olivia has been promoted to a demigod, but why is there such a big fuss? They even announced the world. They even sounded the horn of the demigod era. Wow, look at what he said, how arrogant. In fact, Tang Xiufan is speechless now. He looks at the castle lords, who claim to evacuate the forest in the World Channel, and he wants to show up and tell them not to be afraid. Although his Olivia has been promoted to a demigod, she still cannot leave the sphere of influence of the Black Technology Castle due to the limitation that her body is a military building. Really, Olivia? My lord. Olivia smiled sweetly and replied, under the influence of a special promotion process, my soul was forged into a demigod body that can be fused with the main body or separated from the main body. If that's the case? Tang Xiufan took a deep breath, his expression serious. Then we have to move faster. To prevent all the castle lords from withdrawing from the forest and causing me huge material losses. Obviously, Tang Xiufan didn't want all the castle lords to evacuate the forest. In the forest, there are hundreds of castle lords, and the amount of their castle supplies added up will be huge. If all those supplies are gathered in his hands, his Black Technology Castle will have the possibility of directly crossing the city level and entering the level of the royal capital. With the royal capital, a dynasty can be established. Of course, a castle power at the city level can also establish a dynasty, but the scope of influence is too small to be considered a true dynasty power. Only when you have a capital can you barely be called a dynasty. If you add the divine object, You can see that dynasties can be roughly divided into three categories. Small kingdoms, city-level forces, pseudo-dynasties, have a capital but no heart of dynasty, and are not recognized. A true dynasty has both a capital and a heart of dynasty, is recognized by the world's laws and the local empire, and is qualified to establish diplomatic relations. And what Tang Xiaofan wants to establish is naturally the third type of dynasty. After all, he already has the divine object. Heart of Dynasty, which is the real special and only reward for the first place in the Beast Tide event battle power score list. As for the Sky City, it was entirely because of his good luck that he got it. In order to establish the third type of dynasty, Tang Xiaofan still lacks a royal capital. When his Black Technology Castle was promoted to a royal capital, the Black Technology Dynasty came into being. However, in order to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to the level of a royal capital, it naturally requires a huge amount of materials. Even if his warriors, natural elves, and angel legions can collect resources, it will take a long time to collect such a huge amount of materials. Tang Xiaofan couldn't let his warriors and elves do basic resource collection work. The farmers were too weak to live on the God and Demon continent, but now all the steel armor production capacity was tilted towards the frontline team. As Jarvis completed the transformation of the Sky City, he would then proceed with the portable assembly of armor. Factories and blacksmiths were fully cooperating with the transformation of the Mark III armor. For ordinary farmers, it was extremely dangerous to go out into the wild without armor. Therefore, unless the resource points have been occupied, Tang Xiaofan's most efficient way to obtain resources is to plunder. Plunder the supplies of other castle lords. Plunder the supplies of local forces. Plunder can make a fortune. Naturally, he doesn't want those castle lords to evacuate the forest. If they all evacuate, who will he rob? If he only robs local forces, it may not be possible. It's still too dazzling. Tang Xiaofan rubbed his forehead. The appearance of this world announcement caught him off guard. When he first came to the God and Demon continent, he wanted to develop his reputation through the world announcement. Now, he has a headache because he is too famous. Castle lords from all over the world are afraid of him. The castle lords in the forest are even more afraid of him, afraid of being attacked by him. Those castle lords would rather waste some time to develop, but also move the castle heart, take their troops and castle supplies, and escape from the forest. This is very bad. If the castle lords in the forest all run away, then he is playing a single player. Speed up. Don't wait until they all run away. Tang Xiaofan has an idea in mind. This time when attacking the Goblin Kingdom, the castle army will also sweep all the castles within a radius of thousands of miles. Even if you want to run, you have to leave the castle supplies behind. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan turned off the Lively World chat channel. Night had fallen, and he lay on the bed and chatted with the little lowly for a while, then took a shower and went to bed. One night passed quickly. The rising morning light enveloped the all-white Black Technology Castle, covering it with a layer of golden clouds. From a distance, it seemed a little out of tune with the surrounding green waters and green mountains, because it was too dazzling, just like a golden gem dropped in the Green Kingdom. After washing up and eating the rich and nutritious breakfast prepared by the chef, Tang Xiaofan came to the yard. The warrior team, the angel army, and the natural elf army had all assembled. The flaming dragons and the bloodthirsty demon wolves were also in high spirits. They were waiting for orders from Tang Xiaofan, but Tang Xiaofan was not in a hurry. The goblin army used the underground safe passage to go to the Goblin Kingdom, and it would take about 3 hours to reach the destination. This was the news that Tang Xiaofan learned after communicating with the goblin believers through faith. Tang Xiaofan has sent a message to the goblin army. When they arrive at their destination, they will collectively pray to him, so that the light and faith will envelop them. At that time, the little angels under his command can use the teleportation magic to directly descend to the coordinates of the goblin army. There is no need to waste time on the road. The distance between the Goblin Kingdom and the Black Technology Castle is nearly 800 kilometers. This is a distance that is neither far nor near. It is nothing to the warriors, the flaming dragons, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves. However, for the natural elves who generally have no flying ability and no flying mounts, it would take 3 or 4 days to arrive without relying on underground safe passages and magic railcars. The teleportation magic mastered by the angels can instantly teleport the angel army and the natural elves to the vicinity of the Goblin Kingdom. As for the warrior team, led by Zhang Yi, they flew through the air with the flaming dragon and the bloodthirsty wolf. After arriving, they directly smashed through the ground and opened up the passage to the Goblin Kingdom. Tang Xiaofan himself also wanted to appreciate the style of the Goblin King. At the beginning, the king put his black technology castle on the blacklist without saying a word. It was not until Tang Xiaofan conquered the elf tribe that the Goblin King realized that there were people he could not afford to offend. The Goblin King was a very shrewd man. He knew that he could not defeat the Black Technology Castle, so he tried his best to improve the friendship value with the Black Technology Castle. I hope the Black Technology Castle will not cause trouble for him. What a pity. The Goblin King thought too much. In Tang Xiaofan's view, the friendship value and hatred value did not have much effect, and this was just the attitude of the local forces towards his Black Technology Castle unilaterally expressed, which had nothing to do with him. It could not change the war plan he had already made. Chapter 260. Now the number of soldiers has reached 5,300. It will take at most 12 days for him to have a full-strength soldier corps. Now all the soldiers have been equipped with the new generation of Mark II armor, all equipped with micro-missiles and big swords, which are extremely powerful. There are also fighter planes and drones accompanying the army. Tang Xiaofan thinks that once the portable armor is completed, he can immediately expand the army to 100,000. In short, it won't be long before his soldier corps will usher in a new round of equipment change after the forest is cleared. Then Tang Xiaofan came to the tree of the elves' mother tree. As soon as he came, the silver-white little unicorns left their elf companions and surrounded Tang Xiaofan. From time to time, they crowded around Tang Xiaofan and rubbed their heads against Tang Xiaofan's trouser legs. This made the little flame in the distance very angry and jealous. From time to time, hot flames spewed out of her mouth and nose. However, she was angry, but she didn't dare to hit those young unicorns. She was very smart, and knew that the elves cherished young unicorns. If she dared to provoke the unicorn, she would be beaten up by the protective elven demigod. At that time, the flaming dragon Abra would not be able to save her, and would be beaten up together. So she could only look up with her golden vertical pupils, staring at Tang Xiaofan's back. The master hadn't tickled her for a long time. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the life and natural magic of the elven mother tree are abundant. Should I breed natural elves? Tang Xiaofan immediately chose yes. Then, the elven mother tree bloomed with green light, and balls of light began to appear on the branches of the mother tree. It's poke balls. So many poke balls. Each of them is a natural Pokemon. There are too many. The Lord is really amazing. Since my mother came to the Lord's castle, she has been able to breed many Pokemons every day. Today's number is the highest. There were little Pokemons cheering around, and those adult natural Pokemons were also very excited. A total of 80 Pokeballs appeared on the Pokemon Mother Tree. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. In the past, the most Pokeballs that the Elf Mother Tree could breed were only a dozen. Now, 80 mature Pokeballs appeared at once, which made them feel extremely happy. Olivia was also stunned for a moment, and then she was surprised. Lord, after my main body is upgraded to level 5, it can breed 80 Pokemons at a time? Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, don't be so surprised. When the Elf Mother Tree is upgraded to level 9, you can breed more Pokemons at a time, at least thousands. Olivia took a deep breath. The power of the other world is too strong. She was deeply shocked. Olivia knew that even the Elf Mother God Tree of the Natural Elf Empire could not breed thousands of elves every day. The reason why the population of the Elf Empire is so large is in the billions. It is entirely due to the large number of Elf Mother Trees. Back then, after the Elf Empire found a way to cultivate the Elf Mother Tree, it planted a large number of Elf Mother Trees within the empire, and spread the seeds of the Elf Mother Trees all over the world. This caused the population of the natural elves to surge. At the same time, this was also the direct reason why the elf tribe appeared in the forest. Hearing Olivia's sigh, Tang Xiaofan shook his head slightly. There is no such power in their world. This is the mysterious power from the god and demon continent. A moment later, a full 80 elf balls flew down the branches, and then broke into pieces, and appeared in Tang Xiaofan's field of vision. The elves are of the same color, so it is easier to find special elves. Because when the natural elves were bred, they all wore clothes and pants woven from flowers, green vines, and leaves, almost in the same pattern. If it were a special elf, it would be very conspicuous. For example, the elf that Tang Xiaofan was watching now was different from other natural elves. She was wearing a white long dress transformed by magic, and her pupils were not the emerald green of the natural elves but light gold. She had just come out of the elf ball, and Tang Xiaofan noticed her at a glance. At the same time, Olivia, the great elf Monica, the fire elemental elf Evangeline, and almost all the elves noticed this special elf. I have to say, she is too eye-catching. Standing among the newborn elves, she is very conspicuous, Elemental Elf. The great elf Monica exclaimed, and Olivia, the elf elder Becky and other elves were also very happy. The appearance of the elemental elf was enough to make them excited and happy. Mother! The elemental elf, in a white long dress, flew over. First, he saluted Olivia, then came to Tang Xiaofan and saluted respectfully. Lord of Holy Light, Master of Light, respected Lord. Victoria Holy Light Elemental Elf. Previous growth status, Childhood. Level 10. Growth potential, Extreme Demigod Peak, Fire Elemental Elf. Special reminder, Holy Light Elemental Elf, she is born to be your fanatical believer. Looking at Victoria's information, Tang Xiaofan turned to look at Olivia and said, it seems that our last speculation should be true. Even if it is not absolute, it can increase the probability. Olivia nodded woodenly. She was still immersed in the title that the Holy Light Elf Victoria had just given to Tang Xiaofan. Lord of Holy Light, the Ruler of Light, isn't this the title that the believers of the Light Camp gave to their god of faith, the Goddess of Light, in ancient times? How did it end up with Tang Xiaofan? She looked at Tang Xiaofan, but she couldn't connect him with the Goddess of Light. After all, they were of different genders. She couldn't figure it out, but she didn't think too much about it. She would figure it out sooner or later anyway. As for the speculation Tang Xiaofan mentioned, it was a conjecture about increasing the probability of breeding elemental elves. When the fire elemental elf Evangelion was first bred, she and Tang Xiaofan guessed the reason. The elf mother tree absorbed too much fire elemental magic, so it indirectly bred the fire elemental elf Evangelion. After that, Olivia followed Tang Xiaofan's instructions and began to experiment with controlling the elf mother tree, absorbing a large amount of light and sacred elemental magic between heaven and earth. Sure enough, when the elf mother tree was upgraded to level 5, it bred the Holy Light Elf Victoria. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan said that their guess was correct. Even if it was not absolute, using this method could indeed increase the probability of breeding elemental elves. It seems, in the future, you can absorb more single magic elements. Strive to breed elemental elves every time you breed. Thinking of this, Olivia's demigod state of mind also became excited. Tang Xiaofan said to the Holy Light Elf Victoria, you can call me the Almighty Lord in the future. The Holy Light Elf Victoria said respectfully, I will obey your oracle, my Almighty Lord. For Victoria, it didn't matter whether Tang Xiaofan was the Lord of Holy Light or not. What mattered was that Tang Xiaofan was the god of her faith. When she was bred, she was a believer of Tang Xiaofan. Even if the Goddess of Light reappeared, she couldn't take away her faith. Chapter 261. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Tang Xiaofan finally heard the prayers from the goblin believers. Digga, Lord. The 8-winged angel Digga appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan, and Tang Xiaofan said, the goblin army has arrived at the destination. Immediately assemble the castle army, and teleport the angel army and the natural elf army to occupy the landing space, and wait for the arrival of the large army. Yes, Lord. The 8-winged angel Digga immediately waved the scepter in his hand, and spoke in divine language. Lord said, this is the place where the angels descended. In an instant, the dazzling holy light enveloped the entire area, and all the angels and elves swooshed, and the void shook. When the holy light disappeared, the angels and elves were instantly teleported away. In the huge black technology castle, only Tang Xiaofan and Olivia were left, as well as the warrior team, the flaming dragon, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and other flying soldiers. Lord? Olivia looked at Tang Xiaofan in confusion. Why didn't you teleport with the castle army? She had always known that Tang Xiaofan was looking forward to this war. It had been a long time since the Lord wanted to capture the Goblin Kingdom and plunder the Goblin clan's supplies. Tang Xiaofan had previously expressed his intention to go to the Goblin Kingdom. However, now, Tang Xiaofan did not go with them, but stayed in the Black Technology Castle. Olivia thought that Tang Xiaofan was worried about the safety of the Black Technology Castle. She quickly said, I am enough to guarantee the safety of your castle. Even if the strongest of the dragon's nest attacks, I can prevent him from even entering the castle's sphere of influence. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. He was still very confident in Olivia's strength. After all, she was a demigod. Even a giant dragon at the peak of level 21 would have to run away with its tail between its legs. However, he was not worried about the safety of the castle. He smiled and said, as the lord of the castle, my duty is not to participate in the battle, but to control the overall situation of the war. When the castle army raises the flag of victory, I will go to the Goblin Kingdom. As the master behind the scenes of the castle lord, the ruler of the future Black Technology Dynasty, and the future lord of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven, how could he fight the enemy in person? What if he encounters a level 21 goblin and suddenly fights against him? Even if his steel armor is not afraid of a single fight, it would be embarrassing, right? Of course. Tang Xiaofan would never admit that he was afraid of death. He firmly believed that he just didn't need to participate in the battle in person. Some castle lords, who are good at fighting, and like fighting, have their graves covered with grass. I see. Olivia suddenly realized and said respectfully, "My lord, you are wise." She felt that what Tang Xiaofan said made sense, and after a pause, she said eagerly, "My lord, Olivia requests to join the war, to help the castle army defeat the army of the Goblin Kingdom, and let those evil goblins know that surrender is their only choice." Tang Xiaofan glanced at her. "Do you want to go?" Yeah. Olivia nodded her head vigorously. Now she really looked like an innocent girl. How could she tell that she was already the mother of nearly 10,000 natural elves? Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and refused, attacking the Goblin Kingdom. It's not just about plundering the Goblin Kingdom's supplies. It's also important to improve the strength of the troops under your command. If Olivia went, she would crush the Goblin King with a slap and instantly kill 3 goblin armies. Then it would be difficult for other troops to get any experience, because most of the experience would be taken away by Olivia. As a powerful existence at the demigod level, it would be a complete waste for Olivia to take those experiences. It would be better to share them with the angels, elves, and even the flame dragons under his command, so that he could have a few more level 21 warriors. "My lord." Olivia looked at Tang Xiaofan with some grievance. "I haven't been out for a long time. I want to see the outside world." Tang Xiaofan refused again. "Stay in the castle, and after the war is over, I will take you to appreciate the infinite scenery of the Goblin Kingdom." Olivia said in annoyance. "Why should I go after the war is over?" She just wanted to participate in the battle. As a manic eternal Treeman guard, she has been holding back for thousands of years. Tang Xiaofan couldn't see Olivia's inner thoughts. Since the spirit of the mother tree of the elves was promoted to a demigod and had a semi-rational body, she could not hide her violent nature. Before, she and the mother tree of the elves were one, and she could not leave to protect the elf tribe. After coming to the Black Technology Castle, she could not leave the castle's sphere of influence because of the transformation into a military building. Now, she has been promoted to a demigod, and her soul has been forged into a demigod body by the divine fire due to the special promotion process. She and her original body can merge or separate, so how can she hold back? So she can't wait to go to the battlefield and kill everyone. In the entire natural elf clan, apart from some creatures, the most violent ones should be the Eternal Tree Guards, like Olivia. Tang Xiaofan can see Olivia's inner anxiety, but he just doesn't agree, worried that she will go to the battlefield to steal monsters. After all, the war strength of the Goblin Kingdom is not strong, and those evil little goblins are not enough for Olivia to kill. With Olivia's demigod power, she could easily kill the 3 legions of the Goblin Kingdom. That would be a waste. Tang Xiaofan said to her, "It's okay if you want to go out, but you are not allowed to interfere. Unless a demigod-level enemy appears, you should hide obediently." Olivia's eyes lit up immediately. Although she couldn't do anything, she could watch. "Praise you, Lord. Then I go." Olivia was very excited and impatient. He blew up the void with one punch, and then teleported away directly. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, and then his face was full of envy. This is the power of a demigod. In front of a demigod, the void is as fragile as thin paper. For a demigod, teleportation can only be regarded as a basic skill. Unfortunately, Zhang-Yi, a demigod, does not seem to have these skills. There seems to be some difference between native creatures and summoned soldiers. As soon as Olivia left, only Tang Xiaofan and a group of flying soldiers were left in the Black Technology Castle. He had decided not to participate in the war. He waved his hand and said to Zhang-Yi and the others, "Let's go." The army started rumbling, the machines roared, and the dragons roared, resounding throughout the Black Technology Castle. However, Tang Xiaofan returned to the castle alone. He didn't care about such a scene. He was used to planning and winning thousands of miles away. As for the safety of himself and the castle, he was not worried. In addition to the daily protection of the castle by the Sky City, he could also summon Olivia back anytime and anywhere. Olivia could teleport, and there were more than 1,000 armored warriors patrolling in the castle. The Sky City was always in a state of being able to be activated. Therefore, if an enemy invaded the Black Technology Castle, he might not notice it at all and be eliminated by Jarvis. Chapter 262. With nothing to do, Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel and looked for things on it, to see if there was anything he wanted, such as the long-awaited space teleportation magic circle construction blueprints, military upgrade blueprints, etc. Unfortunately, after browsing for a long time, he did not find any products that he liked. And he has not sold many of the hundreds of thousands of units of food he has put on the shelves. Except for the special commander level and lord level food, he has not sold any ordinary food at all. I don't know when the food storm will come, Tang Xiaofan sighed. If all of his hundreds of thousands of food units were sold, the Black Technology Castle could be upgraded to a town immediately. We should wait for a while. When the castle lord has more soldiers under his command, the number of wild monsters that can be hunted will be less. At that time, the sales of food will slowly increase. Tang Xiaofan has reason to believe that in the middle and late stages, the castle lords may open up farming and planting. Because hunting wild monsters and collecting wild ingredients alone cannot meet the food consumption of the castle army in the future. After all, wild monsters and wild ingredients will only become fewer and fewer, not more and more. Tang Xiaofan has achieved self-production of food. Whether it is farmland or animal pens, a large amount of food is produced every day. Moreover, these foods can be stored in the warehouse without loss. The soldiers and farmers under his command also consume a huge amount of food every day. Especially after the arrival of the master chef, eating every day has become a kind of enjoyment in the Black Technology Castle. Now, he has no shortage of food. It can even be said that he will not lack food for a long time after ruling the forest, but food will definitely be the basic plan of the empire for Tang Xiaofan in the long run. The turmoil in the war fortress and the sky city has not passed, and Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle has appeared demigod-level soldiers. This is enough to shake the entire castle force and the wanderer force. Even though a whole night has passed, there are still many castle lords and wanderers discussing things about the sky city and demigod-level soldiers. There are too many castle lords who express their concerns about the future in the World Chat channel. Faced with such a powerful Black Technology Castle, what should ordinary castle lords do? If the top castle lords unite, they still have a chance to compete with Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. After all, as top castle lords, they are always confident. However, what should the other low-level and even many high-level castle lords do? These castle lords feel that they are now in a state of fattening, and when they are fat, they will be harvested by the Black Technology Castle and those top castle lords. Fat sheep and leeks are talking about these people. We must stay away from the forest. Tang Xiaofan has the Sky City, demons and demigod-level soldiers. I think it won't take long for him to rule the forest. By then, he will continue to expand his territory everywhere, and the castle owners in the surrounding areas will suffer. Evacuate the surrounding areas. The farther away from the forest, the better. When our castle power grows stronger, and we build a teleportation array and alliance base, we will have hope to resist the attack of the demon castle. We should stay away from the forest to gain more time for development. I agree. When this voice spread, not only the castle lords in the forest, but also the castle lords in the surrounding areas began to move. With the forest as the center, the castle lords in the surrounding areas took their castle soldiers and fled in all directions with the heart of the castle. Looking down from the sky, they were like insects that had exploded. They were desperately trying to get away from the central forest. Tang Xiaofan rolled his eyes when he learned about this. His fame was too great. Before he even started to act, the castle lords were scared and fled. Just like playing the Empire strategy game, his 9-star main city was placed there, and there was no living person in the hundreds of grids around him, all of whom were afraid of being robbed by him. This is also the current situation of the demon castle. The castle lords around him dared not approach him, even the top castle kings. Even though all the castle lords knew that rebuilding the castle would consume a lot of materials, they did not hesitate to move away from the castle center, clearly not giving him the opportunity to start a castle war. This world announcement directly caused me to lose 100 million. Tang Xiaofan casually closed the world chat channel, feeling very upset. When he was in a bad mood, he would usually chat with the little lowly in the underground world. He decisively opened the friend column and sent a message. What is Kur doing? The little lowly replied, Kur is learning to make equipment with Grandpa Moore. Tang Xiaofan knew that the old dwarf Moore was the orthodox dwarf who moved into the dwarf palace. It is estimated that her rank is as high as the peak of level 21, and she is invincible in the same rank. Because the old dwarf Moore once said that as long as the enemy is not a demigod, he will never be able to destroy the little lowly's black iron dwarf castle. However, the picture of the little lowly learning to forge equipment from the dwarves and swinging the big hammer hard really made Tang Xiaofan dare not associate. Yes, big. The little lowly replied happily. Grandpa Moore said that Kur has a talent for forging equipment, and there is even hope that she can forge a divine weapon in the future. Tang Xiaofan felt that what the old man said was right. The little Lolita with full luck points must have her wish come true. Then you have to work harder, and don't forget to develop the castle power. Yeah, don't worry, Kur won't forget. The little Lolita replied. Kur will give you the first artifact she made. Haha, okay, then I wait for the artifact you give me. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles, and all his worries were swept away, and his mood became very happy. As expected, the little Lolita is the most pleasing one. On the other side, in an underground space less than 10 kilometers away from the Goblin Kingdom, the brilliant holy light illuminates the dim underground world. It can be seen that there are many defense facilities in this underground space, such as arrow towers, and there are many goblin corpses lying around. These goblins all belong to the Goblin Kingdom. Obviously, this is the outpost defense base of the Goblin Kingdom, but now this outpost belonging to the Goblin Kingdom has been captured by Tang Xiaofan's angels and elves. In this underground space, Tang Xiaofan's 2 legions, the Natural Elf Legion, and nearly 400 angels gathered. The Goblin tribe leading the way was not many, only about 100 people. At this time, the Angel of Hardtiga stood on the ground, wearing a steel helmet on his head. At this moment, Jarvis was locating the location based on the signal here. On the ground, the Warrior Legion was already in place. Under the command of Jarvis, they arranged the explosion point. When everything was arranged properly, there was a loud bang, and a football field-sized ground collapsed directly, revealing the underground space. The angels and elves of the Black Technology Castle were below. Chapter 263. The army gathered at this moment has more than 7,000 people. Compared with the 15,000-strong army of the 3 armies of the Goblin Kingdom, Tang Xiaofan's castle army is still very small, less than half of the Goblin Kingdom's army. But if the strength is compared, the 3 armies of the Goblin Kingdom are definitely vulnerable. After all, there are as many as dozens of level 20 strong men in Tang Xiaofan's castle army. There are also 4 level 21 strong men in the insects. Such a powerful strength. How could a mere Goblin Kingdom resist, unless the dominant force in the forest, Dragon Nest, sends a huge dragon army to support the Goblin Kingdom? There will be no other result. Respected God's envoy. The Goblin Elder knelt respectfully in front of Jean-Yi and said, according to the map, 10 kilometers away from this underground space is the Goblin Kingdom. The dust in the sky and the roaring mechanical sound made the Goblin Elder's faith much stronger. Although the Goblin tribe was once under the jurisdiction of the Goblin Kingdom, the Goblin Legion appeared in the core capital of the Goblin Kingdom because of the guidance of the magic map blocked by the Goblin card. The Goblin Elder said, if nothing unexpected happens, the Goblin Kingdom already knows we are coming. They will definitely gather all the legions and use the most powerful force to defend their capital. Don't worry. Zhang Yi's expression on his cold steel face was very calm. Instead, he hoped that the Goblin Kingdom would use its most powerful force to fight the castle army to the death. In this way, the castle army could gain more energy. Yes, respected Lord God. The Goblin Elder quickly returned to the Goblin army. He led the Goblin army to clear the way and headed straight for the Goblin Kingdom 10 kilometers away. Halfway through the journey, a sturdy goblin suddenly appeared. The Goblin Elder was about to order him to be surrounded and killed, but the goblin said very piously, Holy light has descended on the world, and only those who believe in the Lord can gain eternal life. The Goblin Elder was stunned, and then the sturdy goblin said, My name is Ka Duju, and I am a believer of the Lord. I learned that the Lord's castle army came to attack the capital, so I came here to support them. Please allow me to see the envoy of God. I have something important to report. Goblin Ka Duju. It was the Goblin Lord who was sent by the Goblin King to find out the information of the Black Technology Castle. He is a member of the King's Palace Guard, and his father is the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Goblin Kingdom, late level 20. At first, the Goblin Kazuo's team captured several wanderers near the Twin Mountains. Later, they were also captured by Jean Eyre, and under the influence of Tang Xiaofan, they became Tang Xiaofan's believers. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan killed the members of Kazuo's team, resurrected their souls, and included them in the Angel Legion. Kazuo himself returned to the Goblin Kingdom, waiting for Tang Xiaofan to send the castle army to attack. Now, he finally waited. Soon, the Goblin Kazuo was brought to Jean-Yi. He said respectfully, Your army can avoid many obstacles and go straight to the capital. My father and my family are eager to get the Lord's blessing. Yes. Jean-Yi nodded slightly. He could sense the devout faith of the Goblin Kadu. It means that what he said is true. He did not betray his faith in the Lord just because he was far away from the demon castle. Jean-Yi said, The Almighty Lord will favor all believers with devout faith. Even heretics have the opportunity to redeem themselves. Kadu, you will join the goblin army and lead the way. Yes, Lord God. Praise the Lord. The goblin Kazuo hurriedly stood up and ran to the front of the goblin army to guide the castle army. Under the guidance of the goblin Kazuo, the castle army marched smoothly and encountered almost no obstruction from the kingdom goblins. Lord God, after passing through the passage in front, we will enter the underground space where the goblin kingdom is located. Kill them! Soon, the goblin army rushed into the passage. The goblin Lord Kazuo, who was at the peak of level 18, killed all the kingdom goblins that blocked the way without any mercy. Even the goblins of the kingdom couldn't believe it, because they all knew Kadu. Kill! Thousands of elite goblins behind Kadu were also charging. In less than 2 minutes, they broke through the passage and entered the core base camp of the goblin kingdom. However, the goblin army just entered the underground space where the goblin capital was located, and it encountered a terrible blow. Countless sharp arrows fell from the sky, and thousands of arrows formed a rain of arrows, covering the entire goblin army. Half an hour ago, the goblin kingdom was located in a very large underground space, and there were dark passages on all sides of the space, connecting a large area of the forest. The goblins of the kingdom also installed magic rail cars in each passage to achieve the purpose of quickly reaching the target area. The capital is the core of the kingdom's goblins. It is more than 10 kilometers long and is guarded by walls as high as tens of meters. There are a total of about 150,000 permanent goblins living in the capital. Equipped with 3 legions and 15,000 elite goblin warriors, it can be said that the strength is very strong. Moreover, after the goblin king learned that Tang Xiaofan had conquered the elf tribe, in order to prevent the invasion from the Black Technology Castle, he also issued a conscription order to all the goblin tribes in the forest. A large number of goblin warriors from the tribes gathered in the capital, which brought the number of available goblin warriors in the capital to about 20,000. It can be called a real army. At this moment, all the high-level officials of the goblin kingdom, including elders, legion commanders, and strong men in the tribe, gathered in the luxuriously decorated palace hall. Hundreds of goblins gathered in the hall, and the goblin king sat on the throne at the top of the hall. He looked fat and had a big belly. No goblin could be fatter than him. However, his strength should not be underestimated, and he exudes the aura of the peak of level 20. Only one step away, this fat goblin king can be promoted to level 21. At this time, a general said respectfully, "Your Majesty, we have lost contact with the outpost." The magic sentry message from the front said that they encountered a terrible attack. The goblin king moved his body, and the throne under him made a creaking sound. Because he was too fat, his eyes were almost narrowed into a line. He said hoarsely, "The lord of the castle took the lead in launching an invasion war against us." The goblin king's voice was full of anger. Of course, there was also panic. Although he recruited a large number of elite goblin tribes to defend the capital. But in fact, he did not want a war. He had even decided to send a kingdom envoy to the Black Technology Castle to establish friendly diplomatic relations with the lord of the castle in the other world. However, before his envoy was sent out, the army of the Black Technology Castle had already come. This made him very angry. Didn't he put the Black Technology Castle on the blacklist in the first place? Chapter 264. He didn't really attack the Black Technology Castle. Instead, the Black Technology Castle captured a tribe of goblins under his command and converted all the goblins into believers. He should be the one who started the war. The High Priest is right. The castle masters from another world are a group of extremely evil creatures. In their eyes, there is nothing else except war and invasion. We are in a dangerous situation this time. The goblin leaders in the hall could not hear the voice in their king's heart, but their expressions changed drastically, and some goblins even showed fear. Black Technology Castle, isn't it the terrible castle force that conquered the elf tribe and gave birth to a demigod-level strongman? This castle force is very famous in the forest. Even the dragon nest is very afraid of it. A goblin leader said in fear, "Your Majesty, now that the Black Technology Castle is attacking, what should we do? Do we need to retreat to other underground spaces immediately? It is said that there is a demigod in the Black Technology Castle, and our kingdom can't stop it at all. In the forest, except for the dragon's nest, no force can contend with the power of the demigod. The forest giant kingdom can't do it, the dwarf kingdom can't do it, the 21st level Warcraft family can't do it, and our goblin kingdom can't do it either. It seems that we must abandon the capital." The goblin leaders were very pessimistic, because with the strength of their goblin kingdom, It was difficult to resist the invasion of the famous Black Technology Castle, especially the demigod. The Goblin King said, "The one who was promoted to demigod is the elf mother tree Olivia. Due to the limitations of her body, she cannot appear in our underground kingdom. So, we don't have to worry about the invasion of demigods. Besides, it's too late to evacuate now. The army of the Black Technology Castle has already captured the outpost defense camp. It will only take 1 or 2 hours to break into our capital. We don't have time to evacuate, so..." The goblin leaders all looked at their king nervously, waiting for the Goblin King to give orders. The Goblin King staggered to his feet. He was so fat that he had to be supported by several strong goblins. He finally stood up and roared, "Pass my order, prepare the army for war. A mere castle force from another world wants to conquer my Goblin Kingdom. You are dreaming. At most, there will be only one level 21 strongman coming this time. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be Monica, the elder of the elf tribe. However, my Goblin Kingdom is fearless. We have a high priest and countless brave goblin warriors. The Black Technology Castle attacking the Goblin Kingdom is the most wrong choice they have made. Yes, your majesty. The goblins will win. The goblins will win." The goblins' high-ranking officials were cheering. After the Goblin King's analysis, their confidence surged. They instantly felt that they were not completely defenseless. What was there to be afraid of with just a level 21 elf? Even if there were 2 more level 21 elves, with so many goblins together, they might not lose. Soon, a large number of goblin warriors poured out of the capital. The warriors were in front, the archers stood behind, and the magicians stood at the back. They lined up in a very neat array, which was very shocking. On the city wall, there were also dense goblin archers, and some goblins even brought out small magic cannons and set them up on the city wall. In addition, there were a large number of arrow towers around the capital. Each arrow tower was also occupied by archers from the Goblin Kingdom. It can be said that the Goblin Kingdom was ready to fight to the death. They used their most powerful force to stop the invasion of the Black Technology Castle army. Soon after, the Goblin King also appeared on the wall of the capital under the protection of the palace guards. The goblin leaders also showed up. These goblins can be said to be the highest fighting force in the Goblin Kingdom. Most of them are level 18 lords, and a few have reached level 20. If it were other castle lords, even the top castle lords would not dare to attack the Goblin Kingdom. Only Tang Xiaofan did not take such a powerful local force seriously. That's why he pressed so hard and didn't negotiate or compromise at all. Your Majesty, it's the Great King. Yes, there is only one goblin that fat in the whole kingdom. Who else but the king? The king is still so handsome, and looks so good when he's fat. Many goblins in the capital saw the fat figure standing on the city wall. In the Goblin Kingdom, the fattest one is the Goblin King. They can recognize him at a glance, and goblins regard fat as beauty. For the Goblin King, who is as fat as a mountain, he is the one who represents the peak of the Goblin Kingdom's appearance. Your Majesty, should we call on the kingdom's goblins in the city to join this war? This way, our chances of winning will be higher. Yes. The Goblin King nodded, and that was exactly what he meant. After thinking for a moment, the Goblin King waved and shouted to the goblins in the capital. My people, I am your king. Now listen to my voice. An evil castle lord from another world, his army is about to invade our home. We must not let him succeed. The lord of the castle is more evil than the dimensional demon. Once his army captures our kingdom, he will not only massacre the capital, but also force us to believe in him, because he is a believer in the evil god. My people, are you willing to kneel at the feet of the evil god and become puppet believers who have lost their souls and freedom? No. Countless goblins are roaring, and the Goblin King is very satisfied. Continue to shout. So, we must use war, fearless spirit, and hot blood to tell the owner of the Black Technology Castle. Goblins can also be brave and resist. Brave goblins of the kingdom. I believe, as long as we unite together, victory belongs to our Goblin Kingdom. It belongs to every brave and fearless goblin. I promise you that for every enemy you kill, you will get a gold coin reward. After the war, go to the palace to claim it. Hearing this, the goblins of the kingdom cheered, and countless goblins picked up simple weapons and poured out from the 4 city gates. They are not strong, but they are numerous, with a scale of almost 70,000 to 80,000, which is 3 or 4 times the main force of the goblins. In other words, the goblins participating in this war are nearly 100,000 in scale. Another 100,000 strong army. For home, for survival. For His Majesty the King. No, for gold coins. Yes, for gold coins. Countless goblins are cheering and roaring, and their eyes can be seen red. For goblins, gold coins seem to be more important than anything else. Gold coins are the eternal truth. Chapter 265. Your Majesty, a goblin leader said anxiously, the enemy army has entered the 17th entrance. They are about to enter the underground space where our capital is located. How is this possible? The Goblin King was panicked and said, why is there no news from the outpost defense camp? The goblin leader reported in a low voice, Your Majesty, the enemy army borrowed a secret passage, which is only known to a few high-ranking officials and 3 legion commanders in the kingdom. Damn it! The Goblin King was furious. He immediately guessed that there was a spy in the kingdom, and it was a high-ranking official in the kingdom. However, he had no time to investigate, as the enemy army was close at hand, and would appear in front of them after passing through the passage. The Goblin King immediately roared, all troops on alert, all archers lock onto the 17th entrance, and attack immediately when the enemy appears. Yes, Your Majesty. The Goblin army shouted in unison. Thousands of goblin archers put arrows on their bows, and were ready to attack at any time. Other goblin warriors also tightened their weapons. Soon after, a large number of goblins appeared at the 17th entrance, also fully armed. Moreover, they were more powerful than the goblins of the kingdom. They exuded a strong aura of light and holiness. They are enemies. They betrayed the Goblin Kingdom and our Goblin clan. Attack! Hearing the roar of the Goblin King, the goblin archers of the kingdom did not hesitate to draw their bows and shoot arrows. In an instant, the dense rain of arrows crossed hundreds of meters and shot towards the goblin tribe. Defense! The goblin elder was shocked and shouted heartbreakingly. The goblin believers of the goblin tribe had never thought that the Goblin Kingdom had already made preparations and was waiting for them to appear. At this moment, a dazzling explosion swept across the air, and the dense rain of arrows disappeared instantly, being directly shredded into pieces by the terrifying force. Heretic! White figures flew out of the passage one after another. They appeared in the sky above the Goblin Kingdom, looking down at the kingdom army below, and the Goblin King and others standing on the city wall. The leader was John E. Behind him were a large number of warriors, who had just launched missiles to blow up the rain of arrows in the sky. Further behind them were the Angel Corps, the Natural Elf Corps, and so on, who left the passage one after another. Finally, a few bloodthirsty demon wolves flew out. One by one, huge flame dragons also crawled out. Because they were so huge, they could not fly in the passage at all, and could only crawl like lizards. Only after leaving the passage and entering the underground space, where the Goblin Kingdom was located, did they flap their dragon wings and roar into the sky. Seeing the figures of the flaming dragons, the faces of the kingdom's goblins turned green. They may not be afraid of enemies from another world, but they are afraid of the local dragons. The terrifying dragon power frightened them so much that they were trembling all over, and some timid goblins even fainted directly. And there were goblins sneaking back, trying to escape into the capital. Johnny looked down at the Goblin King on the city wall. You heretic goblins! Before the war comes, you have the right to repent. Kneel down and confess to the Lord. You will be redeemed in body and soul. Only by believing in the Almighty Lord can you gain eternal life. The Goblin King looked at the group of flaming dragons hovering in the sky with fear, and was silent for 2 seconds. He raised his fat hand, and said angrily, The evil god has brought chaos to the continent of gods and demons, and has been despised by all races. Now that he has returned, he will only end up being expelled. The great goblin race once fought against the ancient gods and dimensional demons. We are fearless and do not need faith. Only the truth exists in the new continent of gods and demons. Long live the king! All the goblins cheered wildly. They admired their king so much. Humph! John E. flew slowly in the air, looking down at them from a high altitude. Suddenly, he drew his sword, and a cross-shaped sword light as long as 100 meters fell from the sky. The sword light tore through the void, as fast as lightning. 3 level 20 goblins, who could not dodge, were instantly cut in half. Soldiers in other areas also began to fire at full power. Countless missiles began to spew out from the back of the armor. The flames at the tail of the missiles almost illuminated the entire underground space. But under the dazzling explosion light, there were fallen level 20 goblins. Facing Tang Xiaofan's warriors, they were like seedlings, which were pinched before they could sprout new buds. On the wall of the capital, the Goblin King, who saw this scene, was trembling with his fat face. Come out, High Priest! He didn't care about the king's dignity, and shouted in fear. Not long after he finished speaking, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the Goblin Kingdom. Then, behind the palace hall, a huge lacquer dragon appeared, and on top of the dark dragon stood an old goblin. Although he was skinny, he exuded a powerful level 21 aura. The army of the castle lord is finally here. High priest. The Goblin King shouted in surprise. The old goblin standing on the top of the dark dragon was the guardian of their goblin kingdom. The high priest and the great elder were the most powerful beings in the goblin kingdom. At the same time, the roar of the dark dragon shook the entire underground space. Its extremely huge head poked out of the black hole, followed by its dragon body. When its entire body appeared, all the goblins in the kingdom opened their mouths wide. Because it was really too huge, more than 100 meters long, even an adult dragon like the flame dragon Abra was just a small dragon in front of it. The dark dragon spread its giant dragon wings, flapped them, and soared into the sky in a gust of wind. It came to the sky, and its golden vertical pupils looked down at the entire battlefield. Its eyes stayed on the red dragon queen Little Flame for a while, and finally turned to Tang Xiufan's warriors, cold and ruthless. Like the goblin high priest, this dark dragon was also level 21. Only one level lower than the goblin high priest, at the middle stage of level 21. The goblin high priest was at the late stage of level 21. "Old man, your king is finished," the dark dragon said with a strong mocking tone. The high priest standing on top of it held a magic wand, and gently tapped the top of the dark dragon's head. Suddenly, an unbearable pain invaded the dark dragon's soul. "Damn it!" the dark dragon roared angrily. Just as he was about to curse, he saw the goblin high priest raise the magic wand again, and he immediately closed his mouth. The goblin high priest also looked at the warriors on the battlefield and said quietly, "If we work together to kill those alien creatures wearing steel armor, we may be able to change the outcome of this war." The dark dragon taunted, "Why should I help you?" The goblin high priest had a calm expression. "My goblin kingdom has supported you for thousands of years, so you should do something." Chapter 266. The dark dragon said angrily, "Feed? You are enslaving the great black dragon king, His Majesty Darcy." The goblin chief priest glanced at it. "You are worthy of calling yourself the dragon king. If it weren't for the ancestors of my goblin kingdom, who saved you, you would have been torn to pieces by those dark elves. Although you are an elemental dragon, you should also know how to repay a favor. If you refuse, and my goblin kingdom is breached by the army of the Black Technology Castle, you will die with it." The dark dragon Darcy was quite dissatisfied, and a stream of hot dragon breath came out of its nose, but it really didn't dare to refuse. Because in order to survive, it signed a soul master servant contract with the goblin ancestors and recognized the ancestors as its master. Later, before the goblin ancestors died, they passed the soul master servant contract to the next generation of goblin high priests, and it was still a dragon slave. In this way, the goblin high priests were passed down from generation to generation, and it, as a dragon slave, was also passed down from generation to generation. Until now, it has not been able to get rid of the control of the goblin kingdom, let alone the soul master servant contract. The goblin high priest said, "After this war is over, when we can all survive, and the goblin kingdom has not become a ruin, I will give you freedom." The dark dragon Darcy taunted, "Greedy goblin, are you willing to let me go?" The goblin high priest said, "I swear by the soul master servant contract, and will never regret it. In addition, after the contract is terminated, you must also promise never to step into my goblin kingdom again." The dark dragon blew out a mouthful of flames, and said, "I will never come to this dirty underground space again." "Then fight to the death." The goblin high priest looked at the warriors on the battlefield and said solemnly, "I hope we can all survive until the end of the war. Just a group of creatures from another world. See how this dragon king will slaughter them all." The dark dragon opened its big mouth, its eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. When the dark dragon and the high priest appeared, the morale of the kingdom goblins on the battlefield also soared rapidly. Many goblins were cheering because the guardian of their kingdom had arrived. For the goblins, their guardian was not only the high priest, but also the dark dragon. For thousands of years, the dark dragon Darcy had been protecting their kingdom. No matter what crisis occurred, as long as the dark dragon Darcy came, their goblin kingdom would quickly return to peace, and the crisis would be gone. The goblins worshipped the dark dragon Darcy. As for many goblin tribes in the forest, the dragon on the statue is the black dragon Darcy, and the goblin on the back of the dragon is a goblin king from their ancestors. However, even with the surge of Ten Chi, the goblins could not resist the attack from the warrior castle army. Most of the goblin warriors in the goblin kingdom are level 6 to 12, a few are commanders, and very few are 18th level lords. The army of the Black Technology Castle, except for the elves that were just bred today, is at least level 10, and most are level 20 and 16. There are also many 18th level lords. In terms of quality, the army of the Black Technology Castle far exceeds the army of the Goblin Kingdom. With the participation of 7 flaming dragons, the Goblin Kingdom's army suffered even more casualties. Of course, on the battlefield, the most dazzling ones were Tang Xiufan's warriors. The combat skills and magic skills mastered by the warriors were extremely powerful. A sweep could wipe out a large area. Facing the attack of hundreds of warriors, the more morale the Goblin Kingdom's army had, the faster they died. From time to time, a large amount of arrows would fall from the sky, but this level of attack was useless to the warriors and almost harmed them. At this time, several roars were heard on the walls of the Goblin capital. It was the bombardment from the magic cannon, but it was just a small magic cannon produced by the Goblin blacksmiths. Its power was far less than the small magic cannon installed on the Sky City. This kind of Goblin magic cannon was still useful against creatures below level 16, but it was basically ineffective against creatures above level 16. The Lord said that warriors should be humble, kind, and united. The light of the Holy Spirit is like the everlasting beauty of the stars. Love knows no boundaries. Instantly, all the warriors on the battlefield were inspired by an exciting spirit, and they all showed a strong will to fight. However, they did not charge rashly, but instead fully activated their armors, fired countless missiles, and carried out full coverage bombing and tactical cover on the battlefield. Moreover, because the Goblin tribe had no air power, all the big yellow ducks began their destructive performance. Countless artillery fire fell from the sky, and the huge aircraft cannon and super high firing rate caused terrible casualties. Where the shells went, pieces of blood mist rose up, and the goblins screamed and ran around, looking for shelter, but it was useless. The goblins collapsed directly within the range of the big yellow duck's firepower. Because the loss of air supremacy at this moment was simply the noose of death for the goblins on the ground, they only heard the sound of rabbit, and then fell into darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The goblin's magic cannon on the wall barely fired, and the shells fell and exploded on the warrior's armor, but the smoke did not hurt him at all. The super high defense of Mark's armor is simply not something that the backward magic cannon of the goblin can shake. Because Jarvis can not only predict the enemy's trajectory, but also prepare for the explosion of shrapnel, the attack from the goblin is basically powerless. Faced with the bombardment of the goblin's small magic cannon, the soldiers did not care at all, and some soldiers even soared into the sky, swung their giant swords, and directly chopped off the flying magic cannon. Damn it! What kind of creatures are these? How can their strength be so abnormal? The Goblin King standing on the city wall was shocked and angry. When the war came, the goblin army under his command could not even kill a single soldier. Although his goblins were numerous, they fell into chaos. On the other hand, his kingdom's army was killed one by one, with almost no power to resist. Thousands of goblin warriors died in a short period of time. This was beyond his imagination. He never thought that the enemy would be so powerful. If this continues, his kingdom's army will be wiped out in less than half an hour. Of course, the Goblin King also knew that with this killing method, his kingdom's army would collapse in less than a quarter of an hour, let alone half an hour, and a large number of goblins would flee or even surrender. No matter how tempting the gold coins are, they are not as important as life. The Goblin King raised his head and roared at the sky. High Priest, if you don't take action, the kingdom will be over. Ah, waste! The Goblin High Priest shook his head. Did he not take action? He suddenly found himself being targeted by a dangerous enemy. He secretly sensed that an unknown enemy had locked him, and could appear at any time to give him a fatal blow. Chapter 267. Did Darcy sense it? What? There is a powerful enemy hiding in the void. No! The Goblin High Priest took a deep breath. He didn't want to communicate with the evil dragon under his feet anymore, but he couldn't help but say, go ahead, first target those powerful steel creatures, kill as many as you can. Okay. The dark dragon Darcy nodded. Then he flapped his dragon wings, and flew alone towards the battlefield in the sky. Just as he was about to use his domain, there was a swish. A dazzling golden sword appeared from the void, and slashed towards it instantly. The dark dragon Darcy was startled, and flapped its wings in a hurry, trying to avoid it. The Goblin High Priest was faster than it, waving the magic wand in his hand, and a terrifying earth element magic directly destroyed the golden sword that slashed towards the dark dragon. The golden sword exploded. The shattered golden sword turned into pure light and sacred magic, and pounced on the dark dragon Darcy. Affected by the light and sacred magic, the surface of the dark dragon's body suddenly made a buzzing sound, and the dark dragon's scales were also smoking. This made the dark dragon Darcy very unhappy. It hated light and holiness, These two powers were the things it hated the most, and now they were together. The double damage made it roar in anger. Shut up. Accompanied by a cold shout, John E appeared in the sky, and then John Airshiki also came. This was not over yet. The great elf Monica and the elf elder Becky, who had been hiding all the time, also appeared one after another. The 4 level 21 strong men of the Black Technology Castle appeared together and surrounded the Goblin High Priest and the Dark Dragon Darcy. The Goblin High Priest and the Dark Dragon Darcy were stunned when they saw this scene. They thought the same as the Goblin King, that there was only one level 21 warrior in the Black Technology Castle, and that was Monica, the elder of the elf tribe, who had defected to the past. With their combined strength, they could completely suppress Monica. But what about now? In a flash, 4 level 21 warriors appeared, sensing the aura of the great elf Monica that was no longer hidden, level 21 peak. The Goblin High Priest said in horror, "How did you get promoted so quickly?" The great elf Monica responded very frankly, "Of course, thanks to the help of the Lord." The Goblin High Priest took a breath and said, "The Lord of the castle in the other world?" The great elf Monica had a calm expression. "High Priest L, surrender, you and the Goblin Kingdom have no chance. Surrender is your only way out." The Goblin High Priest taunted in return. The proud natural elves swore allegiance to the great queen of the Elven Empire, but now they have betrayed their oaths and their race to join the castle forces. The great elf Monica interrupted him. In the Black Technology Castle, the elf tribe found a second light and hope. Evil God. The Goblin High Priest said in a deep voice, "Monica, you have been brainwashed by the evil god of faith." The great elf Monica's beautiful face, serious expression, the Supreme Lord is not someone you can slander. Humble goblin heretic. John 27 held a giant sword, staring expressionlessly at the Goblin High Priest and the dark dragon he rode. "Dare to blaspheme my Lord. Only death and holy flame can wash away your sins and disrespect to my Lord." Boom 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 boom, in just a moment. John 27, Monica, and Becky, the 4 of them released their own domains at the same time, directly suppressing the Goblin High Priest and the Dark Dragon Darcy. However, they had no intention of surrendering, and also released their own domains. 6 level 21 warriors, 6 domains from 2 camps, collided wildly in the sky. For a level 21 warrior, the collision of domains is the most direct way to defeat an enemy of the same level. As long as the opponent's domain world is destroyed, the opponent will lose the power to resist. If it is a demigod level warrior, then it is a direct suppression. In short, the stronger the strength, the simpler and more brutal the way of fighting seems to be. Thousands of meters above the sky, 6 figures attracted countless eyes. The 6 domains of different colors are even more eye-catching. The domains of John E and John 27 are both white, containing powerful power, which is pure power. Monica and Becky's domains are green, containing the magic of life and nature, and their ability is to bind and devour life force. The domain of the Dark Dragon Darcy is black, containing dark magic and the ability to corrode. The domain of the Goblin High Priest is earth yellow, containing the magic of the earth element and the ability to double gravity. Different domains, different magic and abilities. The 6 domains collided in the sky, making a deafening magic explosion, and at the same time set off a terrifying energy storm. Even the void was cracking. If a strong man of the 20th level went deep into it, he would be torn into pieces in an instant. This is a battle between level 21 warriors. It is not something that level 20 creatures can get involved in. TSK. A green figure in the void was jealous, and wanted to personally fight in this field. She was Olivia. Beside Olivia stood the Terminator guide. He looked at Olivia and signaled her to stay calm. Olivia rolled her eyes. Of course, she could not disobey the order of the Lord. Olivia said, "You had such a good opportunity just now. Why didn't you take action? With your assassination ability, it is entirely possible to kill the old goblin in one strike, so that he won't even have time to release his domain." The guide shook his head and said, "It's only possible, but not absolute. I'm used to killing with one strike." Olivia raised her willow-like eyebrows, and just when she was about to say something else, she found that the guide beside her had disappeared. When she appeared again, a level 20 goblin had been killed instantly. The guide who completed the assassination disappeared into the void again, leaving no trace at all. Olivia said to herself, "Lord's warriors? In the god and demon continent, there have been god-level races. The Thunder Titans of the ancient times were god-level races. However, since the end of the God War, the number of Thunder Titans has been very small. In addition, due to the inheritance and reproduction of bloodlines, the number of pure-blooded Thunder Titans has become less and less, And finally they have become a mixed blood 20 level, demigod level race. If warriors are god level races, then the future of Lord and the Black Technology Castle is simply unimaginable. Everyone is a race of gods. A race with no upper limit on population. Olivia took 3 deep breaths and dared not think too much. As time went by, more and more kingdom goblins died on the battlefield, and the number dropped sharply from 100,000 to 50,000 or 60,000. As for the losses of the castle army, they were not great, and only some soldiers of the goblin army were injured. On the contrary, the strength of the castle army continued to increase as the war continued. Almost every moment, there was a golden light emanating from the bodies of the soldiers, which was the light of promotion. Especially the elves born today, and those unicorns were promoted again. Chapter 268. They also suffered no losses, because the elves came to protect them. With the high-level elves protecting the elves and the small beasts, they could follow the army and gain experience peacefully. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, hundreds of large and small meteorites fell from the sky and landed on the camp of the kingdom's goblin army, causing huge casualties to the kingdom's goblins. That was the dragon language magic from the flaming dragons, a rain of falling fire. In this war, the flame dragons killed many kingdom goblins. The future red dragon queen Little Flame has been promoted to level 18. The other adult flame dragons have also been promoted. Abra and the other 2 level 20 peak dragons are almost breaking through to level 21. Compared to the high momentum of the castle army, the kingdom goblin army is constantly defeated. The goblin king who has the peak level of level 20 is even more pale. If he hadn't been supported by the strong palace guards, he might have collapsed to the ground. A guard said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, let's run away." Run away? Bullshit, how can we run away? Even if I die, I will die with the people of my kingdom. This is my dignity as a king. The goblin king refused righteously. This made the 2 palace guards ashamed. At this moment, the black and yellow domains in the sky suddenly collapsed, the goblin high priest vomited blood, and the dark dragon Darcy was directly cut on the neck by Johnny's sword and fell directly from the sky. The goblin king was so frightened that he trembled all over. He grabbed the palace guards beside him and said in fear, "Let's go." The 2 palace guards were stunned for a moment, then one of them lifted his leg and ran away with the fat king. Lio, 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 the 2 sturdy palace guards, one lifted his leg, the other lifted his waist, and started running away. But the goblin king was really too fat, like a fat ball. The 2 palace guards were not weak, but it was still a bit difficult to carry the goblin king. It was not that they could not carry him, but the goblin king was fat all over and difficult to catch. In the inner city of the capital, many kingdom goblins saw the scene, and then they reacted. His Majesty the Fat King is going to run away. Damn! How can that be? Who will protect them if the Fat King runs away? His Majesty the King is here. Come here quickly. The King is going to run away. His Majesty the King, you can't run away. Our warriors are still fighting with the enemy outside, and each of them is ready to die. You can't abandon them. Come on! I grabbed the king's leg. In an instant, hundreds of kingdom goblins surrounded them, and more kingdom goblins came from behind. Every kingdom goblin wanted to rush up and hug their king. After all, anyone can run, but the king cannot. Otherwise, once the capital is captured, who will stand up to negotiate with the enemy? The high priest? No chance. The high priest is almost dead. They only have the fat king left. Your Majesty. For the kingdom, for the great goblin clan, you must hold on. Get lost. The goblin king roared, and a powerful magic swept out, instantly pushing the goblins around him dozens of meters away. He just took 2 breaths, and saw the goblins were about to surround him again. The goblin king's fat face twitched, and he shouted at the 2 palace guards, "Kill them!" Yes, your Majesty. The 2 palace guards were also obedient. After all, those who could become palace guards were basically loyal to the goblin king. They drew the long swords at their waists, and chopped at the kingdom goblins rushing over. In a blink of an eye, dozens of kingdom goblins were chopped to death, and fell in a pool of blood. The goblins from other kingdoms were all frightened, their expressions were dull and terrified, and at the same time, they looked at the goblin king with disbelief. The goblin king actually ordered his guards to slaughter the people in the capital. Get out! The goblin king was so scared that he didn't think too much. Besides, killing a few lowly people was no big deal. The only thing he wanted now was to escape. Escape from the capital, escape from the underground world, or even escape from the forest. Anyway, the farther the better. The lord of the castle in the other world was too terrifying, and he had 4 level 21 strong men under his command. The guardian of the Goblin Kingdom, the Dark Dragon, was slashed in the throat with a sword and died quite simply. The Goblin King even saw a man in black clothes flying out of the void and taking away the soul of the Dark Dragon Darcy. No matter how Darcy's dragon soul struggled, it could not escape from that hand. Too scary. There is still evil in the Black Technology Castle. Seeing the domain following the Goblin High Priest also collapse, he was seriously injured and vomited blood. How dare he hesitate? Escape was his only thought. The Black Dragon Darcy fell, and the High Priest was about to die. As for the Kingdom Army outside the city, there was no need to put hope on them. The camp of the Kingdom's army had already been pierced by the enemy, and a great rout could occur at any time. The Goblin Kingdom is finished, unless the ruler of the forest, Dragon's Nest, sends a dragon army to support it. The fate of the Goblin Kingdom is doomed to be conquered by the evil Black Technology Castle. He doesn't want to die here. Get out of here, you dirty lowly people. The Goblin King roared at the goblins around him. At the same time, he summoned all the nearby palace guards. You useless rubbish. Don't you see these dirty lowly people trying to hurt this king? Hurry up and protect this king and leave here. The palace guards looked at each other, and finally picked up their weapons, and forcibly dispersed the kingdom goblins that had gathered. They were ready to evacuate with their fat king, but at this moment, a large wave of fully armed goblins rushed over, and the middle-aged goblin in the lead had a strong aura, and was as high as the late level 20. The fat king was surprised and shouted, "Bagan, my commander of the 3rd Legion. Come and protect me. Drive all these brainless pariahs away. The king can't stay any longer. We must evacuate immediately." "Okay, my king." The goblin Bagan responded, while swinging the long sword in his hand. However, his target was not the unarmed goblin people in the kingdom, but the palace guards around the fat king. With his strength, he was enough to crush those palace guards. Kill them all in 2 or 3 strokes. The Goblin King was so scared that his fat face twisted and said in horror, "Bagan, what are you doing? Damn it, you are the Legion commander I trust the most, and you actually betrayed me and the great Goblin clan. Your Majesty, our Goblin clan can only restore its former glory under the glory of the Lord." The person who spoke was not the Legion commander Bagan, but the Goblin Kadang who walked out from behind Bagan. "Lord?" Chapter 269. Looking at the pious expression on the face of the Goblin Kadu, the Goblin King suddenly realized and said with gritted teeth, "Damn it, it turned out that you too betrayed me. It was you who helped the army of the Black Technology Castle pass through the secret safe passage, allowing them to rush into my capital without any obstruction. Damn it! Bagan, my 3rd Legion commander. Kadu, my palace guard captain. I trusted you so much. Why did you betray me?" The Goblin King roared with anger, and his eyes turned red. Legion commander Bagan frowned and said nothing. But the Goblin Kadu said, "This is not betrayal, this is redemption. Under the guidance of the Holy Light, I have found the other side of light for the goblins of the kingdom, that is the Almighty Lord. The Lord's glory is about to cover this world. If we believe in the Almighty Lord, even we goblins can be redeemed." The Goblin Kadu looked at the goblins of the kingdom around him. His eyes were very sincere. However, the kingdom goblins were so scared that they trembled all over. "Run!" Some goblin from some kingdom shouted, and the goblins from the surrounding kingdom scattered and ran away in a flash. Seeing this, Bagan, the Legion commander of Kazuo, said immediately, "Can your lord solve this problem?" "Father," Kazuo said firmly, "the Lord is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent." Just as Bagan was about to speak, Kazuo looked at him sincerely. "He is not only our Lord, but also the Lord of all living beings." Bagan didn't know what to say for a moment, but the goblins from the nearby kingdoms had all run away. Besides Kadu, Bagan and his confidants, the only person left was the Fat King, whose palace guards had been killed by Bagan. The Fat King's face turned pale, and he shouted for the fleeing untouchables to come back, because he was scared to be alone. But now no one listened to him. He could only pretend to be angry and yell at Bagan, "Bagan, you are the Legion commander I trust the most, and even you want to betray me? Do you really want to become a soulless follower of an evil god?" Bagan said, "I'm sorry, your majesty, I only have one son, Kadu." The Fat King blurted out, "Kill him, and I let 200 of the most beautiful female goblins give you 2,000 sons." "Psycho!" Bagan ignored him. He turned his head and looked at the battlefield in the sky above the city. The Dark Dragon Darcy had fallen, and the kingdom's guardian priest was fleeing. Dozens of level 20 goblin leaders, and those level 20 goblins recruited from large goblin tribes have all fallen. The walls of the capital were captured by a group of warriors, and the goblin guards on the walls were either killed or kneeled on the ground to surrender. On the battlefield outside the city, the camp of the kingdom's goblin army had completely collapsed, and tens of thousands of goblins were killed and fled everywhere. The goblin kingdom had been completely defeated. His son became a believer of the Lord of the Otherworld Castle again. What reason did he have not to surrender? In fact, as early as when he learned that the Black Technology Castle had conquered the elf tribe, he had already prepared to surrender, and now he was just taking advantage of the situation. "Let's go, my king." "Where to?" The fat king was stunned, and begged and said, "Treasure house. Open your treasure house, and give it to the owner of the Black Technology Castle." The fat king screamed, "Everything in the Goblin Kingdom belongs to me. He can't take what belongs to me." With a clang, Kaduju on the side directly pulled out the long sword at his waist, and put it on the fat king's neck. Although the fat king's level is as high as the peak of level 20, in fact, his blood and chi have long been depleted, and all the magic power in his body is used to grow fat. His combat power is weaker than Kaduju. Of course, Kadu was also very strong. He participated in the war, and gained a lot of energy. He has been promoted from the peak of level 18 to level 20. Even without his father Bagdan, he can suppress the Goblin King. This fat king, who is good at nothing except fat, saw the long sword on his neck. The Goblin King was so scared that even the crown on his head fell off. He sat on the ground and couldn't get up. "Don't kill me! Help me up! I take you to the treasury." The Goblin King begged for mercy with a horrified face. 1,000 meters high in the sky, a hunched figure was running for his life frantically. He was the Goblin Kingdom's high priest, who possessed the strength of the late 21st level. It is undeniable that the Goblin High Priest was very powerful, and he was even well known throughout the forest. Many local forces knew that the Goblin Kingdom had a late 21st level strongman like him. It is precisely because of the protection of the Goblin High Priest that the Goblin Kingdom has been able to remain stable and peaceful for so many years. However, facing the siege of 4 level 21 strongmen from the Black Technology Castle, he was still not good enough. His level 21 domain did not last long before it was blown up. Not only was the Dark Dragon Charsi killed in one sword, but he was also seriously injured. In order to survive, he had to choose to flee. As for the Goblin capital that was rapidly falling under his feet, he no longer had the ability to save it. Being able to escape from this underground space alive was a blessing from the goddess of luck. Damn it! How could the castle in another world be so powerful? It's fine that the great elf Elder Monica has been promoted to the peak of level 21. Under the command of the Lord of the Castle, there are actually 2 level 21 strong men from another world. The Goblin High Priest looked panicked. Seeing 2 level 21 steel warriors chasing him from behind, he forcibly mobilized all the magic power in his body and fled to a safe passage at the fastest speed. Soon, he was getting closer and closer to the safe passage. As long as I escape into the safe passage and activate the magic defense ban, I can escape successfully. Black Technology Castle. I will come back again. The Goblin High Priest secretly swore that the army of the Black Technology Castle slaughtered tens of thousands of kingdom goblins, and even killed the Dark Dragon Darcy, who had lived with him for hundreds of years. He would never let this go. He would not leave the forest. He would go to the dragon's nest to seek the protection of the strongest force. He wanted to use the power of the dragon's nest to destroy the castle from another world, kill the lord of the human castle, who had been hiding behind the scenes, and avenge the Goblin Kingdom. He, the High Priest of the Goblin Kingdom, came to avenge his hatred. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed before his eyes. His body suddenly stopped in midair. The Goblin High Priest turned his head stiffly, and found that a figure in black clothes suddenly appeared beside him. The golden head in the black figure's hand was dripping with blood. It was his blood. Chapter 270. He encountered an assassination from the void, and was killed in seconds. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his body split into 2, and fell from the sky. He unconsciously stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to grab the safe passage that was getting farther and farther away from him. He was only a few dozen meters away from escaping. With a bang, the body of the Goblin High Priest fell to the ground, and the moment his soul floated up, it was directly purified by the Terminator Guide. For a strong man like the Goblin High Priest, if his soul is not annihilated after death, it is very likely that he will be transformed into an undead creature if he escapes. Of course, it is uncertain whether the newly born undead can have the memory of the previous life. Most of the undead do not have the memory of the previous life, and most they can only think of some memory fragments. At the same time, after killing the Goblin High Priest, the Terminator Guide also emerged with dazzling golden light. After a long time, the golden light dissipated, and he was promoted to the middle stage of the 21st level, becoming a powerful warrior under Tang Xiaofan. Unfortunately, he usually keeps to himself and does not participate in any entertainment activities. At most, he does his hair and tattoos. The 21st level brings a strong body, but no one appreciates it. But he didn't care about it, and then he entered the void again. At this time on the battlefield, the kingdom goblins were running away everywhere. Goblins are such a race, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When they are strong, they dare to enslave even dragons. When they are weak, they will become more cowardly than any other creatures. With the dark dragon Darcy being killed, the goblin high priest was also beheaded, and the camp of the kingdom goblin army collapsed completely in a short time. Countless kingdom goblins were fleeing, and those goblin archers also abandoned the arrow towers and fled. Even the few level 20 goblin leaders who survived gave up struggling and evacuated stealthily towards the safe passage. The goblin kingdom had lost hope and was destined to be captured by the Black Technology Castle. They didn't want to die here, so they chose to flee without hesitation. At this moment, a dazzling light enveloped the entire battlefield. It was Zhang Yi, holding a blood-red giant sword, shouting to the goblins in the air, "Heretics of the Goblin Kingdom! Kneel down and confess to the Lord! You will be redeemed in body and soul." As soon as the words fell, some goblins knelt on the ground, but more goblin warriors were fleeing. They didn't want to die, nor did they want to become believers of the God of Faith, so they desperately wanted to escape from this underground space. Stubborn! The Lord said that the world's ignorance should be taught, the world's cruelty should be punished, the dirty body should be purified, and the pure soul will be saved. Powerful warrior. The Lord's sword. The sacred judgment, impartial and selfless. The Lord's majesty cannot be desecrated. Ultimate sanctions. In an instant, thousands of blood-red lights appeared on Zhang Yi's body, and each golden light condensed into a blood-red giant sword in the void. Swish! Tens of thousands of blood-red swords fell down, covering the battlefield of thousands of meters in radius. The dense blood-red sword rain swept across, and in an instant, the goblin warriors, who were desperately fleeing, fell one after another. All the goblins hit by the bloody sword were killed in an instant. Even the level 20 goblins were killed instantly. Now Zhang Yi has been promoted to level 21, and has become a powerful warrior. His skills and fields are evolving towards power. With just one move, at least thousands of kingdom goblins were killed instantly. Of course, he was just demonstrating. The greater killing came from the big yellow duck in the air. Bald. Under Jarvis's precise control, the powerful aircraft cannon turned into a sniper rifle. One goblin after another was shot in the head, and none of them escaped. Thousands of shots per second were fired, which brought the 5 aircraft cannons on the big yellow duck to their full power. Looking at the flying blood mist, the goblins who were not dead yet were scared to death. "I surrender. Don't kill me!" On the battlefield, the kingdom goblins, who witnessed this scene, were trembling with fear. They no longer dared to run away, and stood still. Some even had their legs softened and knelt on the ground. At the same time, the beautiful and white angel of the heart, Tiga, flew over. A large area of holy light rain was poured out, spreading to the entire battlefield. "Lord, have mercy on the world. The world should worship the Lord and believe in the Lord. Pray to the Lord and rely on the light. Abandon the filthy body, and your soul will gain eternal life." Accompanied by the soft voice of the angel of heart Tiga, the light rain merged into the body of every kingdom goblin. Their expressions changed from struggling to confusion, and finally regained clarity. A moment later, the kingdom goblins who survived on the battlefield knelt on the ground in unison, and said in unison, "Praise the Almighty Lord, believe in the Lord, and gain eternal life." Seeing this scene, the army of the Black Technology Castle also put away their hostility, and then, this was a brilliant victory. Tang Xiaofan's castle army also received a general level upgrade. Strength surged. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan's body was also shrouded in golden light. As early as before, when the warrior team captured the Tomb of Bones and killed the 21st level skeleton King Ryan, his own level was promoted to the middle stage of level 10. After hunting one after another, and eliminating the remnants of the Anti-Demon Alliance, his level was promoted to level 11. Now that the Goblin Kingdom has been captured, the castle army has killed tens of thousands of goblins, 10 level 20 goblins, and 2 level 21 strongmen. Tang Xiaofan received a huge energy value reward from it, and his level jumped from the late level 10 to the peak of level 10, entering level 11. I don't know how long it took. The golden light of promotion that enveloped Tang Xiaofan finally dissipated. He sensed the situation in his body and smiled brightly. Level 11. Even Tang Xiaofan himself didn't expect that he could be promoted to a level 11 strongman so quickly. Although his current combat ability has not improved much, no matter what, he can be regarded as a genuine level 11, not a rookie who has just started out. He clicked to check his personal information. Lord of the Castle, Tang Xiaofan. Strength, early level 11. Castle level, intermediate town. Castle troops, farmers, unique troops, flaming dragons, bloodthirsty demon wolves, natural elves, goblins. Soul stones, 49,450. Not bad. Tang Xiaofan was in a good mood. His promotion to level 11 meant that he was one step closer to becoming an immortal god. For the native creatures of the god and demon continent, the initial level of level 11 is still a long way from the level of gods. After all, there are still a lot of levels in between. Even the native creatures with amazing talents need hundreds of years of hard work to condense the godhood and be promoted to true gods. But for the Lord of the Castle, as long as the number of enemies killed is large enough and the strength is strong enough, it is not difficult to be promoted to a true god. Chapter 271. In Tang Xiaofan's eyes, his level is only a matter of a period of conquest away from the true god, and it does not need to take hundreds of years. Tang Xiaofan believes that as long as his castle power expands fast enough, it will be very easy for him to become a god. True god, this realm that countless native creatures yearn for, can be said to be just around the corner for him. After all, the Lord of the Castle is not bound by the realm, and the growth potential is limited. As long as the energy value obtained is enough, it is easy to ignite the divine fire to condense the godhood and open up the kingdom of God. This is also the benefit of the castle lord, and it is also one of the reasons why countless castle lords believe that they can become gods. Because they do not need to be gifted, do not need to consider cultivation, all they need is energy value. This time the harvest is too great. Tang Xiaofan can see from the information prompt that this time the political capture of the Goblin Kingdom has a very terrifying harvest. Whether it is soul stones or blueprints, it is a great harvest. It is almost comparable to the harvest of wiping out the 100,000 strong army of the Anti-Demon Alliance. In addition to these supplies, Tang Xiaofan believes that the farmers, natural elves, angel legions, and other castle troops under his command have all been greatly improved. After all, this war actually killed tens of thousands of goblins. Unlike the 100,000 strong army that wiped out the Anti-Demon Alliance, most of them were destroyed by the Sky City, leaving only a few remaining enemies. At this time, a new message appeared. You have conquered the Goblin Kingdom in the forest, and your Black Technology Castle has greatly increased its influence and reputation in the God and Demon continent. Special reminder 1. Because you conquered the Goblin Kingdom, the local forces in the forest have greatly increased their attention to you. Special reminder 2. The merchants of the human empire have increased their friendship with your Black Technology Castle. The message is here as expected. The Goblin Kingdom was conquered by me, and the Goblin tribe in the forest hates me for sure. Why are the dragons of Dragon's Nest coming to interfere? Tang Xiaofan's eyes were slightly cold. When Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, was promoted to a demigod, Dragon's Nest's hatred for him increased significantly, and now it has appeared again, increasing the hatred. Tang Xiaofan knew that Dragon's Nest was worried about his Black Technology Castle. The dragons were arrogant. They were also an extremely powerful race. They would not allow a force that would threaten their ruling authority to be in the same area with them. Tang Xiaofan believed that even if he did not take the initiative to attack Dragon Nest would still launch an expedition plan against him according to the current trend. The war between the two sides is inevitable, and only the victorious side can rule this vast forest. Tang Xiaofan did not think much and looked at other information prompts. This special reminder made his expression a little surprised. The merchant of the human empire has increased my friendship value? Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. What does it have to do with the local merchant of the human empire? But he soon realized that it was probably the Goblin Kingdom, which had robbed human merchants who passed through the forest, causing hatred among human merchants. Now that he had destroyed the Goblin Kingdom, those human merchants were naturally grateful. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, the same meaning, but this friendship value doesn't seem to be useful now. The space teleportation magic circle I built inside the castle has a chance to attract merchants from local forces to come and conduct foreign trade with my castle. But until now, I haven't seen a single merchant. Tang Xiaofan shook his head and closed the message prompt casually. The war is over. How many warriors and elves have been promoted to level 21? Have the 3 level 20 peak red dragons, including the flaming dragon Abra, made a breakthrough? And the supplies stored in the Goblin Kingdom? Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, his eyes became fiery, he immediately wanted to go to the Goblin Kingdom to take a look, appreciate the scenery of the Goblin Kingdom, and then visit the treasure house of His Majesty the King of the Kingdom. He thought about it, and summoned the Angel of Heart Tiga across the distance. Soon, a holy light gate appeared in the air. Tiga walked out of the gate with a graceful figure and saluted respectfully. "Eight-winged warrior Tiga greets you." "Yes." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and asked, "How is the situation in the Goblin Kingdom?" Tiga said respectfully, "Now, I just released the magic to spread the faith in the Goblin Kingdom, and the goblins are understanding it." After a slight pause, Tiga continued to talk about the experience of the believers being caught in the jam. "Not bad." Tang Xiaofan smiled in appreciation, and then said, "You stay in the Black Technology Castle for the time being. If any enemy sneaks in, please pray to me." "Yes, my lord." Tiga waved his right hand, and the light gate leading to the Goblin Kingdom reappeared. The Holy Light Gate Teleportation Magic. This is a teleportation magic that can cross super long distances. The advantage of the Holy Light Gate is that it does not need to use the faith as a coordinate point. Even in places where there are no believers and no power of faith, the Holy Light Gate can still teleport there. The shortcoming of the Holy Light Gate is that it cannot teleport in groups. Tang Xiaofan's figure flashed and crossed the dazzling Holy Light Gate. When he reappeared, he had already landed in the palace of the Goblin Kingdom. He looked around and had to say that although the goblins were a low-level intelligent race in the God and Demon continent, they still decorated their own palace very luxuriously. The floor of the hall was covered with white stone brick pillars, painted with layers of gold paint. And various birds and beasts were carved. In addition to the luxurious decoration, the hall is also very large, enough to accommodate hundreds of goblins. But now, there are only 3 goblins in the hall: the Fat Goblin King, the Believer Goblin Kadudu, and his father Bagan. The other figures are the warriors under Tang Xiaofan, John E, John Ershiki and others, and several other main forces of this battle, gathered in the hall. "Lord." Seeing Tang Xiaofan coming, John E and others immediately saluted respectfully, and the Believer Goblin Kadudu also knelt down hurriedly. His father Bagan hesitated for a moment, but finally stood aside. As the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Goblin Kingdom, and a late-level 20th level warrior, Bagan had his own pride. Until Tang Xiaofan's eyes swept over. Bagan suddenly felt a terrifying aura enveloping him, powerful. He was shocked. He never thought that the lord of the castle in another world, who had descended on the God and Demon continent for less than 20 days, had already entered the realm he had always dreamed of. That terrible breath, like a mountain pressing down on him. Soon, Bagdan's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, saying in a trembling voice, "Powerful lord of the castle, the humble goblin Bagan greets you." Kaduza prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Almighty Lord, your devout believer Kaduzu, I pray for your forgiveness for my father. May the holy light always be there, and may you be eternal." "Kaduzu, your father's faith is not strong enough." Tang Xiaofan said calmly, "Take him to see the Angel of the Heart Tiga later. She will help your father find faith." "Praise your almighty Lord." Chapter 272. Kadu was overjoyed, and quickly stood up and dragged Bagan out of the palace. In this way, the Fat King was the only one left in the palace. When Tang Xiaofan looked at him, the Fat King was horrified and said, "My lord, please forgive me." Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "Someone has to put an end to this war." The Fat King didn't understand what Tang Xiaofan meant. He had a mental breakdown and turned angry. "Why did you come to attack my kingdom? There is no hatred between us. I'm even ready to send an envoy. Go to your castle to establish friendly relations with you." Tang Xiaofan squinted at him. "Have you forgotten that you put my high-tech castle on the blacklist? Have you forgotten that you sent a team of goblins to sneak into my sphere of influence and get information about my castle?" The Fat King took several steps back and said in horror, "That was done by the High Priest, not me. I want to establish a friendly alliance with you." Tang Xiaofan ignored him. This Goblin King inherited the good qualities of the Goblin clan, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When the Black Technology Castle was weak, the Goblin King put up a blacklist and even prepared to lead the kingdom's army to expedition to the Black Technology Castle. When the Black Technology Castle became stronger, the Goblin King felt that he could not afford to offend it, so he immediately stopped the expedition plan, removed the blacklist, and repeatedly improved the friendship value with the Black Technology Castle. No wonder he was able to become the king of the Goblin Kingdom. This guy is absolutely flexible. Of course, being the Goblin King might have something to do with his obesity. Tang Xiaofan had seen many goblins, tall and short, fat and thin, but he had never seen such a fat goblin, completely turned into a ball. Tang Xiaofan looked at John E. Have you found the Goblin Kingdom's treasure house, and the resources in reserve? My lord, we have found them all. Zhang Yi said respectfully. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, let's cook it, it looks disgusting. Before he finished speaking, the Goblin King rushed towards him, shouting, evil alien human, I will fight you. Puff! In just a moment, a golden spear pierced his body, and then a blazing holy flame emerged from the golden spear, burning the Goblin King's body to ashes in just a few seconds. Even his soul was burned. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle, your troops killed the Goblin King of the Forest. You gain energy value plus 5,000 soul stones plus 300, blueprint plus 1 equipment plus 1 lord. Estella, the god-favored person of the zodiac Aries, put away her golden spear and handed over the soul stone, blueprint, and the equipment that the Goblin King had exploded to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan took it. The soul stone was stored in the Cyclops ring, as usual. As for the blueprint and the equipment, they were all displayed as unknown. The equipment was actually the crown on the Goblin King's head. Tang Xiaofan put them away, and prepared to identify them together, after all the spoils were obtained. He cast his eyes on Estella, his god-favored person from the zodiac Aries, who also gained a huge improvement in this war, and was not far from being promoted to level 21. If there is another war of this scale, I believe that the god-favored Estella will be able to advance to level 21. Facing Tang Xiaofan's gaze, Estella bowed her head respectfully. After being promoted to level 20, her height reached about 1.5 meters. Wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear and golden shield, she looked extremely heroic. She can be said to be the most dazzling warrior among Tang Xiaofan's warriors, without a doubt. Let's go to the treasure house of the Goblin Kingdom. Tang Xiaofan was the first to walk out of the palace hall. Estella, the favored one of God, and the warriors of the first rank followed him respectfully. Before leaving, Tang Xiaofan took a look at the throne in the hall, but he had no intention of sitting on it. Even though the throne was made of golden light and inlaid with many gems, Tang Xiaofan didn't like it. He felt that the throne of the Fat King was not even as good as the simple throne made for him by the warriors. Crack! As soon as Tang Xiaofan and others left the hall, a figure walked out of the void. It was the Terminator Guide. He nodded to Tang Xiaofan and stood in front of the Kingdom Heart of the Goblin Kingdom, waiting for the next order. The Kingdom Heart, the Tribe Heart, and the Castle Heart are all the core things of a faction. Once destroyed, the current faction will be directly disintegrated and removed from the God and Demon continent. Tang Xiaofan hesitated a little, whether to destroy the Kingdom Heart of the Goblin Kingdom and get the additional reward of extra soul stones, or to move the Goblin King capital out and start a new life. Because if the Kingdom Heart is destroyed, the Goblin believers will have to rebuild it. Rebuilding a new capital will consume a lot of materials, so destroying the Kingdom Heart is not a bad deal. In the end, Tang Xiaofan thought for a long time and decided to destroy the Kingdom Heart of the Goblin Kingdom and try his luck to get the building blueprints. As for the reconstruction of the kingdom, it will be left to the Kingdom Goblins in the capital. Although it is hard and consumes some resources, it can be completed. Besides, there are so many goblins in the kingdom. It won't take long to rebuild a new capital. After the capital is rebuilt, he can send those goblins to collect resources for him, such as logging, mining stone and iron, or etc. Tang Xiaofan said to the Terminator Guide, when the materials are transported back to the castle, we will destroy the Kingdom Heart. Yes, my lord. The Terminator Guide respectfully obeyed. Then, Tang Xiaofan came to the treasure house of the Fat King under the guidance of Zhang Yi. There were a large number of goblin believers carrying things back and forth from the treasury, and large iron boxes were piled up in the square outside the treasury. Tang Xiaofan opened several large iron boxes at random. Some of the iron boxes contained brand new goblin standard equipment. Some contained soul stones, and some were filled with yellow human empire gold coins. The currency of the native empire of the god and demon continent was divided into gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. However, due to the different empires, the currencies created by each empire were different, and the value of the currency was also high and low due to the influence of national strength. Among them, the gold coins made by the Elf Empire have become the hard currency. One reason is that the gold content is sufficient, and the other reason is that the gold coins of the Elf Empire are exquisitely designed and full of artistic atmosphere. So the gold coins of the Elf Empire are very popular among merchants from all over the world. Tang Xiaofan opened another iron box, and found that it was filled with a large number of soul stones, so many that he was shocked. It seems that my farmer factory has a chance to upgrade to level 6. Chapter 273. The treasure house of the Goblin Kingdom has too many things. In addition to storing important materials of the Goblin Kingdom, there are also the private collections of the Fat King, which are very large. A whole team of Goblin believers has not finished moving after half an hour. Instead, the battlefields around the capital were cleaned up first. First, the corpses on the battlefield were collected together, and finally several angels released the angel holy flames together to burn all the corpses to ashes. Due to this war, too many goblins in the kingdom died, tens of thousands of them. If their corpses are not burned, there is a great chance that undead creatures will be born. At the same time, the eight-winged angel Tiga also released the holy light magic, purifying the entire battlefield and directly destroying the undead forces that were quietly emerging. This also further prevented the breeding of undead creatures. Under the illumination of the holy light, whether it was undead creatures such as skeletons or undead creatures such as ghosts, it was impossible for them to evolve on their own in this underground space. Undead creatures from the outside world did not dare to come in. They hated the holy light. For undead creatures, the holy light was a nemesis. Soon, Johnny brought the collected spoils to Tang Xiaofan. The largest number of them was goblin equipment, with a total of tens of thousands of pieces. Most of the equipment was in a damaged state, but even if it was damaged, it could still be worn, with a certain degree of defense and attack power. Many of these goblin equipment were low-level equipment, many were high-level equipment, and a very small number were king-level equipment. The owners of the king-level equipment were the high-level officials of the Goblin Kingdom, and their equipment naturally exploded after their death. Tens of thousands of pieces of equipment. We can also collect nearly 30 sets of king-level equipment. I've made a fortune. Even though Tang Xiaofan had experienced many ups and downs, he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Of course, all of these equipment had to be sold. He was sure that even without the supplies stored in the Goblin Kingdom, the wood, stone and refined iron purchased with these equipment would be enough to upgrade his black technology castle to a high-level town. After all, these were tens of thousands of pieces of equipment. Although some castle lords now had the ability to build and sell equipment, the number of castle lords was too large. Multiplying it by hundreds of times the number of troops, the equipment was still in short supply. Tang Xiaofan had put some equipment on the shelves before, and they were snapped up in a short time. He believed that these equipment would be the same. Sure enough, attacking kingdoms like the Goblin Kingdom can make a lot of money. If it were those traditional tribal forces, how many would you have to destroy to get tens of thousands of equipment? Tang Xiaofan had just started to count the harvest, and he had already tasted the sweetness. He was even a little impatient to attack the Dwarf Kingdom and the Forest Giant Kingdom. However, he was still somewhat rational, and was not blinded by the sudden wealth. The war between the Black Technology Castle and the Goblin Kingdom had just ended, and the castle army had to rest for a day or two, and the angels and elves needed to consolidate the levels they had just been promoted. Even if Tang Xiaofan's warriors didn't care about these, the natural elves and goblin believers didn't care either. In addition, the surrendered kingdom goblins had to be integrated, and a larger goblin army had to be formed, combining them with the goblin tribe's believer army. Of course, Tang Xiaofan didn't need to deal with this matter personally. He directly summoned the goblin elders, the goblins Kazuo and Bagden, and handed the matter over to them. In addition, Bagden, the father of Kazuo, was no longer stubborn. With the help of the faith magic of the Angel of Heart Tiga, he directly became a believer of Tang Xiaofan. As a middle-aged goblin in the late 20th level, now, he looked at Tang Xiaofan with fanaticism. It's not just Bagden, all the goblins in the Goblin King's capital have become believers of Tang Xiaofan. In addition to the kingdom goblins, who died on the battlefield, and the few lucky goblins who escaped, there are more than 70,000 goblins in the capital. In other words, Tang Xiaofan suddenly had more than 70,000 goblin believers under his command. The number is 10 times that of the goblin tribe. Once all these more than 70,000 kingdom goblins become fanatics, it will be very helpful for Tang Xiaofan's path to becoming a god in the future. At least 1 or 2 more drops of divine power can be condensed. Tang Xiaofan counted the dozens of sets of king-level equipment. Most of them were not very damaged, but they were still king-level equipment. Some of them were inlaid with soul stones, which were king-level magic equipment, and the value was even more amazing. After the inventory was completed, Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and directly put all the goblin equipment on the trading channel. Among them, the king-level equipment was auctioned and sold, and the high-level equipment and medium and low-level equipment were sold at a fixed price. After half an hour, tens of thousands of equipment were finally thrown into the trading area. At the same time, the world chat channel also exploded instantly. Countless castle lords and wanderers were shocked by Tang Xiaofan's arrogant act of putting tens of thousands of equipment on the shelves at one time. From the advent to now, no castle lord has ever put so many pieces of equipment on the shelves at one time. The most was also sold by Tang Xiaofan, who sold thousands of equipment the night before the Beast Tide event. Compared to that time, the number of equipment sold by Tang Xiaofan this time increased tenfold. Too strong, countless castle lords and wanderers were shocked, especially the castle lords, who were very envious. Tens of thousands of equipment, including dozens of king-level equipment, how much supplies would be exchanged, not to mention other things. Upgrading a mid-level town to a high-level town is no problem at all. Boss Tang Xiaofan's move is really extraordinary. With so many equipments, and all of them are goblin equipments, how many goblins must have been killed? I'm afraid there must be tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? It seems that even a large goblin tribe doesn't have so many goblins. Besides, only goblin warriors have equipments, right? If we count ordinary goblins, the number will be even more incredible. Not 100,000, but more than 150,000. I know there is a goblin kingdom in the forest, with a population of more than 150,000. You've let the secret out by eating melons, brother. No doubt, big brother Tang Xiaofan must have conquered the goblin kingdom under the forest. Hiss, that's a kingdom, guarded by level 21 warriors, a large number of level 20 warriors, and a large army. No matter how strong the goblin kingdom is, can it be as strong as big brother Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle? That's true. Hey, let alone the kingdom, I can't even conquer my tribe now. Brother upstairs, you are already very powerful compared to me. As for comparing with big brother Tang Xiaofan, forget it, not to mention us, even the top castle forces have to stand aside. For big brother Tang Xiaofan, a mere goblin kingdom is nothing at all. After all, big brother Tang Xiaofan has demigod troops. Once the demigod appears, the world is mine. Chapter 274. Let alone the goblin kingdom, I doubt it will take long for the dominant forces in the forest to be defeated by Tang Xiaofan. No matter what you say, can you please stop snatching equipment from me? My troop type, the swamp goblin, is the same style as the kingdom goblin that Tang Xiaofan destroyed. My troop type is the dwarf musketeer, and the equipment is suitable for me. Yes, most of those goblin equipment can be worn by troops under 1.5 meters tall. If you are taller than 1.5 meters and shorter than 1 meter, don't buy it. Look down on my slime. Slime, the guy upstairs is a hidden boss. I heard that some slimes have the talent of swallowing and can transform. The cute king. I have to say I envy you. The world was chatting hotly, and the trading channel next to it was also very lively. As soon as Tang Xiaofan's equipment was put on the shelf, it was snatched up. Tens of thousands of high-level, mid-level, and low-level equipment were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I believe that it won't be long before these tens of thousands of equipment will be sold out. As for the reason, in addition to the scarcity of equipment, Tang Xiaofan's bid price is not expensive. After all, most of the equipment is damaged, and he gave a very fair price. The lord of the castle can still afford it if he grits his teeth, so as Tang Xiaofan expected, the sales of these tens of thousands of equipment are very good. It's only a matter of time before they are sold out. Tang Xiaofan counted the other spoils again, more than 32,000 soul stones, 47 drawings, and after counting, Tang Xiaofan put all the spoils into the Cyclops ring. He took a look at his soul stone reserve. 81,930 soul stones, only less than 20,000 soul stones are needed to meet the upgrade requirements of the level 6 farmer factory. Tang Xiaofan smiled. This was just the harvest on the battlefield. The Goblin King's treasury had not been counted yet. If nothing unexpected happens, after the treasury is counted, his soul stone reserve will exceed 100,000. About half an hour later, all the things in the Goblin King's treasury were moved out, and the total harvest was 5,860 sets of excellent Goblin standard suits. Among them, there are 260 sets of advanced equipment, 13 sets of king-level magic equipment, in addition, more than 26,000 soul stones, more than 14,500 gold coins, more than 30,000 silver coins, and no copper coins, more than 200 gems of various kinds, various special metals such as cold iron and black gold, totaling more than 400 units. In addition to these things, there are also many gold and silver wares, statues, noble accessories, etc. from the central area and the local human empire in the treasure house. I think these things were snatched by the goblins from the human merchant group. The Goblin King liked it very much, so he stored it in his treasury. Of course now, all these things belong to Tang Xiaofan. Although he has no use for these things, he can store them temporarily. If one day a human merchant group is attracted by the space teleportation magic circle and comes to do business, he can do business with the human merchant group. Use these meaningless things to him to exchange for precious materials such as soul stones. These equipment. Tang Xiaofan looked at the brand new goblin-style equipment that was taken out of the treasure house. In the end, he did not choose to sell it. Instead, he gave it to the goblin elder, Kadu, and Bagan, and asked them to use these equipment to equip an elite goblin army. As for the damaged and crude equipment replaced by the goblins, Tang Xiaofan put them on the trading area. Although the quality of these equipment is a bit inferior, there are still people who need them. At most, they can be sold at a low price. As usual, the soul stones are stored. Tang Xiaofan took another look at the refresh number. Soul stones, 108,300. Finally, there are more than 100,000 soul stones, which meets the upgrade requirements. My farmer factory can be upgraded to level 6 immediately. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. The harvest from this expedition to the Goblin Kingdom was really huge. It can even be said that it was beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that after conquering the Goblin Kingdom, the soul stones he harvested might still be a little short of the upgrade requirements of the level 6 farmer factory, but he didn't expect that the soul stones exceeded the standard directly and easily met the upgrade requirements of the farmer factory. Big profit. Tang Xiaofan summoned the 8-winged angel Tiga, pointed to the large iron boxes filled with gold coins, gems, gold and silver utensils, noble ornaments and special metals, and said, "Send these things to the castle and store them in the warehouse. They may be needed in the future." "Yes, my lord." The 8-winged angel Tiga immediately released his magic and opened the gate of holy light. All the treasures piled up on the castle were sent away. Then, Tang Xiaofan, under the protection of a group of warriors, came to the material storage warehouse of the Goblin Kingdom, where goblin believers were already guarding. Seeing Tang Xiaofan, they knelt on the ground with respect, shouting "Almighty Lord." Tang Xiaofan simply waved his hand and asked them to leave, then opened the resource warehouse of the Goblin Kingdom. As soon as the door opened, Tang Xiaofan was instantly shocked by the supplies stored inside. Inside the huge warehouse, there were mountains of food, as well as preserved fruits, honey, and even lake fish. There were too many. I'm afraid there were hundreds of thousands of units, but thinking about it carefully, he felt it was normal. After all, the population of the Goblin Kingdom was more than 150,000, and storing hundreds of thousands of units of food was not a lot at all. On the contrary, every household should have its own food storage to maintain the basic operation of the Goblin King. Tang Xiaofan again instructed Zhang Yi to take away the grains, fresh fruits, and honey in the warehouse, and leave other meat and other foods behind. Hand them over to the Goblin Elders for disposal. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan checked several other material storage warehouses in the Goblin Kingdom, and found a large amount of wood, stone, refined iron and other materials. So much that Tang Xiaofan found it unbelievable. Finally, the total number of wood was 1,586,000 units, and stone was 24,000 units. Is this the material reserve of a kingdom? It's terrifying. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. The materials in several reserve warehouses added up to nearly 7 million units. For him, it was definitely a sudden wealth. Of course, there are more than 2.9 million units of Jintong iron ore, which need to be sent to the blacksmith shop for forging before it can become refined iron. In this process, there will be a lot of losses. However, Tang Xiaofan didn't care at all. Because the Goblin Kingdom has too much ordinary iron ore in reserve, nearly 3 million units. Speaking of it would scare countless castle lords. It's worthy of the kingdom's power. This material reserve is too timely. So many materials are enough for me to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a high-level town. In addition, after the tens of thousands of equipment are sold, maybe I can also look forward to upgrading the main city. Chapter 275. Tang Xiaofan was in a state of anxiety until a long time had passed. He finally calmed down, and suddenly he thought again, if his castle power was promoted to the level of a dynasty, with more than 100,000 people, he would probably have more supplies in reserve, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of units. This thought flashed through his mind, and he felt that the Goblin Kingdom's supply reserves were a bit shabby. There were only 7 million units of supplies in total, and after removing 3 million units of ordinary iron ore, the remaining wood, stone, and refined iron only had 4 million units. A country with a population of over 150,000. The material reserves are so small. Tang Xiaofan shook his head, and he turned to tell Jarvis to lay a railway line to connect the Black Technology Castle and the Goblin King. Yes, sir. At present, the track-laying locomotive of Unit 01 has completed the track planning of the main city, and is now laying tracks towards the elf tribe. Okay, it's the same direction. Yes, sir, and as a town with sufficient labor, I plan to use the Goblin King as a resource collection point. Not bad, Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction. These goblins are definitely not good at fighting. This is their natural racial talent. Goblins who are weak on the battlefield must be good at work. After arranging these tasks, Tang Xiaofan ordered to seal these materials first, and then pack them, and send them back when the train arrives. Other materials are easy to deal with, but as for ordinary iron ore, Tang Xiaofan has already made plans. He packed it up and passed it to the little Lolita in the underground world. In the little Lolita's gray dwarf castle, many smelting furnaces were built, which can smelt iron ore in large quantities, and forge it into refined iron. Shocked little bear expression. The little girl replied in surprise, Big brother, why are there so many iron ores? Tang Xiaofan replied calmly, after conquering the Goblin Kingdom, we seize the spoils. You smelt these iron ores into refined iron and return them to me. Yeah, okay, Big brother. The little girl nodded, secretly praising Big brother for being so powerful. Big brother, Kur still has tens of thousands of units of refined iron in reserve here. Kur will give it to you first. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. He was not in a hurry to use it. No, you keep it for yourself. The supplies he just harvested contained more than 700,000 units of refined iron, which fully met the needs of upgrading advanced towns, and perhaps even enough refined iron to upgrade the main city. The tens of thousands of units of refined iron from the little lowly were dispensable to him. When the equipment of the Goblin Kingdom was sold, there would be more supplies. Tang Xiaofan informed the Terminator guide, it's okay to destroy the kingdom heart of the Goblin Kingdom. Yes, my lord. Immediately, under the guidance of the guide, several warriors entered the tower behind the palace hall, and found the kingdom heart of the Goblin Kingdom on the top floor of the tower. Dazzling flames flickered rapidly in the high tower, and many powerful warriors joined forces to attack the kingdom heart that looked like a stone tablet. It took a full 5 minutes to finally complete the task. With the collapse of the kingdom heart, the palace hall, the four walls, the buildings in the city, and tens of thousands of kingdom goblins all knelt in the ruins and prayed in unison. They were very sad that the capital had become a ruin, but they believed that the Almighty Lord would give them a new home and a new future. As the kingdom hearts collapsed, Tang Xiaofan also received multiple messages. You destroyed the kingdom hearts of the Goblin Kingdom, and received an extra soul stone plus 10,000. You completely destroyed the Goblin Kingdom. Congratulations on obtaining the following blueprints: 15 arrow tower blueprints, 1 city wall blueprint, and 1 BNB blueprint. You obtained a fragment of the Dynasty Heart. Your Black Technology Castle has greatly increased its influence and reputation in the Gods and Demons continent. Special reminder: the Goblins of the Gods and Demons continent have listed your Black Technology Castle as their #1 enemy from another world, and their hatred value has increased tenfold. When Tang Xiaofan destroyed the kingdom hearts of the Goblin Kingdom, almost at the same time, a large number of messages from the castle lords appeared in the world chat channel. Without exception, the locations of the castle lords are all forests. Regional announcement of the forest, look! I also received it. Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle destroyed the Goblin Kingdom and conquered a kingdom force. Let me make a decision and respond as soon as possible. Exciting! It has been so long since the advent. I didn't expect that in addition to the world announcement, there would be a regional announcement. Is the person above stupid? Is this the point? The point is that Tang Xiaofan destroyed a kingdom force. It's terrifying. The brother above is making a fuss. Tang Xiaofan just destroyed a kingdom. What's so surprising? Unless it's said that Tang Xiaofan conquered a local empire, otherwise I will always be calm. Tang Xiaofan is mighty. Just now, when Tang Xiaofan sold those tens of thousands of goblin equipment, we had already deduced that the Goblin Kingdom in the forest was destroyed by Tang Xiaofan. The regional announcement that appears now is just a supplementary reminder. With the power of Tang Xiaofan's castle, it's no surprise. Yes, after all, the boss is a demigod. Speaking of the castle lords in the forest, how did you respond after receiving the regional announcement? I didn't respond at all. My response was to run away at a speed 10 times faster. I was still hesitating before whether to develop at the edge of the forest for a while before leaving. As soon as the regional announcement came out, I immediately rolled away. Now that Tang Xiaofan has destroyed the Goblin Kingdom, the next step is likely to be the Dwarf Kingdom and the Forest Giant Kingdom. Once these local forces are wiped out, Tang Xiaofan will have conquered the entire forest. The lord of the castle who stays in the forest is doomed. My response to the regional announcement is to run away. Brother upstairs, which road are you on? If we are in the same direction, let's form a team. It's no use asking him. Brother upstairs, I have to remind you that you don't have much time left to survive, so be careful. Upstairs, you too. At this moment, the chat group of the Alliance of Gods was also gloomy. Damn, Tang Xiufan's strength is too terrifying. A kingdom has a population of at least 100,000. Even if it is the Goblin Kingdom, the war force is very strong, and top castle lords like us dare not touch it. I am afraid that only if all the top castle lords of our alliance gather together can we destroy the Goblin Kingdom. Even so, it is very difficult. The kingdoms usually have level 21 warriors in charge. With the current strength of our alliance, if we cannot check and balance the level 21 warriors, the chances of defeat are still very high. After all, level 21 warriors all have domains. Yes, a domain is enough to strangle a large number of enemies. That's right, a single level 21 warrior is enough to crush our alliance's army. Chapter 276. Tang is so lucky. If he didn't have that demigod level soldier, would he be so arrogant? Attack the kingdom so soon? If it were us, we wouldn't even dare to think about it. Who can blame him for being so lucky? This time when he conquered the Goblin Kingdom, he must have obtained a lot of good things. Look at the tens of thousands of equipment in the trading channel. You will know that he has gained a lot. He must have obtained a lot of building blueprints. The most important thing is the supplies and the army building blueprints. If nothing unexpected happens, his military structure will also reach level 5. Promotion is inevitable, and he will definitely get 10,000 or 20,000 soul stones. This is a lot for us, but for Tang Xiufan who conquered the Goblin Kingdom, what does it mean? Tang Xiufan's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Damn it, my military structure has only been upgraded to level 4, and it will take a day or two to upgrade to level 5. What I'm worried about is that his military structure will be upgraded to level 6. That's terrible. Level 6 is impossible. Level 6 requires a full 100,000 soul stones. Even if he conquers the Goblin Kingdom, it is far from reaching the upgrade standard. For us, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to upgrade the arms and buildings to level 6. How can he do it so quickly? Because he is Tang Xiufan. The chat atmosphere in the Holy Light Alliance is completely different. Bear Grylls, when will you bring Boss Tang Xiufan into our alliance? Boss Tang Xiufan destroyed the Goblin Kingdom. This is such a big thing. We have to celebrate for him. Sure enough, Boss Tang Xiufan is really strong. With just one castle, he conquered a kingdom and killed tens of thousands of enemies. Such a world-shaking thing, except for Boss Tang Xiufan. Which other castle lord can do it? Even the famous top castle forces such as Fire Dragon's Nest, Death Knight's Kingdom, and Elf Garden can't do it. Boss Tang Xiufan's title of the strongest castle lord is well deserved. If nothing else, I just want to know when Boss Tang Xiufan will join our Holy Light Alliance. As the leader of the alliance, how can he not join the alliance? In the Karami Prairie, Bear Grylls looked at the content in the chat channel speechlessly. He also wanted Tang Xiufan to join the Holy Light Alliance. The key is that Tang Xiufan doesn't want to. What can he do? According to my understanding, the Goblin Kingdom in the forest has a population of more than 150,000, 3 legions, and more than 10,000 elite Goblin warriors. In addition, the Goblin Kingdom also has 21st level strongmen, and dozens of 20th level strongmen. Bear Grylls took a deep breath. Such a powerful local force was actually broken. It's probably the demigod under Tang Xiufan who took action. With his demigod power, it's no problem to suppress the Goblin Kingdom. I have to admit that Bear Grylls is very envious. After all, that's a demigod, the ancient giant bear under his command. Sure enough, the stronger the person, the stronger he will become. He's widening the gap with others at a faster speed, making it hard to see his back. Tang Xiufan has surpassed other castle forces by a lot. Now, Bear Grylls has completely lost the idea of catching up with Tang Xiufan. Now thinking back on his previous arrogance and persistence, he actually felt very childish. His only thought now was to ride on Tang Xiufan's big ship and ride the wind and waves. Tang Xiufan was eating and drinking at the bow, and it would not be wrong to follow Tang Xiufan. But the problem was that Tang Xiufan didn't seem to want him to sit at the stern and drink soup. Tang Xiufan didn't even look at the Holy Light Alliance that he had worked so hard to build. This made him very helpless. Lord. At this moment, a voice interrupted Bear Grylls' thoughts. He looked up and saw an ancient giant bear speaking human language. Like the dragon, The top soldiers like the ancient giant bear can also speak after being promoted to level 20. The ancient giant bear faced Bear Grylls, bowed his head respectfully and said, 180 kilometers ahead, we found a large fox tribe with more than 5,000 beast foxes. What is the highest combat power of the fox tribe? Early level 20. Very good. Bear Grylls turned over and rode on the back of another ancient giant bear, holding a fine iron sword and pointing it forward. Kill them, conquer the fox tribe, and kill all the foxes who refuse to surrender. Yes, Lord. In an instant, more than 300 majestic ancient giant bears roared and rushed into the distance. They were like a brown ocean, running fast on the grassland. In the blink of an eye, Bear Grylls and his ancient giant bear army disappeared at the end of the grassland. In the Goblin Kingdom, Tang Xiaofan knew nothing about the regional announcement. Of course, even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. He had experienced the world announcement more than once, so what was the regional announcement? He was checking the gains after destroying the Kingdom Heart. First of all, destroying the Kingdom Heart of the Goblin Kingdom directly gained 10,000 soul stones. This is an additional reward from the game official, not a drop. 10,000 soul stones. As expected of a kingdom, the rewards are so generous. Tang Xiaofan still remembers the two-headed monster tribe. After destroying the heart of the tribe, he only got an additional reward of 50 soul stones. Here in the Goblin Kingdom, the reward is 10,000. But it's normal. There are only a few hundred two-headed monsters in the two-headed monster tribe. Multiply it by 200, and there are still not as many goblins in the Goblin Kingdom. It is a kingdom after all. The rewards are naturally generous. Tang Xiaofan took a look at his soul stone reserves. After a sudden increase of 10,000, his soul stones have reached more than 115,800, almost reaching 120,000. No one would believe such a soul stone reserve. In addition to the soul stone reward, after destroying the Kingdom Heart, a large number of blueprints were obtained. Tang Xiaofan took a quick look and found that he had obtained more than 30 blueprints, and each of them was an appraised architectural blueprint. The most arrow tower blueprints are 15. There are also many other blueprints, such as the lookout tower blueprint, the homestay blueprint, etc. In addition to these, there are two advanced building blueprints, namely the city wall blueprint and the faith altar building blueprint. There is one advanced blueprint with the highest value, which is the faith altar building blueprint advanced building blueprint, faith altar. Number of times it can be used 5 times. Effect 1. Greatly increase the loyalty and faith value of the castle residents to the castle lord. Effect 2. After the battle begins, the earthiness of the castle troops will be increased to the peak, and during the battle, the castle troops have a chance to enter a violent state, and their combat power is doubled. Effect 3. Greatly increase the speed of collecting the power of faith. Construction requirements: 30,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron. 3 effects. Except for the first one, which is of no use to me, the other 2 effects are very good. Effect 2. The morale of the troops is raised to the peak, and there is a chance to enter a violent state, doubling their strength. Just like the attack and defense power increased by the material synthesis laboratory. The more troops I have in my castle, the better the effect. Effect 3. Increase the speed of collecting the power of faith, which will be very helpful for me after I become a god. Chapter 277. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. In short, this blueprint was comparable to the material laboratory before the upgrade. The most important thing was that it could be used 5 times, which meant that he could build 5 altars of faith. 1 black technology castle, 1 goblin kingdom, and 1 elf tribe. Tang Xiaofan looked at the altar of faith building blueprint in his hand, and immediately decided that in the future, every city under his rule would have to build an altar of faith. With the altar of faith, he can harvest the power of faith of believers, which is conducive to his gathering of divine power after becoming a god. For the god of faith, the heart is the power of faith. If a god of faith cannot collect the power of faith, then there is no way to gather more divine power, and can only rely on his own practice to slowly grind. Such a god of faith is very weak. At this time, Tang Xiaofan remembered the statue standing in the goblin tribe. It was built by Zhang Yi himself when the warrior team conquered the goblin tribe. Now, his statue has become a carrier of faith power under the day and night prayers of the goblin believers. But compared with the altar of faith, his statue is a little inefficient. Well, it is still necessary, the altar of faith, with his statue. The perfect combination for harvesting faith power. Then Tang Xiaofan told his idea to the 8-winged angel Tiga beside him. Tiga immediately waved the scepter of the hand insect. In an instant, Countless boulders flew up from the center of the ruins of the goblin capital and began to reorganize and merge, gradually becoming a statue. A few minutes later, the statue appeared in the center of the ruins of the capital, and it was Tang Xiaofan who was carved. There is a giant crown inlaid with many gems on the head of the statue of Tang Xiaofan, which makes his statue more gorgeous and noble. At first glance, one can't help but worship it. Not to mention other things. When Tang Xiaofan's statue was erected, a large number of goblins knelt down around the ruins. Whether it was the tribal goblins or the kingdom goblins, they all knelt on the ground and began to pray. It would not take long before his statue would become a carrier of faith power, carrying the devout faith of all the kingdom goblins in him. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan built a faith altar near the statue. The altar was over 30 meters high and all white, emitting a holy white light. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also found that the information of the faith altar after it was built was Advanced Building, Faith Altar. Description: it is the basic building of the God of Faith, which can quickly collect the power of faith. Effect: increase the faith power of residents. Special Effect 1. It can subtly transform the troops and local intelligent creatures within the sphere of influence into believers of the current castle lord. Special Effect 2. The believers can offer tribute items through the faith altar for their devout sacrifices. Tribute items. It is equivalent to offering sacrifice to the gods. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. To give a simple example, if the goblins in the Goblin Kingdom find treasures in the future and want to offer them to him, they don't need to bring the treasures to the Black Technology Castle. They can directly deliver the treasures to him through this altar of faith in the form of sacrifice. This is already a method of the gods. Although Tang Xiaofan has not yet become a god, once the altar of faith comes out, he is not much different from a god. Moreover, through the altar of faith and the sacrifice of faith, he can also clearly hear the prayers of believers. If he is promoted to a god in the future, his divine power can even descend directly to the Goblin Kingdom through the altar of faith and manifest miracles. The altar of faith is really useful. It can be said to be the standard of the God of Faith. Tang Xiaofan knew that he had now completely embarked on the path of the God of Faith. The only thing he had to do next was to become a god. With a thought, a golden crystal appeared in Tang Xiaofan's hand. This was also the reward for destroying the kingdom heart of the Goblin Kingdom. Sacred item. Fragment of the dynasty heart. Rank: sacred item. Description: the dynasty heart is the core of the dynasty power. Hint 1. Destroy the kingdom power. There is a chance to obtain the fragment of the dynasty heart. Hint 2. 9 pieces of dynasty heart can be combined into a complete dynasty heart. Absorbing dynasty heart fragments can increase the dynasty's national fortune, improve the cultivation speed of the kingdom's people, and increase the growth rate of food. After testing, the current castle lord has not established a dynasty and cannot absorb dynasty heart fragments. After receiving such a message, Tang Xiaofan collected the dynasty heart fragments. He did not need to collect 9 dynasty heart fragments to combine a complete dynasty heart. Because when he won the first place in the battle power score list during the Beast Tide event, he got the only special reward, the heart of the dynasty. When he establishes a dynasty, he can choose to use it directly. At that time, he will use his heart of the dynasty. Use this fragment to improve the national fortune of the Black Technology dynasty. It's almost time to go back. Tang Xiaofan summoned the Goblin Elders, the Goblin Kadu, and the Goblin Bagan. The follow-up of the Goblin Kingdom is left to you. Rebuild the Goblin Kingdom as soon as possible, and then form an elite Goblin army to hunt creatures in the underground world. Yes, my lord. The 3 goblins knelt respectfully in front of Tang Xiaofan, and then the 8-winged angel Tiga, who received Tang Xiaofan's signal, released the Legion teleportation magic and teleported Tang Xiaofan directly to the Black Technology Castle. The other troops returned along the original route, clearing all dangerous factors along the way to facilitate the laying of the train later. As soon as he returned to the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan found a figure standing under the Elf Mother Tree. But it was not Olivia, the spirit of the Elf Mother Tree, who let herself go. Until the war was over, she had not returned to the Black Technology Castle, and no one knew where she went crazy. Tang Xiaofan was not worried about her safety. After all, she was a demigod. With Olivia's strength, she could also fight in and out of the dragon nest. The figure that appeared under the Elf Mother Tree was a very beautiful natural elf. Tang Xiaofan had seen her before. Her name was Aida. She was the elder of the elf tribe, and also a senior elf blacksmith. Now, she appeared in the castle. Obviously, the set of king-level equipment had been modified. Lord. The elf elder Aida came to Tang Xiaofan and saluted respectfully. He handed over a box respectfully. In the box lay a piece of exquisite armor, as well as a full set of weapons and accessories. As Tang Xiaofan expected, this beautiful senior elf blacksmith brought Tang Xiaofan a modified and upgraded natural elf protection suit. The natural elf protection suit was originally a king-level magic suit. Now, under Aida's careful craftsmanship, it has become a holy level suit. It must have consumed a lot of rare metals, which is Aida's painstaking work. Chapter 278. This armor, which looked like a work of art, showed relevant information in Tang Xiaofan's eyes. Blessing of the Natural Elves set. Description: it is a set carefully made by the natural elf Aida. It is not only powerful, but also has an artistic atmosphere of the elf style. Effect 1. Comprehensively enhance the defense and political attack of the wearer of the equipment. Effect 2. Can release a level 21 healing magic, Resurrection of the Elf Goddess. Effect 3. Can continuously and multiple times release level 20 Rose attack magic, Elf Arrow. Effect 4. Greatly increase your charm value. Special Effect 1. This is a set made by the natural elves. Wearing it will increase your favorability of the natural elves. Special Effect 2. Can improve your luck. Special Effect 3. Increase the life and natural magic in the realm of the 21st level strongman, and enhance the realm power year on year. The upgraded Holy set has 3 more effects than before. The first is the 21st level healing magic. The second is to improve your own luck. The third is to increase the power of the 21st level realm. The second effect, increasing the luck value, is a bit mysterious and the effect is uncertain. However, the newly added level 21 magic and the third effect, the increase in level 21 domain power, have increased the value of this suit tenfold. In addition, Tang Xiaofan believes that after strengthening to level 21 magic suit, its other effect attributes are also better than before, such as the increased defense and attack, which are naturally much higher than when it was a king level suit. Moreover, the power of the single target political magic elf arrow must be even stronger. Yida, you gave me a surprise. Tang Xiaofan took the holy suit from the beautiful elf elder Yida with a smile on his face. He had just been promoted to level 11, and the holy suit was delivered to him. It must be said that this was really a pleasant surprise. At the beginning, the elf elder Yida told him that it would take 3 days to transform the suit under the blessing of the natural elves. In fact, 3 days had already passed. But Tang Xiaofan did not rush to urge him. Now Yeda came to the castle and brought him a big surprise. The value of the saint-level magic set is far beyond that of the king-level magic set. It can even be said that the Undead Hallows skeleton knife that Tang Xiaofan got from the 21st level skeleton King Ryan is a single weapon after all. The other is a complete set, including armor, weapons, and shoes. Each piece of equipment has a good attribute bonus, and the whole set of equipment can not only stack attributes, but also bring aesthetic enjoyment. No wonder the charm value will be greatly increased after wearing the whole set. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's praise, the elf elder Aida said quickly, "It is Aida's honor to serve you and make equipment." She learned from her mother that with the help of the Lord, her mother had been promoted to a demigod. The other elves in the tribe also improved their strength. In addition, the Lord also bred 2 elemental elves, dozens of holy unicorns, and a large number of elves for the elf tribe. Compared to the contributions made by the Lord to their elf tribe, what does a mere set of holy magic suit count as an official? If possible, she even hopes to become the exclusive equipment forger of the Lord, and forge the equipment that the Lord needs for his whole life. Yes. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. Looking at Aida, he asked, "Are you going to stay in my castle or return to the elf tribe? If you stay, I have 2 drawings of the equipment refinery shop here, and I can build 2 equipment refinery shops for you," the elf elder Aida said. Aida is very honored to serve the Lord. Okay. Obviously, this beautiful elf blacksmith was going to stay. Tang Xiaofan then used up all the blueprints of the 2 equipment refineries near the elf mother tree. 2 equipment refineries were built. Tang Xiaofan said to the elf elder Aida, "From now on, these 2 equipment refineries belong to you. You can also use the monster materials and special metals in my castle warehouse at will. In addition, you can also recruit a group of elves and let them teach you how to forge equipment." "Praise you, Lord." Elven elder Aida saluted quickly, feeling very excited. She was looking forward to staying in the Black Technology Castle in the future. Seeing Tang Xiaofan wave his hand, Aida retreated and found the great elf Monica, the elf elder Becky and others who had returned to the castle. "Becky, I envy you. You came to the Black Technology Castle earlier, and now you have all been promoted to level 21. In the previous elf tribe, there were a total of 6 elf elders, including the great elf Monica. Among them, Monica is the strongest. She was the only level 21 strongman in the elf tribe, except for the elf mother tree Olivia. The other 5 elf elders are all level 20. Now, among these 5 level 20 elf elders, 2 have also entered the level 21, namely Becky and Aida, and the other 2 elf elders are still at level 20. Aida looked at the elf elder with great envy. I am still at level 20, and you have already been promoted to level 21. This is also one of the important reasons why she chose to stay in the Black Technology Castle. She also wanted to follow the Lord and be promoted to level 21. The elf elder Becky said with a smile. Elder Aida, it's a pity that you didn't participate in this war with the Goblin Kingdom, otherwise you could have been promoted to level 21. But don't worry. I believe that you will be able to enter level 21 soon because... At this point, the elf elder Becky's expression suddenly became solemn, and said seriously, the glory of the Lord is covering us. Just like the elf goddess, she favors all of us. Praise the Lord. Monica, and other elves also spoke up, their expressions filled with reverence for the God of faith. Yida was stunned for a moment, and then she understood. She thought to herself, the Lord holds the fate and future of the elf tribe in his hands. The Lord is like the elf goddess. It's not surprising to believe in him. Yida did not reject becoming a believer of Tang Xiaofan. On the contrary, she hoped that she could believe in Tang Xiaofan just like the elves believed in the elf goddess. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, the Lord will become a god sooner or later, and Aida believes this. Although she herself does not understand why, she firmly believes that the Lord can be promoted to a true god. You know, this is a realm that countless creatures dream of setting foot on, but cannot set foot on. But she just believes it. On the other side, Tang Xiaofan is reviewing his castle army, and the most important thing is to count the 21 promoted warriors. Chapter 279. Among the warrior team, there are 8 warriors who have reached level 21. The abilities of these people increased instantly, and other warriors also reached level 20, and some even reached the peak of level 20. It must be admitted that the warrior team gained a lot from this battle. Then came the natural elf army, which currently has 3 level 21 warriors, namely the great elf Monica, the elf elder Becky and Other natural elves also advanced to higher levels in the battle. There are as many as 70 to 80 level 20 natural elves, second only to the number of level 20 warriors in the warrior team. 2 elemental elves, the fire elemental elf Evangeline, were promoted to the middle of level 20, and the holy light elemental elf Victoria was promoted to the peak of level 18. As an elemental elf born today, Victoria's level was raised faster than a rocket, all thanks to this large-scale war. The 30 little unicorns were now promoted to level 14 and 16. Their body size also grew to about 2 meters, allowing their natural elf partners to ride them. Then came the 7 flame dragons. Among them, the flame dragons Abra, Slycott, and Mons were originally at the peak of level 20. They were directly promoted to level 21 in this war. After entering the level 21, their bodies also increased to more than 100 meters. Almost comparable to the dark dragon Darcy, who had lived for more than 1,000 years in the Goblin Kingdom. The other 4 flame dragons, 3 were promoted to the peak of level 20, and the last flame dragon was naturally the future Red Dragon Queen Little Flame. She also slaughtered a large number of kingdom goblins on the battlefield, and her level was promoted to the early level 20 in one fell swoop. At her current level, she was already an adult dragon. Her body size had also increased from more than 20 meters to 50 or 60 meters. Of course, her mind was still like that of a child, not very mature, and she especially liked to bully those bloodthirsty demon wolves, pressing them to the ground and rubbing them, which were several times thinner than her. In the entire Black Technology Castle, the angels were what Little Flame dared not provoke, and those unicorns were protected by level 21 elves. She was afraid of being beaten, and she was even more afraid to provoke the warriors, so she could only bully the bloodthirsty demon wolves that had wings like her. Tang Xiaofan only has 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves. The strongest bloodthirsty demon wolf has now entered the late stage of level 20, and the weakest has reached the peak of level 18. After the war, no level 21 strongman was born in the Goblin Army. This is the limitation of their growth potential. Most of them have reached level 18, and a few have reached level 20. If there is no army evolution blueprint, or their own potential unexpectedly explodes, their level will be considered to have reached the top after entering level 20. Finally, Tang Xiaofan did some statistics. He had more than 9,000 soldiers under his command, including 185 elves, flaming dragons, bloodthirsty demon wolves, and goblin soldiers above level 20. Secondly, there were 14 soldiers at level 21, and finally 2 demigods, Olivia and John E. Finally, Tang Xiaofan himself was at the early stage of level 11. This is the current status of the Black Technology Castle. if my data report is passed out. I'm afraid that countless castle cities and wanderers will be scared silly. Tang Xiaofan Zhongquan could imagine how crazy the World Chat channel and the major alliances would be if his army information was violently exposed. There are 14 army types at level 21 alone. This is incredible. Of course, this is thanks to the Goblin Kingdom and the Fat King. Without the sacrifice of more than 80,000 goblins in the kingdom, the level of his castle army would not have been raised so quickly. Tang Xiaofan threw the light into his castle warehouse, and suddenly castle warehouse. The space size will expand as the castle level increases. Storage materials, more than 1.56 million units of food, more than 1.84 million units of wood, more than 1.68 million units of stone, more than 820,000 units of refined iron, some monster materials, gold coins, gold and silver utensils, gems, and some noble ornaments. Current status, invincible. Special reminder, if the heart of the castle is destroyed, the warehouse's dimensional space will collapse, and all the stored materials will fall and become the spoils of the hostile forces. Please protect your heart of the castle. That's enough. Tang Xiaofan opened the castle upgrade information without hesitation. The Black Technology Castle upgrades from a mid-level town to a high-level town, which requires 1 million units of wood, 500,000 units of stone, and 200,000 units of refined iron. Now, he has all the supplies ready, and there are many more. Do you want to upgrade the current castle to a high-level town? Yes. As soon as Tang Xiaofan finished speaking, a dazzling golden light appeared out of thin air, completely covering his Black Technology Castle. Even the entire castle territory was covered by the golden light. In the golden light, the Black Technology Castle continued to rise and grow. His castle's direct territory was also constantly expanding outwards. On the periphery, countless ancient trees, bluestones, jungles, and walls several meters high were also moving outwards. This change attracted everyone's attention. Farmers, angels, natural elves, etc., and their eyes were fixed on Tang Xiaofan, who was covered by the golden light. In their eyes, Tang Xiaofan was no different from a god. In a short time, many natural elves were promoted to become Tang Xiaofan's believers. Among them was the great elf Monica, who had already planted the seeds of faith. This change lasted for nearly half an hour before it was completely over. After the golden light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan was a giant castle nearly 100 meters high. The whole body seemed to be made of white jade. In addition to the main castle, there were 9 subforts, and there was a farmer statue on the top of each castle. The castle's direct territory also expanded several times outward. The several-meter-high wall fell into Tang Xiaofan's field of vision, like a black line, because the distance was too far. Tang Xiaofan immediately checked the new information of the castle, Black Technology Castle. Current level advanced town. Castle buildings, farmer factory, blacksmith shop, weapon workshop, stone workshop, wood workshop, kitchen, shower room, barber shop, heavy factory, light airport factory, farmland, animal stables, hospital, library, primary school, middle school, theater, concert hall, tavern, middle school, stadium, garbage treatment plant, park, power plant, fire station, police station, hospital, new buildings, railway station, airport, bus station, rocket launch site, special buildings, material laboratory, elf mother tree, holy light temple faith altar. Upgrade requirements: 2 million units of wood, 2 million units of stone, 500,000 units of refined iron. Next level, primary main city. Current status, invincible. Current faction, none. Chapter 280. Advanced town. The next level requires 2 million pieces of wood and 500,000 pieces of refined iron, which is not a lot. At least I have enough stone and refined iron, and I just need wood. Tang Xiaofan took a look at his warehouse material reserves. He currently has more than 80 units of wood. If he has another 2.1 million units of wood, he could upgrade the castle to the main city. With the main city, you can establish a dynasty. However, a dynasty built with the main city as its base can only be called a small kingdom. Even if it integrates the divine object dynasty heart, it will not be recognized by the central area. It doesn't matter. Wait until I conquer the forest, capture the dwarf kingdom, and the capital of the forest giant kingdom. When the time comes, with the capital equipped with the divine heart of the dynasty, my Black Technology Castle will be a true dynasty. Tang Xiaofan is not impatient at all now. His development speed is already quite fast, far exceeding that of other castle lords. Even those top castle forces can't catch up with him. He can steadily erode the forest according to the established strategic plan. As the strategic plan progresses, he can upgrade the main city, the capital, and establish a dynasty. It's all a matter of course, and there's no need to be too impatient. At this time, the information prompt also arrived as expected. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your Black Tech Castle has been upgraded to a high-level town. The territory directly under the castle has expanded to 20 kilometers, and the castle's sphere of influence has increased to 100 kilometers. The defense value of the castle heart has increased fivefold. Your Black Tech Castle has greatly increased its influence and reputation in the God and Demon continent. Special Reminder 1. The Dwarf Kingdom has increased its friendly value to your Black Tech Castle. Special Reminder 2. The Forest Giant Kingdom has increased its friendly value to your Black Tech Castle. Special Reminder 3. The Dragon Nest has greatly increased its hatred value to your Black Tech Castle. Special Reminder 4. The 20-level Warcraft family Phoenix Guard has greatly increased its friendly value to you. It's really a 20-kilometer territory. No wonder the castle's wall has almost become a black line in my field of vision. The castle's sphere of influence has been increased to 100 kilometers, which means that as long as it doubles, the elf tribe will be included in my castle's territory. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself and looked at the other special reminders. He directly ignored the first few and only focused on the fourth one, 21st level magic beast family, Phoenix Guard. What kind of magic beast is this? Tang Xiaofan always knew that there was a 21st level magic beast family in the forest, but he didn't know what family it was. Now, the Phoenix Guard appeared in this family. Tang Xiaofan was very surprised. Phoenix Guard? Phoenix? Tang Xiaofan thought about it carefully and felt that it was unlikely. If an oriental auspicious beast like the phoenix appeared in this world and evolved into a family, would the myriad races in the God and Demon continent still have a way to survive? Not to mention the local empires in the central area. Even the true gods, who held high the kingdom of God, would be trampled to death by the phoenix. Even the dimensional demons can't stop it. It shouldn't be the phoenix. The dragons in this world are just flying lizards. Lizards flying in the sky, Phoenix. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment, and then called the great elf Monica. Monica, do you know that there is a 21st level magic beast family called Phoenix Guard in the forest? Hearing Tang Xiaofan's question, Monica nodded and said, reporting to the Lord, the Phoenix Guard family is located on the westernmost side of the forest, high on the top of Phoenix Mountain, and is the only 21st level magic beast family in this area. Tang Xiaofan asked, how strong is the Phoenix Guard family? Monica replied, I don't know the details. I only know that the head of the Phoenix Guard family is a level 21 peak expert, and there are several level 21 members in the family. I don't know the others. For decades, in order to reach the level 21 peak, she has been staying in the elf tribe for meditation, and she doesn't know much about the local forces in the forest. After all, a few decades is short for her, but it is enough to change many things. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, what does the Phoenix Guard look like? What does it look like? Monica was stunned for a moment. How could she describe it? She hesitated for a moment and answered. The Phoenix Guard is a large bird that emits the same light as the sun. Some people call them fire birds, and some people call them sun birds. After a pause, Monica continued, in fact, the relationship between our elves and the Phoenix Guard is very friendly. Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, what do you mean? Monica said, I heard from my mother that in ancient times, we, the natural elves, the Phoenix Guard, the tree people, the unicorns, the fairy dragons, and the elven dragons were all believers of the goddess. We all served the goddess together. Due to the advent of the ancient god war, the elven goddess suffered a heavy blow and sealed herself in an unknown dimension. The Phoenix Guard, like us, has lost the god of faith. With the evolution of the times, the followers of the goddess have gone their separate ways. We, the natural elves, established the elf empire in the central area, the tree people entered the wild forest, and the Phoenix Guard settled on the tops of mountains all over the world. Because we once had the same beliefs and the same god of faith. So our natural elves and Phoenix Guard have always been in a friendly relationship. So that's how it is. Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that after his Black Technology Castle was upgraded to a high-level town, the Phoenix Guard family increased its friendship with the Black Technology Castle. This was obviously for the sake of the elf tribe. Of course, it is undeniable that his Black Technology Castle is powerful enough to attract the attention of the Phoenix Guard family. Otherwise, why didn't this level 21 Warcraft family show up before? Phoenix Guard, Sunbird, Flamebird. Same creature, Tang Xiaofan whispered. Not a phoenix, but looks like a phoenix. Monica didn't hear Tang Xiufan's whisper, "Lord, why are you suddenly interested in the Phoenix Guard family?" After she finished speaking, she suddenly said in astonishment, "You don't want to attack the Phoenix Guard family territory, do you?" Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Monica took a deep breath. As far as Monica knows, there are thousands of Phoenix Guards over at Phoenix Mountain. If the Lord attacks rashly, the castle core will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Large casualties do not mean that they cannot be taken down. Monica believes that with the current strength of the Black Technology Castle, it is completely possible to take down Phoenix Mountain and kill all the Phoenix Guards there. But it is undeniable that the casualties of the Black Technology Castle will also be huge, right? Perhaps a Terminator can also take it down, but in that case, it will lose its meaning. Chapter 281. She recalled the scene when the Goblin Kingdom's magic cannons hit the warrior's armor, and it seemed that no damage was caused. However, could the Phoenix family's attack break through the warrior's armor? Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "Do you have any good ideas?" Monica said respectfully, "I am willing to go to Phoenix Mountain for the Lord. If I can persuade the Phoenix Guard family to surrender, that would be the best. If not, I'm afraid I can only attack by force." Tang Xiufan shook his head and said, "If it's to persuade the Phoenix Guard family to surrender, then you don't need to go." Monica said quickly, "Lord, I should be the most suitable candidate. She is the great elder of the elf tribe, and her level has reached the peak of level 21. She is most suitable to go to Phoenix Mountain." Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "There is someone more suitable than you." "Who?" Monica was puzzled. At this time, a figure appeared out of thin air, and Monica looked back, "Mother." After the voice fell, she suddenly understood what the Lord meant. Compared to her, Mother is the most suitable person to go to Phoenix Mountain. With Mother's demigod strength, if those Phoenix Guards are not real, she can directly use violence to solve them. If it were her, she could only grit her teeth and leave, not daring to make a scene in Phoenix Mountain. "Lord." The girl Olivia smiled sweetly at Tang Xiufan, and then handed Tang Xiufan a red fruit as if offering a treasure. "This is dragon blood fruit, a very rare spiritual fruit that can improve people's physical fitness." "My lord, have you reached level 11? Then the dragon blood fruit will be very useful to you." "My lord, you can still have a taste. It tastes quite good." Tang Xiufan took the dragon blood fruit and took 2 bites. The flesh is sweet, and melts in your mouth. It also contains very rich elemental magic. It is indeed a very delicious spiritual fruit, much better than the fresh fruit made by the chef that Tang Xiufan eats. But this is normal. Olivia is the spirit of the mother tree of the elves. She is professional in the field of finding spiritual fruits. After all, she can communicate with plants, and her consciousness can extend through plants to thousands of kilometers away. She can easily find any spiritual fruit or magic potion, even if it grows on cliffs. Tang Xiufan looked at Olivia and asked, "You have been out for so long, and you only found a few fruits?" The girl Olivia answered while chewing the dragon blood fruit, "I went to the Treeman Valley." Tang Xiufan was puzzled. Treeman Valley? Treeman Valley is the territory of the tree people. It is located near the forest giant kingdom. Olivia said, "There are not many tree people in the forest, only more than 400, and almost all of them live in the Treeman Valley. I had a friendly exchange with the tree people there." Finally, they said, "When the Lord attacks the forest giant kingdom, they will join your castle army and help the Lord conquer the forest giant kingdom." From Olivia's words, it can be inferred that the Treeman Valley is not friendly with the forest giant kingdom. As for the friendly exchange mentioned by Olivia, Tang Xiufan suspected that this violent girl beat the tree people in the valley into submission. Tang Xiufan ate the last bite of dragon blood fruit. This spiritual fruit didn't even have a core. It was magical. He said, "Olivia, go to Phoenix Mountain and tell them that I hope the Phoenix Guard family can join my Black Technology Castle and fight for me. See if they agree." "Okay, Lord." The girl Olivia nodded and said, "What if those stupid birds refuse?" Tang Xiufan said, "Then suppress them. Send the army over and kill them until they agree." "No problem." The young girl Olivia smiled sweetly, then blasted the void with one blow and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the big elf Monica beside her twitched her lips slightly. Her mother was still as hot-tempered as she was back then. Tang Xiufan actually saw that Olivia was a person who could not stay still. Since she was promoted to a demigod and was able to separate from her original body and the elf mother tree, she let herself go. So Tang Xiufan was also very sensible and found something for her to do. It is a waste to keep a demigod-level warrior in the castle for a long time. It is better to send her out to do something meaningful. For example, Beat the Sunbirds in Phoenix Mountain until they surrender. After that, Tang Xiaofan began to count his blueprints. This time, Tang Xiaofan captured the Goblin Kingdom and destroyed its kingdom heart. He collected nearly 80 blueprints in total. This is the largest blueprint harvest in history. Among them, 47 blueprints were exploded from the goblins of the kingdom on the battlefield. These blueprints are all unknown blueprints that need to be identified. Tang Xiaofan likes to do this kind of thing very much. He immediately used the Castle Lord's standard identification technique to identify these blueprints one by one. The final harvest was 23 blueprints for the evolution of troops and 2 blueprints for the number of troops. In addition to these, there is also a very advanced and rare blueprint, top skill blueprint, gravity field. Description: after using this blueprint, a gravity effect will appear in your field. Usage restriction level, level 21. It is a very simple attribute description, but a top field reveals its extraordinariness. Domain is the symbol of a level 21 strongman. The greater the power of the domain, the stronger the strength of the level 21 professional. Generally speaking, the duel between level 21 is a collision of domains. The side whose domain is destroyed will be defeated, and may even be severely injured due to the collapse of the domain, and finally be easily killed by the enemy. Obviously, the domain is the most important thing, and the core of a level 21 strongman. But most of the domains have only 1 or 2 effects. For example, the 21st level domain of the Goblin High Priest has only 1 effect, which is gravity superposition. Enemies shrouded in the domain will be subjected to dozens, or even hundreds of times the gravity. For weak enemies, the Goblin High Priest only needs to release his own gravity domain, and the enemy will be immediately crushed into a bloody cake by the terrifying gravity. For example, the domain effects of the Great Elf Monica have 2 effects, binding and life devouring. It can bind the enemy trapped in the domain, and then devour the enemy's life force until the enemy is trapped to death. The flaming dragons that attacked the Black Technology Castle died under the domain of the Great Elf Monica. Dozens of adult flaming dragons were not only unable to escape after being enveloped by Monica's domain, but their own vitality was also quickly devoured, and they soon lost the ability to resist. Even the flaming dragon named Lear was trapped to death by Monica after breaking through in battle and being promoted to level 21. This is the domain. Chapter 282. John Eyre has just been promoted to level 21. His own domain has not been perfected yet, and he doesn't know what the effect of his domain is. But no matter what the effect is, it has no effect on him using this top skill blueprint gravity domain work, because it shows domain fusion rather than domain replacement. In other words, when John Eyre uses it, there will be an additional gravity effect in his domain. Tang Xiaofan has no intention of selling this top skill blueprint, although he knows that if he sells it, this blueprint will be exchanged for a large number of soul stones. However, he couldn't give up this blueprint. John Eyre has 2 domain effects, namely annihilation and strength, plus the gravity obtained after using the blueprint. That's 3 domain effects. Compared to those domains with only 1 or 2 effects, his domain is obviously stronger. In other words, if they are at the same level, John Eyre can use a great advantage to defeat those level 21 strongmen who only have 1 or 2 domain effects. Hey! Will John Eyre also become invincible in the same level in the future? Tang Xiaofan grinned, and the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. Although he had never thought about going to the battlefield to fight the enemy in person, he was still very happy that the soldiers under his command were stronger. To become the creator of the 10 days creation, you must be tolerant and let your subordinates grow. While talking to himself, Tang Xiaofan's mind moved, and he handed the blueprint to John Eyre who had been guarding him. Learn it, and you can lead the Legion better in the future. John Eyre took the blueprint and studied it calmly. In his opinion, everything the Lord gave was a gift. He only needed to follow the Lord's instructions and complete it with his life. Without hesitation, John Eyre directly chose the blueprint to use. In an instant, the blueprint turned into a golden light and drilled into his forehead. At the same time, John Eyre also sensed the changes in himself. In particular, the magic power in his body seemed to be undergoing some changes. John Eyre concentrated his mind and calmed his breath. Carefully sensed the changes in the magic power in his body. I don't know how long it took. John Eyre suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a golden ball of light gradually appeared. With a thought, a stone flew in and drilled into the ball of light. In just a moment, the hard stone was crushed. Then, John Eyre took out a piece of fine iron from the warehouse and threw it in. In the same blink of an eye, the fine iron was torn into pieces, and then completely annihilated. I didn't expect it. With the help of this skill blueprint, My own domain has also taken shape. The domain range seems to be only 500 meters, but the attribute effect is still presented. Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction. He tried his best to treat his two warriors equally. Then, Tang Xiaofan looked at other blueprints. After counting, he put all the wall blueprints and crossbow camp blueprints on the trading channel. These low-level and medium-level defense building blueprints were of no use to him. It would be better to exchange them for some soul stones, while they still have some value. Among the remaining blueprints, 9 were watchtower blueprints. Each blueprint could build 4 watchtowers, totaling 36 watchtowers. The monitoring range of the watchtower is an area with a diameter of 10 kilometers. 36 watchtowers obviously cannot monitor all of his territory, but it is no problem to monitor 1/3 of the area. When building these watchtowers, they can be slightly dispersed, and it will be almost enough. Tang Xiaofan summoned John Eyre and gave him the task of building the watchtower. The 4 existing watchtowers in the Black Technology Castle were built by John Eyre. Now giving this task to him is also a piece of cake. Yes, my lord. After receiving the blueprint, John Eyre took off immediately and flew out of the castle. Another blueprint appeared in Tang Xiaofan's hand, Advanced Building Blueprint of City Wall. Effect 1. Greatly improve the loyalty of the castle residents and appease the people. Greatly enhance the castle's defense capabilities. Construction requirements. 10,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron. The attribute description is also very simple, but there is no doubt that it is more defensive than the existing walls of the Black Technology Castle. After all, one is a high-level building and the other is a mid-level building. Tang Xiaofan said to Zhang Yi beside him, "Send this blueprint to Jian Yi, and then let him discuss with Nong Yi to replace the current wall." "Yes, sir." Zhang Yi did not ask why. The Lord's words were magical. Soon, the wall of the Black Technology Castle collapsed and turned into ruins. The stones inside did not need to be cleaned. It seemed that Jian Yi and others chose to build the wall directly on its basis. The next moment, a circle of golden light appeared, surrounding the 20-kilometer diameter direct territory of the Black Technology Castle. A tall stone building could be seen faintly in the golden light. After a few minutes, the golden light dissipated, and a city wall that was thicker, taller, and more magnificent than the wall appeared. The new wall was more than 50 meters high, dark blue, with 4 city gates and 16 city wall fortresses. In addition, compared with the wall, there were also defensive positions reserved on the wall, and the original city defense rapid-fire cannons could be moved directly there. And this time the position is more grand, and can also set up larger cannons. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but think of the magic cannon in the Sky City. He raised a blueprint in his hand. This blueprint was the blueprint of the small magic cannon. It was exploded with other building blueprints when the Kingdom Heart of the Goblin Kingdom was destroyed. Equipment blueprint, small magic cannon. Description: the blacksmith will master the technology of building small magic cannons. Material consumed for each magic cannon, 1 soul stone. Without thinking too much, Tang Xiaofan directly handed the blueprint to the beautiful elf blacksmith Aida. Let her learn the technology of making magic cannon first. As for making magic cannon, there is no rush for the time being. After all, making magic cannon requires soul stones, and the power of magic cannon is just so, not as good as the solid and reliable close and defense cannon. The key is that Jarvis can control the close and defense cannon through the network, and achieve the effect of hitting wherever he points. In other words, the difference between the two types of artillery is not in power, but in the generational difference. The magic cannon cannot be connected to the network, and can only rely on Jarvis's calculations to estimate the trajectory, while the close and defense cannon is an extension of Jarvis's computing power. The damage caused by the two is incomparable. Moreover, the characteristic of the close and defense gun is the fast firing rate. Under the coverage of high-speed firepower, Jarvis's computing power can be maximized, and no damage will be wasted. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan decided to give the magic cannon to the elf blacksmith and let her make a backup. At this time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt something and opened the friend message. It was the little lowly who contacted him and brought Tang Xiaofan a good news. Big brother, the elf sister, and the weird uncle came to Kur's castle. Grandpa Moore said he was a magician. Big brother, the weird uncle looks so scary. But the weird uncle is still a good person. By the way, big brother, I have good news for you. Kur revealed the blueprint of the space teleportation magic circle. Chapter 283. Dark Elves and Necromancers. This combination appeared in the little lowly's black iron dwarf castle. When Tang Xiaofan heard the news, his first reaction was that his money bag had come. It was possible to upgrade the farmer's factory to level 6 before 12 o'clock today. However, the surprise was not over yet. The little lowly claimed that she had revealed the blueprint of the space teleportation magic circle. This made Tang Xiaofan a little stunned, and then he smiled. Sure enough, the lucky little lowly would never lose the favor of the goddess of luck just because she grew up a few days. Her heaven-defying luck is still online. You know, Tang Xiaofan has been looking for the space teleportation magic circle blueprint for many days. No information about this kind of blueprint was found in the trading channel or in the friend request, which made him almost think that the super space teleportation magic circle blueprint was harder to get than the holy weapon. However, not long after he told the little lowly, she got this kind of blueprint. Such a luck value is so terrifying that it is suffocating. Tang Xiaofan asked curiously, Kur, how did you get the space teleportation magic circle blueprint? It wasn't Kur who revealed it, big brother. The little girl replied. Kur was still sleeping this morning. I heard from Uncle Xavier that a Cyclops wanted to break into the castle, but was shot dead by the dwarf archers stationed on the Arrow Tower, and then this blueprint was revealed. The Cyclops is one of the famous evil creatures in the underground world. Its reputation is as loud as that of the human-faced spider, and second only to the dark elves. A lone Cyclops broke into the Black Iron Dwarf Castle, and was shot dead, revealing a rare space teleportation magic circle blueprint. Tang Xiaofan was silent for a long time. He wanted to say that this Cyclops came here specifically to give away heads and blueprints. But this feeling is very strange. Forget it, he no longer thinks about it. Anyway, any lucky event that happens to the little girl is always weird, and he is used to it. What's so strange about the little girl who can get a blueprint by stepping on a mouse, killing a notorious and powerful evil creature like the Cyclops and getting a building blueprint of the space teleportation magic circle? As for the gift mentioned by the little girl, the skeleton lizard from the necromancer, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be a bone dragon of the undead race. To be honest, the little girl's charm is really terrifying, so strong that it is impeccable. Even the necromancer can't resist it, and wants to give her a bone dragon when they meet. Of course, we still need to be vigilant, whether the necromancer has any other conspiracy. After all, it is not excessive to be on guard against dark and undead professionals, like necromancers, who deal with corpses, souls, and evil creatures all year round. No one knows what kind of soul is hidden under the necromancer's creepy appearance. Tang Xiaofan immediately said excitedly, Kur, you build the space teleportation magic circle in your castle, and then give me the crystal mark of the teleportation circle. Wow, that's great, I see you soon. Can Kur see you soon? Tang Xiaofan was also very excited. Yes, I come over when you build the teleportation circle. Little lowly. Yes, sir, Kur will build it right away. Sir, Kur is so happy. After such a long time, Kur can finally see you. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. He liked the little lowly very much. He was looking forward to the upcoming meeting. In the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle, the little lowly excitedly said to the old dwarf, Grandpa Moore will tell you a very, very good news. The big man will come to Kur's castle soon. Uncle Xavier, elf sister, undead monster uncle. The big man is coming to see Kur. The little lowly was so happy that she ran around in the hall of the dwarf palace excitedly. The next second, she seemed to remember something and ran out of the hall with cheers and shouts. Well, she has to build the teleportation array quickly, otherwise the master won't be able to come. Inside the hall, 2 dwarves and a dark elf. Uncle Weird Undead? The necromancer touched his almost sunken face and grinned. I like this name. The charming dark elf asked curiously, what kind of castle lord is that? The dwarf Xavier, who had already been promoted to level 20, said solemnly. Her Royal Highness Princess Kur said that the castle lord is the most powerful among hundreds of castle lords. I firmly believe that he is a legendary castle lord. Legend? The dark elf smiled non-committally. She shook her head and said, the castle power from another world has come to my god and demon continent in just 10 days. How strong can the strongest castle lord be? Calling him a legend is a bit exaggerated. The dark elf said. The dwarf Xavier looked at her. Are you so sure? The dark elf smiled and said, yesterday, when the dark curtain fell, I led the city guards to destroy a castle power. He claimed to be the top castle lord, standing at the top of hundreds of castle lords. It is undeniable that his development speed is indeed very fast. The castle soldiers under his command are all Cyclops with pure blood. But for my city guards, his castle strength is still too weak. His strongest soldier is only in the middle stage of level 20. When she said this, she glanced at the dwarf Xavier, because the dwarf Xavier was at the middle stage of level 20, and there was a hint of contempt in her eyes. The dwarf Xavier also felt it, but he was not angry, because he knew that this dark elf from the Blood Moon State was a powerful late-level 21 warrior. It is normal for a late-level 21 warrior to despise a mid-level 20 warrior. The dwarf Xavier said seriously, "The strength of the lord of the legendary castle must be even stronger, at least reaching level 21. Influenced by the little lowly, the dwarf Xavier has become an admirer of Tang Xiaofan. He firmly believes that Tang Xiaofan's strength must be very terrifying." The dark elf shook his head. "How strong can he be?" The dwarf Xavier said, "He killed a group of flaming dragons and a level 21 skeleton king." The dark elf was silent for a moment, and then said, "I admit that I missed this point. There must be a level 21 strong man in his castle. However, even so, his castle is far weaker than our Blood Moon State." The dwarf Xavier rolled his eyes. The Blood Moon State is a city built by the Dark Elves in this area. There are about 30,000 to 40,000 Dark Elves living in the city, and there are 3 level 21 warriors on the surface. According to St. Moor's estimation, there may be 5 level 21 warriors in the Blood Moon State. The most powerful one is the city lord of the Blood Moon State, who is at the peak of level 21. It is normal for a Dark Elf force that has developed in this area for hundreds of years to have so many level 21 soldiers. Chapter 284. Looking at the mocking expression of the dwarf Xavier, the Dark Elf was a little angry and reached for the dagger at her waist reflexively. But the next second, her movement stopped again, and she finally turned her head away, pretending not to see it. Because there was another old dwarf with terrifying strength in the hall, the necromancer on the side said hoarsely, "It's meaningless to argue about this, and you know when he comes. By the way, his castle is on the surface world. How can he get here?" As soon as the words fell, a brilliant golden light shone outside the hall, and several people walked out. Then, they saw the castle space not far away, covered by a golden light, and in the golden light, they could vaguely see the silhouette of a building. "It looks a bit like a space teleportation magic circle." "I see. With the space teleportation magic circle, it only takes a moment to go from the surface world to the underground world. TSK. With only one blueprint, a space teleportation magic circle was built. If it were our local forces, it would take half a month just to write the space magic runes. This is the power of the castle lord. The magical power from another world." Several people looked at the teleportation array building that gradually appeared in the golden light, and they all sighed at the magic of the power of another world. Whether it was the necromancer, the dark elf, or the dwarf Xavier, the old dwarf Moor, they were all native intelligent creatures of the god and demon continent. They had their own life experiences, and some have lived for hundreds of years, so they were surprised when they saw this magical power. If it were the dark iron dwarves recruited by the little Lolita, they would not feel strange, but would naturally think that this was a miracle from the lord of the castle. Wait. After the space teleportation magic circle is built, the lord of the castle on the surface will come over. Yes. After finishing the chat with the little Lolita, Tang Xiaofan took out a large stack of drawings, a total of 25. These 25 drawings are divided into 2 types. One is the army evolution drawings, 23 drawings. The other is the army quantity drawings, 2 drawings. These drawings are all the harvests of the castle army on the battlefield of the Goblin Kingdom. I almost forgot that there is another evolution drawing. Tang Xiaofan flipped his right hand, and another army evolution drawing appeared in his hand. This is an intermediate army evolution drawing, which comes from the harvest of the elf army in their tribe. In addition to a low-level evolution drawing given to the great elf Monica, this intermediate evolution drawing was kept by him. Since there was only one before, Tang Xiaofan did not find anyone to use it. Now, he has a total of 24 army evolution blueprints, including 3 high-level army evolution blueprints, 7 mid-level army evolution blueprints, and 14 low-level army evolution blueprints. Tang Xiaofan called John Air and John E, and handed the 24 army evolution blueprints to them respectively. "You can distribute them. Which brother should I choose?" "Go ahead. I wait for your good news." "Praise you, Almighty Lord." John E and John Air saluted excitedly and respectfully. Then they turned around to distribute. Not long after, a group of farmers and soldiers came to the farmer's factory, and chose to use the evolution drawings in their hands. Soon, they were all wrapped in dazzling golden light, and finally turned into golden light balls, suspended in the air. Tang Xiaofan didn't pay much attention to it. He turned to look at the remaining 2 drawings in his hand, the drawings of the number of arms. It must be said that this was the first time he got 2 drawings of the number of arms at the same time. In the past, they came one by one, and the explosion rate was very low. At least until now, he has used no more than 5 drawings of the number of troops. In this war with the Goblin Kingdom, 2 drawings of the number of troops were revealed at once. It must be said that his luck is still good. Of course, this is directly related to the scale of the war. You should know that in this war with the Goblin Kingdom, the number of goblins killed by Tang Xiufan's castle army was 70,000 to 80,000. Among them, there were 2 level 21 strongmen, dozens of level 20 goblins, and hundreds of level 18 lord goblins. The war was large-scale, the enemy was strong, and the things that were exploded were naturally enough and good enough. 2 drawings of the number of troops. 1 low-level, 1 mid-level. Tang Xiufan did not hesitate, and the drawings disappeared immediately. It turned into 2 pieces of golden light, and appeared in the air in front of him. Then, balls of light flew out from the 2 pieces of golden light. In less than a moment, a large number of balls of light gathered in the air in front of Tang Xiufan and flew to the elf mother tree. There were about 40 or 50 of them. When the golden light disappeared, the number of light balls was determined to be 50. 2 drawings of the number of troops, 1 low-level and 1 mid-level, together, the number of elves bred was equivalent to the number of elves summoned by the mother tree of elves in 1 day. It seems nothing, but it is actually very good. After all, these 50 elves are free. Not long after, the light balls suspended in the air, and staying between the leaves of the mother tree of elves broke, and appeared in Tang Xiufan's field of vision. Tang Xiufan looked up, and checked the situation of the elves. Soon, his expression was stunned and his pupils suddenly dilated. 50 elves, all ordinary elves. Tang Xiufan was a little confused, thinking, has his luck value returned to 0? It must be said that his luck is really not good. You know, there are 50 elves. If calculated according to the probability of the elf mother tree, the probability of a special elf being born this time is 0. Tang Xiufan looked at the holy suit he had just put on. In order to have good luck, he put it on directly, because this suit has a special effect that increases the luck of the wearer. In layman's terms, it is a lucky outfit, but what he didn't expect was that after putting on this holy suit, he became unlucky. At this moment, Tang Xiufan wanted to call Ijeta over to ask whether this holy suit was the blessing of the natural elves or the jealousy of the elf goddess. Join the team and work hard. Tang Xiufan took a deep breath. He said to the newly bred elves in front of him. Although his luck was a little worse this time, and he didn't breed a special elf, he would not be angry about it. At most, he would just sigh. Besides, which of the elves' growth potential is worse than the top castle lord's troops? He got 50 demigod-level soldiers for free. What else could he be dissatisfied with? Tang Xiufan comforted himself like this, and after the new elves respectfully withdrew, Tang Xiufan cast his eyes on the 5 light balls floating around the farmer's factory. He finally cleared all the gains from the attack on the Goblin Kingdom. He used what he should use, sold what he should sell, and stored what he should store. In the end, only the evolution of the warriors and farmers was left. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Xiufan still did not take off the saint-level suit of the natural elves. Chapter 285. Will it bring luck or bad luck? Give it another chance. At this moment, Tang Xiufan suddenly found that the 5 light balls wrapped around the farmers began to vibrate. It's over so soon. Tang Xiufan's heart skipped a beat. Battle 1 and 2 took several times longer. This time, the 5 farmers evolved together. It's impossible for it to end so quickly. Are they all declared failures? Just when this thought came up, Tang Xiufan suddenly found that the 5 light balls were vibrating more violently. The light emitted by the 5 light balls intertwined strangely, and finally merged into a complete and huge light ball, which not only enveloped his 5 farmers and soldiers, but also a part of the farmer's factory. What's going on? Tang Xiufan was very surprised. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Of course, in the past, because he had too few army evolution blueprints, he chose to let the soldiers evolve one after another, so this situation would not occur. This time, the 5 warriors evolved together, and the mutation occurred. Tang Xiufan called Zhang Yi to ask, but Zhang Yi said he didn't know why this happened. There was nothing he could do. Tang Xiufan could only wait for the evolution of the warriors. While waiting, the little lowly also built a space teleportation magic circle, and sent the crystal mark to Tang Xiufan. However, Tang Xiufan did not go to the little lowly's castle immediately, but continued to wait for the end of this mutation. After an unknown amount of time, the giant ball of light finally trembled again. Then it began to crack, and dazzling golden light was released from the cracks. At the same time, there was an amazingly powerful aura. It was stronger than the angel aura on John Air. You should know that John Air was the highest level warrior under Tang Xiufan before, second only to the demigod Zhang Yi. It was stronger than his aura. John Eyre took a breath and whispered in shock, "What is this?" Hearing John Eyre's whisper, Tang Xiaofan's heart also trembled. He didn't expect it. This time, the evolution mutation actually produced unexpected changes. It was definitely a super evolution. Tang Xiaofan knew that the transformation blueprint had a very low probability of enabling the castle troops to achieve super evolution. At the beginning, John Eyre used a high-level troop evolution blueprint to achieve bloodline gene super evolution, directly evolving from an ordinary farmer to a demigod potential. This time, Tang Xiaofan took a look at the natural elf's blessing on the holy level suit on his body. Can this suit really bring him luck? Or is it that the luck he just brought from using the blueprint was transferred to the evolution of the warriors, resulting in the result? He was extremely unlucky just now, but now he is extremely lucky. Luck. Mysterious. It makes sense no matter how you say it, and it makes no sense no matter how you say it. Tang Xiaofan shook his head and stopped thinking about luck. He only focused on the evolution of the 5 warriors. As time passed, there were more and more cracks on the giant light ball. The aura released from it became stronger and stronger, and there was a very terrifying magic power emanating from it. Even Tang Xiaofan felt suppressed. The fluctuation of this magic power was far beyond what he felt at the beginning of the 21st level. At this time, a figure appeared beside Tang Xiaofan. He turned around and saw that it was the extremely beautiful elf Monica. She looked at the giant light ball that was constantly breaking up with envy in her expression and eyes. Tang Xiaofan said, "What's wrong?" Monica stared at the light ball and said, "I'm envious." "Why?" Monica said with emotion, reporting to the Lord, "I practiced for hundreds of years to reach the peak of level 21, and the farmer under the Lord took only 20 days to reach this level, which makes me very envious, even jealous." Peak of level 21? Tang Xiaofan sensed the breath emanating from the light ball and said, "No wonder the strength of magic is so amazing, dozens of times stronger than the initial level 21. After a pause, he smiled and said to Monica, "This is also helped by the evolutionary blueprint." Monica sighed and said, "Lord, after using the evolutionary blueprint, I only got a slight increase in magic power, and it is still a long way to go before I can be promoted to a demigod." Tang Xiaofan looked at her, and his mind moved, and Monica's information also appeared in his field of vision. Monica, natural elf. Identity: the great elder of the forest elf tribe. Current growth status: adult. Level: peak level 21. Loyalty: 100 points. Growth potential limit: demigod level natural elf. Special reminder: after successfully obtaining bloodline evolution, natural elves have a chance to become ancient great elves. Last night, Monica successfully achieved bloodline evolution with the help of Olivia, the spirit of the elf mother tree. For a 21st level potential soldier, even if it is just a low-level evolution blueprint, the success rate is as high as 80%, so Tang Xiaofan was not surprised by Monica's successful evolution. Unfortunately, Monica failed to become an ancient great elf during the evolution process. If she could become an ancient great elf, Monica's strength might have exploded. But in the end, Monica was not so lucky, and is still a natural elf. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't worry, now your growth potential limit has entered the demigod realm. As long as you kill enough enemies, and they are strong enough, it will be very easy for you to be promoted to a demigod." As he spoke, he thought of Olivia. He then added, "In order to ignite the divine fire, you have to fail hundreds of times to break through to the demigod level before you succeed. When the energy value you obtain exceeds your current limit of the peak level 21, it is very easy to ignite the divine fire. You can easily be promoted to a demigod with a longer life and more powerful power." "Yes." Monica nodded and said respectfully and gratefully, "This is the favor from the Lord, praise you." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. Then he directed his light towards the giant ball of light. The entire ball of light was covered with cracks of all sizes. Countless golden lights burst out from those cracks, making the ball of light extremely dazzling. After a long time, the ball of light finally broke and shattered, and 5 warriors appeared in Tang Xiaofan's sight. But the next moment, Tang Xiaofan was stunned. All 5 of them were level 20. What's going on? This evolution. It went so smoothly beyond my imagination. It even gave me a big surprise. But what's going on with that terrifying aura? When the 5 warriors heard Tang Xiaofan's question, they looked at each other and held hands to form a circle. This time, the aura of the peak of level 21 appeared again. Chapter 286. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiaofan's face was full of smiles. This is because of the mutual understanding and the ability to work together. 5 people, working together, are comparable to the peak strength of level 21. Jarvis, I suddenly have an idea. I wonder if it is in your database. Yes, sir, please speak. A large armor controlled by 5 people. 5 people working together can drive a huge armor. Sir, what you are talking about is similar to the anti-Hulk armor, but on a larger scale. Yes. The anti-Hulk armor is an enhancement based on the Mark armor, and the armor idea proposed by Tang Xiaofan is an armor idea based on the situation of the 5 people joining forces. If you want to make an analogy, it is more like Ant-Man enlarged by using PIM particles. Jarvis, follow this plan and continue to study it. After the farmer's factory is upgraded, there should be more powerful technical forces. Let's do initial research first. Sir, do you need to start the research on PIM particles? No, not for now. I just want to build a big one. Yes, although PIM particles are very powerful, for Tang Xiaofan, the current resources are too scarce, so he still has to make good use of the limited resources. For example, the iron armor is a machine gun, which can easily kill the opponent, so there is no need to invent a laser gun, which is simply a waste of resources. On the contrary, the large-scale armor, not only in terms of combat power, but also in terms of deterrence, is enough to scare the natives of the god and demon continent. After making a good plan, 5 warriors appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan, saluting respectfully and enthusiastically. What happened just now? Tang Xiaofan asked. Why did your evolutionary light balls merge together, and what was going on inside? Several warriors looked at each other, and it was obvious that they didn't understand the reason. One of the warriors said respectfully, during the evolution process, I only felt the energy injected into the evolutionary light ball I was in, and then I found that our evolutionary light balls merged. But soon, I noticed that the energy of evolution was decreasing rapidly, so I had no choice but to use all the evolutionary drawings. Me too. Me too. The other warriors nodded, indicating that they had the same experience. They also felt the energy decrease, so they did not hesitate and used all the evolutionary drawings, which barely maintained their evolutionary state. In the end, they were very lucky to complete the bloodline evolution and awaken the art of joining forces. Tang Xiaofan frowned. This time, the evolutionary mutation came a little strangely. It happened suddenly. Neither he nor the several warriors who evolved knew what caused this evolutionary mutation. Tang Xiaofan looked at the holy suit he was wearing again. The blessing of the natural elves, he suspected that this was a simple, accidental lucky event. As for whether it was true or not, he would know it after another test when the number of evolutionary drawings increased. Thinking of this, he did not delve into it any further. Although the evolution of the 5 warriors consumed all the more than 20 high, medium, and low-level evolution blueprints, the rewards were still very generous. It was totally worth it. Tang Xiaofan did not feel the slightest bit of pain. What is a blueprint? It is not as important as a big Gundam. Imagine the giant armor controlled by 5 people working together to lead the way, with a huge sky fortress behind them, and then other steel armor guards, rumbling all the way. This scene is simply too gorgeous. Stopping his fantasies, Tang Xiaofan began to prepare for his underground journey, Dark Iron Dwarf Castle. Tang Xiaofan began to call the roll, guide, John E. John Eyre, and Monica. The 4 of you will follow me to the underground world. All matters of the Black Technology Castle will be handled by Nongyi. Yes, Lord Almighty, Lord Almighty. The warriors and elves saluted respectfully. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan led his 4 men to the castle space teleportation magic circle. When they came to the teleportation circle, Tang Xiaofan entered the crystal mark given to him by the little lowly, and then activated the teleportation circle. Suddenly, a terrifying force broke through the space and quickly set up a space channel. When Tang Xiaofan and the others walked into the teleportation array, their figures disappeared instantly. There were 5 people in total, including the demigod Johnny, and the other 3 were all level 21. The strength of their small team was absolutely terrifying. The power of the 5 of them alone was enough to destroy local forces like the Goblin Kingdom. So Tang Xiaofan was not worried about his own safety. Another point was that even if he encountered a crisis that he could not resist, he could ask the guide to directly summon the big mushroom to end everything. In the castle yard of the Dark Iron Dwarfs, the little girl tilted her head up and stared at the teleportation array with her big eyes. Feeling eager to see it, the little girl muttered, "They haven't come yet. Is there something wrong with the space teleportation array built by Kur? Or is there something wrong with the crystal mark?" The old dwarf Moore's face twitched a few times, and he said helplessly, "Your Highness, you have said the same thing 25 times. Don't worry, I checked the teleportation array 18 times, and the crystal mark 14 times, and there is no problem." The little girl muttered again, "Why didn't the master come?" The old dwarf Mur's face twitched again. The little girl repeated this sentence 33 times. Being constantly nagging in his ear by the little girl, his head hurt a little. Miss, do you think the master doesn't want to see Kur anymore? The corner of the dark elf's mouth twitched slightly, and he repeated the answer not long ago. How could that be? He must like it. Maybe he was delayed temporarily by something. The little girl nodded and continued to look at the teleportation array in front of her eagerly. In fact, the dark elves were not impatient at all. Except for the dwarf Xavier, the old dwarf Mur, the dark elf lady, and the necromancer uncle were all 21-level strongmen. Let alone waiting for an hour or two, even waiting for a day or two would not shake their state of mind. For a 21-level strongman, with a lifespan of thousands of years, this amount of time is nothing at all. From time to time, the little girl's nagging voice would appear in their ears, and she asked them the same question dozens of times, which made them a little unbearable. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the teleportation array in front. Seeing this scene, 3 level 21 strongmen from different camps breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's here. Not long after, several figures appeared in the teleportation array, led by a young man wearing an exquisite silver-white suit. The saint-level suit perfectly highlighted Tang Xiaofan's handsome appearance and slender figure, and also greatly increased Tang Xiaofan's own charm. Behind Tang Xiaofan was a beautiful woman, the great elf Monica, and then 2 steel warriors. This combination made Tang Xiaofan, who was in the lead, even more dazzling. Chapter 287. As for the guide who was teleported here, he entered the void world the moment he landed, and his presence could not be sensed. Only after being locked by him would he feel the danger. Big brother? The little girl's eyes fell on Tang Xiaofan at the first moment. Her surprise cry suddenly turned into a trembling whisper before she could say it out loud. The eager waiting just now turned into anxiety and uneasiness at this moment, and there was a little nervousness. She was a little afraid to get close. After all, this was the first time I saw Tang Xiaofan, and I felt very unfamiliar. Kur! Tang Xiaofan also saw the little girl. She was wearing a small leather jacket, her face was delicate and beautiful, her hair was combed neatly, and she had a few braids, but they were a bit messy and asymmetrical. It should be that the little girl tied them herself. During this period, the little girl has been learning to make equipment with the old dwarf Mur. Her little face was gray from morning to night. After knowing that Tang Xiaofan was coming, the little girl rushed to clean herself up from head to toe, wanting to leave a good impression on her wife. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's call, the timidity and uneasiness on the little Loli's face quickly turned into surprise, and her big black eyes flashed, big. The little Loli screamed in surprise, and she ran towards Tang Xiaofan without hesitation, hanging on Tang Xiaofan like a koala. The strange feeling has disappeared, replaced by a familiar feeling. Big, Kur finally sees you. The big elf Monica wanted to stop the little Loli when she ran over, but she gave up in the end. She felt joy from the master. Tang Xiaofan touched the little girl's head and said with a smile, "She is really a child." The little girl raised her head, blinked her big watery eyes, and looked at him, and said coquettishly, "No, I am not a child anymore." Tang Xiaofan laughed and looked at Kur's hair. The little girl shook the long braids on her head and said, "Kur tied them herself." In the past, her mother tied them for Kur. After her mother passed away, Kur learned how to tie braids. Speaking of her family, the little girl was a little sad, but soon she became happy again, holding Tang Xiaofan's hand and never letting go. She was humming a song in her little mouth, looking very excited. She didn't even notice that her beloved elf sister was standing next to her. In the eyes of the little Lolita, there was only her Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan held the little Lolita's hand and walked towards the old dwarf Mur and his men, who had different expressions. The dwarf Zevi was in awe, thinking that he was indeed worthy of being the legendary castle lord. He had descended for only 20 days, and his subordinates were already level 20. It was incredible. The old dwarf Mur was shocked, and was shocked by the 3 level 21 peak warriors behind Tang Xiaofan. The necromancer was alert. He hated the 2 steel warriors. The aura they exuded made him feel very uncomfortable, even frightened. The dark elf was full of resentment, and her eyes had never left the great elf Monica since Tang Xiaofan came. In her eyes, in addition to resentment, there was also murderous intent. Tang Xiaofan snorted lightly, and looked at the dark elf coldly, and the dark elf immediately came back to his senses. A bright smile appeared on her enchanting and beautiful face, and this smile was obviously for Tang Xiaofan. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly made a move, waved his right hand, and a bright holy light instantly descended. Then, the dark elf cried out in pain, and involuntarily stepped back a few steps, and her enchanting cheeks turned pale. The undead magician next to her reacted quickly, and a black mist appeared around his body, covering him. The black mist was illuminated by Zhang Yi's holy light, and it immediately made a sizzling sound and emitted bursts of white smoke. It was the result of being purified by the holy light. Bold heretic. Zhang Yi stared at the dark elf expressionlessly and said, "You dare to blaspheme the Lord. Only your blood can atone for your sins." As Zhang Yi's voice fell, a blood-colored holy sword suddenly appeared in the void. This was a skill that Zhang Yi had mastered at level 21. Now that he had used it in the realm of a demigod, it was even more powerful. The bloodthirsty sword he released now was unprecedentedly terrifying. Even if he couldn't kill the dark elf in the late level 21 directly, he could still injure her severely. "Stop! I have no ill intentions." The dark elf screamed in fear. Her face turned green. She never thought that she would encounter a fatal disaster just because she cast a look at the castle lord and released the passive skill of mental charm. It was really unfair. "Zhang Yi, stop it!" Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and the bloodthirsty sword condensed in the void slowly disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, especially the dark elf and the necromancer. Both of them were twitching, feeling lingering fear. Before, the dark elf claimed that Tang Xiaofan's castle was weak and did not take it seriously. She finally experienced what it meant to be the strongest person among hundreds of castle lords. If Tang Xiaofan hadn't stopped her just now, she would have been in danger. Even if she used her own domain, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed. After all, she was only a late level 21, and behind Tang Xiaofan was a strong man who seemed to be at the peak of level 21, so she couldn't sense the other party's strength at all. Such a result could only mean that the other party's strength was far beyond her imagination. She had no idea now. The only idea was to leave the castle quickly. Before Tang Xiaofan returned to the surface world, she would never come to play with the little lowly. "It's too dangerous." Tang Xiaofan looked at the pale-faced dark elf and said with a smile, "My name is Tang Xiaofan, the owner of the Black Technology Castle in the surface world. What about you, Ms. Dark Elf?" The dark elf looked at Zhang Yi with some fear, and then said, "Dear Lord, my name is Carrera, the Dark Elf of the Blood Moon State." "Carrera Blood Moon Country?" Tang Xiaofan smiled faintly. "Do you have a grudge against my elf Monica?" Dark Elf Carrera hurriedly said, "My lord, please forgive me. I just remembered some past events. I have no hatred towards your elves." Tang Xiaofan said, "Speak." Dark Elf Carrera's mouth twitched slightly. In desperation, she had to tell the truth. Dark elves and natural elves are natural enemies. Is there such a thing? Tang Xiaofan looked at the big elf Monica behind him. Monica shook her head and said, "The dark elves are too stubborn. According to my mother, we, the natural elves, have been trying to accept the dark elves, but have never received a kind response. Hee hee. The natural elves are as hypocritical as ever." Facing Monica, a natural elf, the dark elf Carrera was not so polite. She sneered and said, "The first queen of the natural elf empire exiled our dark elves to the evil swamp, and finally drove us to the dark underground world." Chapter 288. You natural elves will forget this grudge, but we dark elves will never forget it. If it weren't for you hypocritical natural elves, how could we dark elves have fallen to the point of fighting for territory with those humble underground creatures? The dark elf Carrera became more and more angry, and finally roared. The great elf goddess once said that the daytime of the god and demon continent belongs to the natural elves, and the blood moon belongs to us dark elves. But what was the result? As soon as Her Majesty the elf goddess left, the hypocritical natural elves deprived us of the power to shine the blood moon. Looking at the angry dark elves, the great elf Monica frowned and said, "I don't know the grudges of the ancient times. I only know that our elf tribe has no hatred for the dark elves, and we regard you as our tribe." The dark elf Carrera looked uncertain. She saw seriousness and sincerity in Monica's expression. Could it be true? No. How could it be true? Natural elves are always hypocritical. The natural elves just want to deceive their trust, and then lure them to the surface world to kill them. They call it eliminating evil creatures in the world. Thinking of this, the dark elf Carrera wanted to sneer, but when she saw Tang Xiaofan's eyes, she swallowed the words that were just on her lips. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the grievances between natural elves and dark elves. The forest elf tribe is a force under my command, and has nothing to do with the natural elf empire." As he said that, he turned his gaze to the necromancer. Without Tang Xiaofan speaking, the necromancer immediately said, "My name is Theodore. I have lived in this dark underground world for many years. It is my honor to meet you." What an honor! Theodore wanted to turn around and leave. because he always felt that there were 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. 2 pairs came from the 2 warriors in steel armor behind Tang Xiaofan, and 1 pair came from the unknown void world. This made him shudder. Although his level was as high as the peak of level 21, he also had several level 21 bone dragons, ghost dragons, and a large-scale undead army. Such a powerful strength. It was even enough to earn him the respect of the Dark Elves in the Blood Moon state. But he doubted that the owner of the 3 pairs of eyes could kill him instantly. This was a feeling he had never had before. Even the old dwarf could make him feel threatened, but not so strongly. What frightened him the most was that if the relationship between the Dark Elves and the natural elves still had room for easing, then the relationship between the evil undead and the holy light was the kind that could never be reconciled. They were real mortal enemies. These 2 iron warriors probably want to kill him, the necromancer. If Tang Xiaofan hadn't been there, he would have been surrounded. Tang Xiaofan, on the other hand, didn't care about Theodore's identity as a necromancer. After all, he was a human being, and a human from another world. He didn't have the kind of deep-seated hostility towards necromancers, but was rather interested in them. Because in his opinion, necromancers were a very magical profession. Being able to resurrect dead creatures and reincarnate them into undead creatures, and being able to manipulate the souls of creatures, was very strange. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "I heard that you want to buy my flaming dragon corpses, and the holy relics of the dead? I have this idea." The necromancer Theodore answered hesitantly that if the transaction could be carried out normally, he could buy the dragon corpse and the holy relics of the dead. The key problem is that he is not confident in his own strength now, and is afraid of losing his life. He is also worried about being robbed by Tang Xiaofan. This kind of thing is very common in the underground world. Even he often robs others. He doesn't have to pay anything, but can get treasures from others. Isn't this a good thing? As a necromancer, he is very good at doing this kind of thing. So he was worried that Tang Xiaofan would do the same to him. Tang Xiaofan didn't think too much about it. If the necromancer was willing to make this deal with him, he would be very happy. His farmer factory was just a little short of soul stones to upgrade to level 6. Tang Xiaofan said, "What price are you going to give me?" After a pause, he continued, "If the price satisfies me, I will also give you the corpse of a mid-level 21 dark dragon, freshly killed, still very fresh. The black dragon corpse is naturally the dark dragon that guards the Goblin Kingdom, Darcy. Now, its corpse is stored in the warehouse of the Black Technology Castle." A mid-level 21 black dragon corpse? The necromancer Theodore suddenly widened his eyes, and looked at Tang Xiaofan in surprise. What kind of hatred and grudge does this castle lord from the surface world have with the dragon clan? Not long ago, the lord of the castle killed more than 20 flaming dragons, and now he killed a mid-level 21 dark dragon, and the corpse was fresh. The dark elf Carrera next to him was also trembling. The mid-level 21 was only 1 level away from her late level 21. She was panicking now. The necromancer Theodore took a deep breath, and his body was trembling slightly. It was not fear, but excitement. Once he got the corpses of those dragons, he would be rich and could quickly form a bone dragon army, and his strength would soar. Theodore quickly said to Tang Xiaofan, "Lord, the corpse of a dragon at level 18 is 600 soul stones, and the corpse of a dragon at level 20 is 3,000 soul stones. The corpse of a dragon at level 21 is 5 times more expensive than the corpse of a dragon at level 20. What do you think?" The necromancer Theodore looked at Tang Xiaofan expectantly, as if he was hoping that Tang Xiaofan would agree to make this deal. Tang Xiaofan's expression remained unchanged. He was thinking whether this deal was worth it. To be honest, he didn't know much about the trading of goods in the mainland of gods and demons. He could only judge by his own feelings and his current situation. If he felt that he had made a profit, then he had made a profit. At this time, the old dwarf Moore, who had never spoken, coughed lightly, attracting Tang Xiaofan's attention. When Tang Xiaofan looked over, the old dwarf Moore smiled at Tang Xiaofan, and Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized that the price offered by the necromancer Theodore was a bit low. Maybe it will be doubled to be a reasonable price. The price given by the old dwarf Moore was considered a fair price. Hearing what the old dwarf Moore said, the necromancer Theodore took a deep breath and quickly retorted, "It can't be sold at such a high price in the human empire." The old dwarf Moore said sternly, "You are lying to me. I have been to the human empire. If the dragon corpses are transported there, the price can be multiplied several times. It is precisely because they cannot be transported there that you can get a big bargain." The corner of the necromancer Theodore's mouth twitched slightly. The price is too high. Even in the Chaos City, the 20th level dragon corpse is only sold for 2,000 soul stones. Chapter 289. The old dwarf more insisted and shook his head, saying, "It's not easy to buy dragon corpses in the Chaos City, not to mention that there are more than 10 dragon corpses, 2 of which are level 21 dragons." Theodore's face turned green, and he tightly grasped the bone staff in his hand. When he looked at the old dwarf more, his expression was also vicious. He seemed to want to make a move, but unfortunately, he also knew who had the final say here. Finally, Theodore took a deep breath. Looking at Tang Xiaofan, he said with regret, "Lord, if there are more dragon corpses, I am willing to offer a higher price." Tang Xiaofan said, "There are still many giant dragons in the forest, thousands of them." "Deal." The necromancer Theodore immediately made the decision, and then hurriedly said, "The price of the dragon corpse is the same as the price of the old dwarf more?" Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "I will sell it to the person who bids the highest." Theodore pretended not to hear this, and no one else would come here to ask for these dragon corpses except himself. He said, "Give me a day, I will go to collect soul stones." Tang Xiaofan said, "Okay, but it has to be as soon as possible." The necromancer Theodore thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. We trade it in a day." "Too slow. I want it right now." Tang Xiaofan looked at the necromancer Theodore and said, "Master Theodore, you are a peak level 21 necromancer. Can't you even take out this little soul stone?" He just counted, and there were 24 dragon corpses in total. 2 at level 21, 17 at level 20, and 5 at level 18. According to the offer from the necromancer Theodore, the total is 60,000 soul stones plus 51,000 soul stones plus 3,000 soul stones, a total of 114,000 soul stones. The double price from the old dwarf Moor is 228,000 soul stones. And this is also the final transaction price. One day is too fast, isn't it? The necromancer Theodore's face twitched slightly. He is at least a master of level 21. How could he not come up with less than 200,000 soul stones? He can come up with it now, but he didn't dare, because he was afraid that if he traded on the spot, he would be robbed by Tang Xiaofan, so he had to go back and find some helpers. Tang Xiaofan seemed to be able to see through his thoughts, and said with a smile, "You can trust me completely." Haha, the necromancer Theodore sneered secretly. He didn't trust a ghost. Since he came to this dark and evil underground world, he didn't trust anyone. In order to protect himself, he even brought all the undead forces under his command, thinking that he could take the initiative in the transaction, but he didn't expect Tang Xiaofan's strength to be so terrifying. If he had known in advance, he would not have appeared here at all. For no other reason, it was because he did not trust others. At this moment, Theodore clearly felt that there were 4 pairs of eyes staring at him. There were 3 pairs of eyes behind Tang Xiaofan, and another pair of eyes came from the void world. Damn, this is 4 spying and selling one. Theodore smiled reluctantly and said, "Of course, how can I not trust the Lord? After all, you are the Lord of the Castle of Light, Kindness, and Lawful Camp." "Then let's trade." Tang Xiaofan nodded. In fact, he has not yet chosen which camp to join. After he builds the Light Monastery, his castle forces will default to joining the Light, Good, and Lawful camps. He is not opposed to these camps. Besides, the camp he is in cannot influence what he wants to do. Tang Xiaofan patted the little Lolita's head. The little Lolita nodded obediently, then took out all the dragon corpses stored in her castle warehouse, and piled them in the castle yard. Not long after, another dark dragon corpse, more than 100 meters long, was teleported over through the teleportation magic circle. Seeing this, the necromancer Theodore had no choice but to complete the transaction with Tang Xiaofan. Otherwise, he suspected that he might not be able to leave the castle. He was straightforward, and did not do things like installment payments. The transaction was completed directly, and Tang Xiaofan was given 220,000 soul stones. After the transaction was completed, he waved the bone staff in his hand, summoned the gate of the dead, and collected all the dragon corpses in the yard. He also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "I wonder what price Master Theodore is willing to pay for the undead holy weapon called Skeleton King, the Holy Sword of Lion." He was in a very good mood now. The first deal was completed because he gained 220,000 soul stones, and the upgrade of the farmer's factory was certain. Not only can the farmer's factory be upgraded to level 6, he can also build the builder's monastery of light, and directly upgrade it to level 5. I believe that soon, his castle power will usher in a new round of rapid growth. While speaking, Tang Xiaofan stretched out his hand, and summoned a black sword to fly towards him, and it fell steadily into his hand. It was the holy sword of Skeleton King Ryan, the holy weapon of the Undead clan. As soon as he got the black sword, a thick black mist emanated from the blade, and it wanted to penetrate into Tang Xiufan's body along the handle. However, before the black mist touched the skin of Tang Xiufan's right hand, it was instantly annihilated by more than half, as if it had suffered a cruel blow. He hastily retreated into the blade, and dared not to appear again. The black fog is the evil power hidden in the black sword, and it likes to devour fresh flesh and souls of living things. If the sword owner is not strong enough, it is very likely to be attacked by it, and even transformed into an undead puppet controlled by the black sword. This is the holy weapon of the undead race, which is extremely powerful, but also extremely evil. It is a disaster for ordinary people to get it, not a blessing. Of course, it is impossible for it to hurt Tang Xiufan. After all, Tang Xiufan is now the 11th level castle master, and there are no taboos. Lord, please be gentle. The necromancer Theodore standing by looked distressed. The necromancer's holy artifacts rely on the evil and undead power they contain to make a living. Once the evil and undead power in this undead holy artifact are purified by Tang Xiufan, what he bought is just an empty shell, and he has to recharge it himself. The most important thing is that the evil and undead power also contain the core source of the undead holy artifact. If the core source is severely damaged, the power of this undead holy artifact will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult to make up for it. Listening to the faint wailing sound coming from the black sword, the heart of the necromancer Theodore was clenched, and he felt very distressed. Don't be nervous. Tang Xiufan waved the black sword twice casually, and then waved his right hand. The black sword instantly pierced the ground in front of the necromancer Theodore. Tang Xiufan said with a smile, "Do you want to try it too?" The necromancer Theodore took 2 steps back and smiled. "That's not necessary. As a magician, I have always only used a magic wand." He was telling the truth. As a necromancer, he was not good at close combat. The reason why he wanted to buy this necromancer holy weapon was to cultivate a 21st level melee undead, such as the Skeleton King, the Skeleton Warrior, the Death Knight, and other undead creatures. Chapter 290. With a level 21 melee undead, he has a great deal of security. It can protect him closely. Tang Xiufan didn't force it, and said, "If you like it, then name a price." After hearing Tang Xiufan's words, the undead magician Theodore pondered for a long time, and finally stretched out 3 bony fingers to Tang Xiufan. Tang Xiufan was surprised and said, 30 million? Theodore's body swayed, and he almost fell on his head. He coughed violently a few times. After a while, he calmed down and said with a twitching face, 30,000. Tang Xiufan glanced at him. He just thought that this undead nightmare mage was so generous, or that a holy weapon of the undead was so valuable. Unexpectedly, he thought too much. The undead mage Theodore smiled bitterly and said, "Respected lord, you also know that soul stones are rare and very hard to get. Things like holy weapons are easy to get. Give me an example. You killed the Skeleton King Ryan, and got his holy weapon. But you conquered the Tomb of Bones, and killed tens of thousands of undead creatures. So the soul stones you got must be less than 30,000. Hearing this, Tang Xiufan remained calm. The soul stones he got from conquering the Tomb of Bones were indeed far less than 30,000. But this did not mean that he would be fooled by this cunning undead magician. Because soul stones can be exploded by killing weak creatures, and if you are lucky, you can get soul stones from elite creatures. On the contrary, you can get holy artifacts from elite creatures. Generally speaking, only the 21st level warriors have holy weapons, and they are not common. For example, the 21st level late-stage Goblin High Priest in the Goblin Kingdom did not have any holy weapons. After killing the Goblin High Priest, only a top-level skill blueprint was revealed. Tang Xiufan only said one sentence, "The price is too low." "Lord, this price is actually very high." The necromancer Theodore said, "I assure you that even in the Chaos City, it is only between 20,000 and 30,000 soul stones. I am giving the highest price. This is the truth." The old dwarf Moore nodded, and the necromancer Theodore almost hugged the old dwarf and kissed him. The old guy had just cheated him once, and now he finally knew and compensated him. However, at this moment, the old dwarf Moore said again, "This Skeleton King, Ryan's holy sword is not Jintone's holy weapon." After hundreds of years of nurturing by the Skeleton King Ryan's origin, it was finally promoted to the holy weapon level. Its holy weapon origin and power are far beyond ordinary holy weapons. After a pause, the old dwarf Moore said, "Its value can reach 50,000 soul stones." Old man. The necromancer Theodore was almost angry to death, and glared at him fiercely. However, the old dwarf Moore was not afraid of him at all. Instead, he said calmly, "The holy artifact of the Chaos City can be traded at a low price in secret. If this holy artifact is brought to the surface world, sold to the necromancer, and the necromancer holy swordsman of the Dark Empire of humanity, its price can be tripled. The main reason is that its holy weapon origin is very strong and very stable, and it has the possibility of evolving to a higher level. Tang Xiaofan and little Loli listened to the detailed explanation of the old dwarf Moor with great interest. Only the necromancer Theodore was so angry that he trembled all over and his breathing became much faster. He wanted to smash the bone staff in his hand on the head of the old dwarf Moor. You are so talkative. But in the end, he gave up again. Before summoning the bone dragon and the ghost dragon set up their posture, he could easily be killed by the old dwarf Moor at close range. Only by summoning his undead army can he have the confidence to fight the old dwarf to the death. In terms of their own combat power, the necromancer is actually very weak. The advantage of the necromancer is the undead army under their command, which is overwhelming, inexhaustible, and endless. In the land of gods and demons, there is a kind of disaster that is famous and feared by countless factions, called the Scourge of the Undead. The mastermind behind the Scourge of the Undead is the necromancer, of course. It may also be a lich. Anyway, no matter what, the necromancer is a very powerful profession. They usually hide behind the scenes and command the undead army under the magic to conquer the city. The necromancers who are exposed in public die the fastest. The necromancer Theodore, who was alone at this time, naturally did not dare to confront the old dwarf Mer, who was also at the peak of level 21. After a long time, the necromancer Theodore sighed, then 50,000 soul stones are the maximum. 60,000. Tang Xiaofan quoted his psychological price, and at the same time, his eyes fell on the necromancer Theodore. Very calm, so calm that Theodore felt creepy. Damn it! The necromancer Theodore was furious and wanted to turn around and leave. Now he was very sad and angry because he felt that he was forced to buy and sell again. He wanted to turn around and leave this ghost place where there was no sense of security at all and never come back. If there was a chance, he could still come back to see the little Loli. For some reason, when he saw the little Loli for the first time, he fell in love with this little girl. That feeling was like seeing his own daughter when she was a child, beautiful, cute, well-behaved, and spoke very nicely. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Theodore is very angry and helpless now. He wants to refuse, but he is worried that he will be killed by Tang Xiaofan because of refusing Tang Xiaofan. 60,000 soul stones is fine. Master Theodore will not lose money. The old dwarf Moor nodded in agreement. Once this deadly artifact is sold to the Dark Empire, Master Theodore can make a lot of money. Asshole. Theodore was so angry that he vomited blood. Old man, if I dare to return to the Dark Empire, would I run to this underground world where no one shits for decades? The old dwarf Moor glanced at him. Whether you can go back or not, what does it have to do with me? I'm talking about the value of this dead hallows. The necromancer Theodore didn't want to look at the old dwarf again. He gritted his teeth and said, okay. Tang Xiaofan looked at him, and Theodore's face twitched and said, I bought it. While speaking, he took out another 60,000 soul stones from his own space storage equipment and handed them to Tang Xiaofan. Deal. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and put the soul stones into the Cyclops ring. 2 transactions. A total of 280,000 soul stones were exchanged. Big profit. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, Master Theodore, happy cooperation. I hope that in the near future, we will have more opportunities for cooperation. Of course. The necromancer Theodore nodded repeatedly. Cooperation. Before finding enough bodyguards, he would never make a second transaction with Tang Xiaofan, although he had not been robbed yet. Chapter 291. I still have something to do. Theodore said nothing, put away the holy sword of the skeleton King Ryan, and left the castle. He did not even say hello to the dark elf Carrera, who was traveling with him, until a crisp voice came from behind. Goodbye, weird uncle. He showed the little girl a smile that he thought was gentle and bright, but was actually very creepy, and then quickly disappeared into the darkness. It was not until he was far away from the castle. The feeling of being on edge suddenly disappeared. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, Theodore waved his bone staff, opened the gate of the dead, summoned the bone dragon, and rode away. After the necromancer Theodore left, the dark elf Carrera's eyes fell on Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, What's wrong? The dark elf Carrera said, I thought the Lord would send your subordinates to hunt him down, but I didn't expect you to really make this deal with him. The dark elves, the creatures of the evil Chen camp. Everything is evil. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, As a man, you must be honest, otherwise, how can you make close friends? Of course, This is bullshit. What's the point of killing the necromancer Theodore now? At most, it's just taking back the things that have just been sold. He needs to be fattened up. When Theodore is fat, or when we meet next time, bring more. Friends, commonly known as a wave of fat. You are a kind lord. The dark elf Carrera hurriedly praised. Looking at Tang Xiufan's handsome and brilliant face and his exquisite holy weapon suit, Carrera unconsciously wanted to use the spiritual charm. However, because of what happened just now, she learned her lesson and turned off the mental charm skill. Dark elf Carrera smiled and said, I hope that one day, my Blood Moon Nation can also cooperate with the Lord. Tang Xiufan also smiled back. I believe it will be soon. Hearing this, Dark elf Carrera was stunned for a moment, but she didn't think too much about it, thinking that Tang Xiufan was just talking casually. Then she said hello to the little lowly and left the dark iron dwarf castle. This time she only brought the necromancer Theodore to trade with Tang Xiufan. In 3 or 4 days, she will come again to trade the equipment forged with the little lowly's dark iron dwarf castle. This was agreed upon earlier. Now, the equipment forging capacity of the Blood Moon State, the Dark Elf City where Carrera is located, can no longer meet the consumption of the Legion War. So there is another reason why the Dark Elf Carrera appeared in the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle. The Dark Elves are not very good at forging equipment. The equipment manufacturing technology of the dwarves is also well known in the entire God and Demon continent. The standard equipment made by the dwarves has excellent quality and properties. Therefore, it is easy to attach great importance to it. Otherwise, the Dark Elf Carrera would not run around and help find the undead magician Theodore to buy the dragon's corpse and the holy sword of the skeleton king Ryan from Tang Xiufan. Thank you. Tang Xiufan bowed to the old dwarf Moor to express his gratitude. If it weren't for the old dwarf Moor's help, he would have lost at least tens of thousands of soul stones in the transaction with the necromancer Theodore, and he would have felt that he had made a big profit. It was only because he didn't know much about the trading situation of the local forces that the old dwarf Moor raised the price to the highest point, touching the bottom line of the necromancer Theodore, and it couldn't go any higher. The help of the old dwarf Moor allowed Tang Xiufan to earn nearly 10,000 soul stones more, and he was naturally grateful. The old dwarf Moor also returned a salute. The Lord is a friend of Princess Kur, and naturally a friend of our dwarfs, so it's only right to help. Tang Xiufan still expressed his gratitude. Then he followed the little lowly, or it could be said that the little lowly happily held his hand and took him to visit her dark iron dwarf castle. Finally, the little lowly took him to her small bedroom and took out a lot of colorful gems and crystals to show Tang Xiufan like a treasure. The little lowly was very generous, especially when facing Tang Xiufan. She piled a lot of beautiful gems and crystals in front of Tang Xiufan and let Tang Xiufan pick whatever he wanted. Take whatever you like. The dwarf Xavier standing outside the bedroom was very surprised. Those things were all the treasures of Princess Ku. Although they did not have much magic power, they were very beautiful, and were the favorite things of Princess Kur. Now they were all taken out and placed in front of Tang Xiufan generously. The little girl sat on the bed with her legs bent. Blinking her big watery eyes, she looked at Tang Xiufan and said with some disappointment, "Don't you like these things?" Tang Xiufan symbolically held a few gems in his palm and said with a smile, "How can I not like the things that Kur gave me?" Yeah. The little girl was immediately happy, and she happily told Tang Xiufan how she collected these gems and crystals. Finally, she excitedly told Tang Xiufan, "Kur is now learning to make equipment from Grandpa Muir. When Kur becomes a blacksmith in the future, I will make a very, very beautiful throne for you, and inlay all these beautiful gems and crystals on it. Oh. Kur will also make a magic weapon for you. Grandpa Muir, Kur is very talented in this area." Tang Xiufan smiled and pinched her delicate pink face, saying, "Is it tiring to forge equipment? If it's tiring, then don't learn it." As he spoke, he took up the little Lolita's hand and looked at it. But suddenly, he saw a small piece of purple nail. He didn't say much, but took out a bottle of water of life from the Cyclops ring and poured it on the little Lolita's hand. The effect of the water of life was very strong. In just a moment, the small piece of purple nail disappeared. Don't worry. The little girl's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she smiled happily. Like a heartless kitten, she said calmly, "This was accidentally injured when Kur was making equipment before. It hurt a little at the beginning, but it didn't hurt after that." Tang Xiufan said, "Why didn't you tell Saint Muir?" The old dwarf Muir was a peak level 21 strongman. How could such a small injury last until now? The little girl can be healed by a magic power at will. But obviously, the little girl didn't tell anyone, she just endured it, thinking that the pain would be gone. The little girl secretly glanced at Tang Xiaofan, then lowered her head and said, Grandpa Muir doesn't want Kur to learn how to make equipment, because Grandpa Muir said it's not something a princess does. But Kur wants to learn. I was afraid that if Grandpa Muir knew that Kur was injured, he would stop teaching her, so Kur kept it a secret from Grandpa Muir. Then why do you want to learn how to make equipment? Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. Chapter 292. The little girl buried her head and whispered, Although Kur is young, she knows that you have many enemies, and many castle lords want to destroy your castle. Last time, the bad guys from the Anti-Demon Alliance gathered to besiege you. Kur can't help. Grandpa Moore said that the dwarves can create super powerful artifacts. Don't worry you. Kur will work hard, and will definitely be able to create an artifact. Once you have the artifact created by Kur, you will become even more powerful, and you don't have to be afraid of any bad guys. After Tang Xiaofan was silent for a long time, he smiled and said, You are waiting for Kur's artifact. Yeah. The little loli nodded her head vigorously, waved her little fist, and said confidently, Don't worry, sir. Tang Xiaofan looked at her with some heartache. Who would not like such a sensible, well-behaved, innocent and cute little loli? Finally leaving, the little loli reluctantly held Tang Xiaofan's hand, looking pitiful. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, I have sent you the crystal mark of the teleportation array. When you enter the crystal mark into your castle teleportation array, you can come to the Black Technology Castle at any time. Come whenever you want. I have many beautiful angels, elves, and unicorns. Really? The little girl widened her eyes, and her watery eyes were shining. Unicorn. She still remembered that there was a unicorn pillow in her old bedroom. It was pink and super pretty. Tang Xiaofan rubbed her head and said with a smile, How about this? You come with me to the Black Technology Castle, anyway, the teleportation array has been set up. It's convenient to come and go. Yeah. The little girl nodded her head vigorously. She wanted to see a living unicorn so much. Of course, she also wanted to go to the big castle to play for a few days. Well, it was decided happily. The old dwarf more next to him was a little hesitant and worried whether the little girl would be in danger when she went to the surface world. Tang Xiaofan saw what he was thinking. Don't worry, she will be fine in my Black Technology Castle. Even if a demigod-level strongman came, there would be only one way to die. Thank you, Lord, for helping to take care of Her Royal Highness the Princess. The old dwarf more was helpless. If Her Royal Highness wanted to go to the Black Technology Castle, he had no way to stop her. And he couldn't go with her either, because he had to stay to guard Her Royal Highness's castle and the dwarf palace. As for the dwarf Xavier, mid-level 20, if Her Royal Highness was really in danger, Xavier would be useless. So he could only pray silently for Her Royal Highness's safety. In fact, the old dwarf more was completely worried and confused. Once the teleportation array was connected, the Black Technology Castle and the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle could be said to be neighbors. Wouldn't it be a simple and easy thing to visit each other? If there is a real danger and a strong enemy invades the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan can also use the teleportation array to teleport the little loli back to the Black Iron Dwarf Castle. Kur, go play with Monica and the others for a while. Tang Xiaofan suddenly remembered something and patted the little loli's head. Okay. The little loli then let go of Tang Xiaofan's hand and ran happily towards the big elf Monica and the other two. Sister Elf. When she came closer, the little loli suddenly stopped. She looked up at the big elf Monica, her eyes full of hope. Sister Elf Kur, can I hug you? Of course you can. The great elf Monica was silent for a moment, and then she picked up the little girl with a somewhat stiff movement. The bright holy light from the elf shone on the little girl's delicate face, making her squint her eyes comfortably. Suddenly, she said in surprise, The elf sister smells so good. The great elf Monica covered her mouth and chuckled. On the other side, the old dwarf Moor asked in confusion, I wonder what instructions the Lord has for me alone. Tang Xiaofan sent the little girl away and called him aside. He had something to say to him. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, Saint Moor is too polite. I just have a question that I don't quite understand and want to ask Saint Moor for the answer. The old dwarf Moor hurriedly said, Lord, please speak. Tang Xiaofan said, When Saint Moor first came to the Black Iron Dwarf Castle, he gave Kur a building blueprint of a high-level refining shop. I'm curious how Saint Moor got the blueprint. Without waiting for the old dwarf Moor to speak, Tang Xiaofan continued, Monica told you that before joining the castle forces, the local forces' intelligent creatures could not reveal the blueprints when killing the enemy. And before our castle forces came, you didn't even know what the blueprints were. Since the blueprints can't be revealed, where did the blueprints in Saint Moor's hand come from? Tang Xiaofan has always wanted to figure this out. In the past, there was no chance, but now that I see the old dwarf more, I naturally want to ask for clarification. After hearing Tang Xiufan's words, the old dwarf Muur's pupils shrank slightly, and then he smiled and said, "It turns out that the Lord didn't know this. Before coming to the Black Iron Dwarf Castle, I met a castle lord who gave me the refining shop blueprint." "Really?" Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "What's the name of the castle lord? Saint Muur should know that our castles have unconventional means of communication. I also want to buy a few similar blueprints from him." The old dwarf Mu was stunned. Tang Xiufan said, "The advanced architectural blueprints are very rare and precious. The lord of the castle was able to give the blueprints to Saint Muur. I think Saint Muur must not know his name, right?" The old dwarf Mu wanted to make up a name. But then he gave up, because he did know that the lords of the castles had a way to communicate with each other. Their princess often used this method to chat with Tang Xiufan, who was far away on the surface. "What does the goddess of luck want to do?" The old dwarf Moore said, "The goddess's thoughts are not for us believers to see, but I believe that the goddess will not harm the princess." When he said this, his expression was very firm, but Tang Xiufan did not comment. However, he had no way to kick the goddess of luck away now. After all, the goddess had lived from ancient times to today, and she was at least tens of thousands of years old. Even a pig would be abnormally powerful after practicing for so many years. Tang Xiufan even doubted that his Sky City might not be able to kill the goddess of luck. Of course, it would be different if it was the Terminator. The Terminator mushroom could kill all carbon-based creatures, and even threaten the terrifying existence of the main god level. Even a vast kingdom of God could be destroyed by a single shot. Next, Tang Xiufan did not ask any more questions. He did not say anything more. After all, he could not handle the goddess of luck now. When he could handle the goddess of luck, everything would be easy. Besides, at least for now, the goddess of luck had no ill will towards the little Lolita, and helped the little Lolita again and again, looking like a good god. As for the future, let's wait and see. Chapter 293. Old Dwarf Moore felt that Tang Xiufan could easily find out whether the name was true or not. Thinking of this, Old Dwarf Moore smiled bitterly and said, "Why does Lord want to know?" Tang Xiufan said, "Just curious." Old Dwarf Moore took a deep breath and said, "Lord, please forgive me. I can't go into too much. I can only say that the blueprint is a gift from God. The gift from the Lord of the castle is fake, and the gift from God is real." Tang Xiufan was also shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that a high-level architectural blueprint would be related to the gods. Tang Xiufan asked, "Can the true gods of this world reveal the blueprints by killing enemies?" The old dwarf Moore shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. I only know that the blueprints were given to my dwarf clan by the gods, and then handed over to Her Royal Highness the Princess." Tang Xiufan asked again, "Which god? What does he want to do?" The old dwarf Moore shook his head. This time, he didn't answer at all. Tang Xiufan was silent, and then a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind. Has the goddess of luck not fallen? Of course the goddess has not. The old dwarf Moore answered without thinking, and before he finished speaking, he looked at Tang Xiufan with a look of horror. Tang Xiufan saw the expression on his face and sighed. "I have always said that the little Lolita is favored by the goddess of luck, but I didn't expect it to be true." At this time, it was confirmed, and Tang Xiufan was still very shocked. Old Dwarf Moore, "Lord." He was helpless. He had never thought that Tang Xiufan would not play by the rules. Tang Xiufan said, "During the ancient war of gods, not all gods of faith fled from the land of gods and demons. There were always lucky gods, who survived and stayed in this world." The old dwarf Moore remained speechless. Lucky gods, aren't they the goddess of luck? Of all the gods of faith, which one can be luckier than the goddess of luck? It is normal for her to survive the ancient war of gods. Tang Xiufan asked, "What does she want to do? Develop the little girl into her believer? And the dwarf forces behind you have also begun to believe in the goddess of luck." The old dwarf Moore said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, Lord, the goddess will never hurt the princess. In addition, our dwarfs believed in many gods in ancient times. God of War Chin Tan, goddess of luck. They were all our gods of faith." Saint Muur told Tang Xiufan that the god of faith of the dwarves in their tribe was the goddess of luck. From the ancient times to the present age of truth, it has always been like this. Their faith has never been lost, let alone changed, because the light of the goddess of luck has always shone on them. Tang Xiufan frowned, and now the situation could only be seen slowly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and the old dwarf Moore was startled. Chiedwang looked at the Terminator guide, who came out of the void with fear. With his perception, he could not sense the existence of this iron warrior, which made him feel incredible. After all, this Iron Warrior, who looked like a creature of the dark camp, was only at the early stage of level 21, while his rank was as high as the peak of level 21, which was several small realms away. "My Lord Almighty," the Terminator guide said respectfully, "according to your instructions, I have found the hiding place of the undead mage and marked it. With our current delivery capability, we can send the army there at any time." "I know." Tang Xiaofan nodded, turned around and saw that the old dwarf Moor was looking at him with a strange expression. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't think too much, this is just for emergency use." The old dwarf Moor said, "Before I saw the Lord let the necromancer Theodore leave safely, and did not intercept him halfway, I thought you were sincere in making a deal with him." Tang Xiaofan said, "Of course I am sincere in making a deal with him." "Huh?" The old dwarf Moor was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Trading is trading, war is war, and people making a deal does not mean that I will not lead the castle army to attack his camp." The old dwarf Moor remained silent. This castle lord from the surface world really did things in a one-size-fits-all manner. Saint Moor said in a deep voice, "Are you ready to start now?" Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Are you a little anxious, old man?" The old dwarf Moor said honestly, "With the help of a military evolution map given by Her Royal Highness the Princess, I have raised my growth potential limit to the semi-god realm. Now I also want to ignite the divine fire by killing some powerful enemies." "So that's it." Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized, then waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Wait until the time is right. I will dispatch the castle army to descend on this underground world. Whether it is the necromancer Theodore or the Blood Moon country where the dark elf Carrera is located, they are essentially the targets that our castle lord wants to capture. Saint Moor should also be able to see this." The old dwarf Moor nodded. Not only him, all local intelligent creatures know that the local forces and the castle forces are enemies, and they are irreconcilable. The necromancer Theodore and the dark elf Carrera Fengyang also knew this. But they all believed one thing: although Tang Xiaofan was powerful and had many top-level 21 warriors, his castle power was in the surface world. The surface world was different from the underground world. The underground world was filled with countless dark and evil creatures, including 21st level warriors, demigods, and evil true gods. Tang Xiaofan's castle power in the surface world had not yet developed, so Theodore and Carrera regarded Tang Xiaofan as a partner and intended to make a deal with him. However, Theodore and Carrera did not know that Tang Xiaofan had set his sights on this dark area long ago. If the teleportation array was established, he had taken the first step. It would only be a matter of time before he could attack this area. The time is ripe. The old dwarf Moor seemed to be more looking forward to the coming of war than Tang Xiaofan. He asked, "May I ask, Lord, what does it mean when the time is ripe?" Tang Xiaofan looked at him strangely and said, "Don't be impatient, old man, you have to prepare. I need to establish a dynasty before I can use my troops underground." The old dwarf Moor sighed. "It seems that it will take a long time?" Tang Xiaofan said, "It doesn't take too long, it may even be shorter." The old dwarf Moor was stunned and said, "Are you so confident, Lord? It is not so easy for a ruler to establish a dynasty." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Saint Moor will know when the time comes." Hearing this, the old dwarf Moor didn't say much, but he was very skeptical. Can Tang Xiaofan really establish a dynasty in 1 or 2 months? Which of the local dynasty forces in the God and Demon continent did not take a long time to establish? Chapter 294. Even if the lord of the castle has extremely terrifying strength and has a unique advantage, it doesn't make sense for him to build a dynasty in such a short time. He doubted the truth of Tang Xiaofan's words. Since the Terminator guide had returned, Tang Xiaofan did not stay for long. He led a group of people back to the Black Technology Castle. However, among their group, there was an exquisite and cute little human lowly. "Big brother, is this your castle?" After leaving the teleportation array, the little girl squinted her eyes and said with envy, "The big Black Technology Castle is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's such a big and white castle, with tall glowing trees, beautiful elf houses, and many beautiful angel sisters and elf sisters. Also, there are so many human races. What are they doing, playing basketball?" The little girl breathed in the fresh air around her, with an intoxicated look on her face. The air in the Black Technology Castle was filled with light, holiness, the magic of nature and life, making the little girl feel warm all over. Compared to the dark, damp, cold, dark and evil underground world, the big Black Technology Castle is so comfortable, just like Neverland. At this time, the little girl suddenly widened her eyes. She pulled Tang Xiaofan's hand and jumped to point at a group of silver-white glowing creatures walking not far away, and said excitedly, Big, are those unicorns? Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. Go play with them. Yeah, thank you, Big. The little girl cheered, and immediately ran towards the unicorns excitedly. Tang Xiaofan looked at her cheerful back and smiled. Free time. Tang Xiaofan looked at his own soul stone reserves. 396,300 soul stones. That's enough. Now, all the soul stones can meet the needs of upgrading the farmer's factory to level 6 and the light army building. Tang Xiaofan was very eager and excited. At this stage, many top castle lords only have level 4 army buildings. Castle lords with level 5 army buildings can be said to be very rare. Tang Xiaofan asked Bai Yi yesterday and learned that his military building was the ancient giant bear's house, which was only level 4. He still needed several thousand soul stones to upgrade to level 5. Today, Bai Yi's military building should be able to upgrade to level 5, but it is only level 5. You should know that Bai Yi ranked 10th in the combat power score list in the Beast Tide event, which shows how strong he is. But even he has just upgraded his military building to level 5. You can imagine what level the military buildings of other castle lords will be. Tang Xiaofan suspected that without 10 days, or half a month, it would be impossible for those top-level castle lords to upgrade their military buildings to level 6. In other words, Tang Xiaofan was at least 10 days ahead of those top-level castle lords. 10 days, it seems like a short time, but you have to know that the castle forces have only been in the God and Demon continent for 10 days. 10 days is enough for Tang Xiaofan to summon hundreds of farmers and raise his strength to another level. This is the gap between the top-level castle lords and Tang Xiaofan. His current strength is no longer something that any top castle lord can contend with. It takes an alliance to fight against his castle forces. If I send out Olivia and Zhang Yi, even the level 21 elves and the flaming dragon in the castle, I'm afraid those castle alliances are not my opponents. After all, I have 2 demigods and 18 level 21 soldiers. Tang Xiaofan grinned and then cast his eyes on the farmer's factory emitting holy light. Do you want to upgrade the unique soldier building? Farmer's factory, yes. Tang Xiaofan chose yes without hesitation. Suddenly, the farmer's factory was enveloped by a dazzling golden light. Not far away, under the tree of the elf mother, the little lowly and a group of elves were holding hands and singing songs. The little lowly didn't know how to sing, so she followed the elves to learn. When she learned almost everything, she sang and danced with the elves. The little guy was so happy, dancing with the elves for a while, and hugging the unicorn that was emitting silver light. It was really fun, but the little girl was very polite and generous. She ran back to the dark iron dwarf castle and brought honey, which she bought from the trading channel. Now she shared it with the elves. Of course, she didn't know that no one ate honey in the Black Technology Castle. But the elves still liked sweets, and they accepted everything. Finally, when they were tired of playing, she went back to the elf garden with the elves, lying in the sea of flowers and counting the stars in the night sky. So this is the moon of the surface world. Yes, Sister Kur. A little elf replied. Whenever the blood moon comes, the monsters will be demonized and become very scary half-demon beasts. But Sister Kur, don't worry, the Lord has cleared all the wild monsters around, and no monster dares to attack the castle. You are very powerful. The little girl sat up immediately and said, You are the most powerful castle owner. Yeah. The elves around also nodded their heads and said with great admiration, The Lord is the most powerful, and he will become the god of faith of our elf tribe in the future and protect all elves. Of course. With great protection, you elves don't have to be afraid of anything. The little girl smiled brightly, her big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Whenever the elves worshipped and praised Tang Xiaofan, she would be very happy. The golden light lasted for a long time, but it gradually dissipated. Finally, when the golden light disappeared completely, the upgraded farmer factory was completely displayed in front of Tang Xiaofan. First of all, the scale of the factory has changed the most. When it was level 5, the diameter of the factory was 50 meters. Now it has been upgraded to a level 6 factory, and the diameter has doubled instantly, reaching a full 100 meters. At first glance, it looks like a huge fortress. After the upgrade, the energy in the factory is more concentrated and pure. Secondly, the entire factory has completely turned into a high-tech biological factory. As expected by Tang Xiaofan, there are mostly monitors inside, showing various incomprehensible numbers and icons, as well as some human-shaped images, but an inexplicable force prevents Tang Xiaofan from further exploring the situation inside. At this moment, when the farmer factory is upgraded to level 6, A new farmer profession that can be selected has also appeared. Farmer Factory, Unique Military Building. Current level, Level 6. Summonable Professional Farmer. Randomly summoned once a month. Ordinary Gifted Scientist Prototype. Next upgrade, 1 million Soul Stones. Special reminder, Level 6 Farmer Factory, there is a 40% probability of breeding farmers with special abilities. What? There is only one profession. Chapter 295. To be honest, Tang Xiaofan was very happy when he saw the upgraded Farmer Factory, which only added one new profession. He almost laughed out loud. After all, that means that ordinary professions have been summoned, and the ones that can be summoned now must be high-end professions, and they are scientists. He now has a large number of farmers, and he can recruit as many as he wants, but the current scientific research progress is very slow, and even slower and slower, because there are many researchers, but no masters, no geniuses, although Jarvis is very capable. He cannot be the leader of a research institute, because Jarvis's humanoid design is just a database, an auxiliary artificial intelligence, not a genius and innovative brain. Tang Xiaofan knows that only humans have the ability to innovate, and artificial intelligence has not yet been realized. Now, after continuous upgrades, the Farmer Factory can finally summon scientists. Although they are ordinary talented scientists, they can also be leaders. Although this new profession can only be summoned once a month, it can greatly speed up Tang Xiaofan's research plan. In other words, the long-delayed portability modification of the Mark II armor can be realized soon. If this modification is completed, Tang Xiaofan's military expansion plan will be unrestricted. By then, the sky full of steel warriors will surely make the top castle lords and major alliances more panicked. They all knew very well how powerful Tang Xiaofan's Iron Demon was. At least so far, no one's troops could match Tang Xiaofan's demons. The super powerful Iron Warriors formed a larger warrior corps. Would they let the top castle lords live? More importantly, due to the low level of the troops' buildings, the number of troops under their command was not as many as Tang Xiaofan's soldiers. They were not strong enough, and the number was small. This was the worst. However, when Tang Xiaofan saw the next level upgrade requirements of the farmer's factory, the excitement in his heart was instantly extinguished by a basin of cold water. It takes 100,000 soul stones to upgrade the farmer's factory to level 6. Now the farmer's factory has just entered level 6, and is preparing to upgrade to level 7. But it needs a full 1 million soul stones. The upgrade conditions have increased tenfold compared to the upgrade from level 5 to level 6. If we only talk about soul stones, excluding the upgrade consumption just now, he now has less than 200,000 soul stones, which is really far from the upgrade requirement of 1 million. Level 6 to level 7. It has increased tenfold again. Does it mean that when I upgrade from level 7 to level 8, I will need tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan's eyelids also twitched a few times. The upgrade conditions are getting more and more terrifying. Any castle lord will feel his scalp tingling, including him. Moreover, I still have 3 military buildings. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched. Does the elf mother tree need to be upgraded? Of course it needs to. After all, it is a top military building, which can summon top military types such as natural elves. If you are lucky, elemental elves and ancient elves can also be bred. Should the Monastery of Light be built? Of course, not only should it be built, but it should also be upgraded, and more light soldiers should be recruited. This is very important for Tang Xiaofan to harvest the power of faith with the God of Faith in the future. One more point, one plain world after another, then the people who manage the plain world will be these light soldiers. After all, the soldiers like farmers are completely based on the natives of Blue Star. Compared with himself, who worked hard to enjoy the world in the God and Demon continent, when the light soldiers just appeared, many ideas came to Tang Xiaofan's mind. But the prerequisite for these ideas is that the size of the Legion of Light must be expanded. He even considered killing all the goblin believers in the goblin tribe, and forcibly transforming them into angels. The size of the Legion of Light must be expanded. He has already planned that when the number of light troops reaches a certain level, he will form a corps of fanatics, a Crusaders of Light, and so on. These corps will fight in times of war, and spread his faith, and manage the mortal plane world when there is no war. Therefore, the Monastery of Light must be built. In this way, together with the Elf Mother Tree and the Farmer Factory, he has 3 military buildings. For other castle lords, they might be so excited that they can't sleep for 3 days and 2 nights. But for Tang Xiaofan, he is worried that the soul stones are too durable. Even if he has 100 million soul stones now, he can use them all. And it's not enough. Because if you want to upgrade all 3 military buildings to level 9, you need more than 300 million soul stones. The military buildings are gold-eating beasts. The key is that Tang Xiaofan also has 3 gold-eating beasts, which really makes Tang Xiaofan feel that he can't afford them. Of course, upgrading all 3 military buildings to level 9 is just a goal. It can't be done in one go. It has to be done one by one. As long as my castle continues to improve its strength and continue to capture the surrounding local forces, I will harvest more and more soul stones. One day, the dream will come true. Tang Xiaofan was quite optimistic. He then looked at the probability of summoning a special farmer in the 6th level farmer factory. 40%. The probability has increased again. This is good news. The higher the probability, the greater the chance of summoning a special farmer. However, the most important thing now is to summon a scientist with ordinary talents for the first time. Do you want to randomly summon a scientist with ordinary talents now? Tang Xiaofan immediately chose yes. A golden light flashed and the farmer factory began to work. Compared to the time it took to summon ordinary farmers before, this time it took a little longer. The golden light kept shining. It seemed that it would take some time to complete this summoning. However, thinking that it could speed up the progress of the research project, Tang Xiaofan still waited patiently. Finally, the golden light ended, and the huge factory finally quieted down. A man pushed open the door and walked out of the farmer factory. Meet the Lord. The man was a middle-aged man with glasses, a dark suit, and a little bald on his head. He was a typical Mediterranean. My name is Ethan, the Ethan who helped Tony become Iron Man. Ethan. Tang Xiaofan immediately knew the identity of this middle-aged man. He was the man who helped Tony build the first generation of Mark armor in Iron Man 1. Unfortunately, he was killed by a stray bullet when the two escaped from the cave. Dr. Ethan is a scientist who is not inferior to Tony. It can be said that without Dr. Ethan, there would be no Iron Man. Welcome, Dr. Ethan. Tang Xiaofan was very happy. He grabbed Dr. Ethan's hands and waved them vigorously. He stretched out his hand and handed a portable helmet to Dr. Ethan. Dr. Ethan put on the helmet and successfully connected to Jarvis Network. Chapter 296. Hello, Dr. Ethan. Welcome to join the Black Technology Castle. With the intervention of Jarvis, Dr. Ethan quickly understood the current situation, saving Tang Xiaofan's saliva. Then, Dr. Ethan took over the responsibility of the scientific research leader of the Black Technology Castle and began to work. Happily watching Dr. Ethan walk into the material laboratory, Tang Xiaofan happily prepared to build the Monastery of Light. Away from the farmer's factory, a piece of vacant land was found in the castle territory, and Tang Xiaofan decided to build the Monastery of Light here. Take out the army building blueprints. Do you choose to build the top army building in the current area? Yes. Tang Xiaofan responded that the Sisters of Light, Priests of Light, and Knights of Light recruited from the Monastery of Light all have the potential to grow to level 20. The angels recruited from the Monastery of Light have the potential to grow to demigods, but are limited by the number of recruits. The 20th level army can be called a high-level army or a second-level top-level army. The demigod-level troops are undoubtedly the top-level troops. In addition to the level 20 troops such as the Sister of Light, the Monastery of Light also has the chance to recruit paladins, bishops, Holy Light Pegasus and other troops with level 21 potential, which are truly top-level troops. Therefore, game officials listed the Monastery of Light as a top-level troop building. A dazzling golden light appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan, and a building similar to a church could be vaguely seen in the golden light. After about a few minutes, the golden light disappeared, and the top-level troop building, the Monastery of Light, was settled in Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan looked up, and an information frame appeared in his vision. Bright Monastery. Faction Bright, Kind, Lawful. Level 1. You can recruit 5 bright soldiers every day, randomly summon bright nuns, bright knights, etc. Upgrade required, 50 soul stones. Special reminder, the first level troop building Bright Monastery has a very low probability of summoning paladins, bishops, Holy Light Pegasus, angels, and other level 21 top troops. You can recruit 5 troops every day. Not bad. When the Elf Mother Tree is at level 1, it can breed 3 natural elves every day. Although the Monastery of Light is also a top-level military building. But strictly speaking, it is 1 level lower than the top-level military buildings such as the Elf Mother Tree. So when it is at level 1, the number of light soldiers recruited every day is 5. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan directly opened the upgrade information prompt of the Monastery of Light. Do you want to upgrade the top-level military building? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the Monastery of Light was once again enveloped by a golden light. In the following time, the Monastery of Light appeared the same golden light 3 times in a row. Its level was directly upgraded to level 5 by Tang Xiaofan Monastery of Light. Faction of Light, Kindness, Lawfulness. Current level, level 5. 120 light troops can be recruited every day, randomly summoning light nuns, light knights and other troops. Upgrade required. 100,000 soul stones. Special reminder. The level 5 troop building Monastery of Light has a high probability of summoning paladins, bishops, holy light Pegasus, angels, and other level 21 top troops. Level 5 Monastery of Light. Recruit 120 light soldiers every day. This wave of consumption is worth it. Tang Xiaofan grinned. The upgrade cost of the soldier building is the same. In other words, Tang Xiaofan only consumed 11,600 soul stones to upgrade the soldier building to level 5. For other castle lords, this is a large number, but for Tang Xiaofan, this amount of soul stones is nothing after 2 waves of consumption. He currently has more than 200,000 soul stones left, although the previous upgrade of the farmer factory to level 6 consumed a full 100,000 soul stones. But the number of soul stones did not move at all. This alone was enough to shock any castle lord. Moreover, the soul stone reserves were enough to meet the needs of upgrading the 2 military buildings of the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light to level 6 at the same time. However, he now planned to postpone upgrading these 2 top military buildings to level 6. He decided to postpone it and see what happened later. At this time, a message appeared. Congratulations, Castle Lord, in view of the appearance of the exclusive military building of the Light Camp in your castle, the Monastery of Light, your castle camp has been changed to the Light, Good, and Lawful Camp. You have a new camp. Special reminder 1. Your Black Technology Castle has gained the friendship of the Natural Elf Kingdom. Special reminder 2. Because your Black Technology Castle has been classified as the Light, Good, and Lawful Camp, the hatred value of the Dark, Evil, and Chaotic camps towards your castle forces has increased significantly. Special reminder 3. The Human Brilliant Empire in the central area of the native land has greatly increased its friendship value towards you. Special reminder 4. The hatred value of the Human Dark Empire in the central area of the homeland towards you has increased significantly. Special reminder 5. The hatred value of the Dragon Nest towards you has increased significantly. Glorious Empire, Dark Empire. Tang Xiaofan ignored the Dragon Nest that appeared in the special reminder. The giant dragons in the forest were just like the original Goblin Kingdom, and they had always been obsessed with his Black Technology Castle. But he didn't care. After he dealt with the Dwarf Kingdom and the Forest Giant Kingdom, it would be the turn of the Dragon Nest. However, the 2 Empire titles that appeared in the special reminder attracted his attention. Since hundreds of castle lords all landed outside the central area, they basically had no contact with the local empires in the central area. Therefore, the castle lords don't know much about those local empires. At most, they know a name and what camp it belongs to, but they don't know anything else. So far, Tang Xiaofan has roughly known that there are several empires in the central area through the understanding of world information and the hints of this information, including the Dwarf Empire, the Dragon Empire, and the Natural Elf Empire. In addition, there is also an Ice and Snow Kingdom. Although the Ice and Snow Kingdom has the suffix of kingdom, it is also a powerful force at the empire level. These are the 7 imperial forces. Although we don't know if there are other imperial forces in the central area, even if there are only these 7, the central area is terrifying enough. Fortunately, the castle forces did not descend to the central area. Otherwise, hundreds of castle lords would be eaten up by these empires. Even Tang Xiaofan felt fortunate at this time. If they really descended to the central area, it would be a disaster. The 7 imperial forces were enough to kill hundreds of castle lords without leaving a single one. Fortunately, the game officials did not give these castle lords a direct abyss level difficulty. Without thinking any more, Tang Xiaofan opened the recruitment information of the Monastery of Light. The energy of the troop building of the Monastery of Light is insufficient. Do you want to continue recruiting? Recruit. Tang Xiaofan chose yes. The energy was insufficient because the Monastery of Light was upgraded to level 5 by him. When the troop building was just built, it only had the energy of the initial level 1 building. Of course, insufficient energy did not affect recruitment. At most, it could not directly recruit 120 troop types of light this time. The number of recruits was only 5 at level 1. In Tang Xiaofan's eyes, 5 troop types of light were also worth recruiting, so he naturally would not choose to refuse. Soon, the Monastery of Light bloomed with a white light, and there was a faint song that seemed to be able to cleanse people's souls. Chapter 297. The Monastery of Light looks like a black and white church, with white light and melodious singing, which attracted the attention of some light soldiers. Long ago, Tang Xiufan had a special army for the Monastery of Light, namely, the Sisters of Light, the Priests of Light, and the Knights of Light. There are 9 of them, all of whom are transformed from the souls of the militia of the human race. As humans, they have a closer relationship with the Monastery of Light. At this moment, several Sisters of Light, Priests of Light, and Knights of Light gathered together. They were attracted by the singing coming from Guangzhou Monastery, and gathered in front of the gate of Guangming Monastery, singing the hymn that can cleanse the soul. Hymns are the symbol of the Light Camp, and have been passed down from ancient times to the present. But in the current god and demon continent, there are very few people who can sing this kind of hymn, even in the Huiyao Empire in the central area. Because the general meaning of this hymn is to pray to the gods, hoping to get the protection and favor of the gods. This is the song of faith of the Light Camp. Now, the God of Truth rules the vast land of gods and demons, and the God of Faith has become the object of scorn. Even the Goddess of Light, who once ruled the Light Camp, is no exception, and has been scorned. Only a very small number of people still believe in the Goddess of Light, so naturally, there are not many people who can sing this hymn. If nothing unexpected happens, the people of the Holy Church should be the believers of the Goddess of Light. After tens of thousands of years, they still haven't given up their faith, and always believe in the Goddess of Light. Although Tang Xiufan has not seen anyone from the Holy Church yet, he is not unfamiliar with the Holy Church. The holy equipment he wears on his fingertips, the Holy Light Ring, is a holy object from the Holy Church, and the active attack of the ring is the magic of the Goddess of Light. It has been a long time since Tang Xiufan obtained the Holy Light Ring, but until now, he has not seen anyone from the Holy Church. Could it be that those holy believers dare not come to the forest, or is it that the journey is too long and they are on their way? Just as Tang Xiufan was daydreaming, the white light in the Monastery of Light disappeared, and the hymns also disappeared. Soon the gate of the Monastery of Light opened, and several figures walked out from inside. The leader was a woman in a red long skirt, followed by 2 nuns of light, and 2 priests of light. The difference was that their clothes were all grayish-white. Only the woman in the lead was wearing a bright red long skirt. Of course, the long skirt she wore was not aristocratic women's clothing, but a special dress for believers. She led the team to Tang Xiufan, kneeling on the ground in reverence and fanaticism, her forehead touching the ground, and said in a trembling but solemn voice, "Great Lord of Holy Light, the ruler of light, your humble believer greets you. May the Holy Light always be there, may you be eternal." She was very close to Tang Xiufan, almost wanting to kiss the upper of Tang Xiufan's shoes, but Tang Xiufan took a step back at the right time. He didn't have this habit. This was a very beautiful female church member. Although not as beautiful as his angels and elves, she was also very beautiful. Her eyes were pure. She knelt on the ground, and the red church robe could not cover her exquisite curves. When Tang Xiufan's eyes fell on her, an information frame was immediately presented. Red Cardinal. Description: a fanatical believer of the Light Camp. Strength level, level 2. Loyalty, 100. Faith fanaticism. Growth potential limit, level 21. Not bad luck. This is the first time I recruited soldiers from the Monastery of Light. Although I only recruited 5 this time, I was lucky enough to recruit a Red Cardinal with level 21 potential. In addition to the Red Cardinal with a great figure in front of me, there are 4 other soldiers, 2 Sisters of Light and 2 Priests of Light. The information is the same as the nuns and priests he resurrected before. The initial level is level 2, and the growth potential limit is level 20. The Cardinal is a top-level soldier. For the Bright Monastery, which is currently level 5, the probability of recruiting her is not high. With only 5 soldiers, a Cardinal can be recruited. Tang Xiufan's luck is indeed not bad. He looked at the Cardinal who was still crawling on the ground in front of him, and said, "You will be called Louise from now on. Praise you, great Lord of Holy Light." Red Queen Louise replied with great excitement. It was the highest honor for her to be named by the God of Faith. She hurriedly got up from the ground after Tang Xiufan's signal, but she still lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at Tang Xiufan's face and eyes. And Tang Xiufan corrected her title. He didn't want to be the Lord of Holy Light, which was the title of the Goddess of Light. He was not worried that the Goddess of Light would trouble him after resurrection or return, but he preferred the title of the Almighty Lord. Compared to the farmer's words, the creator of the world in 10 days, it would be too cheap to use the title of Goddess of Light. "Yes, my Lord Almighty." Cardinal Louise bowed respectfully. As a believer with firm faith, she would naturally obey the orders of the God of Faith without hesitation. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and said, "Go and pray." "Yes, your majesty." Cardinal Louise bowed and retreated. And she brought other nuns of light, priests of light, and several knights of light. Tang Xiaofan also went in to take a look. To his surprise, from the outside, the Monastery of Light is just a single church-like building. But when he walked in, he found that there was a different world inside, with a place for believers to rest, a faith square for believers to gather, and a temple dedicated to faith sacrifices, etc. Tang Xiaofan walked around for half an hour, but he didn't finish visiting all the buildings inside. The space inside the Monastery of Light is like a subdimensional world, very large. Even the hall, where the Red Cardinal Louise prayed with the light soldiers, was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. And there is not just one such prayer temple, but many. After coming out of the Monastery of Light, Tang Xiaofan was amazed. How could he have imagined that the Monastery of Light, which looked like a single building from the outside, had such a huge space inside, and it was completely a city of faith that could accommodate tens of millions of people? The power of Game Official was still amazing. Tang Xiaofan was full of emotion. Of course, he was talking nonsense. He was able to bring hundreds of people from another distant world to the continent of gods and demons, and issued recruited soldiers to each of them. Moreover, the game official also gave the lord of the castle the ability to upgrade his level by killing the enemy. The native intelligent creatures of the continent of gods and demons do not have this ability. Game official was equivalent to changing the world rules for their castle lord alone. Chapter 298. It is obvious that its power is terrifying. Tang Xiaofan believes that even the upper gods cannot do this. Of course, this is just his guess, and he did not delve into it, because it is completely useless to dwell on this issue. At this time, a beautiful and cute elf came to Tang Xiaofan and said respectfully, "Lord, Sister Kur fell asleep in the garden, and we did not wake her up." "So good." Tang Xiaofan smiled and rubbed the elf's head. These natural elves were really cute when they were young. Unfortunately, with the help of the welfare of the army, they will grow up in a few days. This is one of the characteristics of the army. The level increase will change the growth state of the army, and their bodies will grow rapidly. Just like his 8-winged angel Tiga, when he was first conceived, Tiga was only a few dozen centimeters tall, just like a pocket angel doll. Now, in less than 20 days, the 8-winged angel Tiga has been promoted to level 21. Her growth state, starting from the Holy Spirit stage, crossed the larval body and entered the growth stage, and her height also surged to about 1.7 meters, looking like a complete angel. These natural elves will also grow up quickly. Although they are as young, cute and innocent as children now, they may grow into great elves with extremely beautiful faces after experiencing a large-scale war. Praise you, Lord. The elf was very excited and embarrassed to receive Tang Xiaofan's praise, and lowered his head shyly. Then, the elf took Tang Xiaofan to a small garden. This is the elf building that Tang Xiaofan built for them using the blueprint. The small garden of the elves, surrounded by flowers inside and outside, and colorful butterflies, it looks very beautiful. The elves also like it very much. Of course, due to the small number of blueprints, it is impossible to directly build a garden that can accommodate more than 1,000 natural elves. But this is not difficult for Ginny and the elves, so other natural elves directly cooperate with Ginny to design and build their own elf gardens. In terms of beautiful design, natural elves are professional. Tang Xiaofan estimated that it would not take a few days. There would be hundreds of beautiful fairy gardens in his castle. Fortunately, his black technology castle was large enough, and the castle's direct territory was a full 10 kilometers in diameter. Not to mention hundreds of fairy gardens, it would not be a problem to build thousands of them. Such a large territory could accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops. And for Nongyi and his men, aesthetics was definitely not as good as that of natural elves. They were also willing to transform their homes into places like dream gardens. So the two sides hit it off, and all kinds of beautiful, fusion-style buildings appeared everywhere in the Black Technology Castle. After entering a small fairy garden, Tang Xiaofan saw several cute little fairies gathered in the garden, and next to them lay a sleeping little girl, curled up like a quiet kitten. Tang Xiaofan walked over and picked up the little girl big. The little girl opened her eyes in a daze, and when she saw that it was Tang Xiaofan, she hugged his neck with both hands at ease, and continued to sleep. Tang Xiaofan smiled happily. Then he carried the little girl into the castle, and found a room for her to have a good sleep. After settling the little girl, Tang Xiaofan walked out of the castle, and saw a white figure standing at the door of the military building, the Monastery of Light. She looked about the same age as the little girl, but a little taller. She was wearing a snow-white dress and exuding holy light. It was the holy light elemental elf Victoria, my lord. Seeing Tang Xiaofan coming, the holy light elf Victoria hurriedly saluted respectfully. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "What are you doing standing here?" Victoria said respectfully. "My lord," Victoria just felt a little familiar when she saw this monastery of light, and she fell into memories unconsciously. "Is that so?" Tang Xiaofan knew that due to the relationship between the elf mother tree, the natural elves he bred were all local elves, unlike the bright monastery built with blueprints, the recruited Cardinal Louise, and other bright soldiers, who all had the aura of another world. The elves bred by the elf mother tree were pure local creatures. As local elemental elves, their memories were passed down from generation to generation, and more or less, there would be some memory fragments of other similar elemental elves. The same is true for the holy light elf Victoria. She also has some very old memory fragments, just like her name was chosen by herself based on these memory fragments. The same is true for the fire elemental elf Evangeline. Tang Xiaofan asked, "What do you remember?" The holy light elf Victoria said respectfully, "I vaguely remember that a long, long time ago, I saw such a bright monastery, located in the central area of the god and demon continent. Later, the war destroyed the bright monastery, and countless believers died in screams and despair. That should be something from the ancient times." Tang Xiaofan looked at Victoria and said, "What else?" The holy light elf Victoria said, "I remember that I prayed to the goddess of light in that monastery of light, but until the monastery of light became a ruin, the goddess of light did not send down a miracle to save her believers." Tang Xiaofan said, "The ancient war of gods?" "Yes." Victoria nodded. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't think too much. The monastery of light no longer belongs to the goddess of light. It belongs to me. You are a great god of faith." The holy light elf Victoria said with reverence and a firm expression, "Victoria's faith in you is unwavering. It is eternal like the holy light." Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. He naturally would not doubt the faith of his troops in him. After all, their loyalty was there. Although there were still traces of the goddess of light in the memory of the holy light elf Victoria, she was no longer a believer of the goddess of light, but her fanatical believer. Even if the goddess of light reappeared, she couldn't take away the faith of the holy light elf Victoria from him. Including those recruited light soldiers, in their minds, Tang Xiaofan is their only god of faith. As for the goddess of light, she is just a god of the light camp, and has nothing to do with them. They even think that in front of the Almighty Lord they believe in, how can a mere god of light be as noble as the Almighty Lord? Of course, Tang Xiaofan also believes that if the goddess of light had not fallen during the ancient god war, and returned to the god and demon continent, she would be so angry that her heart would explode when she saw Tang Xiaofan taking away her faith. Today's god and demon continent is ruled by the gods of the truth camp. This is very cruel for the god of faith. After all, their home is gone. Chapter 299. If the goddess of light knew that the foundation of her faith had also been taken away, she would no longer be the supreme god of the light camp, and she would be so angry that she would fight Tang Xiaofan to the death. Tang Xiaofan built the monastery of light, recruited soldiers of light, and spread the faith of light in the continent of gods and demons. This was digging into the corner of the goddess of light. The corner of the goddess of light was already in ruins. If Tang Xiaofan dug into it like this, would there still be room for her to rise in the continent of gods and demons? It would be strange if she wasn't angry. However, Tang Xiaofan doesn't care about the goddess of light's thoughts. Whether this ancient goddess is angry or happy, what does it have to do with him? What's more, if this group of gods of faith want to return to the land of gods and demons, it depends on whether the god of truth of this era agrees. If they don't agree, it won't be so easy for them to come back. So Tang Xiaofan is not worried that the goddess of light will come to trouble him. Tang Xiaofan looked at the holy light elf Victoria and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. As my holy light believer, you should also go in and pray. From now on, you will help Cardinal Louise manage the Legion of Light." "Yes, my lord." The holy light elf Victoria nodded respectfully. Then she entered the monastery of light, and Tang Xiaofan returned to the castle. "Go to bed." In a blink of an eye, the night had passed, and the dawn covered the continent. The snow-white and sacred black technology castle was also covered with a layer of gold, which was both holy and beautiful. Tang Xiaofan did not get up immediately, but opened the trading channel to check the trading status of the tens of thousands of goblin equipment he put on the shelves yesterday. He was not disappointed, or it could be said that nothing unexpected happened. All the tens of thousands of goblin equipment were sold out, including the last batch of thousands of equipment replaced by the believers of the goblin tribe. They were all exchanged. In addition, The dozens of sets of king-level equipment were also auctioned off. Tens of thousands of equipment plus dozens of king-level equipment were enough to make Tang Xiaofan a lot of money. In addition to the equipment, the arrow towers, camps, and other ordinary blueprints he put on the shelves yesterday were also exchanged for soul stones. Not bad. Tang Xiaofan grinned. He then hurriedly got up and washed up. He couldn't wait to see how much supplies were stored in the castle warehouse. After upgrading the advanced town, he only needed less than 1.2 million units of wood to upgrade the Upper Black Technology Castle to a primary main city. He had placed his hope of upgrading the main city on the tens of thousands of equipment. After all, there are tens of thousands of equipment, including dozens of king-level equipment. It shouldn't be a problem to exchange for these resources. If nothing unexpected happens, I will own a main city soon. Hey! It's a new day. Tang Xiaofan is in a good mood, big brother. As soon as Tang Xiaofan came to the castle hall, the little girl with a rosy face rushed towards him and gave him a big hug. The little girl obviously didn't stay in bed, but got up earlier than Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Did you sleep well?" "Yeah." The little girl squinted her eyes, looked up at Tang Xiaofan and said, "Kur is sleeping so soundly. I have never slept so well. The big castle is really great." Tang Xiaofan rubbed her little head. "If you like, you can live here anyway. It is convenient to come and go." "Okay." The little girl smiled happily. "There are angels and unicorns in the big castle. Last night she made some elves friends, singing and dancing together. This place is just like the Neverland in the cartoon. She loves the big castle so much. In comparison, her dark iron dwarf castle is in the dark and damp underground world." However, the little girl hesitated for a moment, raised her head, and said to Tang Xiaofan, "Big brother, Kur wants to go back during the day and stay in your castle at night, okay? Kur won't be afraid of anything when she sleeps in the big castle." "Anything is fine." Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. Then he asked in confusion, "What are you going to do when you go back during the day?" The little girl said, "Kur is going back to learn how to make equipment from Grandpa Moore. This is a very important matter. Little Loli has always kept it in mind. She has never forgotten to make a magic weapon for Tang Xiaofan. She believes that she will succeed." Tang Xiaofan did not expect her to be so persistent. "It's okay to learn to make equipment, but don't hurt yourself. In addition to Saint Moore, my castle also has a senior blacksmith. Her name is Aida, an elf blacksmith. This set of holy equipment on me, the blessing of the natural elves, was made by Aida. You can also go and learn from Aida later. If you can combine the equipment forging techniques of dwarves and elves, you may get unexpected gains." Tang Xiaofan said a lot, and when he stopped, he found that the little girl was looking at him with her big watery eyes. The little girl said with great admiration, "I know, big brother, Kur will definitely learn it." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Kur will learn it slowly." "Yeah." The little Loli nodded and said confidently, "Kur will definitely become a super powerful blacksmith and create the most powerful artifact for you." "Ha ha." Tang Xiaofan laughed immediately. He naturally would not pin his hopes of obtaining the artifact on the little Loli. As long as the little Loli is happy, that's fine. With the little Loli around, he won't feel bored. After having breakfast with Tang Xiaofan, the little Loli said hello to her elf friend in a hurry, and then returned to the dark iron dwarf castle through the teleportation array. She was reluctant to leave, but she was very stubborn. Tang Xiaofan let her go. In this world without the internet, crammed schools, games, or other entertainment activities, it was good to find something interesting to do. Should I find something to do? Watching the little Lolita disappear in the teleportation array, Tang Xiaofan began to think about this issue. The little Lolita could always find something to keep her busy from morning to night, and what she did every day was to browse the World Chat channel and the Trading channel. There really is nothing else to do. It makes him feel like a homeboy, bored and uninteresting. However, after thinking about it, Tang Xiaofan couldn't think of what he could do. Like the little Loli, learn to make equipment, forget it, that's not what the omnipotent Lord should do. Learn Olivia to practice hard day and night? He doesn't have the patience, and he hasn't found a meditation technique that suits him yet. Go hunting with the castle troops? Forget it, he doesn't want to take the risk and fight the enemy to the death. If he dies in battle, even if he is resurrected by the elf mother tree, it will be miserable enough, and he doesn't want to suffer such a pain. So what should he do? Forget it, Tang Xiaofan won't worry about it. He has more important things to do. Chapter 300. He turned his head to look at the castle warehouse, not far away, and opened an information frame. Castle warehouse. Capacity. The size of the space will expand as the castle level increases. supplies, more than 130,000 units of food, more than 2.73 million units of wood, more than 2.8 million units of stone, more than 1.04 million units of refined iron, some monster materials, gold coins, gold and silver utensils, gems, and some noble accessories. Current status, invincible. Special reminder, if the heart of the castle is destroyed, the warehouse's dimensional space will collapse, and the stored materials will all fall and become the spoils of the hostile forces. Protect your heart of the castle. That's enough. Tang Xiaofan looked at the amount of supplies stored in the castle warehouse, with a smile on his face. Tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, thousands of sets of high-level equipment, including dozens of level 20 equipment, which were sold or auctioned. All were sold out overnight. The total amount of wood and stone harvested exceeded 3 million units. Adding his original material reserves, he now has a total of more than 2.73 million units of wood and more than 1.8 million units of stone, and he became rich overnight again. Most importantly, after just one night, his castle can be upgraded again. It's really a big profit to attack the kingdom forces. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of the kingdom forces. The equipment sold this time, plus the materials directly seized from the Goblin Kingdom before, the total amount of materials harvested exceeded 10 million units. The Goblin Kingdom allowed him to harvest so many materials. How could he not be rich? At least, compared to those large, medium and small local forces, the Goblin Kingdom is really rich. Upgrade the Black Technology Castle from a high-level town to a primary main city. It will take 2 million units of wood, 1 million units of stone, and 500,000 units of refined iron. My current resource reserves are more than enough. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate, and immediately opened the castle upgrade information prompt. Do you want to upgrade the castle? Yes. As soon as Tang Xiaofan finished speaking, a dazzling golden light appeared instantly, covering the nearly 100-meter-high Black Technology Castle. Then the golden light began to spread, and quickly covered the buildings inside the castle, and the entire territory directly under the castle. Soon, the entire Black Technology Castle was completely shrouded in golden light. Tang Xiaofan was very familiar with this upgrade process. He had experienced it many times. However, Tang Xiaofan could still feel that the difference from the past was that the changes in the castle this time were even more drastic. His castle was growing wildly, and the castle's direct territory was also expanding wildly. Even the city wall he built yesterday was growing wildly wider and taller. The changes in the city wall were something Tang Xiaofan had not expected, because the walls had never changed in the castle's many upgrades before. But this time, the defensive wall, which is a higher level than the wall, changed. Tang Xiaofan guessed that this should be related to the upgrade of the Black Technology Castle to the primary main city. After all, after this upgrade, his castle is no longer a town, but a real city. Time passed slowly, and when the upgrade of the Black Technology Castle was not completed, about 100 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle, a human figure appeared. But the strange thing was that the figure's head was the head of a giant dragon, that is, a human body with a dragon head. It stood on the top of the mountain like a human, with its hands behind its back, and its golden vertical pupils looked towards the direction of the Black Technology Castle. Even though it was more than 100 kilometers away, it could still see the dazzling golden light. Upgraded again. The monster with a human body and a dragon head spoke in a human language, with a dull and solemn tone, and looked very upset. The powerful dragon nest suppressed the entire forest. Which local force dared to disobey? Even the kingdom forces would tremble under the deterrence of the dragon nest dragon army. But suddenly, a large number of castle masters from other worlds emerged in the forest. Among these castle masters, there appeared a super perverted guy who not only conquered the elf tribe, but also conquered the goblin kingdom hidden in the underground world. What Dragon Nest feared most was that a demigod-level strongman appeared in this castle force. Olivia, the former spirit of the mother tree of the elf tribe, broke through the peak of level 21 and was promoted to the demigod realm not long after she joined the castle force. This is what Dragon Nest fears the most. The power of this castle is developing too fast. If left alone, Dragon Nest will be conquered by the castle lord sooner or later. But if a war breaks out, most dragons will die at the hands of Olivia. After all, the power of demigods cannot be underestimated. It's a headache. I just hope everything goes well this time. As soon as the words fell, a figure emerged from the monster with a human body and a dragon head. This figure looks almost exactly like it, as if it is a replica of it. This is its energy consciousness. It is condensed from pure energy and controlled by spiritual consciousness. Then, its energy consciousness body flew high into the sky and flew directly to the Black Technology Castle more than 100 kilometers away. It was obviously afraid that its main body would be killed by the owner of the Black Technology Castle, so it used its energy consciousness body. Because even if the energy consciousness body was blown up, it would at most lose a little energy and spiritual consciousness, and it would be able to recover after a day or two of rest, so it was not afraid of encountering danger. However, how could it know that its figure had already been discovered by the Skyless City, which was located hundreds of thousands of meters above the sky? As the Sky City absorbed the normal operation and became more powerful, the area that its core divine pattern could monitor was getting larger and larger. The Sky City was not interested in life forms of level 20 or below. Because they were too weak, the core divine pattern of the Sky City could not sense such subtle energy fluctuations. The lowest was level 21. Before the great elf Monica joined Tang Xiaofan, she approached the Black Technology Castle alone and was discovered by the Sky City on the spot. Then Tang Xiaofan activated the Terminator without saying anything and locked onto the great elf Monica. Now, the monster with a human body and a dragon head is the same, and its level is also 21. It has reached the minimum monitoring standard of the Sky City, so as soon as it appears, it is monitored by the core divine pattern. Both its main body and its energy consciousness body are tightly controlled. Tang Xiaofan only needs one command. It thinks it is more than 100 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle, and it is safe to send out the energy consciousness body. In fact, it is only one step away from being killed. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan also received a warning from the Sky City, and Jarvis also projected the figure of the intruder discovered by the core divine pattern of the Sky City in front of him. Coupled with the drone's warning and reconnaissance, the intruder had almost nowhere to hide. Let's not talk about this. Just say that when Tang Xiaofan saw that figure, he was still shocked. Human body, dragon head. What the hell is this? Aliens? When he saw the monster for the first time, he was really shocked.